Chapter 1. What is happening? Cheng Chen emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jiang City, cradling his daughter in one arm while clutching a bright red booklet in the other. Despite the momentous occasion, his expression bore no trace of excitement or joy, for this was the second time he and his wife had visited the bureau. The first time had been 4 years prior, shortly after their university graduation. Back then, he and Luya, who was several months pregnant, held hands and rested their heads together, yearning to merge into one another completely. Yet reality proved far more merciless than their idyllic campus life. The once enchanted couple ultimately succumbed to the trials imposed by the University of Society, failing the course of marriage. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I'll be leaving first. Luya waved her hand dismissively, pressing a button in her palm. The double hazard lights of her pristine, high-end Volkswagen CC flickered to life, and without casting a glance at Cheng Chen or their nearly 4-year-old daughter, she slid into the driver's seat and sped away. This vehicle had been purchased through the frugal savings of Lu Hao, a testament to her husband's dedication. The little girl peeked out from Cheng Chen's embrace, watching the car disappear, her plump lips forming a question. Daddy, does mommy not want us anymore? Xian is such a good girl, how could mommy possibly not want her? Mommy has gone to earn money, and when you grow up, mommy will return, Cheng Chen replied, his heart aching as he tousled his precious daughter Cheng Xiaoxuan's hair, reluctant to reveal the harsh truth. Xiaoxian showed little distress over Lu Ya's departure, merely inquiring with her sweet, innocent voice, "Oh, will mommy earn lots of money to buy me many delicious things?" "Yes, when mommy comes back, she will bring you a great many treats." "Will mommy really bring so many delicious things for me?" Xiaoxian illustrated the quantity with her tiny, rosy hands, then, feeling it insufficient, widened her arms further, her adorableness captivating beyond measure. "Yes, mommy will fill the house with food for you. Now, let's go home." Xiaoxian as he walked forward with Cheng Xiaoxian in his arms. Cheng Chen glanced back at the imposing structure behind him, adding from now on, "Daddy will never bring you back to this place, all right?" Xiaoxian nodded, recalling the displeased expressions of her parents inside, and she too felt averse to the place. Jiang City, a commendable second-tier city, boasts a respectable average salary. Since graduating from university, Cheng Chen had swiftly secured a decent job with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, which was above the average for Jiang City. In contrast, his wife now, regrettably, his ex-wife Luya had struggled to find a suitable position, ultimately settling for a job that paid 4,000 yuan per month. Cheng Chen carried his daughter for quite some time, his arm growing increasingly sore. Yet, he could not bear the thought of placing his not-quite-4-year-old daughter on the ground. Fortunately, their modest rented apartment was just ahead. The first floor was lined with storefronts offering a variety of culinary delights, from barbecued snacks to hearty meals and dessert shops. Cheng Chen resided on the second floor, being in the bustling city center. The rent was not insignificant, amounting to 800 yuan per month. Before ascending the stairs, a young couple approached, cradling a chubby little boy, roughly the size of Cheng Xiaoxian. The boy was joyfully savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn, his mouth and chin smeared with sugary residue, sticky and delightful. Cheng Xiaoxian watched the boy with envious delight, unable to suppress a gulp. However, Cheng Chen, recently divorced, was somewhat distracted and oblivious to the scene. Clutching Cheng Xiaoxian, he ambled slowly up to the second floor. Upon pushing open the old wooden door, the harsh creak seemed to convey to Cheng Chen that this dilapidated door was long overdue for retirement. The rental unit was modest, merely around 20 square meters in size. It contained a tiny kitchen, a bathroom that could barely accommodate 3 people, a crib overflowing with toys, a bed measuring approximately 1.5 meters, a small refrigerator, over a meter tall, a dining table, and 2 little chairs that nearly filled the cramped space. With Cheng Chen's salary, he could easily afford a larger residence. Yet, after deducting the monthly expenses of over 1,500 yuan for raising a child, alongside rent, meals, and utilities nearing 1,500, he was left with only around 3,000 yuan. However, saving even that amount proved elusive. Each month, he had to purchase bags, clothing, cosmetics, and other items for his ex-wife. Meanwhile, Luya, who lived on company premises, struggled with her own 4,000 yuan salary, insufficient for her needs, requiring him to supplement her income monthly. With both parents having passed away from illness years ago, there was no one to care for the child. Luya showed no interest, leaving Cheng Chen to pick up Xiao Xian from kindergarten daily, ensuring he would never work overtime regardless of company demands. Over time, this led to discontent from management, resulting in his dismissal at that juncture. Lu Yu received a promotion and a raise that in comparison. She viewed Cheng Chen as a man of little accomplishment, incapable of adequately providing for his family, culminating in the current predicament. Gurgle at that moment, Cheng Xiaoxuan's little belly rumbled, and she lifted her shirt, her rosy little hand resting on her fair abdomen, gazing at Cheng Chen with a look of indignation. Daddy, there's a little frog in my belly calling Xiao Xian is hungry. Haven't I told you, sweetheart? Girls shouldn't lift their shirts casually. You mustn't do that anymore, understand? Cheng Chen neatly adjusted her clothing and, seeing Xiao Xian nod obediently, said with satisfaction, "So, you're hungry, are you? Daddy will prepare a bottle of milk for you first." Upon hearing of the milk, Xiao Xian shook her head vigorously, recalling the chubby boy from earlier and drooling slightly. She clasped her little hands in a pleading gesture. "Daddy, can I please have a skewer of candied hawthorn first, and then drink milk afterward?" All right. Well, do as you wish." Usually, a plump Annie sold candied hawthorn downstairs, though she often faced eviction from the city management. Peering through the small street window, Cheng Chen glanced at the usual spot where the Annie would stand, only to find it empty. Suddenly, he heard the hurried footsteps of several young men wearing red armbands emblazoned with city management, sprinting towards him. In the direction they were rushing, Cheng Chen spotted the stout auntie, her arms laden with candied hawthorn. Alas, the corpulent aunt has once again fallen prey to the city management. Cheng Chen recalls that within several stations' radius, she is the sole vendor of candied hawthorn. In desperation, he gently cradles the cherubic face of Cheng Xiaoxian and says, "Xiao Xian, how about we forego the candied hawthorn? Daddy will go downstairs to buy you some egg tarts instead." Upon hearing that there would be no candied hawthorn, Cheng Xiaoxian immediately burst into tears, reminiscent of a delicate pear blossom drenched in rain. Cheng Chen found himself at a loss, left with no choice but to comfort his precious daughter. Xiao Xian simply desires candied hawthorn. Can Daddy make it for her? Cheng Chen sighed, resigning himself to the situation. In the past, whenever Xiao Xian had a craving, he would attempt to make it himself, though the results were far from commendable. Yet, given that his little darling now yearned for candied hawthorn, he felt compelled to make a sincere effort. He opened the kitchen app and swiftly typed in the words candied hawthorn. The recipe materialized before his eyes, and in an instant, all the characters and images transformed into flecks of golden light that soared into Cheng Chen's mind. Overwhelmed, he sensed the recipe for candied hawthorn had seemingly resided in his consciousness for an eternity. When the world is happening. Chapter 2. This is the little cotton-padded jacket in Cheng Chen's mind. There existed a flawless sequence of steps for crafting candied hawthorn. Talent? No. Cheng Chen faintly recalled the first time he prepared sweetened tomatoes for Xian Xian. A simple procedure: slice the tomatoes thinly, sprinkle them with sugar, and allow them to rest for a while before indulging. However, Xian Xian took only a single bite before spitting it out, upholding the traditional virtue of not wasting food. Cheng Chen sampled it himself, only to temporarily abandon that virtue as it was overwhelmingly cloying. If even Xian Xian, who had a penchant for sweets, could not tolerate it, what did that signify? Was it an extraordinary ability? Cheng Chen occasionally indulged in online novels, pondering the flashes of golden light that had surged into his mind moments ago. He could only rationalize it as such. Sitting in a rocking chair, Xian Xian, noticing Cheng Chen's indifference, began to roll from side to side. "Daddy will make candied hawthorn for you," she insisted. Her playful antics disrupted Cheng Chen's reverie about extraordinary powers, and he gently caressed Xian Xian's chubby little face, half amused and half exasperated. All right, Daddy will go fetch your beloved strawberries to make candied hawthorn for you." This child, how could she truly trust her father? Did she not remember the previous culinary disasters he had concocted? She dared to risk it again. Ruffling Xian Xian's hair, Cheng Chen earnestly advised, "Now, Daddy's going out to buy some things, and you must stay still in the rocking chair, all right?" Xian Xian obediently awaited her father's return, nodding like a little chick pecking at grains, her hands clutching her Barbie doll, swaying it back and forth. "Daddy, hurry back. Xian Xian will play nicely with Duo Duo." Duo Duo was the name Xian Xian had given her Barbie doll. After laying a quilt around the rocking chair and securing its base to prevent any swaying, Cheng Chen meticulously ensured that Cheng Chen would not be injured if she accidentally fell. Upon reaching the door, still feeling a tinge of unease, he placed an additional quilt for reassurance. Now, there should be no issues. Waving to Cheng Chen, he affectionately said, Cheng Chen must be a good girl. Daddy will return shortly. Cheng Chen waved her doll, duo, in excitement. Go, and bring back lots of strawberries. In less than 15 minutes, Cheng Chen returned, breathless, clutching a bag filled with fresh strawberries, white sesame seeds, raw candy, and bamboo skewers. Inside the rocking chair, Cheng Chen was soundly asleep, cradling duo. Her little legs, resembling lotus stems, occasionally kicked as if she were dreaming of something mischievous. In just 2 strides, he reached the rocking chair, released the lock, and gently rocked it for a moment. Once Cheng Chen's little feet ceased their restless movements, Cheng Chen felt assured and proceeded to the kitchen. In his mind, he replayed the method for creating candied hawthorn as if watching a film, and with clarity, he rinsed the strawberries in a basin. 20 minutes later, he sprinkled white sesame seeds over the finished candied hawthorn. It was done. Was it truly this fragrant? The candied hawthorn in his hands exuded a delightful aroma of strawberries and syrup, wafting tantalizingly to Cheng Chen's nostrils. At this moment, Cheng Chen felt as though the candied hawthorn was not merely held in his hand, but had seamlessly integrated into his taste buds, coursing through his digestive system. The fresh aroma of strawberries enveloped his mind like ethereal mist from fairyland, tempting him to reach out and grasp that delightful scent, which seemed to smile coyly back at him, a whimsical essence that eluded his touch. Unbeknownst to him, a trickle of saliva escaped his lips. With a decisive gulp, he drew in a breath and pierced the extra strawberry, already enveloped in syrup and sprinkled with sesame seeds, onto the bamboo skewer, bringing it to his mouth. This is merely for testing the delicacy, for Cheng Chen. Yes, just for her, not out of my own cravings, he mused, a devilish grin creeping onto his face as he savored the strawberry in one swift motion. If anyone had been nearby, they would have witnessed the exquisite expression adorning Cheng Chen's countenance. Pure bliss, absolute indulgence. This ordinary candied strawberry felt akin to a culinary masterpiece. Imperial cuisine? A grand banquet? Though he had never partaken in such feasts, it did not affect his current musings. What were those extravagant dishes compared to the strawberry in his hand? All irrelevant. A vivid image materialized in his mind, accompanied by a familiar, gentle voice. High-end ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. With my skills, I could grace the screens of a bite of china. Gazing at the 4 skewers of candied hawthorn he had prepared, Cheng Chen fought against the impulse to consume them all. When his beloved daughter awakened and discovered that her father had devoured all the treats, she would surely be in tears. Thus, he decided to hide away 2 skewers, not out of reluctance to share with Cheng Chen, but rather because sugary delights are detrimental to a child's teeth. Of course, if Cheng Chen finished her 2 skewers and showed no desire for more, Cheng Chen would not mind secretly enjoying the hidden ones himself. Wait, am I behaving like a responsible father? How could I even think of competing with my child for snacks? They must be reserved for Cheng Chen. As he opened the kitchen door, the 2 skewers of strawberry candied hawthorn exuded an enchanting aroma that danced on the summer breeze, wafting gently into the nostrils of the slumbering Cheng Chen. Suddenly, with a burst, Cheng Chen sat upright in her cradle. Her round, bright eyes fixated intently on the candied hawthorn in Cheng Chen's hands, saliva pooling and dripping onto her bibwow. It smells amazing. Daddy, I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Cheng Chen exclaimed, discarding her toy and eagerly waving her chubby little hands towards him. Cheng Chen's face broke into a warm smile as he handed the 2 skewers to his precious daughter. Upon receiving the candied hawthorn, Cheng Chen could not resist taking a big bite. Her expression mirrored that of Cheng Chen's earlier indulgence, yet hers was even more exaggerated. Slow down. Be careful not to prick your mouth with the skewer. Cheng Chen hurriedly stepped forward, gently holding Xuan's chubby little hand and turning the candied hawthorn skewer she clutched, fearing that his precious daughter might inadvertently prick herself while eagerly devouring them. Under Xuan's fervent gnawing, indeed gnawing, only a solitary skewer remained. Gazing at the last lonely strawberry in her grasp, Cheng Chen shook her head, swallowed hard, and presented it to Cheng Chen. Daddy, eat. In that moment, Cheng Chen felt his eyes welling with tears. What did divorce matter? What did unemployment signify? Nothing could compare to the warmth he felt from his beloved daughter's outstretched hand at that moment. Cheng Chen was his greatest treasure, his true little cotton-padded jacket. But wait, Cheng Chen, why did you withdraw your hand? You stuffed the last one into your mouth. Wasn't that meant for Daddy? Cheng Chen's smile grew even more radiant at that moment. Unable to contain his affection, he lifted Cheng Chen into his arms and gently patted her bottom, teasing, "This is what you get for trying to entertain Daddy." Chapter 3. I'll eat one skewer and ease your rent for 2 days. Cheng Chen gazed at Cheng Chen with a pitiful expression, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, softly murmuring, "Daddy, I still want to eat the candied hawthorn you made. It's so delicious." This time, Cheng Chen did not indulge his darling daughter. He shook his head in refusal. "No, 2 skewers in a day is quite enough. If you eat more, little bugs will grow in your tiny teeth." Cheng Chen, understanding and well-behaved, ceased her protests. After consuming 2 skewers, a small crumb of sugar lingered at the corner of her mouth. Cheng Chen leaned in and kissed it away, savoring the sweetness that melted instantly in his mouth, making him feel elevated. How could such a small morsel be so delightful? Cheng Chen, hands on her hips and pouting her little lips, leaned close to Cheng Chen's face and planted a kiss. Daddy is naughty for stealing kisses from Cheng Chen. Now I must kiss Daddy back to make it even. Suddenly, Cheng Chen burst into tears after the kiss. Cheng Chen, taken aback, gently patted her back, concerned. "What is wrong, Cheng Chen? Daddy's beard poked me." "Woo woo woo," Cheng Chen whimpered, extending her tiny fists and rubbing her tear-streaked cheeks with her round, big eyes. Cheng Chen touched his own beard, realizing it had grown a bit long. After his ex-wife Lu Ye proposed divorce yesterday, he had been in low spirits, hence the hasty grooming this morning. As he shaved in the cramped bathroom, thoughts of the perfect method for making candied hawthorn skewers lingered in his mind, raising profound questions. First, how could a person utterly devoid of culinary talent, who had failed countless times, manage to create candied hawthorn skewers successfully just once? Second, what was the source of that brilliant light that had surged into his mind? Thirdly, how could mere candied hawthorn skewers be so delectable that even a grown man like him occasionally entertained the notion of stealthily devouring the remaining 2 skewers? Casting a glance at his daughter, Cheng Chen, who was engrossed in her milk bottle, Cheng Chen pondered whether all of this was somehow connected to his cherished little girl. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded on the old wooden door. "Cheng Chen, it's time to pay the rent." The voice, deep and resonant like a summer thunderstorm, indicated the speaker carried significant weight. It was Aunt Liao, the landlady, a robust woman in her 40s, currently navigating the throes of menopause. Cheng Chen estimated that this woman, standing at a mere 5 feet 5 inches, must weigh at least 200 pounds. Wiping the foam from his lips, Cheng Chen rummaged through his wallet and found 9 crumpled red bills. His WeChat and Alipay accounts, however, were completely drained. Just a few days prior, his ex-wife Lu Ye had insisted on a celebratory gift for her promotion, specifying a set worth 3,000 yuan. Reluctantly, he had tightened his belt and purchased it with the last of his remaining salary after resigning. Who would have thought that barely 2 days later, she would file for divorce? Now, with only 900 yuan left and the rent due at 800, not including utilities, he realized his funds were woefully inadequate. If he paid the rent, would he and Cheng Chen have to subsist on mere cold water for the next few days? Oh, wait, Cheng Chen would be all right. She still had half a can of formula. With this thought, Cheng Chen tiptoed to the bedside, glancing at Cheng Chen, who was still suckling her milk bottle, and made a shushing gesture. "Knock, knock, knock." Aunt Liao's thunderous voice boomed again. "Cheng Chen, open the door. It's time to pay the rent. Don't hide. I know you're inside." Cheng Chen, her big eyes rolling around as she bit into the milk bottle, looked at Cheng Chen, who had his finger pressed to his lips. Tilting her head, she removed the bottle from her mouth and exclaimed, "Daddy, the old witch is here. We can't open the door, right?" Cheng Chen swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. This was the phrase he had previously used to explain to Cheng Chen why they were avoiding Aunt Liao's rent reminders during their financial struggles. Who would have imagined that today Cheng Chen would so candidly repeat it? Moreover, having just been fed, Cheng Chen had enough energy to raise her voice to a level that could rival Aunt Liao's thunderous knocks. You, Cheng Chen, hiding in there and shirking your rent, while teaching your daughter to call me an old witch. Just wait. Boom. Knock, knock. For a moment, Cheng Chen felt as if an earthquake had struck. Yet he knew it was simply Aunt Liao outside, stomping in anger, shaking the house. If you don't open the door soon, I'll crash it down. Just so you know, you'll have to pay for any damage, at least 500 yuan. What nonsense. This creaky old door. And that unscrupulous landlady thinks she can extort 500 from him? Cheng Chen was convinced that if he held out for just 3 more minutes without opening the door, that money-hungry menopausal woman would definitely resort to such tactics. In a swift motion, Cheng Chen flung open the door, with a self-assured smile that exuded an air of perfection. Cheng Chen lowered his gaze to the hefty figure of nearly 200 pounds before him and remarked, Aunt Liao, what brings you here? I was in the restroom just now and didn't hear the knocking. The room is quite odorous at the moment. It would be rather inconvenient for you to enter. Perhaps you could return another day? As he spoke, Cheng Chen feigned an intention to close the door. Suddenly, a robust arm, as thick as Cheng Chen's thigh, forcefully halted the door's closure. Don't deceive me. My voice is louder than thunder. How could you possibly not hear me? Let me tell you, if the rent is not paid today, I shall remain here indefinitely. I've heard you're unemployed. If you don't have the money today, who knows how long you'll prolong this debt. With that, Aunt Liao, with her strong and powerful hand, effortlessly pushed through Cheng Chen's desperate resistance, muttering, What does it matter if the room smells? I still need to collect the rent. Money has its allure. Before she could finish her sentence, Aunt Liao took a few deep breaths, her nostrils flaring. What is this? Such a delightful aroma. Without waiting for Cheng Chen's response, she continued, Ah, the scent of strawberries. And that of syrup. How could it be so fragrant? Just as Cheng Chen attempted to intervene, Aunt Liao, despite her considerable size, moved with surprising agility. Spurred by her quest for delectable treats, and within mere 30 seconds, she uncovered the 2 skewers of candied hawthorn wrapped in cling film. Aunt Liao, those are for my daughter. Cheng Chen swiftly snatched the candied hawthorn from her grasp. They were meant for Cheng Chen. He had resisted the temptation to indulge himself several times, and there was no way he would relinquish them to this miserly landlord. No way. Absolutely not. As the ancients said, true dignity cannot be compromised, nor can wealth corrupt one's integrity. So what if you're portly? Strength means little. I, Cheng Chen, would rather perish than part with my daughter's treats. Aunt Liao inhaled deeply once more, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, utterly captivated by the enchanting fragrance that seemed to transcend reality. She slowly extended 2 fingers, nearly as thick as Xuan's arm, and proposed, If I may have 1 skewer, I shall defer your rent for 2 days. Almost instantaneously, as soon as Aunt Liao uttered those words, Cheng Chen thrust a skewer of candied hawthorn into her hands. Although he harbored a deep disdain for this landlord, he was painfully aware of his empty pockets. He had no desire to see his daughter and himself sleeping on the streets due to a momentary lapse in judgment. The notion that poverty could not sway one's principles is merely a fallacy, often spoken by those who have yet to experience true destitution. Chapter 4. The return of the 300 pounds. Aunt Liao accepted the fragrant skewer of candied hawthorn, only to exclaim, Is that all? Just a bare skewer left. What astonishing speed. Cheng Chen distinctly remembered that he hadn't even blinked from the moment he handed the skewer to Aunt Liao until now. There was scarcely a 30-second interval, yet all that remained was a single bamboo stick. Aunt Liao licked the sugary residue from the corners of her mouth with fervor, provoking a wave of nausea in Cheng Chen. Her eyes, gleaming with desire, locked onto the lone skewer still in Cheng Chen's possession. Are you considering sharing that skewer with me? Now, that is pushing it a bit too far. In a flurry of panic, Cheng Chen hastily concealed the remaining string of candied hawthorns behind her, retreating several steps. Aunt Liao, with a sudden shake of her robust frame, advanced a couple of paces, her face adorned with a peculiar grin. Speak up. What will it take for you to part with them? Today. I am willing to sacrifice my 300 pounds of flesh for them. No matter what conditions you propose, I shall comply. Though I have recently divorced, I am not yet at the point of desperation. Moreover, Aunt Liao, you actually weigh 300 pounds? That surpasses my expectations by a substantial 100 pounds. Cheng Chen's mind raced as she contemplated what terms she could propose to maximize her own advantage. It was clear that waiving the rent was out of the question. Given Aunt Liao's avaricious nature, she would never part with such a hefty sum of 800 yuan. With this realization, an idea sparked in Cheng Chen's mind, and she tentatively inquired, then how about waiving the water, electricity, gas, property management, and sanitation fees? Absolutely not. Aunt Liao swiftly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, decisively rejecting the proposal. Cheng Chen had anticipated this response. If the hefty woman had readily agreed, it would have left her feeling uneasy. Since the rejection was so unequivocal, Cheng Chen had little else to say, opening the door to her room. Aunt Liao, please come back in 2 days to collect the rent. Aunt Liao glanced back multiple times, observing Cheng Chen's hand poised with utmost vigilance, and she relinquished any hope of tasting the candied hawthorns. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, causing Aunt Liao's ample flesh to jiggle. She trudged down the stairs, muttering to herself, "Humph, I'm well aware of your culinary skills, Cheng Chen." The burnt smell of the millet porridge you once made wafted through the entire apartment building, nearly prompting the tenants to call the fire department. You say these delectable candied hawthorns are for Xian Xian? Who would believe that? They must surely have been purchased from the plump lady downstairs, a mere 10 yuan for a string. You expect me to forego over 100 yuan in fees for them? Dream on. Little did she know that Cheng Chen was currently entertaining Xian Xian in her room, unaware of Aunt Liao's rant, or else she would have retorted, "You, with your 300 pounds, dared to call the woman selling candied hawthorns anti-fat?" Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the room. Is there an earthquake? Cheng Chen thought as she felt the table tremble, the bowls and chopsticks teetering on the brink of falling. Swiftly protecting the tableware, she realized it was Aunt Liao returning. Sure enough, the next moment, a knock echoed at her door. Outside, Aunt Liao's voice boomed like thunder. "Cheng Chen, hand over that string of candied hawthorns. I will waive those fees you mentioned." With a satisfied smile gracing her lips, Cheng Chen opened the door and handed the last string of strawberry candied hawthorns to Aunt Liao. "Here you go, please enjoy." Aunt Liao eagerly snatched the candied hawthorns, but this time she did not devour them all at once. Such a delightful treat deserved to be savored, and she resolved to relish each bite slowly this time. Aunt Liao, holding a candied hawthorn skewer, felt a mixture of excitement and reluctance, muttering to herself, "If only Fat Aunt were here, spending over 100 yuan on this treat would truly be madness." As she spoke, Aunt Liao began to delicately lick the candied hawthorn. In response, Cheng Chen scoffed dismissively. Oh please, if Fat Aunt had such skills, would she still be peddling on the streets for 2 or 3 years? She would have long rented a storefront and made a fortune selling candied hawthorn. Upon reflection, Aunt Liao conceded the point. She had tasted Fat Aunt's candied hawthorn, and it was indeed incomparable to the one in her hand. After closing the door, Cheng Chen lay on the bed, while Xian Xian bounced on his stomach. Cheng Chen, however, appeared oblivious to the commotion, lost in thought. With Xian Xian in tow and no job, he was staring down the barrel of rent due in 2 days. Finding work at this juncture seemed impossible. Even if he did secure a position, the salary would not be disbursed until the following month. Moreover, with Xian Xian on holiday, he could not leave her at kindergarten under the care of the teachers. The prospect of employment seemed bleak. He realized that until Xian Xian grew up, it would be challenging to find work at a company. What was he to do? Every time he pondered this, a wave of headache washed over him. The urgent matter at hand was to earn at least a few hundred yuan within 2 days for immediate expenses. As for the future, he would address that later. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Cheng Chen's mind, and 2 words along with an exclamation mark materialized. Street vending. Of course, street vending. How could I have been so foolish? Seizing the moment, he scooped up the joyfully playing Xian Xian and declared, "Come, Xian Xian, Daddy will take you out to buy some fruit." Upon arriving at the fruit market, Cheng Chen, with Xian Xian in his arms, was greeted warmly by numerous familiar faces. A few kind ladies even presented some fruits to the adorable little Cheng Chen. After expressing his gratitude, Cheng Chen approached the stall where he had previously purchased strawberries. The vendor, a woman in her 30s, smiled upon seeing him and asked, "Young man, how did your candied hawthorn turn out?" Cheng Chen peeked out from Cheng Chen's embrace and, with a sweet little voice, chimed in, "Sister, Daddy's candied hawthorn is really delicious." The woman, flattered by being called sister, quickly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a self-assured smile, and handed a fruit to Cheng Chen, saying, "This child is as sweet as honey. Here, take this fragrant melon. It's freshly washed." "Thank you, sister." In a short while, Cheng Chen's plastic bag was brimming with an assortment of fruits. He courteously expressed his thanks and, glancing at the fruit stall, pointed at the hawthorn, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, and grapes, saying, "Sister, please select the freshest of these fruits for me." Today, the term sister felt oddly out of place to Cheng Chen. The woman was attentive and swiftly set aside some less fresh fruits. After weighing the fruits, she quickly tapped the calculator twice. 438 yuan and 60 cents. Let's round it to 400. "You're not planning to use all this fruit to make candied hawthorn, are you?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. I am making candied hawthorn. At that time, I must reserve a string for my sister to taste." "Very well." After purchasing the fruits, Cheng Chen made another trip to the department store, acquiring some white sugar, white sesame seeds, and a few bamboo skewers. He had prepared himself to join the competition against the plump aunt selling candied hawthorns downstairs, though he was uncertain how she would feel about it upon discovering his intentions. Naturally, he would also have to engage in a battle of wits with the municipal management officers who often worked on the front lines. Chapter 5. 100 yuan per string. The next day, Cheng Chen rose early. After changing Cheng Chen's diaper and preparing her milk, he tended to his personal hygiene. After hastily consuming a few bites of a bun, he meticulously washed the various fruits, ensuring that no pesticide residues remained, and then commenced the process of boiling the syrup. With the confidence gained from yesterday's success, Cheng Chen worked swiftly this time. 1 hour later, strings of candied hawthorns were ready. In total, there were 92 strings. The remaining few fruits were insufficient to form another string, so he and Cheng Chen happily consumed them. After finishing, Cheng Chen felt even more assured about the sales of his candied hawthorns, a triumphant smile inevitably gracing his face. While little Cheng Chen gazed eagerly at the rows of candied hawthorns laid out on the kitchen table, Cheng Chen, who had lost his physical education teacher at an early age, opened the calculator application and calculated several times, arriving at a conclusion. A string composed of several hawthorns, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, and grapes cost approximately 5 yuan. After purchasing the ingredients for the candied hawthorns the previous day, Cheng Chen also took the time to buy a second-hand pushcart, which was about 80% new. After much haggling, he acquired it for 360 yuan, leaving him with only a few coins in his pocket. The pushcart was locked downstairs. Cheng Chen handed a string of candied hawthorns to Cheng Chen, placing his adorable daughter, who was excited and drooling, in a nursery bag on his back. He brought along a bottle of boiled water and a milk bottle for emergencies. Thus, with Cheng Chen nestled against him and pushing the cart containing 40 strings of candied hawthorns, Cheng Chen made his way to the bustling street. It was summer vacation, and being a Saturday, the street in the city center was teeming with people. After glancing around and not spotting any municipal officers or the plump aunt, he breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Chen was a citizen of good moral character. Even when placing his pushcart at the corner of an intersection, he did so as unobtrusively as possible to avoid obstructing traffic. Half an hour passed, and Cheng Chen had fallen asleep in the nursery bag. Yet Cheng Chen had not yet received his first customer. If this continued, the morning chill would dissipate, and the temperature would rise, forcing him to close up shop. Pondering with a furrowed brow, Cheng Chen sensed something was amiss. He then realized that although his pushcart was filled with candied hawthorns, he had neglected to open the small window, and the delightful aroma was trapped inside the transparent glass display. It was a mistake, a mere oversight. Cheng Chen whispered to himself, then swiftly pulled open the small glass window at the front of the cart. A rich fragrance, long confined within the cart, finally surged forth as if a caged beast had been freed from its prison, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. in the embrace of slumber. Cheng Chen suddenly opened her round eyes wide, gazing at Cheng Chen while drooling. Observing Cheng Chen's endearing demeanor, Cheng Chen chuckled lightheartedly. All right, I'll give you another one. But remember to take your time. Be careful not to prick yourself with the skewer, take small bites, or you might choke. Among the pedestrians waiting at the crossroads for the red light, one individual with a keen sense of smell sniffed the air vigorously. Beside him, a rugged man who had just discreetly released a silent flatulence believed he had been discovered and instinctively distanced himself from the sniffing individual. Suddenly, the person with the acute sense of smell exclaimed, "What is that? It smells so delightful." The rugged man's face reflected sheer terror as he stared incredulously at the speaker. In the next moment, nearly everyone waiting for the traffic light echoed the same sentiment. As the green light illuminated, a throng of people dashed towards the source of the alluring aroma. Only the rugged man, red-faced and straining to hold his breath, remained astonished until he could no longer contain himself and took a deep breath. Wow, it smells amazing. Is that the fragrance of my flatulence? After uttering this phrase, the rugged man, brimming with pride, inhaled a few more times. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The enchanting scent was unmistakably mingled with hawthorn, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, grapes, and other fruits, along with syrup and sesame fragrance. Taking another deep breath, he noticed a crowd gathered around a corner across the road. Through the gaps, he vaguely discerned a candied hawthorn stall, and at that moment, the rugged man finally understood. Just as he intended to stride forward, he noticed the pedestrian signal had turned red once more. Frustrated, he could only stamp his feet in impatience. Cheng Chen, too, had not anticipated that within 3 minutes of opening the glass window of his small cart, he would be surrounded by a diverse crowd of onlookers. "Brother, how much for the candied hawthorn?" inquired a bespectacled gentleman clad in an elegant suit. His voice tinged with shyness, as he felt his status was somewhat incongruous for purchasing such a treat. He quickly added, I'm just picking up my daughter from school and want to bring her a skewer." "Brother, at least think through your excuse. It was merely past breakfast time, and he was already picking up his daughter from school? Who would believe he was buying it for her?" Yet, to Cheng Chen's astonishment, several others echoed the same fabricated excuse after the gentleman spoke. Cheng Chen's lips twitched as he prepared to say it would be 10 yuan per skewer, the standard price for candied hawthorn in the vicinity. However, at that moment, Cheng Chen peered out from his arms, her large eyes surveying the crowd before she extended her tiny finger and declared, 100 yuan. That's what my daughter said. Brothers, don't take her seriously. She is still young, and doesn't he quite grasp the concept of 100 yuan? Just as he was about to clarify, he heard, "All right, 100 it is. I'll buy a skewer to take home for my daughter. She should enjoy something this fragrant." The cultured gentleman, upon hearing Xuan's words, was momentarily taken aback, but could no longer endure the torment of his cravings. He swiftly retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket. A generous soul indeed. He handed the 100 yuan to Cheng Chen without hesitation, leaving no room for refusal. After all, he could easily sell the skewers elsewhere for 10 yuan each. Nobody knew each other here, and he could not be branded a greedy merchant. As he presented a skewer of candied hawthorns to the gentleman, the latter accepted it with evident eagerness, saliva practically cascading down like a river, exclaiming, "Let me have a taste first. If it's not delicious, I shan't buy any for my daughter." With that, the gentleman disregarded the disdainful gazes of onlookers and ravenously devoured the skewer. The crowd gathered around Cheng Chen's cart watched him with expressions of sheer delight, unable to suppress their own salivation. Initially deterred by the exorbitant price of the candied fruit, they now felt a stirring desire to indulge. As the spectators hesitated, the gentleman retrieved 2 more crisp red notes from his wallet, declaring, "I shall take 2 more skewers for my daughter." What a convenient excuse for your gluttony. The crowd scoffed, many suspecting that this refined gentleman was merely a shill for the fatherly figure. "Boss, I'll have a skewer too, just to taste. Even if it's a ruse. I'm unbothered by the 100 yuan. Moments later, Cheng Chen, cradling Cheng Chen, retreated amidst the crowd's predatory stares and timidly announced, "Friends, we are truly sold out. If anyone wishes to procure candied hawthorns for their daughters, Do come early this afternoon. Chapter 6, 44. 10 is 10. After securing the cart in the courtyard of his rented abode, Cheng Chen took Xian and made another trip to the fruit market. There, at the familiar stall, the sister Xian mentioned was embroiled in a fierce haggling contest with several elderly ladies. Ultimately, the stall owner conceded after the determined ladies insisted on a 2 yuan discount. While preparing the candied hawthorns, Cheng Chen was well aware of the stall owner's integrity. The fruits she had helped him select yesterday were of the highest quality, since he had resolved to sustain himself temporarily through the production of candied hawthorns. His standards for the fruit were naturally elevated. He produced a skewer of pre-packaged candied hawthorns from his pocket and presented it to the woman. "Sister, this is what I promised to set aside for you yesterday." The woman, beaming with delight, accepted the skewer and handed it to her chubby son, who was energetically bouncing on 2 small stools. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Young man, just call me Sister Lu from now on. Did you come all this way just to deliver the candied hawthorns? I was merely speaking off the cuff, yet you took me seriously." Observing her son now contentedly licking the candied hawthorn, Sister Lu inhaled deeply and swallowed hard. "Did you just make this morning? Young man, if you wish to sell candied hawthorns, you must start early. A plump aunt will be setting up a stall over at the intersection soon. Her business is thriving, and you may find it difficult to compete." As the morning progressed, the city management officials would soon finish their breakfast and commence their activities, leaving little room for business. Sister Lu earnestly analyzed the situation for Cheng Chen, concerned that the young man might misjudge the market and find himself with unsold candied hawthorns. She held a fondness for Cheng Chen and his sweet, well-behaved daughter nestled in his arms. In her baby carrier, Xian pouted her chubby lips and sweetly exclaimed, "Sister, Daddy's candy hawthorns are all sold out." "All sold out?" Sister Lu, taken aback by Xian's words, cast a disbelieving glance at Cheng Chen. From the certainty in his eyes, she realized the child was not speaking nonsense. She casually remarked, "You are quite the industrious young man, selling out your candied hawthorns so early in the day. Do tell me, how many did you sell?" In Sister Lu's mind, someone like Cheng Chen, who seemed to belong to the white-collar class, abandoning his job to sell candied hawthorns for a child was already a rarity. She found it hard to believe that such a young man could rise early, naturally presuming he and T sold too many. Even if he had, she guessed it was no more than 10. "I sold 40, and I still have less than 50 at home for the afternoon," Cheng Chen replied. "I came to buy some fruit from you, Sister Lu, to prepare candied hawthorns for tomorrow." Sister Lu's expression suddenly contorted into one of disbelief, her features resembling a series of question marks. 40? Did I hear you correctly? You mean 14, right? Xian, displeased, extended 2 fingers and pouted, "Sister, you're so silly. Daddy was very clear. It's 40. Seeing Sister Lu, still uncertain whether it was 14 or 40, Xian could no longer contain herself and recited the rhyme her father had taught her with great seriousness. "4 is 4, 10 is 10, 14 is 14. 40 is 40. Don't confuse 40 with 14. Both Cheng Chen and Sister Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Ruffling Xian's hair, Cheng Chen affectionately remarked, "Xian is amazing." After double-checking the fruits to be purchased, he gestured the number 40 and said, "Sister Lu, it's indeed 40. Please weigh these fruits and let me know the total." After confirming again, Sister Lu was rendered speechless, filled with anticipation for the taste of Cheng Chen's candied hawthorns. She glanced at her own plump child and thought, "Well, he has finished them all. I wonder if I should leave one for your mother. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when you return." This warm-hearted lady was genuinely concerned that the young father might overpurchase fruits, fearing that he and his daughter would soon face financial strain. As Cheng Chen was settling the bill, Xian wriggled free from his embrace and dashed off to play with Sister Lu's plump child. The cost of the fruits was similar to the previous day, amounting to 460 yuan. Fortunately, Cheng Chen had just made a handsome profit from selling 40 candied hawthorns and had a substantial amount of cash in hand. After settling the bill, Cheng Chen patiently waited for Xian, and the chubby boy to play for a while. As they were about to leave, Xian whispered something to the boy, though the content of their exchange remained a mystery. However, since it was a secret among children, Cheng Chen refrained from inquiring further. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he meticulously washed the newly purchased fruits and cleared out the miscellaneous items cluttering the small refrigerator, which stood over a meter tall, making room for the fresh produce. After a brief respite, he prepared a simple meal, sharing it with Cheng Chen before they cuddled together for a nap on the small bed. Not long into their slumber, Cheng Chen awoke, overheated. He glanced down at Cheng Chen, who was peacefully sleeping atop his belly, resembling a little mermaid just emerged from the water. Gently, he roused her and helped his darling daughter bathe, refreshing himself in the process. The small fan continued to whir incessantly, prompting Cheng Chen to shake his head in resignation. It seemed imperative to sell more candied hawthorns soon. Enduring such heat was increasingly unbearable. While he could manage the challenging living conditions, he found it hard to bear that Cheng Chen awoke each morning drenched in sweat. Air conditioning and a larger living space had become essential. Pushing open the street-facing window, Cheng Chen glanced over at the location where a plump aunt was also selling candied hawthorns. In the distance, he noticed a group of young people surrounding her, each holding their own candied hawthorn, seemingly engaged in a dispute with her over the treats. Cheng Chen surmised that this might be related to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the disgruntled group departed, while the plump aunt was left with only a few skewers of hawthorn, her sticks still brimming with them. It appeared that business had not been favorable that day. Shaking his head in resignation, Cheng Chen sighed, "I'm sorry, Auntie, but I too am striving for survival." With the aunt gone and no sign of the city management in sight, Cheng Chen once again hoisted Cheng Chen onto his back and pushed the small cart towards the intersection. At the crossroad, a white Volkswagen halted at the pedestrian crossing, where Luya was inside, engaged in a phone conversation. "Hello, Senior Howren? Yes, I'm at the intersection and will be there shortly. Please wait a couple of minutes while I park the car." The next moment, Luya furrowed her brow as she caught sight of Cheng Chen, cradling Cheng Chen and pushing the cart laden with candied hawthorns. "I knew following you was not a prudent choice. Just a day after our divorce, and you've already resorted to selling candied hawthorns. How disappointing for someone of your academic caliber," Luya thought, her expression filled with disdain. In that instant, she felt fortunate that her decision to divorce had not come too late. Otherwise, the embarrassment of her friends and colleagues discovering that her husband, a real estate sales manager, was now a street vendor selling candied hawthorns would have been overwhelming. Reflecting on this, she muttered to herself, "Perhaps I should ask the waiter to buy a skewer of candied hawthorn later, just to offer a slight boost to your struggling business and help my poor daughter." Chapter 7. The Ex-Wife and the Senior, the Sir Eli Restaurant, located on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel in the heart of Jiang City. The establishment boasts an elegant and exquisitely luxurious bar, complemented by a lavishly decorated lounge. Perched high above the city on a rooftop bar, it offers a breathtaking view of the magnificent landscapes surrounding Jiangcheng, creating a visual feast that often surpasses the enjoyment of the meal itself. The dining packages comprise a selection of 4, 5, or 6 innovative dishes, allowing patrons the freedom to choose from the menu. With an average expenditure of around 1,200 yuan, this venue epitomizes extreme luxury in a city where the average salary hovers below 5,000 yuan. The clientele predominantly consists of individuals from prominent families, among them Cheng Howren. Cheng Howren, a graduate of Jiangxi University, is a senior to Luya and Cheng Chen. At a welcoming party, he immediately noticed Luya singing on stage. At that time, he was in a relationship with a girlfriend whose attributes far exceeded Luya's in every aspect. Thus their paths did not cross. As Cheng Howren approached graduation in his senior year, his girlfriend, after pledging eternal love, insisted he wait for her 2 years while she pursued further studies abroad. Cheng Howren initially upheld his vow, but after 2 months, he began a fervent pursuit of Luya. During that period, Luya was innocent and carefree, and was in a romantic relationship with Cheng Chen, who was thriving socially at school, leaving Cheng Howren with little opportunity. Eventually, after graduation, Luya, who had struggled to find her footing, joined Cheng Howren's family real estate company, concealing this connection from Cheng Chen. Luya had accompanied Cheng Howren to the upscale restaurant, Ali Jusher, several times, and this visit marked nearly the 10th occasion. Cheng Chen had thoughtfully procured an exclusive membership card for her at Ali Jusher. Ascending directly to the upper floor, amidst the respectful and gentlemanly demeanor of the staff, Luya stepped into Ali Jusher. At that moment, she covered her mouth in astonishment. Before her, Cheng Chen knelt on one knee, holding a magnificent bouquet of blue roses. Flanking him was a band of 4 meticulously dressed foreigners with golden hair and blue eyes, serenading them with a sweet and tender melody. Scarlet rose petals were strewn from Luya's feet at the entrance of Ali Jusher, leading to the kneeling Cheng Chen. "Luya, will you be my girlfriend?" Cheng Chen articulated his intention with his deep and magnetic voice. Warm tears cascaded from Luya's eyes, smudging the meticulous makeup she had spent hours perfecting. Gazing at the earnest Cheng Chen before her, she was profoundly moved and no longer hesitated. She stepped forward, her exquisite gown brushing against the countless rose petals, and took the blue roses from Cheng Chen's hands, helping him to rise. Nodding vigorously, through tears she managed to say, "Senior Chen, I accept." In that moment, the attentive Cheng Chen, despite her being a mother of a 3.5-year-old and having been divorced once, showed no concern. He had meticulously arranged everything, reserving the luxurious Ali Jusher restaurant to pursue her affection. Although she did not fully comprehend why this was not a proposal, she pondered that perhaps Cheng Chen was wary of the relationship advancing too swiftly, fearing it might overwhelm her, thus opting for a more palatable approach. What a considerate man he was. This clearly indicated that Cheng Chen harbored affection for her. In that moment, Luya felt like the happiest woman in the world. This experience far surpassed the humble rural wedding feast she had once shared with Cheng Chen. Such was the disparity between Cheng Chen and Cheng Chen, Luya mused. Lost in her blissful state, she seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. The exquisite gown she wore, valued at over 2,000 yuan, was a gift from Cheng Chen, who had tightened his belt and subsisted on instant noodles for a month to afford it. The venue erupted into a thunderous applause, and the band, ever astute, ceased their performance and exited the hall. Elegantly attired waitstaff wheeled in a cart, meticulously arranging the pre-prepared dishes on the table, and uncorked a classic bottle of Louis XIII worth 880 yuan. Cheng Chen delicately produced a silk handkerchief, tenderly wiping away the tears that had marred Luya's makeup. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, snapping her fingers. With her somewhat clumsy command of the language, she instructed, "Please go to the intersection at Chinois Road and buy me a skewer of candied hawthorn. Remember, it's from the shop where the owner is holding a little girl." The waiter promptly acknowledged her request and prepared to descend. Cheng Chen, ever the gentleman, interjected, "Yeah, allow me to take care of that. It will be my honor to serve you." Luya nodded, her face radiating happiness. In her eyes, Cheng Chen was the epitome of perfection. She regretted not having accepted his pursuit sooner, which had led to her having a child with Cheng Chen. Now, as a divorced woman with a child, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Cheng Chen. What Luya did not realize was that Cheng Chen had never genuinely contemplated marrying her. Otherwise, amidst the elaborate arrangement of the day, he would not merely have asked, "Luya, would you be my girlfriend?" The events of the day stemmed from Cheng Chen's wounded pride after being teased by a circle of equally distinguished friends who remarked on his occasional misfortunes in romance. They brought up his past attempts to pursue Luya, which had met with considerable indifference. This caused Cheng Chen's face to flush with embarrassment, and in a fit of indignation, he wagered with his friends that he would seduce Luya within 3 months and subsequently share the fruits of his conquest with them. After Cheng Chen turned away, Luya retrieved her phone and captured the lavish feast and the warm ambience, posting it to her social media. She arranged the images in a 9-grid format, accompanied by a carefully crafted caption. "I am so grateful for the wise decision I made to let go of a life that was not mine. Now, I have Cheng Chen, and I am truly happy." Smiling emoji. Luya did not restrict this post from Cheng Chen, believing he needed to see it to understand the chasm between them. As Cheng Chen approached the entrance, he turned back to witness a scene that filled his face with joy from the successful execution of his plan. However, upon spotting Luya capturing photos for her social media, a look of disdain crossed his features, reflecting his contempt for her behavior. Consuming candied hawthorn. What a curious juxtaposition of status and conduct. Such street food, is it not perilous to one's health? Though he refrained from voicing these thoughts, they flitted through his mind like shadows. With an air of haughty confidence, he stepped into the elevator. In a group chat titled King of Nightlife in Cheng, he sent a message, "Everyone, brace yourselves. Tonight, I shall share the video with you. Remember the wager you promised me. Do not renege." The group erupted in excitement. A gathering of privileged youths reacting fervently to Cheng Chen's announcement. They began to express their thoughts fervently. Chapter 8. Witness my humiliation of him, Li Xiao from Mingyu Group. Howren, have you truly managed to ensnare that woman, Luya? Isn't she married? Huang Tong from Yipinga. I cannot wait for young Master Chen's live stream tonight. I am eager to see the prowess of the woman who once caused young Master Chen to falter in love. Mo Xiao from Night Fragrance Bar. Howren, if you accomplish this, the brothers will undoubtedly honor the wager. 1 million will be sent on the spot. Observing the banter from the same privileged peers who often jested about his failures with Luya, Cheng Chen could only describe his feelings with one word: exhilarating. Pressing the voice message button, he spoke with a hint of arrogance. Just wait. I shall be sure to thank you all for your generous contributions of 1 million. As Cheng Chen crossed the street, he spotted a lively crowd. Through a narrow gap, he was astonished to discover that the vendor selling candied hawthorn was none other than Luya's husband. A mischievous grin spread across Cheng Chen's face, and he quickly sent another message in the King of Nightlife in Cheng Group. Cheng Chen, brothers, guess what I have just seen? Chen, please tell me Luya isn't stripping before you. Quick, let's start a group video. I am eager to see you revel in your triumph. Unhurriedly, Cheng Chen initiated the group video chat, and one by one, the members joined, activating their cameras. He pointed his camera at Cheng Chen's stall and, with a sly grin, declared, "Do you see that man selling candied hawthorn while cradling a little girl? That is Luya's husband. And now, I am heading to his stall to buy candied hawthorn for Luya, and then I shall return to feed it to her, along with a generous serving of my own sausage. The thought alone is utterly delightful. Ha ha ha." As he finished, the group chat erupted with excitement, ignited by his provocative words. What scene that would be? Howren, remember to have Luya call her husband while you feed her the sausage. Goodness, Li Xiao, your suggestion is delightfully wicked, but I love it. Be sure to stream it live. I suspect that the vendor, oblivious to the impending revelation, remains blissfully unaware that his world is about to be painted a vibrant shade of green. Not merely lush and green, but akin to an expansive, verdant prairie overhead. Cheng Chen, listening to the banter of his extravagant friends, wore a grin that grew ever more mischievous. This group, having achieved little in their careers and holding no significant standing at home, often resorted to spending their family's money to vent their discontent. Thus, this particular affair piqued their interest immensely. Rarely did Cheng Chen seize the opportunity to captivate his friend's attention in such a manner. He was not about to let it slip away. He promptly addressed his Bluetooth earpiece, proclaiming, "Watch closely as I humiliate Luya's husband." Upon uttering these words and glancing at the chat, he noted the heightened enthusiasm among his companions. Satisfied, he tucked his phone into the pocket of his jacket, aligning the rear camera towards the candied hawthorn stall as he strode over with an air of unassailable pride. Unbeknownst to Cheng Chen, who was currently plagued by a severe headache, he had but one last skewer of candied hawthorn remaining in his cart. In front of him, nearly 30 individuals surrounded his cart, but they were not there to harass him. Cheng Chen found it hard to believe that anyone would accept the absurdity of this situation, as the crowd was on the verge of a brawl over the right to purchase his final skewer. "Hold on, everyone just stop," he shouted, his voice nearing hoarseness. Yet, the crowd paid him no heed, leaving him in an utterly mortifying predicament, his mind racing with a torrent of frustration. Summoning all his strength, Cheng Chen covered the ears of the bewildered and wide-eyed Xian, who was watching the spectacle unfold, and bellowed, "Everyone, please calm down. We are all descendants of Yin and Huang. Grant me some respect." Yet his plea fell on deaf ears. The scholarly gentleman who had purchased Cheng Chen's first skewer that morning now sported a flushed face, agitated from quarreling with an older woman beside him. In a fit of indignation, he removed his black-framed glasses, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted, "If it's a fight you want, let us test our strengths right now." The older woman, fiercely engaged in the dispute, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. "Oh dear, someone is going to die. Come quickly," she cried. What on earth was happening? Cheng Chen was taken aback, as were the others caught up in the heated argument. As the commotion subsided due to the woman's unexpected act, Cheng Chen seized the moment to interject. "Excuse me, esteemed customers, it is merely a skewer of candied hawthorn. Must we escalate it to this level?" "To this level." The crowd responded in unison, sending a jolt through Cheng Chen's ears. What more could he say? The woman, feigning death on the ground, even took a moment to affirm that it was indeed a matter of great significance, indicating she wouldn't rise until she had her share of the candied hawthorn. Tomorrow, perhaps? Cheng Chen mused, his head buzzing with disbelief. To find himself embroiled in such a spectacle over a mere skewer of candied hawthorn was a rarity indeed, likely unmatched across the vast expanse of Great China. The crowd quieted for less than a minute before resuming their commotion. At that moment, Chen Chen approached, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. He forcefully pushed his way through the throng, glancing at the cart that held only a few candied hawthorns left. With a smirk, he produced a 50 yuan note and handed it over, saying, "Oh, isn't this Luya, as husband? I'll take a stick of candied hawthorn, please." Cheng Chen recognized him as the scoundrel who had persistently harassed his ex-wife and immediately retorted coldly, "Let me correct you. She is my ex-wife. We are divorced now. Furthermore, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Cheng Chen's words naturally echoed through Chen Haoran's Bluetooth earpiece, reaching the ears of the group of wealthy youths he was video calling. Upon hearing this, they began to chime in with mocking remarks. "Come on, Haoran. This is getting dull. She's divorced, and you're picking up someone else's discarded shoe. Haoran, you've really inflated your bravado. Just a moment ago, you were boasting about putting a green hat on him, and now you're trying to pick up his discarded shoe. Let's be honest. This Luya's ex-husband actually has some backbone. Haoran wants to buy a stick of candied hawthorn, yet the vendor refuses to sell. You can't possibly let this slide, can you? Show us your true colors." Listening to their taunts, a myriad of emotions flickered across Chen Haoran's face, a blend of embarrassment and anger. However, he quickly reassured himself that the vendor was merely selling candied hawthorns. No matter how proud he was, he would ultimately sell to the highest bidder. With this thought, a smile crept across Chen Haoran's face. "I'm genuinely curious to see what your pride is worth." He tossed the 50 yuan into the cart and reached for the last stick of candied hawthorn. Chapter 9. The power of a stick of candied hawthorn. After confidently brandishing his money, Chen Haoran adopted the demeanor of a triumphant victor and earnestly advised, "This is 50. Consider the excess as your tip. You sell candied hawthorns to earn a living, so don't let a moment of pride cost you your livelihood. If you and your daughter end up hungry, don't say that Qin Xiao didn't offer you a morsel." Cheng Chen remained silent, recognizing the futility of engaging further. The crowd, which had previously argued over a stick of candied hawthorn, now regarded Chen Haoran with predatory gazes. Moreover, a large hand had seized Chen Haoran's arm, while a woman on the ground clung tightly to his leg, shouting frantically, "Help! Help! This young man is hitting people." The man gripping Chen Haoran's arm was a burly figure, glaring with eyes filled with fury, akin to a warrior ready for battle. He admonished, "Kid, are you blind? Can't you see everyone is fighting over this stick of candied hawthorn? You still want to take advantage of the chaos?" Cheng Chen observed the scene with a smile, choosing not to intervene, confident that the enraged crowd had found their target. The tension in the air was palpable, and Chen Haoran, utterly bewildered, struggled to free his right hand from the grasp of the formidable man, but to no avail. Once again, he attempted to extricate himself from the firm grasp of the stout woman clinging to his thigh, only to discover that her strength surpassed even that of the burly man nearby. In utter exasperation, Chen Haoran's face flushed with indignation. "You people are truly vulgar. I have already offered 50 yuan for this candied hawthorn skewer. What? Do you wish to contest? Do you possess the means to outbid me?" Qin Haoran prided himself on his wealth, believing that he could easily purchase the 10 yuan skewer for 50. He posed the rhetorical question, could any of those present afford such an expense? Unthinkable. However, he was taken aback when, upon uttering these words, the crowd regarded him with expressions of incredulity. Confounded, he inquired, why do you all stare at me in that manner? Did I speak incorrectly? Would you truly spend 50 yuan on a single skewer of candied hawthorn? Before he could finish, one individual pointed an accusatory finger at him and exclaimed, are you a fool? You ought to see a doctor. Truly, what a simpleton. The vendor sells the candied hawthorn for 100 yuan a skewer, and we are all fighting tooth and nail for them. You waltz in and attempt to snatch one with a mere 50? You are either a fool or mentally impaired. Leave. Do not flaunt your wealth amongst us. Their vehement rebuke reached the ears of a group of wealthy friends participating in a video chat with him. Montague mocked. This is madness. A single skewer of candied hawthorn for 100, and so many are clamoring to buy? Yet, I am confident that Haoran will find a way to resolve this. After all, how could that Lu Ya's husband possibly resist the lure of money? Li Xiao added, indeed, let Haoran throw 10 crisp bills in his face. Let us see if he will still refuse to sell. Huang Tong concurred. Li Xiao makes a valid point. Young Master Qin should simply offer the vendor cash. 1,000 yuan would suffice for him to sell for at least half a month. I do not believe he would remain unmoved by such an offer. Encouraged by his friend's words, Qin Haoran found their reasoning compelling. He promptly retrieved his wallet and pulled out a thick stack of bills. He was uncertain of the exact amount, but it certainly exceeded 20 notes. With a dramatic flourish, he tossed the money onto Cheng Chen's face and declared, here lies at least 2,000 yuan. I demand that you sell me this skewer of candy hawthorn. Will you sell or not? Cheng Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy as he seized the stack of money and forcefully struck Qin Haoran across the face with it. Take your filthy money and get as far away as you can, he thundered. The impact of the cash against his face left Qin Haoran's skin stinging and flushed. In that moment, fury ignited within him. He pointed at Cheng Chen's hand that had struck him and spat. You dare to be so audacious? Very well. Wait and see if I do not spend 1,000,000 to acquire that hand of yours. Huh, you intend to buy my hand for 1,000,000? Cheng Chen scoffed, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded Qin Haoran. Qin Haoran retorted, let me enlighten you. Wealth grants one the freedom to act as one pleases. Are you afraid? If so, hurry and respectfully deliver that skewer of candied hawthorn into my hands. I might even consider allowing you to keep that hand for further use. You would need 1,000,000 to purchase my hand. But do you realize that I can compel you to crawl away from here with just a single skewer of candied hawthorn? Qin Haoran, emboldened by his own bravado, erupted into laughter. You are quite the character. With your abilities, you think you can make me crawl away? Is it just a single string of candied hawthorns that you desire? Do you intend to provoke laughter at my expense, hoping to inherit my legacy? Cheng Chen ceased further dialogue with Qin Haoran, reaching for the remaining string of candied hawthorns. I apologize, everyone, but I no longer wish to sell them. This individual has soured my mood. Furthermore, I require a day of rest tomorrow, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He handed the last string of candied hawthorns to Xian. Here, Xian, enjoy. Xian clapped her tiny hands in excitement, eagerly snatching the candied hawthorns and licking them joyfully. The onlookers, witnessing little Xian's delight, couldn't help but salivate. Their initial craving for Cheng Chen's candied hawthorns had driven them to desire another string immediately. Yet now that opportunity had vanished. They were reminded of Cheng Chen's words and realized they had not only lost the chance to savor this last string of hawthorns, but also would have no more to enjoy tomorrow. All of this was a consequence of Qin Haoran's arrogant presence, which had disrupted the vendor's mood. As this realization dawned upon them, their anger surged, and they collectively cracked their knuckles, advancing toward Qin Haoran. With a synchronized effort, dozens of them overpowered him, raining down punches and kicks. Qin Haoran's cries of agony echoed as he continued to curse. Cheng Chen, you wretched stop kicking my stomach. Cheng Chen, I'll remember this. We are far from finished. Cheng Chen gently set little Xian on the ground, instructing her to cover her ears and avert her gaze before striding toward the beleaguered Qin Haoran. Please, everyone, make way. The crowd, immersed in their frustration over the unfulfilled desire for candied hawthorns, parted to allow him passage. Gasping for breath, Cheng Chen, blood trickling from his lips, wore a mocking grin as he gazed at Cheng Chen. Are you afraid now? Then hurry and kneel before me. Bow your head and call me father. Before he could finish, Cheng Chen delivered a forceful kick to Cheng Chen's face, intensifying the pressure of his foot. Now, it's your turn to call me father. Utter those words and then get lost. Cheng Chen, gritting his teeth and glaring at Cheng Chen, remained silent. Cheng Chen lifted his foot momentarily before slamming it down again. Ultimately, Cheng Chen could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and, through clenched teeth, admitted, "Father, I was wrong." Cheng Chen kicked him in the stomach. Get lost. At that moment, Cheng Chen was devoid of any semblance of the bravado he once possessed. This spoiled, rich kid, who thrived on bullying the weak, crawled away before daring to rise. Limping away in a panic, he was so flustered that he didn't even notice his phone drop from his pocket. Inside, he was consumed by fury. Chapter 10. Severing the past in his disheveled state. Cheng Chen vowed to make Cheng Chen witness as he trampled Luya. After shattering the last barrier within his opponent's heart, he would then crush Cheng Chen beneath his foot in utter humiliation. Only then could he alleviate the disgrace he endured today. Observing Cheng Chen's plight, Cheng Chen felt no disturbance within. He was entirely unconcerned about any potential reprisal. A man devoid of integrity. How can he justify his existence in this world? Cheng Chen, that kind of person, repeatedly contemplated intervening during his fervent romance, harboring a desire to make the other party suffer. Yet, he had never found the opportunity. However, today, as Cheng Chen presented himself, brandishing money to humiliate and ridicule him, how could Cheng Chen possibly endure such indignity? At that moment, the very spot where Cheng Chen had lain bore evidence of his disgrace. With a pool of urine and a mobile phone streaming a video, Cheng Chen picked up the phone, observing the terrified eyes of the debauched youths in the video. Without needing to ponder, he already understood the caliber of individuals associated with Cheng Chen. Coldly addressing this group, he declared a bunch of worthless parasites. Before abruptly ending the video call, his gaze fell upon a series of chat messages concerning his ex-wife, Luya, which caught his attention. Capturing these conversations, he casually discarded Cheng Chen's phone into a nearby trash bin and expressed his gratitude to those who had assisted him in delivering a well-deserved beating to Cheng Chen. The crowd fervently implored him to sell candied hawthorns at his stall the following day, to which Cheng Chen nodded in agreement. Lifting Cheng Chen into his arms and pushing the small cart back to his rented apartment. Staring at the photo he had just captured, Cheng Chen pondered for a long time. Ultimately, considering Cheng Chen, he opened WeChat, composed a message, and sent it to Luya. Though we are divorced, I wish to remind you, stay far away from Cheng Chen. He is not a good person. In the upper-tier restaurant of Sir Ali, Luya was perusing the comments from her friends on the recent post she had shared. As she read the envious remarks of her companions, she felt her life had reached a new zenith. These friends seemed to inhabit a different realm altogether. As she scrolled through the comments, Luya began to respond to each one individually. "Oh, Xiaolan, your standards are too low. You deserve only your little clerk husband. TSK. Nan, you still can't shake off your envious nature. Starting to resent me? Do you possess my beauty? Do you have a suitor as exceptional as Senior Howard? Just filled with envy. No wonder your quality of life is so poor. Li Ding Ding. You two have come to resent me. Huh?" While she engaged in this self-conversation, a WeChat notification chimed, leading Luya to believe that her long-absent Senior Howard had procured candied hawthorns to share with her. Swiftly exiting the social media app, her eyes fell upon a message from her ex-husband, Cheng Chen. Seeing the familiar profile picture, Luya scoffed to herself. "Huh, still pining for me, are you? Cheng Chen, you were indeed kind to me, but do you not realize you are unworthy of me? It seems I must ensure you are thoroughly disheartened. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings with Senior Howard about our feelings." Opening the message, Luya read Cheng Chen's words. "Luya, although we are divorced, I want to remind you to keep your distance from Cheng Chen. He is not a good person. Could it be that Cheng Chen has already discovered the truth? I suspect my Senior Howard must have asserted his claim over me while purchasing those candied hawthorns. How domineering of Senior Howren. I adore him. Yet this Cheng Chen, truly despicable, even after our divorce, seeks to interfere in my pursuit of happiness. Shameless. I wish to extinguish all hope in you. With this thought, Luya's fingers danced swiftly upon the virtual keyboard. Cheng Chen, we are already divorced. Please cease your entanglements with me. You are unworthy to comment on Senior Howren. You cannot even fathom the romance of his confession. At this very moment, Senior Howren has invited me to share dinner at the top-tier restaurant, which costs more than a year's salary for someone of your ilk. I have already agreed to be his girlfriend, and I am truly happy. Thus, I hope you will no longer interfere with my life. Farewell. On the other side, after sending that message, Cheng Chen glanced at Luya's social media updates. Only then did he fully comprehend that Luya, with whom he had shared 4 years of life and love, had changed. The innocent, kind-hearted girl he once knew was no more. The WeChat notification sound rang continuously, and as Cheng Chen opened the chat window, a flurry of unread messages flooded his vision. These messages pierced his heart like needles, depleting the remnants of his feelings for Luya, while the beautiful memories were swept away by the deluge of notifications. He had thought that post-divorce they would not feel too estranged, but he realized he was mistaken. Out of love for Cheng Chen, Cheng Chen initially intended to send Luya the pictures taken from Senior Howren's phone, but now he refrained. Cheng Chen scoffed to himself. If that's the case, don't blame me for not advising you. Subsequently, he chose to block Luya, meticulously erasing everything related to her from his phone. The only exception was a photo taken from Senior Howren's phone, which he decided to keep, as an inexplicable intuition hinted that it might prove useful in the future. From this moment forth, their bond was irrevocably severed, and they would share no further ties. At the top-tier restaurant, Luya longed to send a message to her ex-husband Cheng Chen, wishing to express her happiness and extol the virtues of her current boyfriend, Senior Howren. However, upon hitting send, she discovered she had been blocked. In a surge of anger, her cheeks flushed crimson. Cheng Chen, how dare you block me? But of course, your pathetic behavior is merely a manifestation of jealousy. After waiting for a considerable time, and having adjusted her mindset, Luya noticed that Senior Howren had yet to return. Prompting her to call him, she dialed several times, but to no avail. Nevertheless, Luya rimando un deterred. Her face now radiating anticipation as she mused. Could it be that Senior Howren is preparing a surprise for me? For hours later, Luya still had not seen any sign of Senior Howren. She attempted to call him multiple times, while her earlier calls had connected. Subsequent attempts resulted in a notification that his phone was off. Unbeknownst to her, the phone was lying in the trash can, having run out of battery. Anxiety began to swell within her. At that moment, a waiter approached her with respect, bowing slightly. "Miss Lu, good evening. We are about to close." "Oh," Luya, feeling somewhat dejected, casually responded while pondering that Senior Howren must have been delayed due to an urgent matter. Reassured, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave. At that moment, a waiter approached her, still displaying utmost respect, and said, "Miss Lu, you have not yet settled your bill." "Oh, how much is it?" Luya asked, taken aback, yet she still reached for her wallet. "The total is 60,000 yuan, but as you are a Supreme member here, your discounted price is only 48,888 yuan. Upon hearing this, Luya's face turned ashen, for she could not muster even 20,000 yuan from her entire being. Chapter 11. The upgraded version of Candied Hawthorn. After erasing all traces of Luya from his mind, Cheng Chen gazed at his obedient daughter beside him, and his mood lightened considerably. He recognized that his new life had commenced, and there was no need to dwell on the past. After spending some time playing with Cheng Chen, it was time to prepare dinner. With newfound confidence in his ability to create irresistible candied hawthorn, Cheng Chen decided to cook personally. Upon opening the kitchen app, he perused countless recipes, examining every method of frying, steaming, and boiling. Yet the golden light of success remained elusive. After discarding a charred concoction resembling charcoal from the pot, he wisely opted to order a luxurious takeout from a high-end restaurant. Spending over 300 yuan, after selling nearly 90 skewers of candied hawthorn, Cheng Chen now possessed a substantial sum of nearly 9,000 yuan. With newfound wealth, It was only natural to enhance the dining experience for both himself and his daughter. To Cheng Chen, spending less than the price of 3 skewers of candied hawthorn on a meal felt remarkably frugal. The takeout consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, and the father and daughter savored their sumptuous feast. Cheng Chen nibbled delicately, but after just a few bites, she suddenly covered her mouth and began to cry. "Wah, Daddy, my teeth hurt." They say toothaches are not a disease, yet when they strike, the pain is excruciating. Cheng Chen himself had struggled with dental issues and frequently experienced toothaches. Little did he know that his gentle daughter had inherited this affliction. Seeing Cheng Chen sobbing in pain, Cheng Chen felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had indulged her excessively. Had it not been for the copious amounts of candied hawthorn he had allowed her to consume recently, she would not be suffering so. In a moment of helplessness, he prepared a glass of cool water with a pinch of salt, advising Cheng Chen to swish the saline solution without swallowing. This was his usual remedy for toothaches. However, being a little girl not yet 4 years old, Cheng Chen could not tolerate the salty taste, and after only a few seconds, she spat it out. As her cries intensified, Cheng Chen's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. "Cheng Chen, let us eat fewer sweets in the future." With tears streaming down her face, Cheng Chen rubbed her sore teeth, sniffling and sobbing into Cheng Chen's embrace. Shaking her head and choked up as she pleaded, "No, Daddy, I don't want to. Cheng Chen just wants to eat the candied hawthorn you make, the kind that can cure toothaches. Please, Daddy." Cheng Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to his beloved daughter's heartfelt request. There exists no truth in the notion that sweet confections can alleviate toothache. Rather, it is the case that the more one indulges in sugary treats, the greater the discomfort they may endure. Yet, at her tender age, little Xian Yuan remains oblivious to such wisdom. Just as Cheng Chen was contemplating how to articulate these truths in a manner comprehensible to Xian Yuan, a brilliant beam of light suddenly manifested before his eyes, swiftly penetrating his mind. Current candied hawthorn has been upgraded to a toothache remedy version. As he absorbed this remarkably lucid information, Cheng Chen found himself momentarily perplexed. After a brief pause, he ultimately embraced this revelation. Gently kissing the area of Xuan Yuan's cheek where her tooth pained her, he reassured her, "Xian Yuan, Daddy will make you some candied hawthorn that will help soothe your toothache, all right?" Upon hearing these words, the tearful Xian Yuan ceased her cries and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Daddy will make the candied hawthorn that cures toothaches for Xian Yuan, and Xian Yuan will be very good." Although Xian Yuan expressed this sentiment and indeed stopped crying, Cheng Chen could still discern the traces of pain etched upon her delicate features. This precious daughter of his was clearly brimming with anticipation for the remedy he had promised, enduring her discomfort in silence. This sight compelled Cheng Chen to act swiftly. He procured the essential ingredients to create the candied hawthorn and immediately set to work. Given the urgency of Xuan Yuan's toothache, he resolved to prepare only 2 skewers of the confection. In less than 10 minutes, they were ready. As he beheld the candied hawthorn in his hands, Cheng Chen hesitated to offer it to Xian Yuan immediately. Being a sweet treat, he harbored reservations about its purported efficacy as a remedy for toothache, deciding instead to conduct a personal experiment first. He took a bite of a piece of candied hawthorn, and as he chewed, a refreshing and invigorating sensation enveloped his entire mouth. Recently plagued by insomnia due to job loss, which had led to mouth ulcers and occasional tooth discomfort, he could distinctly perceive that the not yet fully healed ulcer seemed to return to normalcy in that very moment of chewing the candied hawthorn. His teeth were devoid of any discomfort. Instead, he felt as though every tooth was embraced by a delightful, soothing aura, an indescribably exquisite sensation. Inspecting the ulcerated area of his mouth in the mirror, he noted the absence of any decay. Simultaneously, he was astonished to discover that his previously yellowed teeth had transformed into a brilliant white. Vaguely, it appeared that his teeth were even more aligned than before. Meanwhile, little Xian Yuan, having endured her toothache for far too long, found her patience waning and, unable to bear it any longer, began to cry once more. Having confirmed the remarkable effects of the candied hawthorn in treating oral ailments and enhancing dental aesthetics, Cheng Chen promptly handed the other skewer to Xian Yuan, who was valiantly stifling her sobs. Here, Xian Yuan, eat this skewer of candied hawthorn, and your toothache will vanish. Really, Daddy? She inquired, as she took the skewer, recalling his earlier promise. Cautious of the sharp stick, she savored her treat rather than devouring it hungrily. A few minutes later, little Xian Yuan had finally finished the skewer of candied hawthorn. Feeling the absence of pain in her teeth, Xuan Yuan's large eyes twinkled as she turned to Cheng Chen, playfully saying, Daddy, my teeth still hurt a little. Could you make me another skewer? Observing Xuan Yuan's expression, which betrayed no sign of discomfort, Cheng Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Ruffling her hair, he replied, All right, Daddy will make it for you. But remember, little ones should never tell lies. Understand? Xian Yuan obediently nodded, affirming, Xian Yuan remembers. With her toothache alleviated, she simply desired to indulge in another skewer of the candied hawthorns crafted by her father. Since these treats posed no risk of rekindling her dental pain and might even remedy oral issues while enhancing her smile, Cheng Chen was more than happy to prepare another batch for his precious daughter. After all, as a girl, if these upgraded candied hawthorns could beautify her teeth, it would be nothing short of perfection. As he busied himself preparing the new batch, an idea sparked in Cheng Chen's mind. Starting tomorrow, he would unfurl a banner on his cart proclaiming that his candied hawthorns could cure various oral ailments. This gimmick was bound to pave the way for his prosperity. Those who previously hesitated to purchase due to the high price of his treats would surely find it difficult to disregard the health of their own mouths now. Chapter 12. A cure for all oral ailments with the dawn of a new day. Cheng Chen set out once more. This time, a banner hung from his cart, boasting of a family recipe, miraculous candied hawthorns that promise to remedy all oral maladies and enhance one's smile, all for a mere 200 yuan per skewer. Though it had not been long since Cheng Chen first began his venture, he had already gained considerable renown. No sooner had he pushed his cart to the corner of the intersection than dozens of eager patrons quickly surrounded him. Among them were several who had savored his candied hawthorns the previous day, now flush with cash. These individuals, having returned home, found themselves unable to shake the memory of the delectable treats, tossing and turning through the night, even dreaming of indulging in Cheng Chen's creations. By morning, their pillows were damp with drool, emitting a rather unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, others had heard through word of mouth about the exquisite taste of his candied hawthorns. Driven by curiosity and desire, they could not resist the temptation to see for themselves. Among the crowd was a refined gentleman, a corporate executive with an annual salary nearing 1 million. The price of 100 yuan per skewer was within his means. Yet, upon seeing the price of 200 yuan displayed on Cheng Chen's card, he was taken aback. Despite his impressive income, he found it hard to accept such an exorbitant price for a skewer of candied hawthorns. He lamented, 200 per skewer? Good sir, this is quite unreasonable. Even if they're delicious, such a price hike is unacceptable. Cheng Chen, unfazed, pointed to the sign on his cart and replied, Take a closer look. With these candied hawthorns, 200 yuan is a guaranteed profit. The gentleman stared at the advertisement, momentarily speechless. Good sir, your marketing is rather far-fetched. It is merely a string of candied hawthorn, a cure for all oral ailments. How could that be possible? Cheng Chen, undeterred, coaxed little Xian, casually stating, Believe it or not, the money is in your pocket, and I have no intention of taking it. The refined gentleman hesitated for a long while, enticed by the fragrant aroma. As his cravings stirred within him, with a resolute grunt and a stomp of his foot, he produced 2 crisp red banknotes. Here, give me a string. I won't question the authenticity of your advertisement. As long as the taste remains as delightful as yesterday, I shall overlook it. Upon receiving the cash, Cheng Chen handed a string of candied hawthorn to the gentleman. The crowd of onlookers, witnessing the exorbitantly priced treat, remained observant yet hesitant to partake. The gentleman swiftly consumed the candied hawthorn, savoring the refreshing sensation in his mouth. Although he had no oral ailments, the peculiar feeling in his mouth seemed to hold the miraculous properties advertised, leaving him exceptionally comfortable. Among the spectators, one individual scrutinized the gentleman's expression. After considerable deliberation, he concluded that unless the gentleman was an actor of exceptional caliber, he could not be a shill. Unable to suppress his own appetites, he retrieved 200 yuan. After acquiring the candied hawthorn, he too quickly indulged. Upon finishing, he exclaimed with excitement, Wow, my tooth really doesn't hurt anymore. Is this for real? You both must be shills, right? This sounds like nonsense. How could I possibly believe it? The crowd echoed similar sentiments, expressing skepticism that such a simple treat could possess such remarkable effects. It's not some miraculous elixir, they remarked. The individual who had declared his toothache subsided felt a twinge of annoyance at being labeled a shill. He opened his mouth, pointing to his decayed teeth, and declared, "Look at my mouth full of rotten teeth. If this isn't truly effective, would I dare to eat sweets?" A keen-eyed, lanky observer noticed that his decayed teeth appeared somewhat inexplicably whiter. The lanky man mused to himself. It seems his teeth have indeed become whiter. Could it truly be effective? With this thought, the lanky man opened his mouth, addressing the crowd. "Behold my discolored teeth. Since the proprietor claims that his candied hawthorn can whiten teeth, I will lead by example and conduct an experiment. If my teeth do indeed whiten, it will prove the proprietor's claims to be true, and you can all purchase it thereafter." With that, the lanky man produced 200 yuan and acquired a string of candied hawthorn. He did not rush to consume it, but continued, "However, if there are no results, I will lead the charge to demolish this merchant's stall. What do you all think? Good. We'll follow your lead. Yes, if it doesn't work, I'll join you in smashing his stall. Count me in." Upon hearing the crowd's enthusiastic agreement, the lanky man ceased his chatter and promptly began to eat. Moments later, he opened his mouth wide, pointing to his teeth, asking, "Everyone, take a look. Has there been any effect? Have my teeth whitened? If not, I will smash this stall." Just as he finished speaking, the lanky man beheld an exceedingly bizarre sight. "Boss, give me a string. I want 10 strings. My family has always struggled with dental issues, frequently suffering from discomfort and pain. Despite consulting numerous dentists with little success, I am eager to try something new. I have come across a vendor selling these delightful treats. My child often suffers from toothaches, crying through the night. Oh dear, I too wish to indulge in these delights. The whitening effect is far superior to my previous dental treatments, allowing me to savor delicious food." A tall, slender individual watched in disbelief as a crowd gathered around the vendor, momentarily stunned. He instinctively opened the front camera on his phone to examine his teeth. To his astonishment, his once darkening teeth now appeared brilliantly white and flawless. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sir, I would like another one. Please save one for me. Please, no shoving. I was here first. You stepped on my foot. I arrived before you. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? This one is mine." On the roadside, the owner of the Alili restaurant, a breathtaking beauty named Gu Ningji, had just exited her establishment, feeling quite disheartened. This month had brought unexpected losses for her restaurant. The thought of it ignited frustration within her, and her ongoing toothache intensified, exacerbated by her rising ire. Rubbing her aching jaw, Gu Ningji crossed the intersection, her ears catching the lively chatter of the crowd. Are they discussing a remedy for toothaches? Curiosity piqued, she decided to investigate, hoping to avoid another visit to the dentist. As she approached, a refreshing aroma wafted into her senses. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply and murmured, "How delightful." Due to her anxiety-induced toothache, Gu Ningji had not eaten since last night, and now, confronted with this enticing fragrance, her stomach audibly protested. Unfortunately, the throng surrounding the source of the aroma left her unable to advance, forcing her to wait patiently. After a considerable time, the crowd finally began to disperse, allowing Gu Ningji to see that the source of their fascination was a modest stall selling candied hawthorns. A glance at the extravagant signage boasting of a miraculous ancestral recipe for these candies, claiming to cure all oral ailments and beautify teeth for merely 200 yuan per skewer, caught her attention. The vendor, possessing an extraordinary charm, was undeniably handsome, yet appeared to lack common sense, resembling a cunning charlatan. Gu Ningji felt a twinge of disappointment and turned to leave. However, the receding crowd continued to discuss the wonders of the candied hawthorns. "My tooth no longer hurts. These candies are miraculous. Look at my teeth. Are they not bright? Indeed, they are whiter than after a dental cleaning. Me too. My mouth ulcer healed after just one skewer. Yes, they alleviate tooth pain and are incredibly delicious. If only they weren't 200 a skewer, I would come every day. As these remarks reached her ears, Gu Ningji furrowed her brow in contemplation. As one of the proprietors of the luxurious Ali restaurant, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the candied hawthorn skewers at the modest stall before her. Cheng Chen had not yet sold out, leaving 2 skewers aside to prevent disturbing his slumbering daughter, Cheng Chen, who might awaken and crave a taste. Just as he contemplated closing up for the day, he noticed a woman standing before him. Her delicate features resembled a silver platter, her curious eyes sparkling like waterlogged apricots. Her naturally rosy lips bore no embellishment, while her elegantly shaped brows added a lively charm to her gaze. For a moment, Cheng Chen found himself entranced. Utterly captivated by her beauty, regaining his composure, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Good day, miss. The candied hawthorns are sold out. If you wish to indulge, I invite you to return tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gu Ningji pointed at the 2 remaining skewers in the cart, exclaiming, But you still have 2 left. Why is this owner so peculiar, turning away business? Indeed, there are 2, but they are reserved for my daughter, Cheng Chen replied as he turned to walk away. Gu Ningji hurriedly quickened her pace, blocking his path, and, clutching her aching teeth, implored, Then I shall take just 1 skewer. I simply wish to ascertain whether these candied hawthorns are truly as extraordinary as those earlier patrons claimed. Cheng Chen assessed Gu Ningji and discerned that her toothache seemed genuine. After a moment's contemplation, he considered that alleviating her discomfort could be an act of kindness. After all, he could still prepare more upon returning home. And saving 1 skewer for Cheng Chen was not out of the question. Very well, 200 for 1 skewer, he declared, handing her the treat. Gu Ningji accepted the candied hawthorn but did not rush to taste it. Instead, she regarded Cheng Chen with an expression of curiosity, as though he were an enigma. Instinctively, he touched his face and inquired, What is it? Is there something on my face? Nothing. I merely find you rather peculiar, she replied. Gu Ningji was a woman of considerable self-assurance, confident in her looks and accustomed to countless admirers. Yet here was a man who not only refrained from offering her the skewer as a gift, but also did not propose any discounts. However, upon noticing the little girl cradled in his arms, she felt a sense of understanding. It was apparent he was a man of familial responsibility, devoted to his daughter, and thus she refrained from questioning his odd behavior. As Cheng Chen turned away, pushing his cart, Gu Ningji brought the candied hawthorn to her lips. With the first bite, she was astonished to find that the excruciating pain in her teeth had miraculously subsided. The sharp ache vanished without a trace in an instant. Yet, this was not the most remarkable aspect. To her astonishment, the skewers, which possessed such extraordinary curative properties, were far from the bitter taste of traditional medicine. They were, in fact, utterly delightful. With a single bite, the fragrant essence enveloped her, pulling her into a dreamy reverie that was difficult to escape. Relishing the lingering aroma, her hand instinctively brought the candied hawthorn back to her mouth, and she took another gentle bite. Thus, Gu Ningji savored the exquisite sensation while relishing the candied hawthorn skewers in her hand. It was only when she bit down on the empty bamboo stick that she realized she had finished them. Observing Cheng Chen walking away, she quickened her pace to catch up. Hey, wait a moment, Gu Ningji called out, jogging to intercept Cheng Chen's cart once more. Cheng Chen instinctively assumed that Gu Ningji, having tasted the delightful treat, was eager to purchase another skewer. He had encountered numerous similar situations in recent days. Before she could speak, Cheng Chen preemptively stated, I'm sorry, but I must reserve that last skewer for my daughter when she wakes up, so I cannot sell it to you. That is not what I meant. I wish to propose a collaboration. Gu Ningji quickly clarified upon realizing Cheng Chen had misunderstood her intent. After this, she added, of course, if you were willing to sell me that skewer as well, that would be splendid. Collaboration? Cheng Chen was momentarily perplexed, utterly bewildered by what this enchanting woman was suggesting. Yes, collaboration. With that, Gu Ningji produced a business card and handed it to Cheng Chen. Staring at the card in his hand, Cheng Chen incredulously inquired, Gu Ningji? The owner of Sir Elite Restaurant? Indeed, I'm one of the shareholders. It seems you are familiar with Sir Elite. We are located at the top of the Peninsula Hotel across the street. Cheng Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, but I truly wasn't aware. However, given your name, it must be a Western restaurant, right? How is it that a Western restaurant sells candied hawthorn? Don't you find that somewhat incongruous? Gu Ningji felt somewhat speechless. He was unaware of her establishment. Yet, this was of little consequence. The critical factor was that the candied hawthorn was simply delectable. The incongruity was irrelevant. What mattered was the extraordinary taste of the treats he crafted. So what do you say? Will you consider the collaboration? To this, Cheng Chen found himself intrigued. After all, selling from a street cart was not a sustainable plan. He replied earnestly, Please go ahead. Seeing his interest, Gu Ningji promptly shared her proposal. My preliminary idea is for you to supply 30 skewers of candied hawthorn to Sir Elite each day, and I will purchase them at double the price. However, the condition is that you cannot sell them elsewhere. After pondering her words for a moment, Cheng Chen calculated that supplying 30 skewers daily, while prohibiting his own sales, would yield an income of 12,000. Given that he could produce 30 skewers in less than an hour, this was indeed a proposal worth considering. Reluctantly, Cheng Chen acquiesced. All right, let us proceed with that. Gu Ningji exhaled in relief, smiling. Then I shall gather the other 2 shareholders now, and we can discuss signing the contract at Sir Elite. Cheng Chen waved his hand, recalling that he intended to find new accommodation after paying his rent today, and promptly declined. No, I need to search for a place today. Perhaps we can arrange another time? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Cheng Chen. Very well. I will await you at Sir Elite tomorrow, Mr. Cheng. Chapter 14. I will no longer rent the house after agreeing with Su Huiqin to sign the contract the following day. Cheng Chen spent the afternoon searching for a new place to live, but to no avail. He surveyed the cramped space, noting the yellowed, white paint on the walls, with some areas already beginning to crack and peel. Clearly, the hunt for a new residence needed to be expedited. With this thought in mind, Cheng Chen began to pack away various articles of clothing and items he seldom used. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. From the sound, Cheng Chen instantly recognized it was the miserly landlady, Aunt Liao. As soon as he opened the door, her hefty figure squeezed through the entrance. Upon entering, Aunt Liao began to sniff the air vigorously, resembling a gluttonous pig, emitting grunting sounds. Not detecting the sweet aroma of candied hawthorn, she wore an unhappy expression and promptly settled herself onto a chair. Perplexed, Cheng Chen inquired, Aunt Liao, aren't you supposed to come by tomorrow morning? With her head held high, Aunt Liao replied, Cheng Chen, let me remind you, today has already passed. If you fail to pay the rent by tomorrow morning, I shall not allow you to delay any longer. Cheng Chen, however, remained unfazed. Although he had just experienced a setback in his search for a new home, he was confident that the situation would not linger. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the vicinity of Xingyu Kindergarten, just 2 streets away, where numerous mid to high-end apartments were available for rent. During his daily routine of picking up and dropping off his daughter, he had often noticed various rental advertisements plastered on telephone poles. He had no intention of continuing to reside in his current place, so he casually responded, I will definitely have it for you by tomorrow. In truth, 2 days prior, he had earned nearly 9,000 yuan from selling candied hawthorn, and that very morning, he had doubled his earnings to 18,000 yuan, leaving him with a total of 27,000 yuan in his pocket. However, he was reluctant to pay at that moment, preferring to postpone the rent until tomorrow. The rationale was simple. On several occasions when he faced financial difficulties, he had desperately pleaded with Aunt Liao for just a day's grace. Yet, that obstinate woman had shown no mercy, throwing tantrums and refusing to leave his apartment. She even brought a group of friends to play mahjong, claiming she would not vacate until she received her rent. After being coerced into taking out a loan to cover the rent, she left his humble abode in a state of disarray, littered with cigarette butts. Such incidents had occurred multiple times, inciting Cheng Chen's ire. Yet, at that time, his finances had constrained him. forcing him to endure the indignities of living in that dilapidated building. However, circumstances had changed. Cheng Chen now possessed the means to move, no longer needing to tolerate Aunt Liao's domineering presence. Pay on time? Fine. Just remember what you said, he thought. Observing Cheng Chen's shifted demeanor, Aunt Liao, perched on her small stool, noticed he no longer spoke with the same humility as before, which displeased her greatly. Attempting to cross her legs to assert her authority, she soon realized her stout thighs could not reach the opposite leg, and she abandoned the effort. Unable to exhibit her superiority through action, Aunt Liao's tone grew increasingly hostile. Since you claim you can pay tomorrow, does that mean your candied hawthorn is selling exceptionally well? I do not believe you. You must be concocting some scheme to delay the rent. I can assure you that if you were to present me with 7 or 8 skewers of candied hawthorn, I might consider postponing the rent for a couple of days. In truth, this was precisely the ulterior motive behind Aunt Liao's early visit to collect the rent. She simply could not resist the allure of those delectable candied hawthorns. Earlier, she had purchased some from Aunt Fat, only to find them lacking in flavor, resulting in a heated argument with the vendor. The candied hawthorns were sold out, setting aside the fact that 7 or 8 skewers could fetch a substantial price. Handing them over to this miserly woman would be a significant loss. Even if it were just 1 skewer, he had no intention of giving it to this heartless, stingy matron. Upon hearing this, Aunt Liao's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Sold out? If they're sold out, then you must have money. Either pay the rent immediately or prepare me some candied hawthorn right now, but do not blame me for throwing you out." With a swift motion, Lu Hao tossed 8 crisp bills onto the small wooden table before Aunt Liao. "Here is your rent. Now, please leave me to pack my things." Aunt Liao quickly gathered the bills scattered across the table, licking her finger to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After confirming the count, she couldn't believe her eyes. How had this young man managed to accumulate such a sum so swiftly? Selling candied hawthorn for a day could hardly yield that much money. No, I must have those candied hawthorns. With this thought, Aunt Liao began to pace around the room. She picked up the dusty remote control resting on the refrigerator and pointed at the old air conditioner mounted on the wall, declaring, "You broke the air conditioner. You owe me 500 yuan. Now, hand over the money." Calmly, Cheng Chen retrieved a few rental agreements from beneath the crib, pointing out a line of text to Aunt Liao. "The air conditioner was broken when I moved in. You signed here." Aunt Liao was taken aback, realizing that Cheng Chen, who had been renting for 4 years, had kept the rental agreement in such pristine condition. Seeing her signature next to the acknowledgement of the non-functioning air conditioner, she could no longer use that as an excuse. She pondered raising another complaint, but found Cheng Chen already standing at the door. "Aunt Liao, please leave. Do not disturb Xuan's sleep." Recognizing that she would not be able to savor his candied hawthorns that day, Aunt Liao huffed and strode out. At the door, she paused and said with emphasis, "Starting tomorrow, your rent will be due annually in one lump sum. It will be paid in advance. I will come to collect the rent for the upcoming year. Take care." With a firm motion, Cheng Chen shut the door. Outside, Aunt Liao seethed with indignation, shouting at the closed door, "You wait. If you cannot pay the full year's rent by tomorrow, you'll have to pack your things and leave." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Aunt Liao's face lit up with a triumphant expression. "What is this? Have you come to your senses? That is the spirit. Quickly, prepare me 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. From now on, rent will be due monthly." As Aunt Liao was about to step through the door, she was unexpectedly halted by Cheng Chen, who looked down at her with frigid eyes. "Firstly, I shall not be renting this house any longer. Secondly, when you speak to me, please refrain from adopting the tone that suggests I owe you something. I am your tenant, not a subordinate of your household whom you can reprimand at will. Lastly, should you continue to shout so loudly and disturb Xian, do not be surprised if I respond unfavorably." With that, Cheng Chen tossed 200 yuan into Aunt Liao's hands. "I will vacate the premises within a week. This is the rent for this week." With a decisive slam, the door closed once more. Aunt Liao stood there, incredulous, unable to believe that this tenant, who had been subjected to her bullying due to financial constraints, had finally stood up for herself. Sighing in resignation as she looked at the 200 yuan in her hand, she contemplated the state of her old house, where long-term tenants resided. Just 6 months ago, a family had moved out, unable to endure her temperament any longer, and the vacant unit had yet to be rented out. However, she was acutely aware that she had irreparably offended Cheng Chen, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade her to remain as a tenant. Now, with another room likely to go unoccupied, finding a new tenant would become even more arduous. A wave of despondency washed over her. Chapter 15. A lesson to remember. Early the next morning, Cheng Chen received a call from Gu Ningji, inviting him to discuss a potential collaboration. After entrusting Xian Xian to Sister Lu and observing the little girl happily playing with Lu's chubby son, Cheng Chen felt a sense of relief. He rummaged through his meager wardrobe until he finally settled on a suit he deemed appropriate and proceeded to the top-floor restaurant of Sir Eli. After all, this meeting with several board members of Sir Eli constituted a business negotiation. On his way, Cheng Chen took the time to search for information regarding the restaurant. To his surprise, he discovered that Gu Ningji, who appeared to be an ethereal beauty straight out of a historical drama, was indeed a formidable businesswoman, with a net worth exceeding 100 million 2 years ago. Under her name, she held shares in a restaurant, Sir Eli, and also owned 3 bars located in the bustling areas of Jiang City. These ventures were among the most prominent in the city. As Cheng Chen arrived at the entrance of Sir Eli, situated atop the Peninsula Hotel, his phone rang. It was Gu Ningji, her voice tinged with urgency. "Hello, Mr. Cheng. I'm afraid I've encountered a minor traffic accident and may be delayed. The other 2 shareholders should be arriving shortly, so please bear with me for a moment. Is everyone all right?" "Yes, thankfully, it's just a minor collision with another vehicle." "Then please take care of that. There's no rush." After hanging up, Cheng Chen chuckled to himself, truly the epitome of a female driver. As he approached, 2 doormen, each towering over 6 feet, stepped forward. One raised his hand in a gesture to halt Cheng Chen's progress. "Good day, sir. I regret to inform you that the restaurant has been booked for a private event. You may need to wait a moment or consider dining elsewhere." Upon hearing that Sir Eli was having a private gathering, the doorman barred entry to Cheng Chen. Understanding the misunderstanding, Cheng Chen smiled and said, "I am not here for a meal. Mr. Gu has summoned me to discuss business." The doorman was momentarily taken aback by her words. They exchanged glances, then turned their gaze towards Cheng Chen. However, upon closer inspection, her attire and demeanor did not suggest that she was acquainted with their exquisite boss. Furthermore, Mr. Gu visited the establishment only once a month, and he had already been there the day before. It was improbable he would return today. Convinced of her deception, they dismissed her claims. The doorman who had initially refused her entry continued. "Mr. Gu is not in the establishment and has not indicated he would be coming today. However, if what you say is true, please wait at the entrance." Feeling dismissed as a fraud, Cheng Chen contemplated calling Gu Ningji to clarify her situation but hesitated, knowing she was likely occupied with a traffic accident issue. Suddenly recalling Gu Ningji's business card in her pocket, she produced it and presented it to the doorman. "This is from your boss." The card was distinctive, and someone of Gu Ningji's stature would not easily distribute it. Cheng Chen had received it only because Gu Ningji held her candied hawthorn in high regard. The doorman took the card with skepticism, but straightened up upon examining it. No longer regarding her with suspicion, both doormen bowed respectfully to Cheng Chen, saying, "We apologize for the offense, madam. Please enter and proceed to the right. That is where Mr. Gu receives guests, and you may wait for her there." With their 90-degree bows, Cheng Chen stepped into the Ailey restaurant. Upon entering, she spotted 2 familiar faces, Qin Haoran and Luya. Qin Haoran's injuries had yet to heal, but his face, having only suffered a few harsh steps from Cheng Chen, bore no visible marks and was presentable. The memory of Cheng Chen's humiliation lingered, and he could no longer endure it. Thus, disregarding his injuries, he reserved the Ailey restaurant again and invited Luya to join him. With meticulous arrangements, several large vases around the room were outfitted with high-definition cameras. He had instructed the staff to serve a meal and refrain from intruding afterwards. Qin Haoran intended to take advantage of this setting to reclaim his lost dignity in front of friends by live-streaming the event, planning to somehow draw Cheng Chen into the stream to witness his humiliation of Luya. The thought of such a scene brought him a sense of vindication. Just as he savored the exquisite food and wine, preparing to advance with Luya, the sound of footsteps interrupted him. Looking up, he was astonished to see none other than Cheng Chen. In an instant, his eyes turned blood-red with fury, but a moment later, as if struck by a sudden thought, he began to laugh. Seated across from Chen Howren, Luya felt the warmth of his large hand enveloping her slender fingers. He was taken aback when he suddenly burst into laughter. Confused, Luya looked at him and inquired, "Howren, what is amusing you?" Chen Howren's gaze was fixed intently on Cheng Chen, who was also looking back at him. With a seemingly provocative gesture, he pulled Luya into his embrace, tenderly caressing her body. He leaned closer to her ear and softly remarked, "Look, isn't that your ex-husband?" At the sound of his voice, Luya turned her head, and there stood Cheng Chen, clad in a cheap suit. The sight of him transformed Luya into a furious creature, and she swiftly extricated herself from Chen Howren's hold. Standing upright, fearing that Chen Howren might misconstrue her relationship with Cheng Chen, Luya pointed an accusatory finger at him and yelled, "Cheng Chen, are you utterly shameless? We are already divorced, yet you're stalking me? Just the other day, you had the audacity to block me. What's the matter? Can't bear the thought of life without me? Regretting your decision? Let me make it clear. Reconciliation is out of the question." To her surprise, Cheng Chen felt no anger at her words. Instead, a faint smile crept onto his lips. He was further convinced that agreeing to divorce Luya had been a prudent choice. This woman was simply not deserving of his affection. "Excuse me, but please refrain from being narcissistic. I am here for my own reasons, and you are of no concern to me." With that, Cheng Chen dismissed them both and proceeded towards the small room indicated by the doorman, unwilling to squander another moment on a woman unworthy of his time. Feeling as if she had struck a wall of cotton, Luya's fury reached its peak. She hastily approached Cheng Chen, grabbing his arm and shouting, "Cheng Chen, stop right there." A resounding slap echoed throughout the restaurant, reverberating in the relatively small space. Cheng Chen glared at Luya with fury, admonishing her, "Mind your words and do not insult my family. That slap is a lesson for you to remember." "How dare you hit me?" Luya exclaimed, covering her aching face. And in a fit of rage, she attempted to claw at Cheng Chen's face with her long fingers. Chapter 16. Are you foolish, or am I? As had been the case during their relationship, every quarrel would see Luya scratching Cheng Chen's face, demanding an apology in return. In the past, Cheng Chen had allowed Luya to vent her frustrations, driven by love and tolerance. However, those sentiments had long since vanished. Cheng Chen would no longer let Luya's schemes come to fruition. He deftly evaded her grasp as she lunged at him. Stumbling from her failed attempt, Luya lost her balance and fell to the ground. "Howren!" she cried out, rubbing her knee that had scraped against the floor and drawn blood. Though he held no feelings for Luya, she still possessed a certain utility for Chen Howren, at least until they reached the point of mutual affection. He was determined to fulfill his responsibilities as a boyfriend. In a surge of protective instinct, Chen Howren rushed towards Cheng Chen, ready to confront him. Yet, upon meeting Cheng Chen's fierce gaze, he hesitated, unwilling to provoke a confrontation. Instead, he bent down to assist Luya in getting back on her feet. With a gentlemanly concern for Luya's condition, Chen Howren became agitated upon hearing her lament about the pain in her knee. He pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Chen, exclaiming, "You, the street vendor, quickly vacate the premises. I have reserved this entire venue." Cheng Chen, unperturbed by the two, pushed open the small door before finding a chair to sit down. Yet, the duo was relentless, following her inside without hesitation. Chen Howren, trailing closely behind, confronted Cheng Chen and reiterated loudly, "Are your ears deaf? I have reserved this establishment. You need to leave at once. This luxurious restaurant is not a place for someone like you, a mere street vendor. What if I refuse to leave?" Cheng Chen rose from her seat, her eyes glinting with a cold light. She advanced several steps toward Chen Howren, causing him to retreat in fear. Perhaps it was the memory of her kick to his face the day before that instilled trepidation in him. Or perhaps he simply recognized that he was no match for her, especially given that he was half a head shorter. With both Chen Howren and Luya pushed back to the doorway, Cheng Chen casually closed the door behind her. Outside, Luya gazed at the closed door, bewildered. Howren, why didn't you confront him? Cheng Howren, unwilling to admit that he was intimidated by Cheng Chen, forced an explanation. If I were to engage him physically, it would only provide that rustic fool a reason to call the police, leading to a scene where he would sob and complain to the authorities. I have witnessed such despicable behavior far too many times. While I am not afraid of police trouble, having to give a statement would simply waste my time. Should we allow this waste of space to linger here and disrupt us? No, that is out of the question. After concluding his statement, Cheng Howren pressed the service bell on the table beside him. The manager of Sir Eli arrived promptly in response. The manager, a portly Mediterranean man named Liao, approached with a broad smile, eager to assist, given that Cheng Howren was a distinguished member of Sir Eli's elite clientele. With a cordial tone, Manager Liao inquired, Esteemed Mr. Cheng, how may I assist you? Cheng Howren gestured toward the closed door. I have reserved this venue. How is it possible that a rustic man can disregard this and enter uninvited? Is that so? Esteemed Mr. Cheng, I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. I will ensure that the doorman who allowed entry is dismissed. Seeing Cheng Howren nod in satisfaction, Manager Liao proceeded to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. His hefty hand struck the door with a resonant thud. Raising his voice, he impatiently called out, To the individuals inside, I am the manager of Sir Eli. You are currently in our owner's reception room. Please exit promptly and do not disturb the normal operations of our restaurant. The door swung open, revealing Cheng Chen before the trio. Before she could speak, Cheng Howren pointed at her and directed his complaint to Manager Liao, saying, This is the person who entered after I informed her that I had reserved the restaurant. Despite my repeated attempts to intervene, he boldly strode into your boss's reception room. Luya promptly chimed in, asserting, Yes, this unsophisticated intruder has trespassed into private territory. Manager Liao, you should call the police and have him arrested immediately. Upon hearing the words of the two esteemed individuals, Manager Liao's expression soured further. Please leave at once, or I shall promptly notify the authorities, he declared. Cheng Chen believed that Manager Liao had been swayed by the one-sided accounts of Cheng Howren and Luya. He retrieved Gu Ningji's business card from his pocket and presented it before Manager Liao. I am here to discuss business with your boss. She encountered a minor traffic accident on her way and asked me to wait for her here. Upon seeing Gu Ningji's exquisite business card, Manager Liao found himself momentarily at a loss. Noticing Manager Liao's hesitation, Cheng Howren also turned his gaze towards the elegant card, his brow furrowing in confusion. How could this unsophisticated fellow possess such a card from Director Gu? Impossible. With this thought, Cheng Howren chuckled, Manager Liao, you can't possibly be taken in by this peasant's words. Just look at his attire. How could he possibly know Director Gu, let alone engage in business with her? Luya interjected once more, exactly. He is merely a street vendor selling candied hawthorns, barely able to support himself. What business could he possibly discuss with Director Gu? I believe that card was simply something he picked up. This unsophisticated fellow clearly had never set foot in such a lavish restaurant. His rustic mentality likely led him to seek a glimpse of the grandeur, but he was caught and resorted to a clumsy and laughable excuse. Manager Liao scratched his balding head, scrutinizing Cheng Chen's attire. Although he had only served as a manager at Sir Elliot's for less than 6 months, he had encountered numerous high-profile individuals. Cheng Chen, while dressed in formal wear, did indeed present himself as someone coming to negotiate business. However, his outfit was evidently of little monetary value, considering the claims of the two esteemed guests that the individual before him was merely a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Manager Liao formed his judgment. A street vendor peddling candied hawthorns. How could he possibly have any business dealings with Director Gu? Manager Liao stated earnestly, Sir, to my knowledge, we at Sir Elliot's currently have no business dealings, and therefore I question the veracity of your claims. I urge you to cooperate with my request and leave this place at once. Do not compel me to call the police. The timid and cowardly Cheng Howren found newfound courage, convinced that Cheng Chen would not dare confront him in front of Manager Liao. Summoning his bravado, he shouted, Get out of here! Yet, Cheng Chen paid no heed to Cheng Howren's outburst, contemplating his future endeavors selling candied hawthorns in this establishment. He considered Manager Liao to be an ally. He continued patiently explaining to Manager Liao, I am indeed here to discuss business with Gu Ningji. She mentioned just days ago that she would introduce my candied hawthorns to Sir Eliot's. At this, the restaurant erupted in a fit of laughter. Chen Howren, gasping for breath between chuckles, exclaimed, what are you saying? Introduce your candied hawthorns? Do you even know where you are? This is Sir Eliot's, one of the premier Western restaurants in Jiangxing. A Western restaurant introducing your candied hawthorns. Are you foolish, or am I? Chapter 17. Who is trying to drive away my esteemed guest? As if she had just heard the most amusing joke in the world, Luya clutched her stomach, which ached from laughter, and exclaimed, Cheng Chen, are you trying to make me laugh? How blind was I in the past to have taken a liking to someone as thoughtless as you? It seemed that boasting required no tax. So you simply spoke at will? Naturally, Manager Liao did not believe Cheng Chen's words. However, instead of laughing, he regarded Cheng Chen with a serious expression. Despite several attempts to dissuade him, Cheng Chen remained resolute in his departure, fabricating such a ludicrous excuse in the process. This left Manager Liao feeling utterly humiliated in front of the two esteemed individuals, and he found himself consumed by a mixture of shame and anger. With a sudden outburst, Manager Liao shouted, I demand that you leave this place immediately. At this juncture, Cheng Chen realized that Manager Liao was equally lacking in intellect. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Chen Howren and Luya to lead him around by the nose without verifying the facts with Gu Ningji. Cheng Chen, with a somewhat displeased expression, remarked, is it not within your capacity, Manager Liao, to simply make a phone call to inquire with your director Gu? Manager Liao paused momentarily at a loss for words. Just the day before, he had been roundly scolded by Gu Ningji over the restaurant's financial losses. If it weren't for the fact that his brother-in-law was also a shareholder of the Earl, he might have lost this lucrative position altogether. Now, he dared not make a call to inquire with Gu Ningji, should he seek verification on such an improbable matter. Both his brother-in-law and Gu Ningji would undoubtedly think he lacked sense. Would that not jeopardize his job? Chen Howren, perceptive as ever, seemed to sense Manager Liao's predicament and his inability to verify the situation. He promptly addressed Manager Liao, saying, Manager Liao, all of this is merely his word. Since he claims to be here to discuss business, why not let him call Director Gu himself? Indeed, since he asserts he is here to negotiate with Director Gu, he must surely know her. A phone call to confirm should not be too much to ask. Liu Ya, relishing the opportunity to see her ex-husband Cheng Chen in a predicament, chimed in eagerly, yes. How could I not have thought of that? Manager Liao, smacking his forehead, pointed at Cheng Chen and declared, in that case, to prove that you indeed came here to negotiate with our Director Gu, please make that call now. Put it on speaker. If this is true, I shall no longer trouble you. Cheng Chen gave a cold laugh and retorted, a phone call is certainly possible. However, should my words prove to be true, you must apologize for your rudeness. With that, he retrieved his phone, located Gu Ningji's number, and selected a dial. Once on speaker, the ringing commenced. After a prolonged wait, a busy tone signaled that the call had not gone through, prompting him to hang up. Chen Howren immediately smirked, saying, Director Gu did not answer. I knew this would be the outcome. What else do you have to say? Luya joined in laughter, her eyes filled with disdain. Director Gu has a net worth exceeding 100 million. Naturally, she is quite busy and would not answer a call from a stranger. Suddenly, Chen Howren glared at Manager Liao with intensity, exclaiming, Manager Liao, is there any reason to keep this person here? You must understand that both my girlfriend and I are esteemed members of your establishment. Today, the venue was exclusively reserved, yet I encountered this ludicrous situation, which greatly dampened my spirits. Manager Liao, reprimanded by the esteemed member, felt a wave of pallor wash over his face, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Such an incident was unprecedented for him, let alone for Chen Howren. The irate, esteemed member was evidently incensed by the antics of this absurd individual, leaving Manager Liao with little recourse to respond. In an effort to placate the noble member's discontent, he felt compelled to take action. Esteemed street vendor, do you have anything further to say? Since you cannot substantiate your outlandish claims, I kindly request that you exit immediately. Cheng Chen was acutely aware that Gu Ningji had not answered her phone due to her ongoing resolution of a traffic incident. However, should he voice this reasoning, the trio before him, who had equated him with the absurdity at hand, would undoubtedly remain skeptical. Very well, I shall take my leave. However, Manager Liao, I hope you can provide a satisfactory explanation when your boss arrives. With that, Cheng Chen made no further attempts to linger and proceeded toward the exit. Qin Haoran spat disdainfully on the ground and sneered. How pathetic to be unmasked and expelled, yet still attempting to maintain an air of superiority. I truly must have been blind to have ever regarded such a person. Luya cast a scornful glance at Cheng Chen's retreating figure. She then embraced Qin Haoran's arm affectionately, remarking, "Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. Otherwise, I would have lost such a wonderful man like you." Esteemed members, Liao, have successfully removed the troublesome jester. As a gesture of apology, I shall personally offer you a fine bottle of wine, hoping you enjoy your meal. At the Peninsula Hotel's elevator entrance, Gu Ningji glanced at her phone, which had just regained signal after exiting the elevator. Noticing a missed call from Cheng Chen, she felt a surge of anxiety. They had arranged to discuss the supply of candied hawthorns from his establishment. Yet she had not anticipated a collision with a red-light-running tricycle as she approached. Initially, she believed the matter could be resolved in mere minutes. But the tricycle driver insisted on compensation for various expenses and demanded a hospital examination. Thankfully, the traffic police arrived promptly, alleviating the situation. However, the delay had cost her precious time. Gu Ningji was now deeply concerned that her tardiness might lead Cheng Chen to feel neglected. She was uncertain about the issues plaguing her establishment, a Liju, which had been experiencing a steady decline in performance over the past 6 months, culminating in losses this month. Upon reflection, she realized this translated to a significant loss of over $1 million in pure profit each month. Even with her net worth exceeding $100 million, such a loss was not insignificant. If this incident were to sabotage her plans, it would be an unbearable outcome. The candied hawthorns represented a crucial asset that could potentially restore her restaurant's profitability. They were an irreplaceable treasure. Quickening her pace, Gu Ningji arrived at the entrance of her Aliju restaurant just in time to spot Cheng Chen preparing to leave, and her heart sank. Gu Ningji hurriedly approached Cheng Chen, her face laden with genuine remorse. "Mr. Cheng, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." Cheng Chen was not an unreasonable man. He understood that Gu Ningji's tardiness was due to an unforeseen traffic accident rather than any deliberate negligence. Though he bore no anger towards her, the earlier incident in the restaurant had put him in a foul mood. As an adept figure in the business realm, Gu Ningji possessed a keen ability to read the emotions of others. She quickly discerned that Cheng Chen had encountered an unpleasant situation with Sir Ali, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her delicate features. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Cheng. I will address this matter immediately. You need not worry. I will uncover what transpired. If you still place your trust in me, please accompany me inside and witness whether my resolution meets your satisfaction." Seeing Gu Ningji's sincerity, Cheng Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. With determination, Gu Ningji strode into the restaurant, her presence commanding attention. Upon entering, she directed a fierce shout at Manager Liao, who was on the verge of retreating to the staff lounge. "Liao Dongping, tell me, who dared to attempt to expel my esteemed guest?" The sound of her furious outburst left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Gu Ningji tossed her car keys onto a nearby table and gestured politely for Cheng Chen to take a seat in a nearby elegant booth. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Qin Haoran and Luya, who were left agape, as if they could fit an entire fist within their open mouths. Qin Haoran found it utterly implausible that someone like Cheng Chen, who struggled to survive by selling candied hawthorns on the street, would receive such preferential treatment from Gu Ningji. Even as a distinguished member of Sir Ali, spending nearly $1 million annually, he felt he could never hope to elicit such special consideration from this formidable woman. The disparity baffled him. Luya, too, was taken aback. Her intuition warned her that unfavorable developments for their faction were imminent. Yet, she reminded herself to remain steadfast and demonstrate her resolve to Qin Haoran. Liao Dongping, feeling disheartened, turned around. Upon seeing the formidable Gu Ningji alongside Cheng Chen, He realized his earlier misjudgment. The man he had treated so rudely was indeed a distinguished guest of Guningji. The realization struck him, and beads of nervous sweat formed on his balding head. "Ms. Gu, what brings you here?" He stuttered, his nerves betraying him. "Do I need to report my presence at Sir Ailey to you, Liao Dongping?" Guningji replied, her tone icy. Liao Dongping continued to stammer, "And no, that is not necessary." A mere glance through the room allowed Guningji to ascertain that Cheng Chen's displeasure was linked to the three individuals present. Her gaze suddenly hardened as she pressed on, "Liao Dongping, you still have not answered my question. Who attempted to expel my esteemed guest?" Liao Dongping dared not admit it was he, fearing it would further diminish his standing in her eyes. However, he dared not mention that it was the request of the two esteemed members before him, as that would surely offend the guests. Momentarily at a loss for words, Liao Dongping could only lower his head and stand still, resembling a child chastised by a parent. Noticing Liao Dongping's silence, Qin Haoran quickly devised a response. "Greetings, Director Gu. I am Qin Haoran, a distinguished member of your establishment, Ailey Jusher. Today, we had arranged to reserve this venue exclusively, yet Mr. Cheng has intrusively entered your reception room without regard for our privacy." In Qin Haoran's perception, individuals of Gu Ningji's stature typically abhorred the unauthorized intrusion into their private spaces. Perhaps this was the only way to shatter Cheng Chen's image in Su Huijin's mind. Gu Ningji, with a mere glance, discerned the type of person Qin Haoran was, a frivolous young man, precisely the sort she found most distasteful. With a cold demeanor, she paid no heed to his exalted membership status. "Are you suggesting that your esteemed membership grants you the right to commandeer my reception room?" Having uttered these words, Gu Ningji disregarded the three individuals eager to interject, and with a wave of her hand commanded, "Liao Dongping, refund this guest's money. Then proceed to the finance department to settle your wages. You need not return to work from this day forward. Gentlemen, please leave. I have matters to attend to. And Ailey Jusher will not be open for business today." Dismissed by Gu Ningji's order, the expressions of Qin Haoran and Luya fluctuated between pale and flushed, their discomfort palpable. Unwilling to concede, the duo sought to articulate further objections, yet they were unexpectedly interrupted by Liao Dongping, who, having shed his timidity, suddenly erupted. "Gu Ningji, I must inform you, do not be so tyrannical. You hold only 25% of Ailey Jusher. It is not solely your enterprise. My brother-in-law possesses merely 1% less than you, and you have no authority to expel me. If you wish to remove me, you must heed Director Liang's decision. I demand a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved between us." Having boldly concluded his statement, Liao Dongping no longer shrank back. In stark contrast to Liao Dongping's thunderous outburst, Gu Ningji calmly poured a cup of tea for Cheng Chen. With a slight turn of her head, she replied nonchalantly, "A reason? I have calculated that Ailey Jusher's performance has been steadily declining, coinciding entirely with your tenure as manager. What do you have to say about that? I have finally found a potential solution and invited Mr. Cheng for a discussion, only to be nearly driven away by you, jeopardizing Ailey Jusher's future. Is that reason not sufficient?" Without hesitation, Liao Dongping pulled out his phone and swiftly pressed a few buttons. Before the call connected, he muttered, "Very well, Gu Ningji, just wait. I will have my brother-in-law summon Director Liang. I am eager to see what grand discussions you can conduct that warrant such pompous declarations. Mr. Cheng, please enjoy some tea," he added. "Very well," Cheng Chen replied, leisurely savoring the fine tea, akin to a spectator at a theater, unfazed by the unfolding commotion. "Have you completed your call? Regardless of how Director Feng may protect you today, you must vacate immediately," Gu Ningji remarked casually as Liao Dongping ended the call. Liao Dongping, with a cold smile, remarked, "What my brother-in-law and Chairman Liang expressed over the phone is that introducing candied hawthorn to the Western restaurant is the greatest joke they have encountered in decades of culinary experience. Just wait. Even if I leave today, you shall not have it easy." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Qin Haoran and Luya, who had been dismissed by Gu Ningji, instantly transformed. They no longer appeared disheartened. Both believed that there was still a glimmer of hope. for it seemed that the dictatorial decisions here did not solely rest with Gu Ningxi. The true authority, possessing the power of veto, should be the so-called Chairman Liang. After all, from Liao Dongping's earlier remarks, Qin Haoran deduced that Sir Ali held a 25 stake, Gu Ningxi owned 25, Liao Dongping's brother-in-law, Chairman Feng, possessed 24, while Chairman Liang held a commanding 51. Qin Haoran found it hard to believe that Chairman Liang would be as foolish as Gu Ningxi, introducing candied hawthorn to such a lavish establishment, especially from Cheng Chen's roadside stall. Luya, seemingly having an epiphany, burst into laughter and approached Cheng Chen, forcefully knocking the teacup from her hand. "You worthless creature, always hiding behind a woman. I look forward to seeing how you fare when Chairman Liang arrives." It was unclear where this woman's audacity stemmed from. After her outburst, she turned to Gu Ningxi with a mocking grin. "I suppose he must be your lover. For why else would you defend him so fervently? How ridiculous, considering you are a woman of considerable wealth. Yet you cherish a discarded shoe like Cheng Chen." Despite Lu Ya's raucous antics, Cheng Chen and Gu Ningxi remained unfazed, leisurely sipping their tea. "Insane," Lu Ya muttered again before hastily retreating behind Qin Haoran, worried she might inadvertently provoke Cheng Chen's wrath. The atmosphere turned strangely tense until the door attendant's simultaneous greetings pierced the air. "Good day, Chairman Liang." "Good day, Chairman Feng." Within the restaurant, a smile crept onto the lips of the 5 individuals present, though the reasons for their contrasting expressions were far from the same. Chapter 19. A stunning revelation. Upon hearing that voice, Liao Dongping felt as though a weight had been lifted. He swiftly made his way to the entrance, pulling open the glass door for his brother-in-law, Feng Tian, and Chairman Liang. "Chairman Liang, brother-in-law, please come in." Nearly 60 years of age, Liang Jingyang waved his hand and entered the restaurant alongside the closely following Feng Tian. The 2 directors of Ali glanced at Gu Ningxi before stepping into the reception room, with Liao Dongping trailing closely behind. Gu Ningxi rose, extending a gesture of invitation towards Cheng Chen, and both followed suit. Qin Haoran and Lu Ya, eager to witness the unfolding drama, trailed behind. However, as they reached the threshold, a powerful voice resonated from within, commanding, "Those who are not involved need not enter." With a thud, the door to the reception room closed mercilessly before Qin Haoran and Lu Ya, nearly colliding with Lu Ya's heavily made-up face. Feeling the embarrassment, Qin Haoran gritted his teeth and declared, "Just wait. I refuse to believe that Cheng Chen will emerge smiling." Lu Ya, somewhat disappointed, replied, "Indeed. It is a pity we won't witness Cheng Chen's humiliation." "No worries, we can still listen in." Liao Dongping reiterated the matter once more, and upon receiving Gu Ningxi's confirmation of its authenticity, Liang Jingyang's expression became somewhat peculiar. As a majority shareholder of Sir Ali's establishment, Liang Jingyang naturally prioritized the interests of the restaurant above all else. Despite his admiration for Gu Ningxi's capabilities, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment after learning about the events that transpired today. Liang Jingyang contemplated how to preserve Gu Ningxi's dignity while quietly dismissing her plan to introduce candied hawthorn. He held the power of veto. Seeing Liang Jingyang remain silent, Feng Tian began to feel restless. Concerned about avenging his brother-in-law, he exchanged a glance with Liao Dongping and calmly remarked, "Director Gu, are you serious about introducing candied hawthorn to Sir Ali?" Gu Ningxi nodded gently, affirming her seriousness. "Is the allure of candied hawthorn truly that significant?" "Indeed." "Then how about this? Let us have Chef Wang and Mr. Cheng each prepare a few skewers of candied hawthorn for comparison. I believe this will adequately showcase the unique charm of Mr. Cheng's candied hawthorn." After glancing at Cheng Chen and receiving a nod of agreement, Gu Ningxi replied, "That sounds agreeable." Feng Tian finally smiled with satisfaction. This chain of dialogue was orchestrated to secure his request. He was confident that Chef Wang's renowned pastry skills would easily surpass those of Cheng Chen's humble street fare. By then, even if Liang Jingyang wished to favor Gu Ningxi, he would find it challenging to justify his bias. Seeing the unfolding situation, the taciturn Liang Jingyang had no choice but to lead everyone to the back kitchen of Sir Ali. Meanwhile, Qin Haoran and Lu Ya, previously kept outside, perceived an opportunity to witness Cheng Chen's potential embarrassment and eagerly followed suit. The ingredients required for making candied hawthorn were merely fresh fruits and sugar, all of which were readily available at Sir Ali, eliminating the need for additional purchases. Feng Tian allotted 20 minutes for Chef Wang and Cheng Chen's competition. As the contest commenced, Chef Wang showcased his elegant and proficient knife skills, deftly deisting the hawthorn and skillfully cutting a perfect plump piece of apple, while treating strawberries and other fruits as if they were exquisite works of art. In contrast, Cheng Chen was leisurely simmering syrup in the pot while cautiously washing the most ordinary hawthorn. Just based on this initial display, Qin Haoran and Lu Ye erupted in laughter. The culinary duel had become a showcase of flamboyant creativity versus mundane execution. At that moment, the victor and the vanquished were already apparent in the minds of the onlookers. In the eyes of Qin and Lu, this competition was evidently a seasoned champion effortlessly dominating a novice player. Liang Jingyang sighed and shook his head in resignation. Feng Tian and his brother-in-law, Liao Dongping, would have likely burst into laughter if not for their consideration of Liang Jingyang's presence. Even Gu Ningji, who placed her utmost trust in Cheng Chen, began to feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety upon witnessing the unfolding scene. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, unable to fathom how such a delectable treat, renowned for its teeth-whitening properties and its ability to alleviate dental pain and various oral ailments, could be crafted so simply. Surely, there should be some herbal essence involved, for how else could it possess such miraculous effects? In less than 15 minutes, Chef Wang was the first to cease his efforts. In his dish, an array of fruits enveloped in syrup coalesced into a stunning display. These candied hawthorns resembled vibrant red dragons poised for flight, akin to exquisite works of art. In terms of the essential elements of color and aroma, they were sufficient to leave the onlookers in awe. What remained was the taste. Cheng Chen had yet to complete his preparations, and the impromptu judges each took a skewer from the plate Chef Wang had presented. To be honest, faced with such a flawless creation, they hesitated to indulge, reluctant to mar its beauty. Nonetheless, this was a competition, and ultimately, they each took a bite. As soon as the delightful morsel touched their lips, expressions of admiration for Chef Wang's craftsmanship spread across their faces. These were undoubtedly the most visually stunning and exquisitely flavored candied hawthorns they had ever encountered. However, one individual stood apart, Gu Ningji, who had already experienced Cheng Chen's culinary prowess. While the others relished Chef Wang's creation, Gu Ningji found it difficult to swallow, her mind plagued by a singular thought. How could these candied hawthorns be so unpalatable, bordering on an affront to their very name? As Chairman Liang and Feng, along with Liao Dongping, savored the remaining candied hawthorns in their hands, a dreamlike aroma wafted into their nostrils. This fragrance was reminiscent of the ethereal scent emitted by a celestial maiden bathing in the heavens, captivating and enchanting like the alluring lips of a fairy untouched by mortal affairs. So enticing was this aroma that the trio failed to notice the candied hawthorns crafted by Chef Wang had slipped from their grasp, their mouths watering in anticipation. Indeed, Cheng Chen's candied hawthorns were ready. Before Cheng Chen could arrange the treats on a plate, they instinctively surged forward, each snatching a skewer to taste. The nearly 60-year-old Liang Jingyang unabashedly grabbed 3 skewers without thought of decorum. Even Chef Wang, seizing the moment when no one was looking, discreetly snatched a skewer and devoured it whole. Upon tasting, Chef Wang felt as though he had been blessed by a divine presence, elevated to a new realm of ecstasy. Liang Jingyang, still craving more, looked at Cheng Chen, licking his lips and asking, "Mr. Cheng, could you possibly make me another skewer?" Cheng Chen shook his head resolutely. He was there to discuss collaboration with Gu Ningji, not to serve as a personal chef. Even if that individual was Liang Jingyang, the largest shareholder of Sir A.I. Li, he would only prepare his culinary delights if he deemed it worthwhile. Liang Jingyang, in a state of longing, licked his lips, wishing for another skewer. The others finished their tastings, and just as Feng Tianqi struggled against the temptation gnawing within him, intending to chastise Cheng Chen for the ordinary nature of the hawthorn candied treat in comparison to Chef Wang's artistry. An utterly speechless scene unfolded before him. Bang! The scene rendered everyone present utterly speechless. Even Qin Haoran and Luya, who had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle involving Cheng Chen, were now transfixed, their mouths watering from the fragrant air that enveloped them. Cheng Chen, observing the figure kneeling before him, awkwardly bent down to assist. Chapter 20. It is time to settle accounts, Chef Wang. What is the meaning of this? The renowned Chef Wang, celebrated as the foremost pastry master in Jiangxing, was inexplicably kneeling before Cheng Chen. As he wiped away tears while savoring the lingering sweetness at the corner of his mouth, he earnestly implored, "Master Cheng, please, I beseech you to accept me as your apprentice. I wish to learn the art of making candied hawthorns from you." Cheng Chen found himself at a loss for words, utterly unprepared for such a scenario. To refuse Chef Wang, who had cast aside his illustrious reputation and knelt in such sincerity, would be a daunting task. Yet, to accept him as a disciple posed its own dilemma, although Chef Wang could craft visually stunning and delectable candied hawthorns in mere minutes. Cheng Chen pondered what he could possibly teach someone of such exceptional culinary prowess. Moreover, Cheng Chen's own skills were beyond what Chef Wang could hope to master. This predicament left Cheng Chen feeling quite awkward as he made a futile attempt to help Chef Wang to his feet. "Please, Chef Wang, rise. I truly have nothing to teach you." However, Chef Wang, accustomed to the rigors of the kitchen and imbued with a formidable determination to be mentored, was not easily lifted by Cheng Chen's gentle efforts. Fortunately, Liang Jingyang, maintaining a shred of composure, cast a disapproving glance at Chef Wang and admonished Chef Wang, "You must get up. The method for making candied hawthorns is clearly Master Cheng's family secret and is not meant to be shared. As a chef of your standing, you should comprehend this fundamental truth." Having sampled 3 skewers of Cheng Chen's candied hawthorns, Liang Jingyang had already begun addressing him as Master Cheng, the reason for which was all too evident. At these words, Chef Wang's body jolted as if struck by lightning. Indeed, it was a secret art not meant for outsiders. Though he prided himself on his extraordinary culinary talent and claimed to master the grand banquet with but a single glance, he had witnessed Cheng Chen's seemingly ordinary methods he had yet to grasp. His fervent passion for cooking made the realization that such exquisite skills were beyond his reach all the more painful. Overwhelmed by this sorrow, Chef Wang unexpectedly broke into tears. "Master Cheng, I implore you, please teach me how to make such candied hawthorns," he cried, prostrating himself before Cheng Chen in desperation. Observing Chef Wang's relentless bowing, Cheng Chen felt as though countless crows were flying overhead. This spectacle was even more shocking than Chef Wang's initial act of kneeling. What level of mastery must Cheng Chen possess to elicit such a display of humility and disregard for decorum from a celebrated chef? It was as if time itself had frozen, chilled by the biting winds of winter. In the ensuing minutes, only Chef Wang, with his head bowed, mechanically repeated his actions. It was the elder Liang Jingyang who first regained his composure, his lips twitching incessantly. "Chef Wang, cease this nonsense. You are not in a rational state. Return and rest for a few days. Come back when you have regained your senses." Chef Wang was evidently taken aback by Liang Jingyang's stern reprimand, pausing in his actions. Upon glancing at Liang, whose gaze was piercing, he reluctantly withdrew. The awkward atmosphere dissipated momentarily. Liang Jingyang respectfully addressed Cheng Chen. "Master Cheng, my apologies for this disturbance. Let us discuss the matters regarding Sir Ali's introduction of your candied hawthorn." At that moment, Feng Tian and Liao Dongping were left in despair. They understood Liang Jingyang's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was unalterable, unless they held a greater share than Liang, which was highly improbable. "No!" Luya suddenly shouted, appearing before Liang Jingyang. Liang Jingyang looked at the unexpectedly emerging woman with confusion and displeasure, asking, Who are you?" Luya, momentarily intimidated by Liang's presence, was at a loss for words, her gaze darting around, unwilling to meet his eyes. When her gaze met Qin Haoran's, it was as if she had found a lifeline. "Haoran," she called out in a melodramatic tone, prompting Cheng Chen to approach eagerly. He envisioned the fervor with which everyone had reacted to Cheng Chen's candied hawthorn, akin to an addict's obsession. Director Liang, there is something peculiar about this rustic candied hawthorn. Otherwise, how could it captivate everyone so? Cheng Chen declared resolutely. Liao Dongping immediately chimed in. Indeed, Director Liang, this fellow's candied hawthorn is quite extraordinary. Luya, seizing the opportunity as if clutching a life-saving straw, approached eagerly. Yes, Chairman Liang. I have lived with Cheng Chen for 4 years. I know him well. He can barely cook. How could he possibly create such divine candied hawthorn? Liang Jingyang furrowed his brow and retorted, glaring at the trio before him. Are you implying that I am blind or that my taste is flawed? Liao Dongping, you may collect your salary for this month and leave immediately. Liang Jingyang issued Liao Dongping a death sentence, serving as his explanation to Cheng Chen. Liao Dongping's face turned ashen as he looked to Feng Tian for help. However, Feng Tian recognized that he could not contradict Liang Jingyang's command. If a board meeting were to be convened, it would be Liang Jingyang and Gu Ning against him, leaving him with no chance of victory. He averted his gaze from Liao Dongping, ignoring him. With no hope of assistance, Liao Dongping felt as defeated as a withered eggplant. Thus, he departed like a stray dog, lamenting his unfortunate predicament. Liang Jingyang, meanwhile, was consumed by thoughts of the exquisite candied hawthorn. He believed that collaboration with Cheng Chen would undoubtedly lead to Sir Ailey's business becoming the finest in the entire Jiang city and even throughout China. With proper management, achieving global supremacy in the culinary industry was not beyond the realm of possibility. Cheng Chen was discontent with Liao Dongping's dismissal. He casually remarked, Director Liang, there are certain matters I should not divulge. However, as we are about to become partners, I believe it is imperative that we strictly regulate the membership quality of Sir Eli. Oh, Liang Jingyang, momentarily perplexed, felt a surge of curiosity. For instance, individuals who engage in unlawful activities. I am confident that if Director Liang were to instruct someone to meticulously search the restaurant, there might be some discoveries. With that, Cheng Chen opened his phone and presented a photograph he had taken from Cheng Chen's device to Liang Jingyang. Upon viewing the vulgar content, Liang Jingyang furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment, he grasped Cheng Chen's insinuation. It was not mere fabrication. With a decisive wave of his hand, he exuded authority. The staff promptly sprang into action. Cheng Chen, sensing the impending trouble, attempted to escape the scene. Unfortunately for him, 2 doormen, having received Liang Jingyang's signal, firmly blocked the exit, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Director Liang, we have discovered an operational camera here, and another one, and yet another, in less than 5 minutes. The staff retrieved 4 cameras and presented them to Liang Jingyang. This revelation ignited an explosive reaction from the seasoned director, who fixed his piercing gaze on Cheng Chen and admonished, Mr. Chen, do you wish to offer an explanation? This is not mine, Cheng Chen stammered, evading Liang Jingyang's sharp scrutiny. Liang Jingyang forcefully smashed the cameras to the ground and coldly declared, Mr. Chen, you have unlawfully installed cameras in my restaurant with nefarious intentions. I hereby officially expel you from the Sir Eli membership list. Furthermore, you shall no longer be welcome in any of my establishments. Now, kindly vacate the premises. In that moment, Cheng Chen was rendered speechless. He glanced around, realizing that no one could assist him. Reluctantly, he slunk away like a defeated dog. Luya observed Cheng Chen's departure, indifferent to her plight, and the cameras that had been unearthed brought tears to her eyes. She finally comprehended her standing in Cheng Chen's heart. Meanwhile, Cheng Chen had ascended to a position of prominence with Liang Jingyang, poised to embark on a path of success and prosperity. Rushing to Cheng Chen's side, she saw this as her final hope. If she could rekindle her relationship with Cheng Chen, her future would be secure, lavishly adorned and prosperous. Luya was convinced that Cheng Chen still harbored feelings for her. After all, their 4 years of shared memories could not be easily dismissed. Moreover, she had borne Cheng Chen a well-mannered daughter, Xian, who was dear to him. Surely, Cheng Chen would not want their young daughter to grow up without her mother. With this thought, Luya tightly grasped Cheng Chen's arm, weeping uncontrollably. Darling, I know you still love me, don't you? Please forgive my ignorance. I promise to cherish our life together, and we shall raise Xian together. Grant me this one chance, will you? In the past, I endured your verbal abuse and bullying, but do you truly believe you deserve my forgiveness now? If Leah had not mentioned Xian Yuan, it would have been better. However, as soon as she brought up her precious daughter, Cheng Chen's anger surged. Luya has consistently neglected her duties as a mother, showing no concern for her daughter whatsoever. Leave. A fierce reprimand caused Luya to collapse to the ground. Weeping sorrowfully, ignoring the woman, Cheng Chen calmly addressed Liang Jingyang. Mr. Liang, let us return to the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Luya clung desperately to Cheng Chen's legs, rendering him unable to move. Struggling to free himself from Luya's grip, he found her surprisingly strong, as if she had summoned every ounce of strength. My dear, please forgive me just this once. I promise to be a good mother from now on. Her voice, frantic and filled with remorse, resonated with anguish. Yet, Cheng Chen remained unmoved, fully aware that this was merely Lu Ya's manipulative tactic. This woman has a history of exploiting his compassion. How could he trust that a person who would abandon her husband and child for money was genuinely repentant at this moment? If he, Cheng Chen, were to lose to Chef Wang today, he could only imagine his ex-wife now entwined with Qin Haoran, relentlessly humiliating him. Having observed the situation for quite some time, Gu Ningji understood the gravity of the circumstances. Cheng Chen, an outstanding man, had previously endured a tumultuous life, compounded by Luya's materialistic nature. Though it was not her place to intrude on others' family affairs, she could no longer restrain herself. Mr. Cheng, do you require my assistance? You shameless woman. You are the one who seduced my husband. Upon hearing Gu Ningji's words, Luya's eyes instantly filled with rage, and she lunged at Gu Ningji. The security personnel, witnessing Luya's aggressive behavior toward their boss, swiftly intervened and restrained her. Following Su Huaiqin's signal, 2 security guards escorted Luya out. Outside, Luya's screams echoed. Cheng Chen, don't get too complacent. Xian Yuan, yes, Xian Yuan, don't you care about her? Just wait for the court summons. I will fight you for custody of Xian Yuan. In that moment, Cheng Chen's expression darkened ominously. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply. A glance exchanged with Liang Jingyang and Gu Ningji revealed mutual understanding. Having been delayed by these trivial matters for far too long, it was time to discuss the important issues. Liang Jingyang led the way, with Cheng Chen and Gu Ningji closely following. Feng Tan, feeling exceedingly awkward, was overlooked by the trio. Nevertheless, as a shareholder of Sir Ailey, he too entered the conference room. As events unfolded, Liang Jingyang, the esteemed chairman of Sir Ailey, had come to a decisive realization. Not only was Feng Tian's brother-in-law a parasite in the restaurant, but Feng Tian himself was complicit. He resolved to devise a strategy to gradually dilute Feng Tian's shares. Otherwise, this prestigious establishment in Jiangsheng would inevitably face ruin. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, concluding in less than 20 minutes. During this period, Gu Ningji reiterated the conditions she had previously discussed with Cheng Chen. After considerable contemplation, Liang Jingyang deemed Gu Ningji's proposed acquisition price excessively high. However, upon discovering and confirming that Cheng Chen's candied hawthorn skewers were not only delectable but also possessed miraculous effects for whitening teeth, alleviating dental pain, and treating various oral ailments, Liang Jingyang no longer regarded the offered acquisition price as exorbitant. Another board member, Feng Tan, remained aloof throughout the discussions, refraining from expressing any opinions. Ultimately, Liang Jingyang's terms for Cheng Chen diverged from those of Gu Ningji. He stipulated in the contract that Cheng Chen must supply Sir Ailey with 20 skewers of candied hawthorn each day, while the acquisition price surged to threefold. Each skewer was priced at an astonishing 600 yuan. Furthermore, Liang Jingyang required Cheng Chen to sign a guarantee, ensuring that his candied hawthorn would not appear anywhere other than with Sir Ailey. Any breach of this agreement would be deemed a violation of contract, incurring a penalty of 1 million yuan to Sir Ailey. This demand was entirely reasonable, and Cheng Chen harbored no concerns. The candied hawthorn he crafted was utterly unreplicable by anyone else. The price of 600 yuan per skewer undoubtedly astonished Cheng Chen. Yet, the profit of 12,000 yuan per day remained unchanged, rendering it comparable to Gu Ningji's offer. If one were to discern the primary difference, it would be that he could produce 10 fewer skewers daily, thereby reducing his workload to merely half an hour each day. Half an hour for 12,000 yuan. Such profits are beyond the imagination of many. Liang Jingyang's rationale was straightforward, akin to the grand deception fabricated by diamond magnate De Beers in the 20th century. By acquiring the abundant diamond mines and restricting output, they endowed diamonds with the attribute of eternal love, leading to the adage that a diamond is forever. The principle of scarcity elevates value. With a reduced supply of candied hawthorn, Liang Jingyang could command a higher price for them. After the negotiations concluded, Cheng Chen declined Gu Ningji's invitation to dine alone, hastily exiting Sir Ailey's premises. His thoughts were entirely consumed by his precious daughter, Xian. Moreover, earlier that day, his ex-wife, Luya, had mentioned her intention to contest for custody of their daughter. He firmly believed Luya would stoop to such lengths. This could not be allowed to transpire. Chapter 22. A new craft. Upon returning home, Sister Lu informed Cheng Chen that little Xian was playing with her chubby friend in the courtyard downstairs. After searching in vain for his daughter, Cheng Chen grew increasingly anxious. He even suspected that Luya had secretly come while he was negotiating with Liang Jingyang and had taken Xian away. Fortunately, a kind-hearted neighbor reassured Cheng Chen that little Xian was merely playing hide-and-seek with the chubby boy. Cheng Chen let out a sigh of relief upon learning this. Realizing this, the inept father momentarily succumbed to playful impulses, searching for his daughter in every nook and cranny. Little Xian, Daddy sees you. Don't hide, he called out joyfully, relishing the playful spirit akin to that of a child. In a secluded corner of the community courtyard, little Xian held a skewer of candied hawthorn, the origin of which was a mystery. Before her stood the chubby boy from Sister Lu's fruit stall, drooling with anticipation. Little Xian waved a candied hawthorn skewer in front of him, her sweet, childlike voice chiming. Do you want to taste my family's sugar-coated hawthorn, little fat brother? MMM. The boy, with his dirty little hands, wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth, smudging his plump cheeks with several streaks of grime. Proudly, Xian declared, Then you must trade me something. From his pocket, the boy produced a crumpled note and handed it to Xian, stating earnestly, I have 100 yuan. No. Xian is just a child. Money serves no purpose. Disappointed by her lack of interest, the boy's expression shifted as if struck by inspiration. Wait here. I will go back and fetch my treasure for you. All right. With excitement, he scampered away on his little legs. After a considerable time, breathless, he returned to the corner, brandishing a bottle of orange juice and a toy helicopter. Gasping, he presented them to Xian, saying, Sister Xian, will this suffice? I begged my mother for this helicopter for ages. It costs several hundred yuan. The orange juice is a gift for you. Now, may I have a sugar-coated hawthorn? After inspecting the toy helicopter for a while, Xian, though not particularly interested, reluctantly accepted it. She understood that this was likely the best offering little fat brother could provide. Moreover, he had gifted her the orange juice, which she had longed to drink. Thus, an unspoken transaction unfolded between the two children, each believing the exchange was entirely fair. With their spoils in hand, they skipped away from the secluded corner. Before departing, little fat brother promised to return for more sugar-coated hawthorn when he acquired new toys. In response, Xian insisted that the toys must be plush dolls. In another corner, Cheng Chen peeked around the staircase, gently calling out, Ha ha, Xian, Daddy has found you. Yet, the space below the stairs was empty. Just as Xian, clutching her toy helicopter and orange juice, passed by the corner, she observed her father, who appeared to be playing hide-and-seek with the air and couldn't help but giggle. Disappointed at not finding Xian, Cheng Chen's face brightened upon hearing his daughter's voice. However, his gaze narrowed at the two items in her small hands, prompting a serious inquiry about their origin. Seeing his stern expression, Xian lowered her head, feeling as though she had done something wrong and hesitating to speak. Realizing she seemed frightened, Cheng Chen embraced her and adjusted his tone, repeating his question. Only then did Xian slowly respond, I traded the sugar-coated hawthorn Daddy gave me with little fat brother from the fruit stall. Having just released his precious daughter into the world for only a few hours, this clever little imp managed to strike a significant deal with a chubby boy 2 years her senior, simply by trading a single skewer of candied hawthorn. Cheng Chen, upon learning of this situation, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Cradling Cheng Chen, he made his way to Sister Lu's house with the 2 items in hand. Although the candied hawthorn typically sold for 200 yuan a skewer, its actual cost was quite minimal. Moreover, Sister Lu, who sold fruits, was a kind-hearted person, making Xuan's exchange of toys with the chubby boy feel somewhat disconcerting to him. Before knocking on Sister Lu's door, Cheng Chen faintly heard the sounds of a child crying accompanied by Sister Lu's exclamations of frustration. What a waste. That toy plane cost me 300 yuan. It drives me mad. Cheng Chen couldn't catch every word, but he could easily surmise the chaos unfolding inside. The process of returning the toys went smoothly, although during this time, Sister Lu was understandably flustered by her son's foolishness, which only intensified her anger. She expressed her immense gratitude towards Cheng Chen, praising little Cheng Chen for her cleverness in trading just a skewer of candied hawthorn for a toy worth over 300. Reflecting on the intelligence of other people's children, Sister Lu couldn't help but feel frustrated with her own son, leading to a few more swats on the boy's already rosy backside. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Cheng Chen gazed intently at the bottle of orange juice in Cheng Chen's hand. Noticing the ingredients listed on the juice bottle, he gently advised, Cheng Chen, dear, this orange juice is full of additives. It's not suitable for children. Do you understand? With reluctance, little Cheng Chen acknowledged, yet her eyes remained fixated on the orange juice. Her large, innocent eyes looked up at Cheng Chen as she clasped her hands in a pleading manner. Daddy, could you please make fresh juice for me? Fresh juice is something I can have, right? I'm so hot and thirsty. I want fresh juice. All right, Daddy will prepare fresh juice for you, he replied. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged through Cheng Chen's mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He quickly retrieved his phone and opened a cooking app. After entering the relevant keywords, recipes for fresh orange juice appeared before him. As before, all the characters and images on the screen transformed into glimmers of golden light, streaming into Cheng Chen's mind. Instantly, the method for making fresh orange juice crystallized in his thoughts. He swiftly tapped to view the next recipe for a mixed juice of fresh kiwi, dragon fruit, and strawberries. One after another, streams of golden light filled his consciousness. Minutes later, his mind brimmed with various recipes for freshly squeezed juices. Simultaneously, a new piece of information emerged. Fresh juice possesses inherent benefits for quenching thirst, cooling the body, preventing heat stroke, and treating heat exhaustion. He attempted to explore recipes for other foods, yet no golden light appeared. At that moment of realization, Cheng Chen ceased his searches for other recipes, having confirmed that the golden light's manifestation was indeed connected to his beloved daughter Xuan's request. Previously, when Cheng Chen expressed a desire for candied hawthorn, he skillfully crafted a delectable treat for her. Later, when she yearned for a version that could alleviate toothache, he adeptly fulfilled that request as well. This time, Xuan's cravings expanded as she requested freshly squeezed juice, exclaiming her discomfort from the heat and thirst, thus invoking its remarkable effects. Surprisingly, Cheng Chen had become his golden touch. Chapter 23. A reunion with Gu Ningji. Contemplating this, Cheng Chen gazed earnestly at little Cheng Chen. Drawing a deep breath, he rapidly inquired, Cheng Chen, would you like to savor steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, exquisite meatballs, for happiness meatballs, succulent shrimp balls, soft fried tenderloin, lightly fried chicken, or freshly poached carp? Cheng Chen, nearly breathless from his eagerness, looked at Cheng Chen with anticipation. However, Cheng Chen merely shook her head gently, shattering Cheng Chen's dream of mastering the entire repertoire of dishes in one go and becoming a world-class chef. Yet, Cheng Chen was not overly disheartened. After all, he had already learned dozens of recipes for freshly squeezed juices. He whisked Cheng Chen off to the mall, where they acquired a high-end juicer, and then made a trip to Sister Lu's home to procure fresh fruits. Once everything was prepared, Cheng Chen commenced the juicing process. After 3 minutes, as the humming of the juicer subsided, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice emerged triumphantly. Taking a glass prepared in advance, the aroma wafted through the air, enveloping him in its delightful scent. Just a whiff of the fragrant juice made him feel considerably cooler. Surely, consuming this glass of freshly squeezed orange juice would be more effective than languishing in an air-conditioned room. Murmuring softly to himself while holding the full glass, Cheng Chen mused. This defies logic. Cheng Chen, enticed by the enticing aroma, abandoned her previous distraction and excitedly scampered over, her little legs moving with the grace of lotus stems, and clung to Cheng Chen's leg. With her head held high, she exclaimed joyfully, "Daddy, Daddy, please let Cheng Chen drink. I'm so thirsty." Her adorable, silly expression brought a smile to Cheng Chen's face. Chuckling at his precious daughter's endearing demeanor, he lifted Cheng Chen into his arms and inserted a straw into the glass. Cheng Chen, with both hands cradling the glass, attempted to snatch it from Cheng Chen's grasp. Wary of her accidentally breaking the glass and injuring herself, he gently cautioned, "Daddy will hold the glass for you, Cheng Chen. Is that all right?" With eager nods, Cheng Chen accepted, taking the straw and began to sip. As the freshly squeezed orange juice touched her lips, an indescribable expression of delight washed over her face, and she gave Cheng Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, so refreshing and delicious. Daddy, you're amazing. Thumbs up for you." The indulgent father surreptitiously licked a drop of orange juice from his finger. The bursting orange pulp was tender and refreshing, a delightful blend of tangy sweetness that offered him an extraordinary pleasure beyond ordinary experience. Moreover, after toiling for what felt like an eternity, drenched in sweat, he felt all the heat dissipate, leaving him completely rejuvenated. He could hardly detect a trace of warmth. Just as he had anticipated, the relief was 1,000 times more satisfying than remaining in an air-conditioned room. A novel idea blossomed in Cheng Chen's mind: to open a fresh juice shop. He was convinced that such an establishment would attract throngs of customers from the entire Jiang city, and in turn, he would reap substantial profits. Although after signing a collaboration with Sir Eli, he was already enjoying a stable income of 12,000 yuan daily, rendering further work unnecessary. Who would ever complain about having more money? After lulling little Cheng Chen to sleep, Cheng Chen hailed a taxi and set out to search for rental listings on the utility poles near Xingyu Kindergarten. This method of house hunting, compared to searching online, carried the potential to save on agency fees. Despite possessing an unparalleled wealth of knowledge on prosperity, all of it was intended to secure savings for little Cheng Chen. He felt he had no right to indulge in extravagance. Money, after all, can make even the most reluctant of tasks bearable. With his considerable resources, Cheng Chen found a 60-square-meter apartment on the 21st floor of Yujiang Yiping within 3 hours, with a monthly rent of 1,800 yuan. For such a layout, 60 square meters was quite spacious. Since it was just the two of them, father and daughter, Cheng Chen did not feel the need to rent a larger space. He estimated that with his current earning efficiency, it wouldn't be long before he could purchase a school district property in the city center at a price of 9,000 yuan per square meter. Upon exiting the elevator, Cheng Chen chuckled to himself, relieved that he would no longer have to carry little Cheng Chen up the stairs. With the thought of opening a fresh juice shop in mind, he decided to also check out the storefronts. Though he couldn't afford to buy one just yet, it would be wise to gather information. While Yujiang Yiping was not a new development, several storefronts on the first floor were still available for sale. After a brief conversation with the seller, he waited about 15 minutes at the entrance when a woman appeared. Her hair was elegantly styled in a ponytail, her skin as fair as ivory, and her figure was tall and well-proportioned. Upon closer inspection, her face radiated an enchanting innocence, reminiscent of a figure from an ancient painting, truly deserving of the epithet exquisite beauty. Yet as soon as they met, the woman confidently extended her hand. "Mr. Cheng, hello. My name is Gu Ningji." Cheng Chen took her delicate, fair hand in his. It felt remarkably smooth. Cheng Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Ms. Gu, what a surprise. The number I just called didn't seem to belong to you." Gu Ningji laughed lightly. "All right, no more jokes. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It appears we are fated. Are you looking for a storefront?" She did not clarify the matter regarding the phone number, but Cheng Chen surmised that the number on the business card must have been her personal contact. As for the number he found on the utility pole, who knew if it was a temporary line for selling the storefront? After all, someone of Gu Ningji's stature would never plaster her personal number on a utility pole. Upon Gu Ningji opening the roll-up door, Cheng Chen immediately assessed the approximately 20 square meter storefront. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Ningji began her introduction, stating that the walls had been painted with non-toxic paint and had been in place for over 6 months, thus ready for use. Moreover, regarding the flooring, the price was a pressing concern for Cheng Chen, who was eager to rent the space for business. Despite the landlord, the beautiful Gu Ningji, Cheng Chen understood the necessity of frugality. The storefront was for sale only, priced at 25,000 per unit, covering a construction area of 23 square meters, totaling 575,000 yuan. Including purchase taxes and other expenses, one would need to pay 640,000 yuan. After conveying this information, Gu Ningji handed Cheng Chen a cup of water from the only appliance in the store, a water dispenser. "Thank you," Cheng Chen replied, taking a sip. The reality of the situation dawned on him. He indeed could not afford the property. As he savored the water, his mind raced with calculations. Although he had just signed a contract with Gu Ningji, the fund from the other side would not surpass 640,000 yuan for another 2 months. Cheng Chen was acutely aware that with his current skills in making fresh juice, every day of delay equated to an immeasurable loss. He had explored all the surrounding storefronts. This location, near Xingyu Kindergarten, Jiangcheng 3rd Primary School, and Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, boasted a prime geographical position, with all storefronts being for sale only. A few exceptions existed, but their layouts were far from ideal. Presently, Gu Ningji's shop was the only one that met his expectations. After much contemplation, Cheng Chen earnestly proposed, "Director Gu, I have an idea. Please hear me out." Although Gu Ningji could discern from Cheng Chen's expression that he was financially constrained, this strong woman chose to respect him, replying, "Please, I'm listening." Initially, Cheng Chen approached the situation with a trial-and-error mindset, but upon seeing Gu Ningji's demeanor, he led her to a nearby fresh juice shop. After paying 50 yuan, he personally crafted a cup of mixed fresh juice. Upon returning to Gu Ningji's store, he offered her the freshly squeezed juice. "Director Gu, please try this before we continue." With a puzzled expression, Gu Ningji inserted a straw and brought the cup to her cherry-red lips, slowly sipping a small mouthful. As the juice entered her mouth, her captivating eyes widened in astonishment. She glanced at the paper cup, disbelief evident on her face, before taking another sip. Ultimately, she gulped down the entire contents. She could hardly fathom that Cheng Chen could transform a simple candied hawthorn into something so delectable, and even a casual cup of fresh juice could be so enticing. Moreover, this juice provided an extraordinary sense of refreshment amidst the sweltering heat, a feeling that words could scarcely convey. Cheng Chen had anticipated Gu Ningji's reaction. With a calm smile, he proposed, "I would like to rent your storefront for 3,000 yuan per month to establish a fresh juice shop, with rent paid monthly. As compensation, I would offer you 10% of the profits. What do you think?" Gu Ningji, reluctantly clutching her empty cup, reminisced about the delightful taste of the fresh juice. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "No need for rent. I only require 10% of the profits." It was no wonder she had amassed a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Such decisiveness and insight were truly remarkable. After merely savoring a glass of freshly squeezed juice, she discerned that the 1/10 profit offered by Cheng Chen would amount to a staggering figure. Furthermore, this woman showed no inclination to covet the monthly rent of 3,000 yuan, instead willingly waiving it for Cheng Chen. It appeared she was eager to cultivate a friendship. Cheng Chen chuckled softly, recognizing that this woman was no ordinary individual. Establishing a fresh juice shop is, in reality, quite a complex endeavor, a truth that Cheng Chen deeply appreciated after embarking on this journey. The initial challenge lay in selecting a suitable location, which had already been accomplished. Next came the necessity of acquiring various licenses, including a health operation permit, a business license, and a tax registration certificate. Finally, there remained the crucial issue of sourcing fresh and safe fruit. Fortunately, Cheng Chen need not fret over this aspect, as Sister Lu's supply could easily meet the requirements. Of course, the paramount concern was the initial capital. Although a collaboration contract had been signed with Sir Elliot, the payment structure dictated a monthly settlement, meaning that Cheng Chen would not receive the first tranche of 360,000 yuan until the end of the month. In the ensuing days, Gu Ningji proactively assisted Cheng Chen by financing the shop's renovation and equipment purchases. The process of obtaining the necessary licenses proved to be quite challenging, yet Gu Ningji provided substantial aid. Utilizing the human resources from Guangmai, she managed to secure all the licenses for Cheng Chen within a week. As compensation, Cheng Chen willingly relinquished 1/10 of the profits. He felt confident about the future success of the fresh juice shop, despite conceding a portion of his profit to Gu Ningji. He understood that without her assistance, accomplishing these tasks alone could take 2 to 3 months, which would likely hinder his ability to capitalize on the back-to-school rush after summer. Moreover, Cheng Chen firmly believed in the virtue of gratitude. This 2/10 profit was rightfully due to Gu Ningji, who had tirelessly worked alongside him for the betterment of the shop over the past week. During this time, he had not rested even for a moment. Cheng Chen had moved from his original 20-square-meter room to a nearly 60-square-meter unit in Building 2, Unit 2102 of Yijiang. His life had undergone a complete transformation, radiating the vibrant essence of a new dawn. If there were any regrets, it was that Cheng Chen's attempts to coax his beloved daughter, Xiaoxian, into requesting him to prepare meals for her had repeatedly failed. His precious daughter was anything but predictable. At this moment, Cheng Chen stood before the revitalized storefront, directing 2 workers to hang the shop's sign, Xiaoxuan's Little Shop, a design he had commissioned. An upright advertising board and promotional flyers, along with menus, would arrive in the afternoon. Cheng Chen was not in haste. He understood that attending to each detail with care was paramount. After completing these tasks, Gu Ningji returned. Observing the large stack of flyers in Cheng Chen's hands, she promptly took half of them and declared, "I'll help you distribute these." Cheng Chen felt somewhat embarrassed by the constant reliance on her support and politely responded, "Thank you so much." Gu Ningji let out a soft chuckle and playfully remarked, "I am merely assisting myself in this endeavor. Have you forgotten that I hold a 2% stake as well? Boss Cheng, are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities?" Little Xinyuan also joined in the fun, scampering over with her sweet, childish voice to request a few flyers from Cheng Chen. "Daddy." Xinyuan wants to help Daddy distribute the flyers too. Thus, the trio, 2 adults and 1 child, stationed themselves at the intersection near Xingyu Kindergarten, handing out flyers to passersby. As the sun began to set, its warm, reddish glow enveloped them, casting long shadows that merged in the distance, resembling a blissfully content family of 3, a scene imbued with warmth and tenderness. At last, after a day of diligent preparation, the little shop was ready for its grand opening. The following morning, as Cheng Chen lifted the roll-up door, he discovered Gu Ningji waiting outside, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Today, the stunning beauty wore a casual outfit, a fitted crop top paired with denim shorts, accentuating her already alluring figure. Having spent considerable time with Gu Ningji in recent days, Cheng Chen found himself increasingly fond of this vivacious and forthright businesswoman. Waving her hand at Cheng Chen, Gu Ningji teased, "Boss Cheng, you didn't answer your partner's calls on the very first day of business? I've been waiting at your shop for a full half hour." Glancing at his phone, he noticed 10 missed calls, 8 from Gu Ningji and 2 from his former mother-in-law, Hu Hongying. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his ex-mother-in-law was calling to contest custody over their daughter? Although he wasn't entirely certain of her intentions, he reasoned that since he had divorced Luya, as long as she did not seek custody of Xinyuan, he would remain unconcerned. Apologizing to Gu Ningji with a cupped fist, he explained, "My apologies, beautiful. Xinyuan had a series of nightmares last night, and I spent the entire night soothing her. It was only around 5 in the morning that she finally fell asleep, and I may have been too deeply asleep to hear the phone." Gu Ningji laughed casually, assuring him it was no issue, and jested, "This is the first time I've been left waiting outside by a man for over half an hour." Cheng Chen responded without thinking, Well, Miss Gu, you should feel honored. Partnering with me, you will likely experience many more firsts. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became momentarily awkward. Cheng Chen realized the ambiguity of his words, but was at a loss for how to clarify. Gu Ningji blinked in surprise, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Quickly diverting her gaze from Cheng Chen, the charming yet mature man, she scanned the interior of the shop. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she posed a question she had asked many times before. Are you sure you don't need any help with washing the fruit or sealing the paper cups? No need. I can manage it myself, he replied. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Gu Ningji glanced at the time and recognized that the auspicious moment had arrived. Wishing you prosperous business, Boss Cheng. With a clap of her hands, 6 young individuals emerged from around the corner, each carrying a flower basket, which they neatly arranged on either side of the entrance to Xuan Yuan's little shop. Again, 2 firecrackers were handed over from one person to another, and one was passed to Cheng Chen. Boss Cheng, shall we celebrate together? Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed as colorful streamers soared above their heads. Sitting inside the shop, Xian, who was playing with her new dolls, clapped her hands in excitement at the sight. Xian's little shop had officially opened. Chapter 25. Who will offer a seat to the pregnant woman? The grand opening of the new shop instantly attracted countless onlookers. Xian's little shop boasted an exceptionally cozy decor, providing a warm visual experience for the curious crowd. Cheng Chen, perched on a high stool, began to wash a variety of fruits that had already been cleaned multiple times. After a few curious glances, the passers-by began to disperse in small groups. The reason was simple. Despite being a newly opened juice bar, it did not offer any promotional discounts. Naturally, this disinterested the crowd, and Xian's little shop quickly fell silent. Yixing, a food blogger and a true foodie, had explored various culinary delights in Jiangqing, and Xian's shop was a staple on her morning running route. Today, she opted for a low-carbon journey, clad in a refreshing Adidas tracksuit as she jogged. As she leisurely ran past the newly opened juice bar, she swiftly turned back. A new juice shop? With a flicker of curiosity, Yixing glanced at her watch. Having run for half an hour and covered 5 kilometers, she felt a pang of thirst despite the coolness of the summer morning. She entered the cozy juice bar. Excuse me, do you have a menu? She casually inquired after finding a seat, but not spotting a menu. The first customer had arrived, and Gu Ningji, eager and somewhat anxious, quickly handed the menu to her before casting a glance back at Cheng Chen. After all, the prices on the menu were steep enough to make even a restaurant owner like her, who ran an establishment as luxurious as Ali Juicer, feel a twinge of apprehension. Yixing glanced at the menu and nodded in satisfaction. Madam Owner, this is quite impressive. Your menu design is beautiful, and the selection of beverages is comprehensive. She casually complimented, but her expression soon shifted to concern. Madam Owner, I believe you might need to reprint this menu. The printing shop you chose seems quite unreliable. How come all your fresh juices are priced at 300 yuan? Even if your drinks are uniformly priced, there must be a decimal point missing, right? Selling all beverages for 30 yuan isn't too expensive. As she pointed at the menu, Yixing noted that each item was nearly 10 times the normal price, which struck her as illogical, leading her to assume it was merely a printing oversight. Gu Ningji, blushing at being called Madam Owner twice, was about to explain when Cheng Chen's voice interrupted. Indeed, that is the correct price. What would you like to drink, beautiful? The pricing was determined by Cheng Chen herself, ensuring no such elementary mistake had occurred. What? No mistake? Gazing at the menu in her hands, Yixing felt as though her values had been instantly reshaped. Could it be that the purchasing power of the currency we use differs? Setting down the menu, curiosity compelled Yixing to rise and approach Cheng Chen's workstation, where an array of meticulously arranged fruits caught her eye. Boss, she queried, these fruits are no different from those of others. How do you justify selling freshly squeezed juice at such exorbitant prices? Cheng Chen smiled calmly and replied, once you try it, you won't find it expensive. As a food blogger, Yixing found this to be the most amusing jest. Waving her hand dismissively, she retorted, try? I wouldn't dream of it. Do you take me for a fool? At this price, I could enjoy 10 cups at one of several juice shops just a few steps away. With that, the woman clad in athletic wear exited the establishment. Yixing vowed that throughout her years as a food blogger, tasting culinary delights and writing reviews had been her primary duty. She had frequented even the priciest dining establishments, yet had never encountered such outrageous prices at a mere small shop. At that moment, Cheng Chen suddenly emerged from a corner, her round, cherubic eyes wide with longing. "Daddy, I am thirsty. I want to drink freshly squeezed apple carrot juice." Hearing the soft, endearing voice of the little girl, Yixing turned back to glance at her. Upon seeing the adorable Cheng Xiaoxian, she found herself reluctant to leave. Responding to the command of his precious daughter, Cheng Chen promptly set to work, casually grabbing 3 apples. Recently, he had learned a juggling trick from television and, eager to showcase his newfound skill, he fumbled and accidentally struck his nose. "Boss, that trick needs some work," Yixing laughed, teasing him. "A slip-up." Cheng Chen brushed it off, rubbing his sore nose as he diligently began inserting the apples into the juicer, followed by a freshly peeled carrot. Moments later, a cup of freshly squeezed apple carrot juice emerged, its delightful aroma wafting through the air, a refreshing sensation emanating from Cheng Chen's charming bear-shaped cup. Sitting on Cheng Chen's lap, Cheng Chen eagerly lifted the cup to her lips. As she swallowed, Yixing felt the heat within her dissipate significantly. With a gurgle, Yixing inhaled the fragrant essence wafting from the cup, unable to resist swallowing hard. The scent was so tantalizing, it seemed undeniably delectable. Merely inhaling the aroma brought forth a strong wave of refreshment. As a food blogger, there was no denying her inner foodie. Disregarding the exorbitant price of 300 yuan, she promptly declared, "Boss, I would like a cup of that apple carrot juice as well." Cheng Chen glanced at Yixing before presenting the payment codes for WeChat and Alipay. "Please scan first." Yixing, somewhat exasperated, pulled out her phone to comply. The notification chimed as 300 yuan was deducted. With a mechanical, prompt echoing, Cheng Chen finally began his work. "Boss, I must inform you that I am a food blogger with over 50,000 followers. If your freshly squeezed juice does not taste delightful, I may very well render your little shop quite embarrassing, and it could lead to its closure." At that moment, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Presenting the freshly squeezed juice before Yixing, Cheng Chen calmly inquired, "What if it tastes exquisite?" Yixing offered no reply, for she was savoring the glass of freshly pressed apple and carrot juice. A minute later, she requested, "Boss, another serving of pear and mango juice, please." Yixing pulled out her phone and scanned the code once more. 10 minutes later, with a reluctant heart, she departed from Cheng Chen's little shop, her belly full, and boarded a bus. The ticket collector glanced at Yixing, who appeared as if 6 months pregnant, and shouted in the crowded compartment, "Could someone please offer a seat to this pregnant lady?" As she noticed the seat vacated beside her, Yixing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could she explain to others that she was not pregnant, but rather had indulged in 10 cups of freshly squeezed juice? Upon returning to her rented room, Yixing immediately opened her computer. Logging into her Weibo account, she meticulously selected 9 photographs from her phone, 8 of which were taken in Cheng Chen's little shop. At the heart of the grid was her belly, swollen as if 6 months pregnant. After some contemplation, she crafted the accompanying text. "Star brings you culinary delights, foodie benefits. Located in Jiangcheng, I highly recommend Cheng Chen's little shop next to Xingyu Kindergarten in the city center. This is a freshly squeezed juice shop, where the juices are explosively delicious. A friendly reminder, it is quite expensive, outrageously so, for those with ample wallets. It is worth a try." After reviewing and confirming there were no issues, Yixing chose to publish the Weibo post. Chapter 26, The Fiery Mother-in-Law. Star brings you culinary delights. This is Yixing's verified Weibo account. Although she only has 50,000 followers, they are genuine fans, nearly devoid of bots or family supporters, with the vast majority being food enthusiasts. Within an hour of the post release, the shares had already reached 3,000, and the comments soared to 1,000. Opening the comments, Yixing perused them carefully. "Star, I am in Jiangcheng. I will go try it immediately. By the way, is it your belly in the center? Huh. How outrageous is outrageously expensive. Is it 100 per cup? No need for further words. Since Star recommends it, it must be a top-tier choice. Yixing opted to reply to some of these comments. Just after responding to a dozen, a call came in, the screen displaying the contact name Officer Xia. Hello, Officer Xia. What prompted you to call me? On the other end was a voice brimming with youthful exuberance. Xing, is your recent Weibo post genuine? Can freshly squeezed juice really be that delicious? Hello, Xia Jingyao, what do you mean by that? I have 50,000 followers on Weibo, you know? The beverages I recommend cannot possibly be flawed. All right, then tell me, just how exorbitantly priced are they? All drinks are 300 per cup. Do you find that expensive? That is indeed a bit outrageous. However, I still wish to try it. If it does not taste good, I will return and tease you about it. Yixing intended to say something further when a series of beeping sounds emanated from her phone. With a resigned smile, she acknowledged that her usually serious police friend was, in fact, an insatiable foodie eagerly rushing over. Our attention shifted to the newly opened juice bar across from Xingyu Kindergarten. Inside Xuan's little shop, after Yixing's departure, several visitors had come by. Yet, without exception, they were deterred by the exorbitant prices after confirming there were no mistakes in the listings. Consequently, the shop appeared rather desolate at that moment. Cheng Chen, feeling bored, began to play poker with Gu Ningji. Gu Ningji discarded 2 cards and casually remarked, 3 of kind. Cheng Chen, are you certain about this price? Cheng Chen glanced at her hand, which held no pairs, and replied, I can't afford it. You go ahead. The aroma of fine wine does not fear the deep alley. I'm not changing it. If I did, I'd be exhausted every day. All right, then do as you wish. 1 card was a 6, and the other 2. Outside on the street, a woman nearing 60, adorned with a head of red wavy hair and dressed quite fashionably, approached Cheng Chen's shop, with her back to the entrance. Cheng Chen was focused on her cards and casually discarded 1. 4 2s with 2 kings. I win. Miss Gu, pay up. Gu Ningji shot Cheng Chen a glare, but soon noticed a customer arriving. Hello, Mom. What would you like to drink? Gu Ningji politely handed the menu to the woman, who regarded her with an odd expression, as if she were being scrutinized under a peculiar light. Gu Ningji struggled to find the right words to describe the woman's gaze. It felt strange, and yet she could not articulate it. Grandma. Upon seeing the woman, Xian leapt down from a small stool and instantly threw herself into the woman's embrace. In that moment, Gu Ningji finally comprehended the source of the woman's peculiar gaze, as if she were being mistaken for a third party in a love triangle. Gu Hongying tenderly lifted Xian and planted a gentle kiss on the little girl's cheek, then turned to Cheng Chen with a serious expression, exclaiming, Cheng Chen, have you completely forgotten about me as your mother? After all this time, you haven't even called me once. The visitor was none other than Lu Ya's mother, Hu Hongying, Cheng Chen's former mother-in-law. Cheng Chen paused, deciding to address her one last time. Mother, are you not aware that Lu Ya and I have already divorced? Hu Hongying scoffed. Her heavily adorned hand, with nails painted a vivid red, pointed at Gu Ningji as she said, Oh, divorced? Because of this vixen? Auntie, you misunderstand. I'm merely a business partner with Cheng. Before Gu Ningji could finish her sentence, Hu Hongying delivered a sharp slap across her face, remembering her daughter Lu Ya, who had returned home in tears just a few days prior. Hu Hongying's expression darkened considerably. Despite her numerous inquiries, she had learned nothing about her daughter's days of fasting and despair. It was only later, by chance, that she discovered the divorce certificate in her daughter's room, leading her to surmise that her daughter's refusal to eat or drink was indeed tied to the divorce from Cheng Chen. Upon reflecting on her daughter's profound sadness, Hu Hongying found herself unable to endure the moment any longer. Early this morning, she attempted to reach her son-in-law, Cheng Chen, with a phone call. But after 2 consecutive attempts, he failed to answer. This only intensified her fury. It was a significant matter when her usually compliant son-in-law chose to ignore her calls. She would not permit such behavior, insisting that her daughter must always take precedence over her son-in-law. Resolute in her decision, Hu Hongying hurried to the small rental apartment where Cheng Chen had previously resided. Subsequently, she inquired with Aunt Liao, a rather plump woman, and learned of Cheng Chen's new address, which she promptly sought out. However, upon her arrival, she discovered Gu Ningji and Cheng Chen cheerfully engaged in a game of cards. The mere sight of them ignited an explosive reaction within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck Gu Ningji across the face. "Silence! You a homewrecker are unworthy of calling me Annie. I am speaking with my son, and it is not your place to interject." Gu Ningji, taken aback by this sudden assault, found herself at a loss. Despite her wealth and prowess in the business realm, she was, at her core, a fragile woman. She had never encountered such a situation where she was labeled as a mistress, leaving her utterly disoriented. The adage about a brave man being no match for a shrewish woman rang true in this instance. In response to the unfolding chaos, Cheng Chen stepped forward, pulling Gu Ningji protectively behind him. Yet, he refrained from retaliating. He understood his former mother-in-law all too well. If he were to lay a hand on her, she would undoubtedly wail and lament in his small establishment for days on end. With no other recourse, he gritted his teeth and implored, "Annie, could you please comprehend the situation before resorting to violence?" "Auntie? You dare to call me auntie? You keep a vixen on the side and have forgotten to call me mother?" Hu Hongying raised her hand, aiming to strike Cheng Chen's face. However, before her hand could make contact, he seized her firmly. Securing Hu Hongying's arm, Cheng Chen swiftly reclaimed his daughter, Xian, from her grasp. He could not risk what this woman might do in her fury, fearing she might hurl his precious daughter to the ground. Handing Xian to Gu Ningji, he casually offered her the house keys. "Ms. Gu, please take Xian home. I will join you once I resolve this matter." Suppressing the pain on her face, Gu Ningji accepted Xian and began to leave. Pausing at the entrance, she cautioned, "Be careful." Hu Hongying, with her arms still firmly held by Cheng Chen, cried out in anguish, "Help! Come quickly! This unfilial son-in-law is assaulting his mother-in-law." Cheng Chen's modest establishment was situated on a bustling street, and, at that moment, a throng of passers-by began to gather outside, intrigued by Hu Hongying's outcry. Chapter 27. A gathering storm of emotion as the crowd witnessed Cheng Chen gripping Hu Hongying's arm. Their expressions morphed into a blend of curiosity and anticipation, eager to observe the unfolding drama. The number of onlookers swelled rapidly, soon blocking the entrance of the small shop entirely. After escorting Xianyuan home, Gu Ningji quickly returned, anxious about Cheng Chen's condition. Alas, is there any justice in the world when a son strikes his own mother? Hu Hongying once again raised her voice, exclaiming, "What offense have my daughter and I committed? You heartless man! After marrying my daughter, I have catered to you day in and day out, and today you dare to strike me." Seizing the moment when Cheng Chen was momentarily distracted, Hu Hongying forcefully broke free from her restraints. Once liberated, she swiftly redirected her efforts, grasping Gu Ningji's shorts, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin at the waist. If she were to pull any harder, it would surely expose Gu Ningji's most private areas before the onlookers. Hu Hongying shouted once more, "Is it because of this vixen that you are now willing to forsake your wife and daughter? You even dare to strike your nearly 60-year-old mother-in-law. Cheng Chen, do you have any conscience left?" This brazen former mother-in-law was truly stirring up trouble, being utterly unreasonable. In the past, during festive occasions, when Cheng Chen visited her bearing gifts, she would always find fault, criticizing the presents as inadequate. She would often lament how other sons-in-law gifted their mothers-in-law luxurious cosmetics, designer clothing, and handbags, while she, Hu Hongying, was unfortunate enough to have ended up with such a miserly son-in-law. At that time, Cheng Chen only wished to lead a good life with his wife and endured her complaints in silence. However, he never anticipated that this former mother-in-law would display such shameless behavior today, which was utterly detestable. Faced with such a shrew, Cheng Chen found himself at a loss for words. With so many witnesses present, if he were to retaliate against Hu Hongying, he would undoubtedly be drowned in the spittle of the onlookers, given her knack for playing the victim. Helplessly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Please understand. It was your daughter who initiated the divorce. My daughter cherishes you dearly. She would never dare to propose such a thing. It must be you, the ungrateful man, who has fallen for this vixen and wounded my daughter's heart. Oh heavens, where's the justice? You vixen, it is all your fault. I could strangle you." Hu Hongying fully embraced her role as a shrew, screaming while continuing to tug fiercely at Gu Ningji's shorts, pulling them downward. The pampered Gu Ningji had never encountered such a scene before and was momentarily panicked. She clutched her shorts tightly, veins bulging, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of injustice. Her eyes reddened with unshed tears, which fell uncontrollably. Even the most formidable women can feel powerless before such a shrew. Outside, the gathered crowd observed this startling spectacle, listening to Hu Hongying's tirade, and soon began to murmur among themselves. This man is truly despicable, abandoning his wife and child. Indeed, no man is worth trusting. Ensnared by a vixen, he forgets his vows. Look at that woman, dressed in a crop top and shorts. She is clearly a scandalous character. Indeed, the woman exuded an unmistakable aura of seduction. Her appearance suggested she was a temptress, a siren ensnaring men. The onlookers, bewildered, presumed that Hu Hongying, nearing 60, was the underdog in this scenario. They blindly accepted her narrative and voiced numerous unkind remarks. Encouraged by the crowd's support, Hu Hongying's arrogance swelled, becoming overwhelming. However, at her age, her strength paled in comparison to Gu Ningji's. Realizing she could not wrestle the shorts from her opponent, she feigned a struggle and fell to the ground. Oh dear, what a shameless mistress, a wretched vixen. Not only did she seduce my son-in-law, but she also dared to push me. At my age, my frail body cannot withstand such a fall. Oh, my aching back. Upon collapsing, Hu Hongying transformed into a dramatic performer, lying on the ground and rubbing her flabby waist. The spectators, witnessing the scene, assumed that Gu Ningji, the mistress, had forcefully knocked down Hu Hongying, inciting a wave of outrage. The mistress has struck an elder. Where's the justice in this? What has become of our society? How audacious can a mistress be? To retaliate after being caught? Call the police? Quickly. Assaulting an elderly person. That shameless wretch dared to strike the mother of the original partner. And that man is truly worthless. His mistress has assaulted his own mother, and he does not even have the decency to assist his mother-in-law. Indeed, he is a spineless fool, and such a coward should suffer alongside that seductress. Observing Hu Hongying sprawled on the ground, Cheng Chen's teeth ground together in frustration. He had long anticipated the vile nature of this shrew. Yet, he could hardly fathom the depths of her shamelessness. Concerned that Hu Hongying might again target Gu Ningji, Cheng Chen swiftly positioned Gu Ningji behind him and admonished the recumbent Hu Hongying, "Cease your theatrics. You fell on your own accord. If you truly believe that I, Cheng Chen, abandoned your daughter for another woman, feel free to call her and inquire who initiated our divorce." Upon hearing Cheng Chen's words, a fraction of the fervent crowd regained their composure and began to jeer. "Yes, Annie, call your daughter so we can all hear the truth. This way, we can better support you." "Right, Annie, let your daughter clarify the situation." "Auntie, rest assured, if this heartless man truly abandoned your daughter for the mistress and is now conspiring against you, I will be the first to hold this couple accountable. Count me in." Faced with the crowd's insistence, Hu Hongying had little choice but to comply. Yet, she remained convinced that her daughter had returned home recently in a melancholic state. Refusing to eat or drink, and with a divorce certificate in hand, her suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed this shameless Cheng Chen who, for the sake of this vixen, had abandoned his precious daughter. With this thought in mind, Hu Hongying felt undeterred and promptly retrieved her phone. In order to garner attention from the crowd, Hu Hongying amplified the volume to its maximum and activated the speakerphone. On the other end of the line, Luya's voice emerged, weak and weary. "Hello, Mom." "Hello. My dear, have you eaten today? Please do not starve yourself. I'm worried about your health." "Mom, I have eaten." That is good, that is good. Sweetheart, I must ask you, you seem downcast these days. Has something happened? Is that scoundrel Cheng Chen bullying you?" After Hu Hongying's inquiry, silence enveloped the call. This distressed Hu Hongying immensely, and the onlookers, who were eavesdropping, grew anxious as well. After a long pause, Luya's sobs finally broke through the silence. "Mom, Cheng Chen no longer wants me. I begged him in tears, but he is utterly heartless. He disregards our 4-year relationship and shows no compassion for our precious daughter Xian, who will lose her mother. Mom, I understand that reconciliation with Cheng Chen is impossible now, but I am determined to fight for custody of Xianxian. I have already contacted a lawyer. Rest assured, I will support you, Hu Hongying responded, tears streaming down her face, smudging her heavily applied makeup. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she abruptly ended the call. She then shouted at the gathered crowd. Did you all hear that? This heartless man has abandoned his wife and child. Upon hearing the truth of the situation, the crowd erupted with indignation. From their perspective, the narrative was clear. The heartbroken wife was on a hunger strike due to her husband's infidelity with a mistress. Their gazes directed towards Cheng Chen and Gu Ningji transformed into those of disdain, as if they were witnessing a couple deserving of scorn. In a moment of fervor, several individuals contemplated rushing forward to confront Cheng Chen, eager to defend Hu Hongying, the vulnerable party. Cheng Chen, however, was taken aback by Lu Ye's unwillingness to reveal the truth to her own mother, instead placing all the blame upon him, leaving him utterly speechless. At that pivotal moment, only he and Gu Ningji were privy to the real events of that day. Yet, Gu Ningji was struggling to maintain her own composure. Who would believe her testimony now? Unable to clear his name, Cheng Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I am curious to see how this shrew and her daughter plan to stage this drama." The onlookers, filled with outrage, had already begun to roll up their sleeves, ready to act on behalf of Hu Hongying, the wrong party. Meanwhile, outside the street, a few individuals arrived, forming a small group of food enthusiasts. They had come after seeing a post from food blogger Yi Xing on Weibo, eager to taste the freshly squeezed juice that was touted as explosively delicious. Among them, a few recognized each other, greeting one another promptly. From the entrance, which was crowded to the brim, they spotted the sign depicted in Yi Xing's post. One woman, already drenched in sweat, pointed weakly at the sign and said, "Bing, this must be the place." The man known as Bing glanced at the woman whose complexion had turned somewhat pale and hurriedly inquired, "Jingya, are you feeling unwell?" Xia Jingya, the culinary blogger Yi Xing's police officer friend, had rushed to Xuanxuan's small shop after finishing a phone call, with Yi Xing covering a distance of several kilometers. She had chosen to run there. At this moment, however, she felt slightly overheated and was suffering from a headache. Slowly lifting her somewhat feeble hand, she waved gently. "I might be suffering from heat stroke." Upon hearing this, Bing and his companion grew anxious. They quickly moved forward to support Xia Jingya, who was on the verge of collapsing from weakness. "Shall we take you to the hospital?" No, it's unnecessary. Just let me drink a glass of juice to cool down. I might feel better." Aware that her friends had traveled a long way to savor the delicious drinks touted by the blogger, Xia Jingya was determined not to let them waste their trip by taking her to the hospital. "All right, let's go inside." As friends who had traveled far and wide together in search of culinary delights, Bing and the others understood Xia Jingya's character well. They figured that if she was indeed suffering from heat stroke, a glass of freshly squeezed juice would help replenish her fluids and cool her down. So they acquiesced to her wishes. The group supported the pale-faced Xia Jingya towards the juice shop before them. "Excuse me, friends, let me through." Just then, amidst an audience captivated by a dramatic domestic scene, a somewhat urgent voice rang out, prompting those at the periphery to turn and look. Upon seeing Xia Jingya's pallid face, the crowd quickly realized what was amiss. "Make way. This young lady is suffering from heat stroke." Instantly, a spacious path opened up in the crowd, allowing Bing and the others to assist the fainting Xia Jingya inside. Once they entered, they were met with the sight of Hu Hongying slumped on the floor. The scene startled them momentarily. Hu Hongying, equally surprised by the newcomers, momentarily lost her train of thought, but, upon noticing more potential onlookers, raised her voice even louder to attract attention. "Oh dear, why is my life so miserable? I married a heartless son-in-law who abandoned his wife and child. And now he's with this vixen." Hearing her words, Bing paused his steps. Turning to his companions, he suggested, "Shall we change to another shop?" "That sounds good. This place feels off." After exchanging opinions, they turned to Xia Jingya, placing the decision in her hands. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Xia Jingya nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to turn away, Cheng Chen's voice echoed through the shop. "Miss, please drink this glass of freshly squeezed orange juice." From the moment the trio entered, Cheng Chen had noticed the woman being supported by her friends was suffering from heat stroke, and it appeared quite severe. Although he was faced with a challenging situation, he quickly prepared a glass of orange juice. Heat stroke is no trivial matter. In severe cases, it can pose life-threatening risks. Xia Jingya cast a glance at Cheng Chen, extending her feeble hand, poised to receive the freshly squeezed orange juice. Suddenly, Hu Hongying, who had been slumped on the ground, sprang to her feet and knocked the glass to the floor with a resounding crash. Positioning her self-proclaimed alluring figure between Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya, she pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Chen and scolded, "What do you think you're doing? Cheng Chen, you heartless wretch. Is it because this young lady is beautiful that you wish to flirt with her in front of me? Have you forgotten your own mother? How could I not see sooner that you are nothing but a dandy? How can you face my daughter?" If Cheng Chen had been able to tolerate Hu Hongying's earlier antics, he could no longer endure them now. Indeed, he had been irked before. Gritting his teeth, in frustration, he retorted, "Hu Hongying, do not go too far. This young lady is clearly suffering from heat stroke, and it is crucial that she rehydrates." "Rehydrate? I see you have ulterior motives." Hu Hongying obstinately ignored Cheng Chen's words, continuing her loud tirade. Thud! The already weakened Xia Jingya, having entered this crowded little shop, felt increasingly suffocated by the stagnant air and suddenly fainted, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 29. A simple glass of juice will suffice amidst all this chaos. Hu Hongying, who was vehemently berating her unscrupulous son-in-law, remained blissfully oblivious, relentlessly condemning Cheng Chen's disgraceful behavior. "Cheng Chen, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? I have not treated you poorly as a mother. How could you do this to us? Are you taking advantage of my widowhood, believing that you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, Cheng Chen, do not get too cocky. I will ensure you reap no rewards for bullying me and my daughter." In a dire situation, Cheng Chen could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of Hu Hongying. He shouted sternly, "Silence." The sudden outburst left Hu Hongying momentarily stunned, rendering her speechless. She sank back onto the floor, bursting into tears, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. "Oh heavens, why is my life so bitter, having a son-in-law like this?" With lives at stake, Cheng Chen had no time to entertain this shrewish woman. He gently urged Tu Erbying, who was about to lift Xia Jingya, to refrain, whispering, "Don't move. I have a plan. Wait for me to prepare another glass of freshly squeezed juice." Initially anxious about Xia Jingya's sudden fainting, Tu Erbying and his friends hesitated. But upon witnessing the determination in Cheng Chen's eyes, they inexplicably held their ground. It felt as though an unseen force was assuring them that the shopkeeper could indeed revive Xia Jingya. Disregarding everyone else, Cheng Chen swiftly approached the countertop, grabbed several fruits, and began to juice them with rapid precision. He casually instructed Gu Ningji, "Please ask everyone to step back a bit," allowing the young lady to have ample fresh air. Upon hearing this affectionate address, Gu Ningji paused for a moment before complying. As Hu Hongying wept and lamented, she noticed that the crowd began to cooperate with Gu Ningji's endeavors, leaving her cries for help ignored. A wave of frustration surged within her. "Oh, how unfortunate my fate is. Is there not a single compassionate soul willing to assist this elderly woman?" Her lament echoed in vain, as no one paid her any heed. In a fit of anger, her legs flailed against the ground, inadvertently toppling a nearby table and chair. A menu fell at her feet. Upon picking it up, she glanced at the backside and fortuitously caught sight of an advertisement proclaiming that the freshly squeezed juices served at the establishment were effective in quenching thirst, relieving heat, preventing heat stroke, and treating heat-related ailments, with a disclaimer stating that if ineffective, the establishment would close down. As if encountering the most ludicrous of jokes, Hu Hongying burst into laughter. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and this nearly 60-year-old woman pointed at the advertisement and exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, come look. My heartless son-in-law dares to claim in his advertisement that his freshly squeezed juice can treat heat stroke." What a laugh. Indeed, Hu Hongying's relentless outburst once again diverted the crowd's attention from the unconscious Xia Jingya. What? Freshly squeezed juice can treat heat stroke? This man, who has abandoned his wife and daughter, truly knows how to boast. Such outrageous claims escape taxation. If freshly squeezed juice can treat heat stroke, then what need do we have for doctors? What use is there for Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid? Oh dear, look at these prices on the menu. Each type of juice is priced at 300 per cup. It seems this proprietor is not only unfaithful, but also unscrupulous. Indeed, this owner is truly despicable. Ugh, his conscience must have been devoured by dogs. No wonder he strayed. Amidst the crowd's derogatory remarks, Cheng Chen, unfazed, poured herself another cup of freshly squeezed orange juice and swiftly approached Xia Jingya. Along the way, she skillfully sidestepped Hu Hongying's deliberately outstretched leg, intended to trip her. With a serious expression, Cheng Chen turned to Tu Erbying and instructed, "Quickly, help her up." Tu Erbying nodded and, alongside Gu Ningji, assisted the unconscious Xia Jingya to her feet. "Ningji, pry her mouth open," Cheng Chen commanded. With a slight effort, Gu Ningji managed to open Xia Jingya's mouth just enough. Without hesitation, Cheng Chen pinched Xia Jingya's nose, positioning the cup at her cherry-red lips, allowing the freshly squeezed juice to flow gently into her mouth. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, began to murmur once more. "Take her to the hospital. You heartless owner, do not delay her treatment. I want to see how you will take responsibility if something happens to this young girl." Responsibility? If this unscrupulous owner knew how to take responsibility, he would not have abandoned his wife and child. Seated on the ground, weeping, Hu Hongying felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her as she absorbed the crowd's words. Observing Cheng Chen feeding Xia Jingya the freshly squeezed juice, she scoffed, "Should a life be lost, I shall relish seeing how you handle the aftermath. Can this pitiful juice truly treat heat stroke? Why not claim it can resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones?" To all this, Cheng Chen remained indifferent. As Xia Jingya lay unconscious, Cheng Chen pinched her nose, and the girl's mouth opened and closed, causing her to swallow a significant amount of freshly squeezed orange juice. Cough! Cough, cough! A sudden fit of coughing erupted as Cheng Chen had hastily poured orange juice for Xia Jingya, causing her to choke after just a sip of freshly squeezed juice upon awakening. She was awake. Upon seeing Xia Jingya regain consciousness from her stupor, Cheng Chen and Tu Erbying, along with a few others, finally exhaled in relief. With Xia Jingya now alert, Cheng Chen felt it inappropriate to continue feeding her orange juice, as his position was becoming rather too intimate. He handed the cup to Xia Jingya and said, "My dear, please drink this all. Once you finish, you shall be restored to health." Although Xia Jingya had awakened, she had only consumed a small amount of the juice, leaving her complexion still somewhat pallid, as her heat stroke symptoms had not entirely subsided. Savoring the fragrant aroma from the paper cup and recalling the delightful sweetness experienced during her unconsciousness, the food-loving Xia Jingya could not resist and promptly lifted the cup to drink heartily. Gulp after gulp, she polished off the 500 milliliters of fresh orange juice in less than 3 seconds. After finishing the juice, she felt her previously heavy head return to clarity, and her feeble limbs instantaneously regained their vitality. Remarkably, her severe heat stroke, which had rendered her unconscious, had seemingly vanished after consuming a single cup of freshly squeezed orange juice. Feeling rejuvenated, Xia Jingya sprang to her feet and bowed deeply to Cheng Chen. "Thank you, boss." Tu Erbying and another friend, witnessing her sudden rise, were concerned that such a vigorous movement might cause her to relapse, filling them with anxiety. However, upon observing Xia Jingya's vibrant complexion, they collectively sighed in relief. Cheng Chen casually waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. It is my duty. Moreover, you must be a police officer, serving the people. It is an honor to assist someone like you." Chapter 30. Capture that scoundrel Xia Jingya was initially curious about how Cheng Chen knew her profession, but when she noticed his gaze fixated on the calloused area of her right hand, she understood. Only someone accustomed to handling a firearm would develop such thick calluses. This small detail left Xia Jingya impressed with Cheng Chen's keen observational skills. She felt an inexplicable fondness for the tall and handsome man who had saved her life. However, more than that, as a fervent foodie with a penchant for whimsical fantasies, Her curiosity was piqued by the freshly squeezed orange juice he had given her. It was not merely that she had returned to vitality after consuming just one cup following her fainting spell. The unparalleled flavor alone had utterly captivated her. It is often said that to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Clearly, Cheng Chen had already captured Xia Jingya's culinary affection. Meanwhile, still sitting on the ground in a huff, Hu Hongying's eyes lit up upon hearing Cheng Chen refer to the young woman, who had just awakened from her heat-induced stupor. As a police officer, no longer seated on the ground, Hu Hongying sprang to her feet as if she had encountered a savior. She hastily approached Xia Jingya's side and, seizing the moment when Cheng Chen was distracted, pulled him away from behind. "Are you a police officer?" The sudden appearance of Hu Hongying startled Xia Jingya, who quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Yes, I'm a police officer, currently the captain of the 5th team in the Yingjiang district of Jiang City." Hu Hongying, with an air of familiarity, clasped Xia Jingya's hands tightly, shaking them enthusiastically as she exclaimed, "That's wonderful, officer. This man abandoned his wife and child for a mistress, and now he is openly assaulting my mother in public. You must arrest him at once." Xia Jingya struggled to extricate her slender hand from Hu Hongying's firm grip. Shaking her slightly pained hand, she awkwardly replied, "Annie, what you describe falls under civil matters. Our police typically mediate these situations. However, if your son-in-law has indeed harmed you, you can seek a medical assessment and subsequently file a lawsuit based on the findings." A lengthy exposition of relevant legal knowledge left Hu Hongying feeling quite overwhelmed. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Officer, I do not understand any of this. I simply want to know how to send this heartless scoundrel to prison." Xia Jingya assessed Hu Hongying's mental state and physical condition, realizing that she appeared to have suffered no harm. Consequently, she hesitated before responding, "Annie, this is somewhat difficult. It seems you have not sustained any injuries." Despite her somewhat frivolous nature, Xia Jingya approached her duties with utmost seriousness. To ascertain the facts of the case, she surveyed the gathered crowd and inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone recount what transpired here?" "Officer, I can." A sharp-featured individual in the crowd raised his hand. Under Xia Jingya's questioning, this person recounted the events that had just unfolded. However, his narrative was clearly biased in favor of Hu Hongying, claiming that Cheng Chen had abandoned his wife and child and was caught by his mother-in-law with his mistress, leading to an uproar. The crowd unanimously agreed with his account. Hu Hongying felt a surge of pride. Her earlier performance had evidently captivated the onlookers. After hearing this rendition, Xia Jingya's gaze toward Cheng Chen shifted significantly. Yet, she refrained from jumping to conclusions and instead sought confirmation from Cheng Chen. "Sir, is what the crowd has said true?" Cheng Chen shook his head. Hu Hongying, indignant, exclaimed, "Of course you would deny it. Officer, please arrest him. My daughter has not eaten or drunk for days because of him, and here he is, shamelessly cavorting with his mistress." It was evident that he was the culprit. "I have surveillance footage from my shop," Cheng Chen replied calmly. Without further delay, Xia Jingya turned and approached the monitor. 10 minutes later, she had a clear understanding of the entire situation. It was apparent that Hu Hongying was simply causing a ruckus. Boss Cheng has long been divorced from his daughter. Furthermore, the manner in which he interacts with the beautiful woman beside him bears no resemblance to that of a lover and a mistress. With a judgment formed in her heart, Xia Jingya promptly stated, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but Mr. Cheng has not assaulted you. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction." Upon hearing this, Hu Hongying became visibly agitated, angrily rebuking Xia Jingya. "What? You can't intervene? When the public is in distress and seeks your assistance, you turn a blind eye? Do you consume taxpayer money for nothing? I suspect you have been corrupted by this scoundrel's gifts, thus perverting justice. I will report you and file a lawsuit against you in your department. Just wait. I will ensure you pay for this. You are unworthy of being a police officer if you do not serve the people." Hu Hongying continued her tirade, her finger practically jabbing at Xia Jingya's face. Unmoved, Xia Jingya calmly replied, "My officer number is 330,028. Feel free to sue me at your convenience." "Very well. The police colluding with businessmen. Just wait." Furiously trembling, Hu Hongying pointed at both Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya, exclaiming, "Neither of you will escape. Expect a court summons. With that, she forcefully pushed through the crowd, intending to leave. As she reached the door, she added, Cheng Chen, your overpriced juice is a disgrace. You heartless scoundrel, your business will surely collapse. With no source of income, the court will undoubtedly grant custody of Xian to my daughter. Just wait. In her haste to exit, Hu Hongying did not actually leave, but instead hid at the back of the crowd. Concealed there, she raised her phone and activated the camera, intending to capture any incriminating evidence against Cheng Chen or Gu Ningji, or even Xia Jingya. Cheng Chen, however, remained oblivious to her actions and paid no mind to her words. To claim he has no source of income? Absurd. He currently only needs to work half an hour a day to earn 12,000. This is even in light of the fact that his juice shop is not making a profit. Who fears a lawsuit? The judge is not blind. Once an investigation is conducted, it will be evident to whom custody should be awarded. Granting custody to Luya, that negligent woman, would surely lead to Xuan starvation. If this is considered having no source of income, then in the vast nation of China, 99 of people are unworthy to claim they can earn a living. Thank you. Officer Xia Jingya, ever the foodie, pointed to an empty cup beside her and said, It's all right, Boss Cheng. I have another cup of your juice. As Xia Jingya once again mentioned the juice, the crowd's attention shifted entirely to that beverage. Initially, they had been engrossed in the spectacle, but now, as the drama of catching the mistress concluded, they realized they had been enveloped by a rich, aromatic fragrance. The source of this delightful aroma seemed to emanate from the freshly squeezed juice spilled on the ground. Inhaling the scent, the crowd, huddled together in the sweltering summer heat, felt no discomfort. In an instant, their mouths began to water. Chapter 31. Heed my command, Cheng Chen, displaying remarkable generosity, approached the workbench with purpose. In mere minutes, 3 cups of freshly squeezed juice emerged, their enticing aroma wafting through the air due to the absence of lids. Here, please enjoy, he said, handing the vibrant juices to Xia Jingya and her 2 friends before turning his attention to assuage the startled Gu Ningji. This woman had unwittingly endured an ordeal alongside him. Xia Jingya and her companions lifted their cups and began to savor the refreshing nectar, an invigorating chill enveloping their senses. One of Xia Jingya's friends exclaimed, Wow, this is absolutely delightful. 2 Erbying echoed her enthusiasm, exclaiming, No wonder. I've only had a sip, and I feel as if I'm bathed in the cool, ethereal realm of the jade pool. It's no surprise that Jingya revived from her fainting spell after just a taste of this juice. Remarkably, she now appears as lively as ever. As the trio reveled in their drinks, praises erupted like a Gatling gun, igniting a flurry of admiration. Onlookers could hardly contain themselves, swallowing hard as they stepped forward. Excuse me, boss, I'd like to purchase a cup of pear juice to try, one called out. Turning to see who had spoken, Cheng Chen recognized the man with a scruffy beard, the very individual who had attempted to frame him by aiding Hu Hongying. Such a person dared to desire his exquisite juice. There was no way Cheng Chen would sell his delightful concoction to him. Yet, a peculiar smile crept across his face. He poured a minuscule amount of juice, just enough for a taste, into a cup and handed it to the bearded man. Here, try this. Let us see if it pleases your palate. Considering its 300 cup, with delight, the bearded man received the paper cup and raised it to his lips, tilting it to savor the scant few drops. After what felt like an eternity, a few droplets graced his tongue, offering a fleeting sensation of coolness and exhilaration. However, this refreshing feeling vanished almost as swiftly as it arrived. Cheng Chen was well aware of the fleeting nature of such a minuscule quantity. As anticipated, the bearded man's craving intensified after experiencing those few drops of delectable juice. He felt an insatiable itch in his stomach, as if a million ants were crawling within, urging him to quench his thirst. I must have more, he declared, pulling out his phone to initiate the payment. Boss, I'll scan 3,000. Bring me 10 cups of different flavors. The crowd, unable to contain their desires, echoed his sentiments, their cravings even more pronounced than the bearded man's. At least he had tasted the nectar. They could only yearn for the intoxicating aroma lingering in the air. Boss, I'll have a cup too. Me. I want 5 cups. Don't push, I'll buy 2. At this moment, All the onlookers drew out their phones, eager to scan the payment code. However, a large hand obstructed the payment code. This hand belonged to Cheng Chen. He surveyed the crowd, which had just been egging on Hu Hongying, their hostility palpable. Some had even rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Even now, those sleeves remained unrolled. One must wonder, would Cheng Chen sell orange juice to them? The answer was unequivocally no. In an instant, the crowd began to shout anxiously, "Boss, you're blocking the QR code." A bearded man looked at Cheng Chen in bewilderment, unable to fathom what this owner was up to. Cheng Chen, wearing a mischievous smile, inquired, "Is it delicious?" The bearded man quickly nodded in agreement. "Delicious, delicious. So good it can make you fly." Suddenly, Cheng Chen's tone turned resolute, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "None of you deserve it. Huh. I do not lack money. You fail to discern right from wrong, aiding the wicked, nearly forcing me to jump into the yellow river to cleanse my reputation. Do you think I would allow you to savor the world's finest freshly squeezed juice for a mere profit? Dream on." Upon hearing Cheng Chen's words, those who had been poised to scan their phones instantly wilted. However, Xia Jingya and her companions were still indulging in the juice. The worst part was that these three were slurping loudly, the aroma tantalizing the crowd, igniting their cravings to an unbearable level. If they couldn't have this freshly squeezed juice today, they might very well perish from desire. "Boss, please sell just one cup. There are dozens of us. You can make a small fortune." "Right, boss. I don't want 10 cups. I just want one. Even a sip will do. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blind as to accuse you. I beg you, boss. Sell me a cup for 500. The crowd now regretted their earlier accusations, realizing they had angered the owner. The pangs of hunger were so intense that it seemed as though dozens might burst into tears. Did Cheng Chen care about this money? Not at all. A few tens of thousands were of no consequence to him. He was not lacking. Life is about maintaining one's pride. While he was not petty, he was genuinely furious. He needed to vent this frustration before he could feel at ease. Cheng Chen busied himself making another cup of fresh juice, savoring its exquisite flavor. With a devilish grin still on his lips, he casually addressed the crowd. "You want a drink, don't you?" "Yes, yes, we want a drink," they chorused in unison, nodding vigorously. "If you want a drink, it's 1,000 per cup. I'll buy it. I feel like I'll die if I don't drink it. I want 2 cups." Even though Cheng Chen had raised the price to 1,000, everyone still clamored to purchase a cup. "Very well, but there's one condition." Looking at these opportunists, Cheng Chen continued, "Now, everyone must heed my command, stand at attention." At that moment, the spectators regarded Cheng Chen as if he were a sovereign ruler, their bodies tensing, standing straight as arrows, like a row of telegraph poles. Cheng Chen observed the crowd's reactions with considerable satisfaction, yet his tone remained stern as he commanded, "Everyone, bow at a 90-degree angle. Sincerely apologize for your actions today." In unison, dozens of individuals bent at the waist, showing utmost respect as they bowed to Cheng Chen, their voices harmonizing. "We are sorry, boss. We were wrong." At that moment, Cheng Chen's anger dissipated entirely. This group had indeed erred, not out of malice, but due to their lack of independent thought, succumbing to the provocations of the shrewish Hu Hongying and unjustly criticizing Cheng Chen. Fortunately, he now sensed the sincerity in their apologies. As long as they genuinely recognized their mistakes and offered heartfelt contrition, he would not hold their transgressions against them. Scan the code. It's a fixed price of 1,000 for a cup. Hesitate for a moment, and it will be gone. This served as Cheng Chen's final form of punishment, the only tangible consequence in his series of demands. All present nodded in agreement, deeming the price reasonable and acceptable. Cheng Chen, no longer troubled, commenced preparing freshly squeezed juice. However, the choice of fruit was not for these thoughtless individuals to decide. After all, they had just spoken in defense of his troublesome former mother-in-law without using their brains. This was their due penalty. Outside, Hu Hongying, holding her phone aloft to capture the scene, was struck with disbelief, her face paling as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 32. Xian has been deceived. Hu Hongying quickly calculated that at that moment, Cheng Chen could potentially earn hundreds of thousands. And what she had previously stated about having the court grant custody of Xian to her daughter, was that still a possibility? At this instant, the thick layer of foundation on her face felt as if it had been brutally slapped. Realizing this possibility had evaporated, she turned on her heel and left, determined to find Cheng Chen and take her away immediately. She would starve her for a few days, and then she would see if Cheng Chen felt any heartache or discomfort. Oof. Challenging me. Cheng Chen, you are still not VE. Hu Hongying muttered quietly to herself, glancing at a nearby shop. After purchasing a pack of haws cigarettes, she proceeded towards the security booth of the community property. Haws cigarettes were priced at 99 renminbi per pack. In the past, to entice a young, dashing lad, she had lavished him with food and drink, frequently buying these premium cigarettes. After losing her husband years ago, she often indulged in reckless feasting and drinking. When funds were tight, she had pressured her daughter, Luya, to find ways to extract money from Cheng Chen's already meager salary to support her illicit affairs. Clutching the pack of haws cigarettes, Hu Hongying knocked on a glass window of the security booth. Inside, a man in his mid-30s was engrossed in a mobile game, shouting, "Hurry, I've been taken down in the mid-lane. Jungler, come help." The sound of her knocking was completely ignored by the guard. After several more attempts, the guard finally cast her an irritated glance. "What do you want?" Hu Hongying waved the bright red box of haws cigarettes, smiling ingratiatingly. "Young man, this pack of cigarettes is a token of respect for you." Upon encountering the luxurious cigarettes, the security guard's demeanor instantly brightened. Reflecting on the recent debacle in his mobile game, where he had been thoroughly defeated in the mid lane and had reached out for assistance to no avail, only to be met with scorn, he had opted to idle by the fountain. Pushing aside the glass window, he accepted the pack of haws cigarettes, his previous impatience evaporating. In its place emerged a demeanor of obsequiousness. "Miss, is there something I can assist you with?" The guard's call of miss brought a radiant smile to Hu Hongying's face. Striving to compose herself, the creases of her smile softened considerably. "Young man, my son-in-law resides in this building. It seems he's not home today, and I couldn't reach him by phone. Could you assist me in locating his floor? I wish to see my granddaughter." The security guard glanced at Hu Hongying with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What is your son-in-law's name?" "Cheng Chen." The character for followed by the character for morning, as in the word. The guard rummaged through the drawer for the resident registration form, quickly perusing it. In a short while, he found Cheng Chen's name. "Please provide your son-in-law's phone number for verification." 135-2700. After confirming the number, the guard's initial wariness began to dissipate. Considering the elder woman's generous disposition, he donned a more ingratiating expression. "Ah, your son-in-law has only recently moved in." "Yes, indeed. This is my first visit." "Which floor does he reside on?" "Second unit, 21st floor, room 2102. You will need to swipe a card to access the elevator. I will escort you." "Thank you, kind sir." The guard led Hu Hongying swiftly to the door of room 2102. After ringing the doorbell for an extended moment, a voice emerged from within. "Daddy, is that you?" "No, dear, it's your grandmother. I'm here to see you. Could you please open the door for me?" "Okay, Grandma." 3 minutes later, the door to room 2102 creaked open, revealing little Cheng Chen, who stood beside a small stool, evidently having used it to reach the door handle. Upon seeing Hu Hongying, the 3-year-old girl, blissfully unaware of the circumstances between her mother and father, dashed into her grandmother's embrace. "Grandma, my precious Cheng Chen, you are the sweetest." Observing this heartwarming scene, the guard felt no further hesitation. Miss, if all is well, I shall take my leave now. I have to return to duty. Thank you for your assistance, young man." Once the guard departed, Hu Hongying, feeling liberated from any constraints, embraced Cheng Chen and retrieved the access card that lay at the entrance of the room. "Cheng Chen, shall we go see Mommy? She misses you." Yes. Cheng Chen nodded eagerly. Thus, Hu Hongying, holding Cheng Chen close, made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, concerned that Cheng Chen might discover and impede her, she promptly dialed Luya. "Hello, darling. Please hurry over to Xingyu Kindergarten. I'm holding Cheng Chen." After a brief silence on the other end, Luya quickly grasped Hu Hongying's intent and responded with alacrity. "Oh? All right, I'll be there shortly." Luya's residence was not far from Xingyu Kindergarten. Moreover, having discerned her mother's intentions, both women sought to exert control over Xian Yuan in order to undermine Cheng Chen. Within a mere 15 minutes, Luya's white Volkswagen arrived. As she sat within the vehicle, little Xianyuan gazed curiously at her home, receding into the distance. Mama, Grandma, aren't we waiting for Daddy to go together? Hu Hongying gently reassured her restless granddaughter, Dear Xianyuan, Daddy is very busy with work right now. He will come to see you shortly. Xianyuan cast a somewhat forlorn glance at her grandmother, her small, pink fists at a loss for where to go. She timidly voiced, but I want to eat the candied hawthorn Daddy makes. All right. I will go buy you some candied hawthorn soon. Okay? Xianyuan doesn't want to buy it. Xianyuan only wants to eat the candied hawthorn that Daddy makes. Luya, growing increasingly impatient, suppressed her irritation and said, Your father will be here soon. Just wait a moment. The young Xianyuan, oblivious to Luya's growing annoyance, beseeched, Mama, could you please make some for Xianyuan? Suddenly, Luya experienced a peculiar sensation in her mind. This feeling did not evoke any discomfort. However, the unfamiliarity of it left Luya perplexed. At that moment, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Cheng Xiaoshuan's incessant demands. She dismissed the feeling, exclaiming, Be quiet. All you think about is eating. Luya snapped, her frustration boiling over, for she was someone too lethargic to even prepare food for herself, let alone fulfill Cheng Xiaoshuan's request. Terrified, little Xianyuan hurriedly nestled into Hu Hongying's embrace. Yet, as they distanced themselves from Cheng Chen's residence, her grandmother's demeanor shifted from warmth to disdain. Hu Hongying offered no comfort, instead shoving Xianyuan aside, hurling insults. Go away, you little bastard of the Cheng family. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, Xianyuan could no longer contain her tears. Woo-woo, Xianyuan wants Daddy. Xianyuan wants to be with Daddy. Stinky mama, stinky grandma. Candy Hawthorne. The mere mention of those words ignited Luya's fury. If it weren't for Cheng Chen, who had somehow acquired the culinary skill that even the renowned pastry chef Wang Shihu could not rival, she would never have felt such inexplicable humiliation at the hands of Sir Eli. Nor would she have faced abandonment by Qin Haoren. It was all Cheng Chen's fault, the blame resting squarely on her useless ex-husband. Chapter 33. Cheng Chen's fury. Luya, seething with unresolved anger, continued to curse Cheng Chen even as she drove. She berated him as useless, a country bumpkin, lucky beyond measure, all the while lamenting Cheng Xiaoshuan's incessant cries that plagued her head. The helpless little Xianyuan, feeling increasingly wronged, cried even harder. Hu Hongying, irritated by Xuanyuan's wailing, joined Luya in her tirade against Cheng Xiaoxian. In their hearts, this mother-daughter duo exhibited no semblance of familial affection. Meanwhile, in Xuanyuan's small shop, Cheng Chen had just completed his work, earning nearly 200,000 yuan. Having completed all of this, he closed the little shop, his thoughts consumed by concern for Xian, and hurried home. The moment he opened the door, Cheng Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by an inexplicable chill that coursed through him as goosebumps erupted on his arms. Someone had entered his home. On the doormat, there was a deep imprint of a high-heeled shoe, clearly not belonging to Gu Ningji, who wore sneakers. Xian. Calling out twice, he received no response, and his heart raced with anxiety. He quickly ascended the narrow staircase to the second floor, but in his haste, he nearly tumbled down. The attic was utterly vacant. A multitude of images flashed through his mind, and his rapidly functioning brain soon locked onto a pair of high-heeled feet, those of his former mother-in-law, Hu Hongying. In that instant, everything became clear. It was as if Hu Hongying and Luya had conspired to stage a play right before him, and he had unwittingly fallen into their trap. This mother-daughter duo had their sights set on Xian. This was their ultimate scheme against him. Cursing in anger, Cheng Chen immediately dialed Hu Hongying's number, his feet carrying him swiftly down the stairs. Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal greeted him. She did not answer. Undeterred, he redialed and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, take it to Legion Garden. Hu Hongying resided there, and Cheng Chen surmised that she must have taken Xian home. The busy signal persisted on the line, and his heart tightened with dread. He knew Hu Hongying all too well. Having suffered a setback in his shop that day, she would undoubtedly unleash her wrath on Xian. Xian must not endure any injustice. Absolutely not. If any harm came to her, Cheng Chen would disregard any legal consequences. In a state of frantic urgency, Cheng Chen persistently urged the taxi driver, "Please, hurry up, drive faster." "Brother, if I accelerate any more, I will be speeding," the driver replied, glancing at the speedometer, which already registered 60 kilometers h, while the limit was 50 kilometers h. But Cheng Chen was beyond caring for such details. He immediately pulled out his phone and swiftly scanned the QR code hanging from the taxi's center console. A notification chimed. 10,000 yuan credited. After completing the transaction, he urged again, "Driver, please, drive faster. I'll cover all the fines. If you can get me there quickly, I'll send you another 10,000. Upon hearing the delightful notification of another 10,000 yuan, the taxi driver, now all smiles, replied, "All right, brother. I can see you're in a hurry. Rest assured, I'll get you there in 15 minutes. With that, the driver shifted into fifth gear and pressed the accelerator to the floor. 10 minutes later, just before they reached Legion Garden, Cheng Chen sent another 10,000 yuan to the driver. Compared to Xuanchuan's safety, that sum was trivial. Hurriedly exiting the vehicle, Cheng Chen summoned all his strength, urging his legs to move as quickly as possible. As Cheng Chen approached the entrance, several security guards intercepted him, recognizing his urgent demeanor. Previously, as the son-in-law of Hu Hongying, he would occasionally visit his mother-in-law. However, on this day, they had received instructions from Hu Hongying to deny him entry. For their compliance, each guard had accepted 2 packs of huaxia cigarettes as a bribe. "Show your access card," one of them demanded. "Get lost," Cheng Chen retorted fiercely, summoning an unexpected surge of strength that allowed him to topple the 2 burly guards, who were accustomed to street brawls. He swiftly vaulted over the locked gate with ease. Behind him, the sound of urgent whistles pierced the air. One guard immediately dialed Hu Hongying to report the incident, while the other opted to call the police. Without an access card, Cheng Chen could not take the elevator and chose instead to ascend stairs. Today, he exhibited extraordinary endurance, climbing to the 9th floor without breaking a sweat or elevating his heart rate. "Room 901. This is it," he declared, pounding on Hu Hongying's door with fervor. After nearly 30 seconds of silence, he lost patience. Bam! 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 With relentless determination, he began to shoulder the door, hitting it with increasing force. Despite the pain surging through his shoulder, he pressed on, shouting, "Open the door! Open up, damn it! If I find that Xian has suffered even the slightest harm, I will set this building ablaze and ensure your demise, both mother and daughter." As he continued to assault the door, neighbors, startled by the commotion, peeked out only to recoil in fear upon witnessing Cheng Chen's terrifying visage, hastily retreating to lock their doors. Inside room 901, Hu Hongying clamped her rough hand over Cheng Xiaoshuan's mouth, enduring the child's frantic kicking. Luya braced herself against the door, well aware of Cheng Chen's temperament. She knew that if he breached the door, he would indeed pose a grave threat to them. Fortunately, the security door of Legion Garden was robust, showing no signs of yielding despite Cheng Chen's relentless battering, much to the relief of both women. Bam! Bam! The impact grew louder and more forceful. The color drained from the faces of the mother and daughter as the noise escalated. Suddenly, from downstairs, the wail of police sirens pierced the tension. Hearing this, Hu Hongying breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Luya, "Don't be afraid. The police are here." Luya, pale-faced, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, Cheng Chen's right arm had dislocated from the repeated assaults, and he remained oblivious to the sirens, continuing his assault with his left shoulder. "Police! Stop!" The police, hastily ascending the stairs under the guidance of the security personnel, emerged from the elevator behind Cheng Chen. 2 officers swiftly approached, immediately subduing him. One of them twisted his right shoulder, which had dislocated, eliciting a sharp, gritted-teeth cry from Cheng Chen. Chapter 34. Officer Xia's decision as Cheng Chen was restrained. He looked up to find a familiar face before him. It was Xia Jingya, the captain of the 5th Squadron in the Yingjiang district of Jiang City, who had previously collapsed from heat exhaustion in his store. Xia Jingya recognized Cheng Chen as the intruder and, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Boss Cheng, what are you doing?" My daughter has been taken and hidden away by Hu Hongying and Luya, Cheng Chen explained. He held a deep trust in the police, especially in Xia Jingya, whom he had saved not long ago. Regaining some of his composure, he hoped Xia Jingya would provide him with justice. Understood, Xia Jingya replied. Noticing the peculiar position of Cheng Chen's right shoulder, she immediately directed the two auxiliary officers, Xiao Zhang, Xiao He, release him. They complied and let Cheng Chen go. Xia Jingya continued, I know you are anxious, but I advise you to remain calm. Otherwise, Xiao Zhang and Xiao He will have to restrain you again. And your right arm appears dislocated, which cannot withstand further strain. Cheng Chen nodded, entrusting the matter to Xia Jingya. Ding dong. Xia Jingya pressed the doorbell of room 901 and stated in a serious tone, I am Xia Jingya, a police officer from the 5th Squadron of Yingjiang District, Jiang City. Please open the door. While Cheng Chen's earlier actions might have been disregarded, the presence of the police outside left no room for evasion. Before the doorbell's sound had faded, Luya pushed open the security door. Hu Hongying dared not silence Cheng Xiaoxian any longer, for doing so in front of the police would leave them with no defense. Daddy, I want Daddy. As soon as the door was ajar, Xiao Xuan's cries echoed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chen's heart shattered into pieces. Clearly, Xiao Xian had been wronged, otherwise she would not be crying so pitifully. Overcome with a surge of emotions, Cheng Chen could think of nothing else but to rush forward. However, Xiao Zhang and Xiao He, having received orders from Xia Jingya, closely monitored Cheng Chen's movements and swiftly intercepted him. Restrained by the two officers, Cheng Chen shouted in desperation, What have you done to Xiao Xian? Xia Jingya signaled for Cheng Chen to be quiet and turned to Hu Hongying and her daughter, asking, Ladies, you are suspected of child abduction and unlawful confinement. You need to cooperate with my investigation and accompany me to the police station. Upon hearing this, Hu Hongying hastily explained, We haven't done anything. She is truly my granddaughter, and this is her mother, Luya. My daughter divorced that man, and custody of the child was never awarded to anyone. Why can't I take Xiaoxian back to raise her myself? Taking out her police communicator, resembling a mobile phone, Xia Jingya entered Luya's name. Soon, all pertinent information about Luya appeared on the device. After comparing the photographs with Luya in person, the verification was confirmed. Xia Jingya addressed the three individuals. Mr. Cheng, Ms. Lu, your divorce has not been sanctioned by the court. Thus, the custody of Cheng Xiaoxian has not been awarded to either of you. If you wish to contest custody, I implore you to pursue legal proceedings rather than resorting to such means. Very well, we shall litigate. Hu Hongying responded eagerly. She had already devised a plan. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to win this case. She was aware that her daughter Lu yet had a lawyer friend renowned for his prowess. In light of this, what did it matter if Cheng Chen was currently earning money? When it came to litigation, the outcome was uncertain. Hu Hongying whispered softly into Lu Ya's ear, Darling, isn't that formidable lawyer Zheng Mingxing the one who has always wanted to seduce you? I've heard he has never lost a case. This time, let us enlist his aid. You could offer him a little sweetness to ensure he willingly assists us. Once we secure custody of Xiaoxian, Cheng Chen will be at our mercy. You should know, I observed in Cheng Chen's store today that he sells fresh juice for 1,000 a cup, and throngs of people are clamoring to buy it. As long as we maintain custody of Xiaoxian, every penny he earns will ultimately be ours. Lu was momentarily taken aback, but then she nodded in agreement. She regretted not recognizing Cheng Chen's lucrative potential before choosing to divorce him. However, reflecting on her mother's words, she realized that controlling Xiaoxian was not too late. Using this as leverage against Cheng Chen was indeed a clever strategy. Being single would also allow her the freedom to socialize and seek new suitors. Upon this realization, Luya promptly declared, All right, officer, we shall heed your advice and proceed with legal measures. After Luya's affirmation, Xia Jingya turned her gaze to Cheng Chen. He immediately nodded, agreed, I have no objections, but until the court renders its decision, Xiaoxian must stay with me. Absolutely not. Xiaoxian should reside with us. Hu Hongying swiftly opposed. Luya immediately chimed in. Xiaoxian is to stay with us. Both women understood that Xiaoxian held no emotional ties to them, which could hinder their case. Therefore, they felt it imperative to have Xiaoxian stay with them during this period. They would then devise a way to delay the legal proceedings. providing ample care for Xiaoxian to foster a bond. After all, Xiaoxian was still a little girl of just over 3 years, her mind not yet fully developed. With a bit of coaxing and whispering unfavorable thoughts about Cheng Chen in her ear, the forthcoming litigation would surely be less arduous. The two parties soon found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute over this matter. Xia Jingya, overwhelmed, contemplated her options and finally stated, "Since you are unable to reach an agreement regarding Xiao Xuan's living arrangements during this period, I propose that she stay with me until the court's decision is rendered. Whomever she is meant to be with, she shall be with." What do you think? Xia Jingya found herself in a difficult position. At not yet 25 and still single, caring for a young girl like Xiaoxian was not an ideal situation for her, as she would inevitably face scrutiny from others. It is often said that even the most impartial judge finds it challenging to resolve domestic disputes, and indeed, this holds true. In her desperation, this was the only course of action she could conceive. Hierbo no objecciones. My trust in Xia Jingya is unwavering. After all, she has saved my life, and I do not doubt that she will care for Xianxian adequately, at the very least. It is preferable to leaving Xianxian in the company of a mother and daughter whose moral integrity seems compromised. Cheng Chen consented, and Luya found it difficult to oppose. Otherwise, it would have led to an endless quarrel. Very well, let her stay with you. With the situation having escalated to this point, Xia Jingya finally exhaled in relief. She clapped her hands towards Xianxian, saying, "Come, little Xianxian, shall we go home with Annie?" Xianxian gazed at Xia Jingya, vigorously shaking her head. Cheng Chen leaned in and softly whispered to Xianxian, "Xianxian, go with Annie, and in a few days, Daddy will come and pick you up, all right?" Xianxian obediently responded, then nestled into Xia Jingya's embrace. There is nothing more to discuss. Everyone could disperse for now. To prevent any further conflict between Cheng Chen and the mother-daughter duo of Hu Hongying, Xia Jingya gave a discreet signal to Xiao Zhang and Xiao He. They understood the cue and followed Cheng Chen into the elevator, thereby bringing this farcical episode to a temporary halt. However, the indignation brewing within Cheng Chen had not abated in the slightest. The pair of Hu Hongying and her daughter had firmly secured their place on his internal blacklist. He was resolute that today, this incident would not simply be swept under the rug. Chapter 35. You can feed it to Daddy after departing from Legion Garden. Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya meticulously discussed Xianxian's daily diet and routine before reluctantly hailing a taxi to the hospital. Due to a severe dislocation of his right hand, the doctor had set the bone and placed it in a cast. For the better part of the next month, he would be unable to perform any strenuous tasks. Thus, Xianxian's little shop, which had just opened its doors a day prior, was regrettably stunted in its growth. Cheng Chen felt a profound sense of distress. The reputation of the freshly squeezed juice had already begun to circulate. Now, upon opening, he could not avoid the influx of customers clamoring for his products. After all, he had entered into a contract with Sir Eli, and given the circumstances, producing 20 skewers of candied hawthorn every day would leave him thoroughly exhausted. With his right hand encased in a cast, he was ill-equipped to endure prolonged labor. Gu Ningji called to inform Cheng Chen that she would be quite busy in the coming days and would not be able to visit. After closing up, the food blogger Yi Xing had come numerous times, each time departing in disappointment. From that moment on, this culinary enthusiast devoted a significant portion of her attention to Cheng Chen, keenly monitoring all news related to him. It must be said that Yi Xing possessed considerable influence. In just a few days, she discovered that Cheng Chen had a collaboration with Sir Eli. To pursue this lead, she made a special trip there, motivated by her faith in Cheng Chen's unique skills. She begrudgingly ordered a skewer of candied hawthorn, advertised as a cure-all for oral ailments and a dental beautifier, priced at 1,888 yuan. After tasting it, the food blogger found herself almost obsessively enamored with Cheng Chen's craftsmanship. Consequently, Yi Xing posted a new update on her Weibo. Although this Weibo post ostensibly promotes the deliciousness and remarkable effects of candied hawthorns, it subtly serves as an advertisement for Sir Eli. Previously, Yi Xing had posted a Weibo promoting Xuanyan's juice shop, which garnered an impressive share count of over 100,000, with comments exceeding 50,000. Countless food enthusiasts flocked to that street after perusing Yi Xing's post. However, they departed in disappointment when they found the shop closed. Taking some time, Cheng Chen visited the courthouse to submit a lawsuit application. The court, currently handling several significant cases, provided a prompt response indicating that arrangements would be made as swiftly as possible. Inside Xuanyan's shop, Cheng Chen, with a plaster cast on his arm, prepared 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice with his left hand, meticulously packaging them along with 2 skewers of candied hawthorns into a convenience bag. This was intended for Xianyan and Xia Jingya. In recent days, Xia Jingya and Xianyan have become quite familiar, enjoying each other's company daily. Cheng Chen found great pleasure in witnessing this camaraderie. Seated in a taxi, he leisurely whistled as the vehicle approached the small building where Xia Jingya resided. Her residence resembled a quaint 2-story villa typical of rural areas, complete with a spacious courtyard. At that moment, the beautiful police officer was frolicking with Xianyan. Observing their joyful interaction, Cheng Chen hesitated to interrupt. Today, Xia Jingya was off duty, having exchanged her police uniform for an extravagant pirate empress costume, playfully wrestling with Xianyan, who was donned in a chopper outfit. Until now, Cheng Chen had not meticulously scrutinized Xia Jingya. At this moment, he gazed intently, as if discovering a new world. In terms of appearance, Xia Jingya undoubtedly embodied the essence of a stunning police flower, her beauty eclipsing that of any other female officer. Unlike Gu Ningji, who possessed an ethereal beauty reminiscent of ancient paintings, Xia Jingya's professional, elegantly styled short hair exuded a refreshing and graceful aura. Her delicate visage resembled a sculptural masterpiece crafted by Michelangelo. Despite her exposure to the elements as a police officer, her skin, though not particularly fair, was remarkably tender. At this moment, her cheeks were rosy, and her spirit seemed as gentle as the fragrance of orchids, radiating an irresistible charm. Moreover, her figure was strikingly exceptional. Perhaps it was due to her police uniform, which often concealed her figure beneath restrictive undergarments akin to those worn by gymnasts, that she appeared unremarkable until now. Today, however, he realized that the Xia Jingya clad in the empress attire possessed an extraordinary physique. It must be said that Xia Jingya's nearly flawless figure, paired with her costume, could indeed cause one to swoon. Cheng Chen gestured with one hand to indicate size, pondering whether it was truly that impressive. Shaking his head, he brought his hands together to reassess. At the very least, it should be this substantial to hold, right? Oh, why am I thinking like this? Cheng Chen vigorously shook his head, quickly banishing the inappropriate thoughts that threatened to invade his mind. Such transgressions, clearing his throat twice. He signaled to the 2 engrossed in their merriment that he had arrived. Xia Jingya gently set down the little Xianyuan, turning to discover that it was Cheng Chen who had arrived. Just as she intended to greet him, an awareness seemed to dawn upon her, and her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. A startled gasp escaped her lips as she instinctively covered her chest and hurried into the room. Cheng Chen, too, wore an awkward smile as he approached his precious daughter, presenting her with a candied hawthorn and a glass of freshly squeezed kiwi juice, his eyes brimming with affection for her. His daughter, already adorably plump, looked even more endearing dressed in a chopper costume. As for the earlier scene that had slightly unsettled him, it was now entirely cast aside by Cheng Chen. How could he possibly forget? That image was indelibly etched in his mind, more potent than any photograph. For a long time to come, it would be difficult for that vision to fade. After Xianyuan savored her treats, and the 2 played together for several more minutes, Xia Jingya finally emerged from her room, having changed into a sporty outfit, her cheeks still tinged with pink. It was evident that the earlier awkwardness would not be easily forgotten. Cheng Chen, however, appeared unfazed, raising the freshly squeezed juice and candied hawthorn in his hand as if to tease her. Why did you buy candy hawthorn? I'm not a child. I wouldn't enjoy such things, and besides, my teeth aren't in the best condition, Xia Jingya curiously inquired. But upon tasting the candied hawthorn, she exclaimed, This is delicious. Within a minute, the once plump candied hawthorn had vanished, leaving Xia Jingya with nothing but a slick bamboo skewer, utterly devoid of any sugary residue, unless one examined it under a microscope. Having filled her belly, this food-loving spirit completely forgot the earlier embarrassment. Or at least Cheng Chen believed so. Otherwise, she would not have casually rested her hand on his shoulder in such a relaxed manner. With a cheerful grin reminiscent of a close friend, Xiaojingya eagerly asked, "So, do you have more of this candied hawthorn?" "Yes, but you'll have to wait for the next time I make it," he replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaojingya's face lit up with joy. She playfully tapped her slender fingers against Cheng Chen's plastered arm and declared, "Since you've treated me to such a delightful snack, I must reciprocate. Let us go. I'll take you out for a feast. I know a restaurant that serves the best steak. But how can I cut steak like this?" Cheng Chen pointed to his arm encased in plaster. Realizing her oversight, Xiaojingya sheepishly scratched her head. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was only thinking about nourishing you and completely forgot that you can't cut steak." At that moment, little Xianyuan squeezed between them, tilting her head as if addressing a simpleton. "Annie Xia, you can cut it for Daddy and feed him," she chimed, recalling how her father had once fed her when she was unable to use a spoon. Xiaojingya's face flushed once more at Xuanyuan's words. Despite standing before a man who was both handsome and skilled in the kitchen, her embarrassment was palpable. However, after all, she had not had much interaction with him. How could such intimate behavior occur? That was something only couples in the throes of passionate love would do. Nevertheless, this man exuded a profound masculinity. Not only that, but he also displayed a remarkable sense of responsibility, particularly towards his daughter. This was evident from the injury to his right hand, dislocated from the effort of forcefully opening a door for her safety. Wasn't such a man precisely the epitome of her long-standing criteria for a partner? Xiaojingya's thoughts were stirred by Xuan's remark, revealing her growing affection for Cheng Chen. Yet, Cheng Chen remained oblivious to this at that moment. He believed he had stumbled upon an ingenious solution. His arm was severely injured, and thus in need of substantial nourishment. He felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his daughter was indeed thoughtful and caring. At this juncture, Xuan's quick wit came into play as she contemplated assisting her father in wooing a woman. Images of Xiaojingya delicately cutting a steak and feeding it to him danced in his mind. Cheng Chen thought to himself, that scene was too beautiful to contemplate. While his mind wandered, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Ahem. Xian, stop joking around. Aunt Xia is still single. She cannot feed your father." Yet Xian, as if struck by inspiration, replied, "Then Aunt Xia should marry Papa and become my mother." Xiaojingya's face flushed even deeper. Cheng Chen had not anticipated such a statement from Xian. Children speak without reservation. However, Xian did not relent. She continued to maximize her role as her father's wingwoman. The little girl earnestly shook Cheng Chen's left hand, saying, "Papa, I want to eat the steak and pasta that you make." Moreover, Mama Jingya said that eating steak can help Papa regain his strength, making him strong and amazing. Cheng Chen shook his head in refusal, clearly reluctant. Xian persisted, her large eyes brimming with tears. With a pout, she clung to Cheng Chen's leg, sniffling, "Can we eat at Mama Jingya's house? That way, Mama Jingya can feed you steak without anyone watching, and you won't feel shy." With Mama Jingya being mentioned, Cheng Chen thought, how could this daughter be so unabashed? Look at how Xia Jingya's face was flushed, almost like a traffic light to a drunken driver. This was all his fault. How had he not realized his daughter possessed such remarkable potential as a wingwoman sooner? If he had known, he would have nurtured it long ago. Cheng Chen mused. This daughter was simply perfect. Feeling quite embarrassed, he shot a glance at Xia Jingya, the meaning clear. It was all Xuan's doing, and he was not to be blamed. After all, she was just over 3 years old. Children speak without a filter. Xia Jingya, however, could hardly accept being referred to as Mama Jingya. Cheng Chen had not even consented, and if she agreed first, wouldn't that be pursuing him? No. Xia Jingya, what nonsense are you thinking? Shaking her head vigorously, her cheeks flushed, she slowly crouched down. Grasping the chopper hat atop Xuanyuan's head, the sweet-voiced deer addressed the companion airplane. "Xianyuan, behave. Your father's hand is not quite functional. Eating steak is already a challenge, let alone preparing it." At that moment, a familiar warmth surged within Cheng Chen's mind. Xuanyuan's request had once again been triggered. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Chen resolutely declared, "It must be done. It absolutely must." Ah! Xia Jingyao widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Cheng Chen. Was he subtly confessing his feelings for her? Did he truly intend for her to feed him steak? She awkwardly chuckled, pointing at Cheng Chen's hand, which was encased in a cast. "Are you sure your hand is all right?" "No problem. I can manage with one hand," Cheng Chen assured her. With his affirmative response, Xia Jingyao felt she could say no more. To be honest, she found herself rather looking forward to Cheng Chen making steak, especially since the sweets and fresh juices he had prepared previously were utterly delectable. The thought of him cooking steak made her unconsciously swallow. Well, as long as she could indulge in a culinary delight, she would gladly feed him. After Cheng Chen resolved to prepare steak at Xia Jingya's home, she proactively suggested she would go out to procure the ingredients. In truth, she sought to use this time to reflect on her relationship with Cheng Chen. She was aware that her fondness for him should not develop too swiftly. After all, her father would undoubtedly disapprove of her associating with a man who had been divorced. Even if Cheng Chen had never been divorced, her father would still object, given the significant disparity in their family backgrounds. In other words, even if her father were to seek a son-in-law, Cheng Chen would not meet his standards. Before long, Xia Jingyao returned with fresh steak, pasta, and black pepper, among other ingredients. Previously, Cheng Chen's phone had run out of credit, leaving him unable to search for recipes for pasta and steak. Upon seeing Xia Jingyao, he quickly inquired, "Officer Xia, what is your Wi-Fi password?" "Oh, it's quite simple, from 1 to 9. After swiftly entering the password, Cheng Chen immediately topped up his phone with 1,000 yuan to avoid any future awkward situations. Following Xia Jingyao into the kitchen, she promptly began washing the ingredients, while Cheng Chen was just beginning to explore culinary endeavors. In an instant, all the written instructions transformed into countless golden lights, entering Cheng Chen's mind. In less than 3 minutes, he had mastered the most exquisite methods for preparing pasta, and not just one. Baked pasta, classic European recipes, and Japanese Neapolitan styles. All the techniques he had seen were now at his fingertips. To his surprise, Xianyuan did not mention any peculiar requests regarding the pasta, such as its ability to cure toothaches or quench thirst. However, it still came with the ability to enhance physical flexibility. Consuming a plate of pasta would increase flexibility by 20, requiring a cool-down period of 1 week for further enhancement. The maximum increase in flexibility was 3 times that of an average person, reaching a cap of 300. Once this limit was attained, no further gains could be made. This unexpected delight left Cheng Chen somewhat exhilarated, and his subordinates quickly pressed on, revealing the method for preparing steak in his view. Xia Jingyao, who was washing the steak, caught a glimpse of Cheng Chen checking the recipe out of the corner of her eye and laughed. "You don't know how to make steak and pasta?" Instinctively, Cheng Chen, who was about to browse the steak preparation methods, turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket, smiling awkwardly. "I can make it. I just saw you searching for steak recipes online." "No, you must have seen it wrong. If you don't believe me, I'll make it right now." With that, Cheng Chen immediately ignited the stove, placed a frying pan on, and poured in olive oil. Chapter 37. Did you really just learn this? Xia Jingyao remained skeptical of Cheng Chen. She trusted her own eyes, having just witnessed him perusing steak recipes. Yet, Cheng Chen had already taken the freshly washed steak from the plate. Observing his confident demeanor, Xia Jingyao began to doubt her own perception. Thus, she busied herself with the pasta. However, upon returning with the pasta, she noticed from a distance that Cheng Chen had picked up his phone again. She quietly slipped off her slippers and stealthily approached him. Once she was behind him, she leaned over to see if he was once again searching for steak recipes online. At that moment, Cheng Chen had just finished reviewing several methods for preparing steak. This time, all the recipes transformed into golden light and entered Cheng Chen's mind. Now, he genuinely knew how to prepare it. Moreover, the steak also possessed additional properties. Just as the pasta enhanced physical flexibility, the steak granted increased body strength, speed, and power, while accelerating the recovery from injuries. The effect of a single steak was double that of an average person, valid once within a fortnight, with a maximum of 5 servings. This meant that if consumed once a month over 2.5 months, the consumer's body strength, speed, and power will be tenfold that of an ordinary individual. To his surprise, this additional effect was only applicable to him. Upon realizing this, Cheng Chen recalled Xian Xian's words. Then Daddy will be strong and powerful. Perhaps that was why it was effective solely for him. After absorbing this knowledge, Cheng Chen sensed someone behind him and instinctively turned around. In that instant, he felt his lips pressed against something soft and delicate. Those strikingly handsome eyes revealed to Cheng Chen that he had kissed Xia Jingya. For a moment, they were both electrified, their lips firmly pressed together. Xia Jingya, standing on tiptoe, found her mind blank. She merely tiptoed to catch a glimpse of Cheng Chen from behind, curious to see if he was secretly honing his culinary skills, but she never anticipated the current ambiguous situation. Wow, Daddy and Mommy Jingya are kissing. Exhausted from playing in the living room, Xian Xian wandered into the kitchen and happened upon this scene, clapping her little hands in excitement and exclaiming aloud. This soft and adorable shout jolted the two individuals, their lips pressed together, into sudden awareness. They each stepped back, awkwardly turning their heads away. Cheng Chen, your steak is heating up. You can add the olive oil now. If you're unsure how to proceed, I can take over. I often prepare Western cuisine at home when I have nothing to do. Xia Jingya stammered, her words tumbling out in disarray. It's fine, I can manage it. Just wait and see. Cheng Chen turned, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he savored the earlier moment, then casually washed his hands. He picked up the steak and tossed it into the pan. Simultaneously, he placed another pot on a different burner, pouring in olive oil. Cheng Chen was preparing to operate both stoves, cooking the steak while simultaneously making pasta. This was not merely a display of skill, but rather a means to save time. Observing this scene, Xia Jingya felt a twinge of concern and contemplated asking Cheng Chen if he needed assistance. She had indeed witnessed him learning to make steak just moments before, having pilfered knowledge from the internet, and with his right hand injured, she could not help but worry about him managing two stoves at once. However, recalling the earlier awkward and ambiguous encounter, Xia Jingya hesitated to interject and casually remarked, "You cook, and I'll take Xian Xian out to play for a bit." Cheng Chen, with his back to her, nodded, seemingly indifferent to whether she noticed. He casually inquired, "How do you like your steak cooked?" Medium rare," Xia Jingya replied. She preferred her steak medium rare, yet at that moment, she doubted Cheng Chen's ability to gauge its doneness accurately. As long as it wasn't tea-burned or charred, she would consider it a small blessing. However, she decided to let it go. If it turned out poorly, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Expectations for a beginner should not be too high. Xia Jingya had already relinquished all hope for the day's Western meal and, cradling Xian Xian, exited the kitchen. Xuan's voice echoed back to Cheng Chen from outside the door. "Mommy Jingya, you just kissed Daddy. So now are you Xuan's mommy? This little girl, truly deserving of a reward from Daddy." Shortly thereafter, Cheng Chen plated the freshly cooked steak, garnishing it with lettuce and 2 cherry tomatoes. The pasta was also divided into 3 portions. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was so delightful that Cheng Chen felt compelled to turn off the exhaust fan, which was drawing away the delicious scent. Much to his annoyance, the dining area of Xia Jingya's home was adjacent to the kitchen, just beyond the glass door. After arranging the plates, Cheng Chen intentionally closed the glass door again, intending to surprise Xia Jingya. He gently tapped on the wall beside him, producing a faint, crisp sound. "Dinner is served. My 2 lovely ladies." Upon hearing the voice, Xian Xian sprang from the sofa and dashed towards Cheng Chen, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement, "Hooray! It's time to eat." Meanwhile, Xia Jingya approached at a more leisurely pace, contemplating that regardless of the meal's taste, she would assert it was satisfactory as a courtesy to Cheng Chen, being a gentleman. However, upon witnessing the smug expression on Cheng Chen's face, she could not resist inquiring, "By the looks of it, you must have succeeded in your culinary endeavors?" "You'll find out shortly," Cheng Chen replied, leaning against the doorframe and gesturing invitingly. As Xia Jingya reached the entrance to the dining area, she noticed the doorknob was quite elevated. Little Xian Xian was tiptoeing in an attempt to grasp it. "Xian Xian, let me assist you," Xia Jingya said. swiftly striding forward to pull open the glass door. An intoxicating aroma wafted out, filling Xia Jingya's nostrils and ascending to her taste buds with every inhalation. In that moment, she felt as though she had already savored the most exquisite delicacies the world had to offer, floating in a state of bliss. So fragrant, Xia Jingya gasped, turning back in disbelief to glance at Cheng Chen. Well, what do you think? Surprised? Cheng Chen remained nonchalantly leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, exuding a casual confidence. Aroma alone is meaningless. An excess of seasoning can create a pleasant scent. The quality of a steak is not only about its visual appeal, but also the texture of the meat itself, particularly with a medium-rare steak. It should not be overly tender or greasy. Too much blood can upset those with sensitive stomachs, while too little often results in a charred exterior. Xia Jingya, having transitioned from a novice in Western cuisine just moments ago, began to share her insights on steak with Cheng Chen as she settled at the dining table. Glancing at the meticulously arranged plates reminiscent of a high-end restaurant, she complimented, "The presentation is quite refined. However, ultimately, it is the texture and flavor that matter." Cheng Chen sauntered over, pointing at the steak, and said, "Then why not give it a try?" There was no denying his confidence. Xia Jingya cut a small piece and placed it in her mouth. The moment the morsel of steak touched her palate, she was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck mute. In disbelief, she turned to Cheng Chen and asked, "Is it truly the case that you just learned how to make steak?" Indeed, it was no wonder Xia Jingya found it hard to believe. Before her, the steak on the plate displayed a delicate gradient of grayish-brown, interspersed with hints of pink. The piece she had tasted was substantial, offering a satisfying chew. It possessed a certain refinement intertwined with a tender smoothness, an unexpected harmony of textures that should not coexist within a single steak. Yet, remarkably, Cheng Chen's creation encapsulated both sensations in a seamless blend. To Xia Jingya, a seasoned connoisseur of culinary experiences, this bite was reminiscent of a filet mignon crafted from tenderloin, combined with the superior quality of sirloin steak. Most astonishingly, this masterpiece had been conjured by Cheng Chen, who merely 20 minutes prior was searching for recipes online. It was even more impressive that he had accomplished this while simultaneously operating two burners, using only his left hand. How could Xia Jingya possibly believe it? In response to Xia Jingya's skepticism, Cheng Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, didn't you just see me secretly learning?" Unable to resist, Xia Jingya cut another piece and savored the exquisite flavor of the steak. Beside her, Xian clumsily prodded at the spaghetti with a fork encased in silicone. She was unable to cut the steak, as Cheng Chen had not provided her with a proper knife and fork. Such utensils were far too perilous for her. After hastily tasting a few bites, Xia Jingya observed Xian's awkward attempts to eat the spaghetti and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Suppressing her urge to continue eating, she brought Xian's plate in front of her, meticulously cut the spaghetti into manageable pieces, and returned it to its original position. "Thank you, Aunt Jingya," Xian said politely, her large eyes darting towards Cheng Chen. Chewing on her steak, she scampered over to Xia Jingya's side and innocently asked, "Aunt Jingya, why aren't you feeding Daddy? His hand is hurt, and he can't eat by himself." It's fine. Daddy isn't hungry. You enjoy your meal, Xian. Don't trouble Aunt Jingya, Cheng Chen said, unabashedly echoing Xian's term of endearment. Suddenly, Xia Jingya's face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and decisively sat beside Cheng Chen, taking his knife and fork to begin slicing the steak. Once cut, she offered a piece to Cheng Chen's lips. Without a hint of embarrassment, he opened his mouth wide. Thus, Xia Jingya alternated between feeding herself and attending to the father-daughter duo. About 5 minutes later, a shriek escaped Xia Jingya's lips. "Ah!" Cheng Chen, immersed in bliss, inquired with confusion, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Xia Jingya hurriedly replied. In truth, nothing serious had transpired. She had inadvertently used her fork to feed Cheng Chen a piece of steak, then took a few bites herself with the same utensil. It was only at that moment that she realized she had been sharing a fork with Cheng Chen for quite some time. Her charming face remained flushed throughout the meal. Cheng Chen, oblivious to Xia Jingya's inner turmoil, was thoroughly enjoying himself. With a beautiful companion and relishing the experience of being fed, How could he not be delighted? It was a treatment akin to that of a monarch. Regrettably, due to his injury, he was advised against drinking, which would have made the experience even more perfect. After consuming a steak and a plate of spaghetti, Cheng Chen distinctly felt a tingling sensation throughout his muscles, akin to the healing of scabs on wounds, albeit more intense. It was as if his entire body was undergoing a continuous cycle of stretching and contracting. There was a slight soreness, yet it was accompanied by a sense of comfort, reminiscent of a skilled masseur's touch. The pain in his right hand, which had been encased in plaster, seemed to be dissipating at an astonishing rate. At this pace, Cheng Chen estimated that the 1-month recovery period advised by his doctor could be reduced to merely 10 days. He understood that the effects of the steak and spaghetti were beginning to take hold. His entire being is beginning to embark on a journey of self-improvement. Once this sensation dissipates completely, his flexibility will increase by 20, while his physical strength, speed, power, and the rate of recovery from injuries will all be twice that of an ordinary person. Not only he, but at this moment, Xia Jingya and Xian Xian are also undergoing transformations. This is evident from the peculiar expressions on their faces. Unlike his experiences, both the precious daughter and Xia Jingya can only absorb the effects brought by the pasta, and at this moment, they are likely only feeling a combination of soreness and comfort. With a perplexed look, Xia Jingya shook her shoulders as if tallying accounts, turning to Cheng Chen and inquiring, "Why do I feel achy all over after finishing your meal, yet oddly comfortable? It's as if Aunt Wang has just given me a massage." From Xia Jingya's tone, Cheng Chen surmised that Aunt Wang might be a massage therapist or a similar role within this woman's household. It seems that the woman's background is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Xia Jingya, at just over 20, have obtained the title of captain so early in her career? Of course, Cheng Chen did not deny Xia Jingya's professional capabilities, but some positions cannot be attained solely through exceptional ability. Naturally, Cheng Chen could not disclose the truth to Xia Jingya. He fabricated a response, saying, "Perhaps you were simply exhausted from cutting so much steak while also feeding me and Xian Xian." "Oh, maybe," she replied, yet internally, Xia Jingya remained puzzled. Her physical prowess had ranked first among her female peers during her time at the police academy, even surpassing many male trainees. How could she possibly tire so easily? Furthermore, this sensation was clearly not fatigue. On the contrary, there was an element of comfort to it. Glancing at Xian Xian nearby, she noticed a similar expression, indicating that Xian Xian was experiencing feelings akin to her own. Could it be related to the food? Just as she was musing over this, an urgent phone call interrupted her thoughts. A hurried male voice came through the line. "Hello, Jingya, you must come to the luxurious hall immediately. It's urgent." "All right, I'll be there right away," she responded. After hanging up, Xia Jingya turned to Cheng Chen with an apologetic expression, saying, "Cheng Chen, I'm sorry. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You and Xian Xian can stay and play for a while." I noticed that your tone during the call seemed rather unpleasant. Is the person on the other end someone you find disagreeable? Do you need me to accompany you?" Cheng Chen remarked calmly, having made his observation. The moment Xia Jingya answered the call, a look of displeasure and aversion crossed her face, and Cheng Chen was certain it was unrelated to the case. Xia Jingya had already risen and, upon hearing Cheng Chen's words, paused momentarily. "Yes," the caller was Yangbin. "His father is my father's savior. He has been pursuing me relentlessly, and I have refused him numerous times. He always finds various excuses to ask me to meet him, and due to my father's connection, I've had little choice but to tolerate him." At this point, Xia Jingya hesitated again, casting a serious glance at Cheng Chen and asking, "Could you do me a favor?" The somewhat juvenile title left Cheng Chen speechless. However, he readily responded to her request. "Go ahead, if I can assist, I will do my utmost." A faint blush inexplicably appeared on Xia Jingya's face as she softly inquired, "Would you mind pretending to be my boyfriend just this once? Please, don't misunderstand. I merely wish to help Yangbin completely let go and stop pursuing me." Chapter 39. Xia Jingya's birthday. Originally, Xia Jingya had agreed to meet Yangbin today with the intention of dissuading him. Thus, this sudden idea emerged. Cheng Chen, with his thick skin, readily accepted, of course. What could be more delightful than impersonating such a beautiful police officer as you? All right, then I'll go change, said Xia Jingya. Her cheeks flushed. She picked up the plate before her and playfully licked the remnants of sauce. The image, juxtaposed with Xia Jingya's identity and appearance, evoked an inexplicable sense of dissonance. At that moment, little Xian, having finished her meal, rubbed her round belly, her face radiating joy. Her delicate hands patted her stomach in bliss. After a while, seemingly bored, Xian nestled beside Cheng Chen, resting her head against his chest. "Daddy, may I share a secret with you?" Cheng Chen, looking at his daughter with affectionate indulgence, asked with keen interest. "Oh, what secret does Xian wish to share?" The little girl kicked off her shoes and climbed onto Cheng Chen's lap. She leaned in close to his ear, inadvertently wiping away the grease from his cheek with her small mouth. Cheng Chen, unfazed, allowed her to indulge. Once she had cleaned her mouth, Xian sweetly declared, "Today, many people called Mommy Jingya to wish her a happy birthday. Is it Xia Jingya's birthday today?" Before Cheng Chen could ponder further, Xuan's small voice chimed in earnestly, "Daddy, you must make a birthday cake for Mommy Jingya later. That will surely touch her heart." This clever little girl, so small yet so astute, left Cheng Chen both amused and bewildered. At times, she exhibited a charming naivete, but on other occasions, her cleverness shone through, as it did today. A little girl of merely 3 years played the role of his wingman while also gathering intel, insisting he prepare a birthday cake for Xia Jingya. Cheng Chen readily agreed to all of his precious daughter's reasonable requests, saying, "All right, Daddy will definitely make a cake for Mommy Jingya." "Wait a moment, make a birthday cake?" Cheng Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement, akin to a jolt of adrenaline. Previously, his culinary endeavors had been spurred by Xuan's desire for delicious treats, and each time, he had managed to create exquisite dishes. However, this time, the request was for Xia Jingya. Would it be effective? Without further contemplation, Cheng Chen swiftly opened a guide on how to make a birthday cake. As the images filled his vision, that familiar golden light reappeared, seamlessly integrating into his mind. Effective. The birthday cake comes with a special effect that uplifts the mood of the consumer, sweeping away any gloom or worries. Note: any troubles encountered by the consumer within 3 days will be resolved. This effect is simply the epitome of joy for the homebody. Do you not feel the same? At this moment, Xia Jingya, having changed into her uniform, stepped out, exuding an aura of authority. The insignia on her shoulders, 2 bars and 2 stars, signified her rank as a second-level police inspector. One must admit, her transformation into police attire was nothing short of remarkable, akin to a carp transforming into a dragon. This elegance, oh my! To be honest, winning Xia Jingya's affections might not be such a bad idea after all. Ahem. Cheng Chen was merely considering his beloved daughter. Indeed, that was the case. It was certainly not for his own selfish desires. After all, Xia Jingya had always been exceptionally caring towards his daughter. Yes, precisely that. Xia Jingya casually picked up the car keys and waved at Cheng Chen. "Let us go. I have already informed Aunt Wang to come take care of Xian. She should arrive within 3 minutes. Once she is here, we shall depart." "All right." The police uniform suited her remarkably well. Cheng Chen exchanged a few words with Xian and prepared to leave. At that moment, Xia Jingya noticed Xian had yet to finish her steak and swiftly approached. Without hesitation, she took a piece and popped it into her mouth, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "Delicious! This truly is the finest delicacy in the world." Cheng Chen was momentarily speechless, internally lamenting, "Such a beautiful woman. Does she not care at all for her image? How could the pristine impression she made in her police uniform collapse so quickly in an instant?" Yet, this carefree demeanor was quintessentially Xia Jingya. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that endowed her with her unique charm. Aunt Wang arrived even sooner than Xia Jingya had anticipated. After entrusting Xian to Aunt Wang, Cheng Chen climbed into Xia Jingya's police car without a second thought. A little over 10 minutes later, before the opulent gates of the Fuli Hotel in Yingjiang district, Xia Jingya skillfully backed the car into a parking space and quickly exited. She took a few strides to Cheng Chen's side and whispered, "Cheng Chen, you must not falter. No matter what happens, you must insist that you are my boyfriend." Cheng Chen did not respond, instead extending his right arm for her to take. Xia Jingyao was momentarily taken aback, then effortlessly hooked her arm through his, laughing. "I didn't expect you to get into character so quickly." Cheng Chen lowered his head, affectionately leaning closer to Xia Jingya's ear. "You've omitted a term of endearment. You should address me as dear for authenticity." Seizing every opportunity, that was Cheng Chen's principle. He had been the same during his previous romance with Lu Ya, but that was a story for another time. Thus, this sweet couple strolled into the Fuli Hotel under the watchful eyes of onlookers. Meanwhile, within the luxurious suite on the third floor of the hotel, Yang Bin, dressed in simple yet elegant attire, stood among the crowd, holding a bouquet of red roses adorned with numerous gypsophila, issuing instructions with great fervor. "Xiaozhong, raise those balloons a bit higher. Xiaohe, make sure to draw the curtains tightly. We cannot allow any light to seep in." At that moment, "Dolly, ensure your cannon is ready at all times." Furthermore, Luo and Qi Lin, as soon as Jingyao knocks on the door, promptly extinguish the lights. Under Yang Bin's meticulous direction, a dozen individuals busily attended to their tasks. Yang Bin observed the scene with great satisfaction, clutching a small piece of paper filled with the words he intended to confess to Xia Jingya. He had pursued this enchanting policewoman for quite some time, and today was the day he planned to declare his feelings. Repeating the confession silently in his mind, Yang Bin's lips moved without sound. Glancing at the time, he felt that Xia Jingya should be arriving shortly. He hurried to a cardboard box and urged two of Xia Jingya's friends nearby. "Quickly, help me lift it inside. Remember, seal the box tightly and adorn it with a beautiful bow. We know, and tell Jingya it's a birthday surprise from us. You've mentioned that a dozen times." Yang Shuai, upon hearing this, Yang Bin, concealed within the enormous box, nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand in acknowledgement. The box was sealed, and inside, Yang Bin excitedly clutched a bouquet of roses. He was determined to give Jingya a grand surprise, one that would compel her to accept him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Yang Bin, hidden within the box, felt his heart race with anticipation as he heard the door of the private room being knocked upon. Having pursued Xia Jingya for so long, her demeanor towards him had always been rather aloof. While he did have feelings for her, they did not quite amount to love. Thus, Yang Bin had often contemplated giving up. However, the thought of her family background and the bright future that awaited him if he won her heart kept him persevering. Even if it meant becoming a live-in son-in-law, it was a feasible option. Each time he pondered this, he found renewed resolve. In comparison to a promising future, Yang Bin preferred to endure repeated setbacks. He firmly believed that Xia Jingya would eventually be moved by his efforts. In his heart, he vowed, "This time, I must present Xia Jingya with an extraordinary surprise and let it unfold in waves, leaving no room for doubt that she would be touched." At that moment, two women named Luo and Qi Lin opened the door. Simultaneously, the lights in the room were extinguished, plunging the private room into darkness. Illuminated only by the light streaming in from the door, Xia Jingya, clad in her police uniform, exuded an extraordinary aura. Before the two women could voice their admiration for her striking appearance, they were astonished to discover that she was entwined with a man's arm, holding it quite tightly, suggesting they were indeed a couple. The man possessed both remarkable looks and physique. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that his right hand appeared to be injured, encased in a cast resting on his shoulder. The collective gaze of everyone in the room fell upon this scene, and a wave of dismay washed over them, realizing that Yang Shuai was destined to face disappointment once again. As Xia Jingya entered, holding on to Cheng Chen, she scanned the room and instantly transformed into a playful version of the blue cat, asking Luo, Qi Lin, "What are you two doing here? Where's Yang Bin?" Hidden within the box, Yang Bin's heart raced with confusion at the unfolding situation. The inner voice incessantly urged, Luo, Qi Lin, let Jingya see the gift. "I'm suffocating here." Although Luo and Qi Lin could not hear Yang Bin's thoughts, they were acutely aware that it was a task assigned to them, leaving both women in a state of distress. How could they broach the subject of the gift with Xia Jingya? If they did, it would surely embarrass Yang Shu. Yet, To remain silent would mean allowing Yang Shu to suffocate inside the box. Ultimately, the blame lay with Yang Shu for not permitting a breathing hole in the carton. Xia Jingya found it peculiar that her friends seemed unusually off today. Though their expressions were somewhat obscured, they stood frozen, with not a single one responding to her inquiries. Yeah, is today your birthday? I presume there's nothing else planned. Your friends are here to surprise you. Cheng Chen, with her keen eye, spotted the enormous box and casually pointed, Look, your gift is over there. Upon hearing this, Xia Jingya was overwhelmed with emotion. She released Cheng Chen's arm and embraced her two friends, Luo and Qi Lin, kissing each of them on the cheek. Thank you, Luo, Qi Lin. The two women, caught between embarrassment and amusement, could only reply, This is a gift prepared by everyone. Inside the box, Yangbin finally heard his female colleagues reciting the words he had instructed them to say, stirring a wave of excitement within him. However, he was perplexed by the unfamiliar male voice. That confusion was fleeting, quickly dismissed from his mind. He could not allow anything to hinder his confession today. Yangbin continued to clutch the bouquet of roses tightly, ready to spring up and surprise Xia Jingya the moment the box was opened. A rustling sound of ribbons being untied filled the air, heightening Yangbin's anticipation as he silently recited the well-rehearsed confession lines. The delicate sounds continued, and a beam of dim light surged through the gap at the top of the open box. Yangbin felt a tingle in his legs and suddenly sprang up. The room was illuminated in an instant, revealing a dazzling array of colorful lights that shone above the now-standing Yangbin. Holding the roses aloft, he exclaimed, surprise. The sudden shout startled Xia Jingya, causing her to react with indignation. Why are you shouting so loudly? Had she not been prepared for a surprise, she might have instinctively struck Yangbin in the face. Even so, she was taken aback, retreating several steps and landing in Cheng Chen's embrace. Yangbin, the moment he emerged from the box, rushed to assist Xia Jingya, only to find her in the arms of an unfamiliar man. His face drained of color in that instant. Yangbin's lips quivered as he pointed a trembling finger at Cheng Chen, demanding, Jingya, who is this? How can he hold you? Yangbin, why are you being so ridiculous? Startled, Xia Jingya felt an overwhelming sense of disdain, completely neglecting to respond to Yangbin's inquiry. And instead, she confronted him directly. At that moment, Cheng Chen noticed the situation. Xia Jingya was clearly using him as a shield against the metaphorical arrow that was Yangbin. Yangbin's demeanor radiated a distinct lack of emotional intelligence. How could one attempt to surprise a woman by startling her? It was a clear indication of thoughtlessness, upholding the virtue of fulfilling a friend's request. Cheng Chen promptly extended his left hand towards Yangbin, introducing himself. You must be Yangbin. Greetings. I have heard of you from Yiya. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cheng Chen, Yiya's boyfriend. Cheng Chen's introduction struck Yangbin like a resounding slap. He felt as if he had been publicly adorned with a glaring green hat, a symbol of humiliation. Not only that, but his meticulously planned confession had been met with Xia Jingya's ire. The thought of this made Yangbin feel an acute discomfort throughout his body. As he looked at Cheng Chen's outstretched hand, his expression darkened, and he grasped it firmly. With determination, he intended to show this unexpected man a thing or two, hoping to make him retreat in discomfort. However, the situation seemed beyond his control. The owner of the hand he held so tightly maintained an expression of calm, as if there were no change at all when he extended his palm. Impossible. Yangbin was confident in his strength, although he had been frail in his youth. He had undergone rigorous training at a boot camp that honed his physique. Now, he was capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a half-ton bull. How could an ordinary man remain so composed under his grip? Additionally, the other party was using his left hand. With this thought, Yangbin instinctively intensified his grip, gritting his teeth as he summoned all his strength, determined to make this man, who had embarrassed him in front of his colleagues, suffer. A typical adult male has a grip strength of around 30 kilograms, with a deviation of approximately 5. Since his training, Yangbin's grip had escalated to an impressive 45 kilograms, a figure that could be deemed formidable. Based on his self-awareness, Yangbin felt assured. Sensing Yangbin's hostility, Cheng Chen also applied a bit more pressure with his left hand. Thanks to the physical fortitude acquired from his diet, Cheng Chen's strength had effectively doubled. While he was unaware of his own grip strength, under these enhanced conditions, it undoubtedly surpassed Yang Bin's considerably. Thus, he only exerted a slight additional force. Not wishing to injure the illustrious Yang Bin, especially since Xia Jingya held some regard for the debt of gratitude owed to Yang Bin's father for saving his own. However, this sudden increase in pressure caused Yang Bin's confident expression to tighten instantaneously. Instinctively recalling his training, Yang Bin assessed that the man before him, with a plaster cast on his right hand, must possess a grip strength of no less than 40 kilograms. This is the grip strength of the opponent's left hand. Naturally, Yang Bin also used his left hand. His grip strength was barely below 45, which made him acutely aware of the pressure. In that instant, Yang Bin furrowed his brows, and 3 prominent lines appeared on his otherwise smooth forehead. He was serious. Gritting his teeth, Yang Bin exerted more force with his arm, revealing the veins on his forehead. He thought to himself, "Surely, this time you must feel the terror of strength. You little rascal, daring to compete with me for a woman." Yet in the next moment, Yang Bin's anticipation dissipated, for he saw that Cheng Chen's expression remained calm and unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of distress. It seemed to him as if they were merely engaged in a simple handshake. However, Cheng Chen was not one to let Yang Bin off so easily. Seeing him gritting his teeth with exposed veins, how could he concede? If not for the stake that doubled his strength, his left hand might have been broken by now. With this thought, Cheng Chen applied more pressure. The pain surged through Yang Bin's mind like a sharp dagger. At that moment, it felt as though his hand had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him profound agony. Just as he was contemplating how to withdraw his hand from Cheng Chen's grasp, the voice of Xia Jingya rang out like a clarion call, relieving the helpless Yang Bin. "Yang Bin, do you really need to take so long just to shake hands with my boyfriend?" Yang Bin, gritting his teeth in pain, forced a smile and replied, I just felt an immediate connection with your boyfriend, which led to an inadvertent prolongation of our handshake." Having already made Yang Bin suffer, Cheng Chen decided not to press further and released his grip. After letting go, Cheng Chen naturally draped his left arm around Xia Jingya's shoulder, pulling her head onto his shoulder. With a faint smile, he echoed Yang Bin's words, saying indeed, it was a piercing experience. This was no exaggeration. The strength Cheng Chen had employed earlier could truly impart the sensation of a sword piercing to the bone. With the contest concluded, Yang Bin, aware of his shortcomings, awkwardly smiled to ease the embarrassment of being discovered by the others. "Well, Jingya, today is your birthday. Happy birthday." As soon as he finished speaking, the room plunged into darkness once more. The next moment, music began to play. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday" in the room. Everyone began to sing a birthday song for Xia Jingya. Colorful lights began to flicker, instantly elevating the atmosphere. As the chorus of "Happy Birthday" resonated, Yang Bin snapped his fingers in the air. The door to the private room swung open again, and a man dressed in an elegant suit wheeled in a cart bearing a magnificent 3-tiered cake. Beneath the cart, strings of colorful lights illuminated the cake, showcasing it splendidly to everyone present. As Xia Jingya fully discerned the design of the cake, she felt an inexplicable sense of emotion welling up inside her. The top tier of the cake featured a lifelike figure of a woman in a white wedding dress, and that woman's likeness was unmistakably Xia Jingya herself. It must be said that, purely based on the design of this cake, Yang Bin indeed put considerable effort into his confession. Unfortunately, Xia Jingya was merely a bit moved. Feeling touched does not equate to true affection. Yang Bin took hold of the cart and brought the cake before Xia Jingya, activating the mechanism on the cart. 2 digits sprang forth from the top tier of the cake, revealing the number 18. A woman is forever 18 years old, and Xia Jingya was no exception. Yang Bin had discerned this sentiment of women quite well. "Jingya, happy 18th birthday," he exclaimed. The crowd echoed his sentiment. "Happy 18th birthday." Xia Jingya, touched, followed the rhythm of their cheers, made a wish, and blew out the candles. The lights brightened once more. Yang Bin produced a plastic knife and handed it to Xia Jingya, gently saying, "Jingya, please cut the cake." The small knife pierced the cake, slowly slicing downward. A small piece of cake landed on the tray. which Xia Jingya then offered to Yang Bin. Yang Shuai, thank you for everything you've done for my birthday. This first piece of cake is for you. This small gesture sent Yang Bin into a state of ecstatic joy. However, he remained oblivious to the true significance of Xia Jingya offering him the first piece of cake. It was a gesture of repaying a favor, subtly indicating that he should not entangle her with such moral coercion. But Yang Bin thought otherwise. He only knew that the first piece of cake was meant for him. With a smug expression, he cast a challenging glance at Cheng Chen, clearly conveying, "Did you see that, kid? In Jingya's heart, I am her first choice, and you're merely a backup." Cheng Chen, however, ignored him, quietly watching as Xia Jingya cut the cake. Piece by piece, the cake was distributed into the hands of the attendees. In just a few minutes, each of the dozen or so people present held a piece of cake, except for Cheng Chen. This gave Yang Bin another moment of triumph, as he continued to shoot provocative glances at Cheng Chen. "Did you see? In Jingya's heart, we are ahead of you, her so-called boyfriend, and I even received the first piece of cake." A thought took root in Yang Bin's mind. As long as the right moves were made, no wall could remain unbroken. After all, it seemed to him that even if Cheng Chen was indeed Xia Jingya's boyfriend, they likely had not been together for long. It was probable that their romance was quite recent. Otherwise, after such a lengthy period of acquaintance, why had they only just seen Cheng Chen today? One must admit that Yang Bin possessed a certain level of discernment. At least his current judgment was not far from the mark. Yet, just as Yang Bin continued to direct challenging glances at Cheng Chen, Xia Jingya ceased her actions. The plastic knife she held was no longer slicing. Instead, she tilted her head to regard Cheng Chen, who seemed like an outsider. The look in Xia Jingya's eyes as she gazed at Cheng Chen stirred a sense of foreboding within Yang Bin. This woman set the knife aside, ceasing her task. And in that instant, the smug expression on Yang Bin's face turned pale. As he observed Xia Jingya don a pair of disposable gloves, she reached towards the miniature figure of herself clad in a white wedding dress. "My dear, I entrust her to you." Thus, the delicately crafted figure, bearing Xia Jingya's likeness, was gently handed over to Cheng Chen. The gesture seemed to convey, "My dear, I am surrendering myself to you." Cheng Chen cradled the figure in his hands and, with a voice imbued with magnetism, softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I shall take good care of her." Chapter 42. The cake is ruined. Cheng Chen held a petite version of Xia Jingya, his heart a tumult of emotions. The sincerity reflected in Xia Jingya's eyes at that moment stirred something within him. Moreover, the brief hesitation she exhibited before presenting herself to him felt as if she had made a profound decision internally. Cheng Chen was oblivious to whether Xia Jingya's actions were mere theatrics or if they were laced with genuine sentiment. Could it be that this woman truly harbored feelings for him? While such a notion was undoubtedly delightful, would her parents ever consent to this? The answer seemed to be a resounding no. Who would willingly marry off their daughter, cherished for over 2 decades, to a divorced man with a child of his own? Shaking his head gently, he dismissed the troubling thoughts. Cheng Chen was not a man prone to indecision. Should such a scenario arise, he believed he would possess the means to persuade Xia Jingya's parents with his capabilities. As the situation unfolded, those present began to discern the nuances of Xia Jingya's behavior. Yang Bin, witnessing his meticulously crafted cake being distributed by Xia Jingya, felt as though a barrel of vinegar had been repeatedly overturned within him. His resentful gaze fixated on the figure in Cheng Chen's grasp, a surge of malice swelling within him. Seizing the moment while Cheng Chen was distracted, he casually approached Luo Luo, saying, "Luo Luo, please ask the waiter to bring the drinks. Let us celebrate Jingya's birthday together." Suddenly, he seemingly nonchalantly extended his foot and kicked a tall floral vase nearby. The vase, disturbed by his action, toppled towards Cheng Chen's back. Bang! Before Yang Bin could finish his sentence, Cheng Chen stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance from the impact of the enormous vase. Had it not been for his enhanced physical strength, doubled from the effects of that special steak, he might have been knocked unconscious. The miniature Xia Jingya slipped from his grasp, hurtling through the air. Reacting swiftly, Cheng Chen, now endowed with twice the speed, took 2 quick steps forward to catch the figure. However, The incident unfolded too abruptly. Even with his augmented swiftness, he could not prevent the figure from flying away. The tiny figure landed squarely on the cake. Crack! The remaining layers of the cake were utterly obliterated in an instant. What had once been a splendid confection was now rendered a mere ruin. The instigator, Yang Bin, covered his face in dismay, letting out a heavy sigh. Alas. Brother Cheng, how could you be so careless? Now, the birthday cake for Jingya is completely ruined. Cheng Chen listened intently to these words, acutely aware that the scene had unfolded due to Yang Bin's mischief. Would he allow Yang Bin to escape unscathed? Cheng Chen silently noted his intentions, planning to deliver a fierce counterattack at the opportune moment. In light of the ruined cake, Xia Jingyao would not hold Cheng Chen accountable. With a casual wave of her hand, she addressed her close friends present, saying, "Oh, it's fine. The cake isn't meant for eating anyway. Birthday cakes are merely for smashing in faces." With that, Xia Jingyao playfully smeared the cake against Qi Lin's face. Qi Lin, you look absolutely delightful." Seeing Qi Lin's face covered in cake from her prank, Xia Jingyao couldn't help but emit a gleeful snort of laughter. "All right, you've chosen to tease me, Yaya." Qi Lin, unwilling to back down, swung the cake back at Xia Jingyao's face. Just as the cake was about to land on her exquisite features, the whimsical Xia Jingyao instinctively bent backward, flipping her body and touching the ground with her hands, narrowly evading the blow. However, the cake still flew through the air, landing squarely on Yang Bin's face. The act of smearing cake is a common occurrence at many birthday celebrations. With the situation having escalated, everyone began playfully smearing cream on each other's faces. Some, feeling unsatisfied after using their pieces, dug into the remaining layers, continuing the frolicking battle. Within mere minutes, the entire cake had been thoroughly obliterated. Yang Bin was momentarily bewildert. His attempt to embarrass Cheng Chen had backfired, resulting in his own face being covered in cream, effortlessly neutralized by Xia Jingyao. With frustration boiling within him, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to intervene, someone shoved a piece of cake into his mouth. The jovial cake war persisted for over 10 minutes. Eventually, as everyone grew weary from the merriment, they each sought out wet wipes to clean the cream from their faces, necks, and hands. During this time, the waitstaff diligently served drinks and dishes. One cannot help but commend the exquisite cuisine and beverages provided by the opulent hotel, which delighted everyone present. Many praised Yang Bin for his thoughtful arrangements. Officer Zhang, who shared a close bond with Yang Bin, savored a piece of halal base, relishing its delectable flavor, and gave a thumbs up to Yang Bin. "Yang, you truly treat Jingyao well. It seems this entire feast consists of her favorite dishes. This lavish spread must have cost quite a fortune, huh? Looks like you've really gone all out today." Yang Bin, whose schemes had failed, felt a surge of energy. He waved his hand nonchalantly, laughing, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a mere 10,000 or so." His words oozed with the essence of extravagance. This statement instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd, leaving everyone gasping at Yang Bin's lavish expenditure of 10,000. A gasp of astonishment escaped from the crowd. The individual who expressed such surprise was none other than Xiao He, a colleague and friend of Yang Bin. The sum of over 100,000 is indeed a considerable amount. Among those present, few possessed the willingness and means to spend such a sum on a single meal. Xiao He promptly remarked, "Yang, this money must be the reward you received for reporting the irregularities at Leeson Electric, right?" Yang Bin casually replied, "Yes, indeed. However, it is merely a duty to serve the people. There is nothing to boast about." A woman interjected, "Oh, Yang, you must not say that. Because of that incident, you nearly faced retaliation from Leeson Electric. It can be said that this money was earned at the cost of your own safety. Yet, you chose to use it to celebrate Yaya's birthday. That is truly touching. If I were Jingya, I might very well be moved to marry you on the spot." Yang Bin continued to speak nonchalantly. "It's no trouble at all. After all, it's Jingya's birthday. Her happiness brings me joy. Money is merely a material possession." As he spoke, Yang Bin felt inspired to elaborate further, sighing, "Alas, that cake alone cost 30,000. I went to great lengths to persuade Wang Shihu to create it, and I imagined it would be quite delectable. Yet, Due to Brother Cheng's blunder, no one got to taste it. Let us not dwell on it. Upon hearing the name Wang Shihu, Qi Lin exclaimed in surprise. Wang Shihu? The renowned chef of Sir Ali? The master pastry chef of Jiangchen? Yang Bin again responded casually. Yes, that is him. Another person interjected. Oh no, such a pity. It's a shame not to have tasted a masterpiece by Jiangxing's foremost pastry chef. No wonder that cake was so exquisite. Chapter 43. A solo performance. Everyone present felt a sense of regret. After all, given their financial means, the opportunity to savor a delicacy crafted by Wang Shihu was rare. Had it not been for Cheng Chen's mistake, such a fine cake, created by the renowned chef, would not have met such a dismal fate. If not for Cheng Chen's error, Xia Jingya would not have used such an extravagant and rare cake for mere entertainment. With this thought, the expressions of the crowd shifted as they glanced at Cheng Chen, their gazes laden with reproach. Ultimately, the blame for this mishap rested on Cheng Chen's shoulders. Moreover, the sight of their spirited policewoman being pursued by such a careless man left many of the male onlookers feeling indignant. What about Cheng Chen? Aside from his attractive appearance and physique, warranted him as a match for our policewoman? Furthermore, would he truly be willing to spend over 100,000 on a lavish birthday celebration for Jingya? Certainly not. If he had such intentions, why had he not acted sooner? If he genuinely cared enough to host a birthday party for our policewoman, why was he merely following Jingya around? Indulging in food and drink? Yangbin observed the unfolding situation keenly. Earlier, he had followed Xia Jingya as she dealt with Officer Zhang and Xiaohe, who had been involved in the incident where Cheng Chen collided with the gate of Hu Hongying's residence at Legion Garden. Now, both had gathered around Yangbin, whispering quietly in his ear. After listening to the words of these two individuals, a triumphant smile blossomed at the corners of Yangbin's mouth, akin to a splendid golden lotus. A mischievous thought crept into his mind. He had conceived a new scheme to undermine Cheng Chen. With a grand gesture, Yangbin waved his hand and addressed the crowd. Come now, let us not cast such judgment upon Brother Cheng. After all, he did not act with malice. Moreover, he is now the boyfriend of our beautiful police flower, Jingya. I only hope he treats her well, for as her family, that would put my mind at ease. Young, you are so generous, exclaimed one. Indeed, your demeanor is truly a model for us all, another chimed in. Oh, if I were Jingya, with a man like Captain Yang treating me with such thoughtfulness, I would surely be the happiest person alive. The audience, inspired by Yang Bin's assertive words, did not hesitate to shower him with praise. Such compliments were music to Yang Bin's ears. With a nonchalant smile, he replied, let us not speak of my affairs. Jingya is now with Brother Cheng, so let us leave my name out of it. It wouldn't be pleasant if rumors spread that I, Yang Bin, was the third wheel. What nonsense! You were the one who pursued Jingya first. Someone retorted, yes, it has been years. Another added, Captain Yang has always cared for Jingya with utmost devotion. Even the blind can see that. While it is true that Brother Cheng is now our beautiful police flower's boyfriend, we do not yet know what kind of person he truly is. Indeed, this is our first encounter with Cheng Chen. We have yet to form a favorable impression. His clumsiness is evident, considering he ruined the cake painstakingly crafted by Chef Wang. Yang Bin chuckled. No worries, I can see that Brother Cheng possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He must be a person of great talent and virtue. With apparent casualness, Yang Bin turned to Cheng Chen and inquired, Brother Cheng, may I ask where you are currently employed? Cheng Chen regarded this self-staged performance and the ignorant sycophants with disdain, choosing not to engage. Amidst the mockery directed at Cheng Chen, Xia Jingya had repeatedly whispered apologies into his ear. I'm so sorry, since I rarely interact with them. I only now see their true colors. I regret that you had to endure this, she comforted softly. Xia Jingya referred to those sycophantic friends, excluding the few genuine companions among them. This revelation made Cheng Chen understand that had it not been for their shared passion for anime and the two-dimensional world, Xia Jingya would not have associated with such a crowd. Observing Cheng Chen's indifference and his intimate whispers with Xia Jingya, Yang Bin's lips twitched in irritation. Ahem, ahem. Yang Bin deliberately intensified his coughing, then proclaimed loudly, Brother Cheng, I have heard that you are divorced and have a daughter. With such a background, You truly do not deserve our Jingya. Cheng Chen raised his head, looking at Yang Bin as one might regard a circus performer. Seeing that he had finally captured Cheng Chen's attention, Yang Bin felt a surge of joy. He earnestly advised, Brother Cheng, Jingya comes from a distinguished family. Even if you're not a man encumbered with a child, but rather a single individual, you would still not be deemed worthy in the eyes of my Uncle Xia. Oh, is that so? Cheng Chen smiled playfully. Fearing that Yang Bin's monologue might become tedious, he interjected. Indeed, such is the nature of you, Brother Cheng. However, let me offer you a piece of advice, Brother Bin. If you were a billionaire, perhaps you might catch the eye of Uncle Xia. With that, Yang Bin pinched the tip of his pinky finger and gestured towards Cheng Chen, saying, in that case, there might still be a glimmer of hope for you in Jingya. Unbeknownst to the self-satisfied Yang Bin, Cheng Chen had cast him as the comedic fool in a film, while Yang Bin, oblivious, continued his triumphant discourse. That makes sense, Cheng Chen added, encouraging Yang Bin to persist in his solo performance. Yang Bin approached Cheng Chen, patting him on the shoulder like an elder, and said, my words are often pearls of wisdom, so I am curious, Brother Cheng, where are you currently employed? Share it with me, and let me analyze your chances with Jingya and whether you might earn Uncle Xia's approval. Cheng Chen glanced at the Louis XIII before pouring a glass. He raised the glass, took a sip, and remarked, not bad, this wine is quite decent. Brother Bin, help me analyze this. I opened a fresh juice shop over at Xinyu Kindergarten, but it shut down after just one day. Do you think I still have a chance of earning Uncle Xia's approval? Upon hearing this, Yang Bin burst into laughter. So all this time, Jingya's boyfriend is merely the owner of a juice shop? A fool who went out of business after a single day? To what extent must Uncle Xia be blind to consider someone like you for his daughter? Yang Bin was thoroughly amused, his tone laced with mockery. Brother Cheng, you must be joking. With your circumstances, I might have thought you were, after Jingya's family fortune, attempting to climb the social ladder through Uncle Xia. Not only will Uncle Xia not approve, but we, her family, will not accept you either. As he spoke, Yang Bin surveyed the room, seeking affirmation from the onlookers who cast incredulous glances at Cheng Chen. Isn't that right, dear brothers and sisters? The group responded in unison, indeed. We, her family, do not approve. Then, a barrage of negative comments about Cheng Chen erupted from small clusters within the crowd, showing no regard for his presence. Who would have thought he was merely living off others? He must be envious of Jingya's family background, truly a man without dignity. How could someone so exceptional as Jingya choose such a person? I've never seen someone justify unemployment so boldly. This Cheng has quite the thick skin. Cheng Chen continued to smile at Yang Bin, ignoring the jabs. Since Xia Jingya had shown such care for Cheng Chen, Cheng Chen was determined to help her resolve the matter regarding Yang Bin once and for all, completely and utterly. And now, the show was just beginning. There was still much to behold. Chapter 44. Take me to the kitchen. In light of the current situation, Yang Bin believed he had successfully set the tone. Among the dozen or so people in the private room, aside from a few who shared a closer bond with Xia Jingya, most aligned themselves with him. Another hand was gently placed on Cheng Chen's plastered right shoulder, giving it a light pat. Yang Bin sighed, sighing, alas. Brother Cheng, you may not be aware, but my initial impression of you was quite favorable. However, I have recently come across certain information that has compelled me to reassess my perspective on you. Upon hearing this, Xia Jingya immediately shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Zhang and Xiao He. It seemed that these two auxiliary police colleagues had disclosed the events of that day to Yang Bin. Resolute in her thoughts, she vowed to address this matter seriously upon returning to the precinct. These two auxiliary personnel lacked the decorum befitting public servants. Even if they had entered the police force through less than honorable means, she would hold no reservations. Such individuals did not deserve to remain within the police station. The others present began to cast curious glances at Yang Bin after his remarks. Unhurriedly, he continued, seemingly nonchalant. As a man, you have achieved nothing. Your entrepreneurial venture failed in just a day. As a husband, your family is currently in disarray. As a father, you struggle to ensure your daughter has safety. At this juncture, Yang Bin suddenly slammed his palm onto the table with great force. Bang! The resounding thud caused numerous dishes to rattle. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yangbin exclaimed. Thus, a man who fails in every role can only be described in two words: worthless. As the godson of Uncle Xia, I feel it is my duty to safeguard Jingya. Once again, the crowd erupted in discussion, with some directing inquiries towards auxiliary officers Xiao Zhang and Xiao He for the truth. After receiving their responses, Cheng Chen's standing plummeted in their eyes, as he seemed to have fallen into an abyss. An array of disparaging thoughts flooded their minds, each aligning with Cheng Chen's various actions. Shortly thereafter, the individual previously referred to as the Li could no longer restrain himself and leaped forward, pointing at Cheng Chen and berating him. You think you're a man? With someone like you, do you even dare to vie with Yang for Jingya? I advise you to leave while you still can. With the Li's reckless confrontation, another person emerged, known as Lao Wu. He was a close associate of Yangbin. Approaching Cheng Chen, he spat contemptuously at the ground near his feet, mocking, worthless. Just leave. Jingya will only find happiness with Yang. Do you really expect someone of her status to endure a life of hardship with you? Following suit, two more individuals stepped forward, hurling insults at Cheng Chen. Worthless, get lost. Useless scoundrel. It's your fault I missed out on the cake personally made by Chef Wang. Now, get as far away as you can, or else I won't be so courteous. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles menacingly. It was evident that if Cheng Chen did not heed his warning and exit the opulent hotel immediately, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. Enough. Xia Jingya, unable to bear it any longer, suddenly stood up and pointed at the crowd, scolding, Are you all done? Are you here to celebrate my birthday, or to provoke me? Cheng Chen merely accidentally ruined a birthday cake. Yet must he be treated like a pariah, reviled by all? The crowd, chastised by Xia Jingya, fell into a state of despondency. At that moment, Xia Jingya's emotions were in turmoil, prompting Cheng Chen to gently grasp her slender arm, offering comfort. It's all right. They speak the truth. Since I am the one who ruined the cake, I shall procure a better one for you. Procure a better one? Are you jesting? A cake worth 30,000. Can you afford it? Truly, you speak recklessly. You strike me as rather dim-witted. Do you not realize that a gourmet cake crafted by Chef Sir Ali is not something money alone can procure? I sympathize with your plight, judging by your appearance. You might consider selling a kidney to afford such a birthday cake. However, even that cake would take Chef Ali a considerable amount of time to create. Can your one kidney suffice? Surprisingly, Yangbin refrained from his usual boisterousness, raising his right hand to signal the crowd to cease their clamoring. Once the private room settled into silence, Yangbin spoke slowly. Since you claim you will provide a better cake for Jingya, we, her friends, wish to witness your sincerity. Moreover, as Jingya's boyfriend, it is indeed fitting for you to prepare this cake. Therefore, you may proceed to order it. No rush. I have ample time and can wait. With that, Yangbin pulled a chair and sat directly across from Cheng Chen, seemingly resolute in his decision to await the cake order. The majority in the private room appeared amused, silently watching Cheng Chen without uttering a word. Xia Jingya wore a worried expression. Her close friends, Luo and Qi Lin, also shared her concern. That cake was crafted by Chef Ali himself. Oh, Cheng Chen, how could you carelessly boast about providing a better one? Cheng Chen held Xia Jingya's hand tightly, gently patting the back of her not-so-fair hand, exuding calmness as he reassured her. Do not worry. Just watch me. With a snap of his fingers, Cheng Chen called out, Waiter! The door of the private room swung open, and a beautiful waitress briskly approached him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Before Cheng Chen could respond, Yangbin's close friend, Lao Wu, interjected loudly. He intends to pack all the dishes to take home. Hurry and prepare his takeout. Upon hearing this, Dali immediately chimed in. Yes. Waiter, please pack several fine dishes for him. This brother might not have had the pleasure of enjoying fine cuisine, so let us not waste it. Any leftover scraps, please pack those as well. Look at the fish bones on the table. There's still meat on them. Ensure to pack those for our brother too. Their banter, reminiscent of a comedic duo, prompted an uproarious laughter within the room. Xia Jingya, infuriated, was ready to erupt, yet her hand was firmly grasped by Cheng Chen. The moment she attempted to stand, he gently pulled her back. Cheng Chen gazed into Xia Jingya's eyes with unwavering determination, saying, Do not fret. Trust me. As she looked into Cheng Chen's steadfast eyes, a wave of tranquility washed over Xia Jingya. That gaze instilled an unwavering sense of security, beyond any doubt. She chose to place her trust in Cheng Chen. As for the ridicule and derision from the onlookers, she believed that Cheng Chen could handle it adeptly. The uproarious laughter from the private room left the waiter utterly bewildered, mistakenly assuming that this group was merely a rowdy bunch celebrating a birthday and teasing their friend. He promptly approached Cheng Chen once more, inquiring, "Sir, may I ask what service you require?" Only then did Cheng Chen release Xia Jingya's hand, gradually rising to his feet and gesturing towards the door, saying, "Take me to the kitchen." The waiter stood there, momentarily stunned. Confused, he hesitated before nervously asking, "Sir, is there a particular dish that does not suit your palate? Or is there another reason?" This reaction is typical for most waitstaff when a guest requests to be taken to the kitchen. However, this waiter was not at all concerned about the freshness of the hotel's cuisine. The opulent establishment sourced all its ingredients directly from farmers. 90% of the meat, including pork, beef, and lamb, was freshly slaughtered, with the remainder stored for no more than 12 hours. Seafood was similarly caught fresh, never stored beyond 12 hours. This commitment to quality was why dining at the opulent establishment was exceedingly costly. The owner, Liang Jingyang, enforced strict standards regarding this matter. Consequently, the waiter held absolute confidence, albeit only worried that the dishes might not align with the guest's tastes. After all, even the most skilled chef cannot create a dish that pleases every palate. Nevertheless, this perspective was destined to be challenged by Cheng Chen in due time. Indeed, there exists a person capable of crafting dishes that appeal to all, creating a veritable frenzy among patrons. Returning to the main topic, Cheng Chen's request to visit the kitchen not only puzzled the waiter, but also left the others in the private room as bewildered as a monk encountering a paradox. It is not for those reasons. Take me to the kitchen. I wish to personally prepare the finest birthday cake for this beautiful lady beside me. Realizing the waiter had misunderstood his intent, Cheng Chen reiterated his purpose. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter once more. "Huh! I cannot contain my laughter. This fellow dares to boast that he will create the best birthday cake in the world. Does he truly believe his cake will surpass that of Chef Wang?" One could not help but remark on the absurdity of this man, who seemed too frugal even to purchase a cake. What do you know? He is merely being thrifty, living wisely. I suggest he find a village girl in some rural backwater to marry. Village girls appreciate a man who knows how to manage life. The laughter and mockery echoed incessantly. Yet Cheng Chen paid them no mind. Naturally, he was equally indifferent to the silent figure of Yang Bin at that moment. From Yang Bin's playful yet composed gaze, Cheng Chen could discern that he was likely plotting mischief, probably waiting for him to embarrass himself. However, Cheng Chen was destined to disappoint him. Since Xian had previously requested Cheng Chen to bake a birthday cake for Xia Jingya, all the recipes had already been etched in his mind. Yet, the methods he had learned online produced rather ordinary-looking cakes. If he were to craft a cake that would truly astonish Xia Jingya, the appearance must take precedence. With this thought, Cheng Chen retrieved his phone and dialed Gu Ningji's number, only to be met with a busy signal. It seemed that this woman was indeed very occupied lately. Reluctantly, Cheng Chen then called Liang Jingyang. As soon as the call connected, Liang Jingyang greeted him with utmost politeness. "Hello, Master Cheng, how may I assist you?" "Yes, Chairman Liang. I would appreciate it if you could send me old Wang's phone number. I need to discuss something with him." After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Chen ended the call. Soon, he received the phone number from Liang Jingyang. "Old Wang, this is Cheng Chen. I am currently at Fully Haodong." After a brief explanation, Wang Shihu, excited to receive Cheng Chen's call, hurriedly rushed out of the restroom and drove straight to Fully Haodong. Seeing Cheng Chen leisurely chatting on the phone, Yang Bin began to lose his patience. He prompted, "Our esteemed Master Cheng, are you intentionally prolonging time with that phone call? Since you wish to personally bake the birthday cake, shall we not get going?" With that, Yang Bin turned to the somewhat bewildered waiter and instructed, "Lead the way." We are headed to the kitchen. The private room had been reserved by Yang Bin, and thus the waiter had a deep impression of him. Recognizing the esteemed client's request, He dared not hesitate and quickly stepped forward to guide them toward the kitchen. Cheng Chen followed closely, with Xia Jingya and Luo Qi Lin trailing behind. Yang Bin called out to the others in the private room, "Come on, gentlemen. Since Chef Cheng intends to personally prepare a birthday cake for Jingya, we, her family, cannot remain idle. Let's all go and witness this. Let us go. I wish to see how this chef plans to execute his craft." How else could he exit? Through a hasty retreat or by dodging the phone call? As they arrived at the kitchen, Yang Bin swiftly approached the back kitchen manager to secure a pastry room specifically for Cheng Chen to create desserts. Yang Bin's actions were not born out of kindness. He was apprehensive that Cheng Chen might use the lack of space in the kitchen as an excuse to refrain from baking. Despite Cheng Chen's confidence, he firmly believed that even if Cheng Chen had learned to bake, he would never surpass the renowned pastry chef Wang Shihu, whose reputation was well established in Jiangqing. However, this was Cheng Chen's own boast about making the best cake in the world. If he chose to take on such a challenge, Yang Bin would show no mercy. Under the guidance of the back kitchen manager, Yang Bin was the first to arrive at the pastry room he had reserved. He flung open the door with a jest. "After you, Chef Cheng." Cheng Chen, not one to be modest, swaggered inside. Observing Cheng Chen's smug demeanor, Yang Bin felt a pang of discomfort. Does he really think of himself as some grand master, calling him Chef Cheng, and he believes he is the head chef? Let him bask in his arrogance for a moment. When he fails to deliver, I shall relish watching him squirm. With this thought, Yang Bin leaned in and whispered to his close friend, "Lao Wu, quickly gather a few people and block all the entrances and exits of the opulent venue. We must not allow Cheng Chen any chance to escape." Once Cheng Chen entered the pastry room, the throng that followed surged in, rendering the confined space nearly impenetrable, leaving only a modest area for Cheng Chen to maneuver. Unperturbed, he swiftly transitioned into work mode. With just his still functional left hand, he prepared all the ingredients necessary for cake making: eggs, flour, cream, fruits, chocolate, and more, within mere minutes. To their surprise, his proficient movements imparted a semblance of professionalism that captivated the onlookers. After completing the preparations, Cheng Chen halted all actions. The reason was simple. Chef Wang had yet to arrive. Without Chef Wang, he could not comprehend or absorb the essential techniques required to craft an exquisitely beautiful cake. Observing Cheng Chen's inactivity, the crowd's expressions morphed into smirks. Yang Bin was particularly elated, thinking that Cheng Chen's charade was finally at an end. He casually pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and smugly inquired, "My dear Chef Cheng, pray tell, what are you still waiting for?" "For someone," Cheng Chen replied. Chapter 46. Learning over the phone, is he seeking assistance? Yet, in Yang Bin's eyes, no matter who Cheng Chen called for help, it would not alter the prevailing situation. Not only he, but the entire crowd shared this sentiment. In their view, no one in Jiangcheng possessed the prowess to surpass Chef Wang in the art of pastry making. A sly grin crept across Yang Bin's lips as he asked, "Oh, who might this esteemed Chef Cheng be awaiting?" This time, Cheng Chen did not hold back and responded directly, "I am waiting for the illustrious Chef Wang, the one you all speak of." "What? You claim you are waiting for whom?" Yang Bin, seemingly incredulous, repeated the question with curiosity. Someone in the crowd explained to him, "Yang, this pretentious fool says he is waiting for Chef Wang." In an instant, the audience erupted in disbelief, akin to water boiling upon contact with a piece of red-hot metal. This incompetent buffoon was becoming increasingly ridiculous. He must be joking. He likely doesn't even know what Chef Wang looks like. Since Chef Wang joined Sir Eli, only legends remained in circulation. How audacious of him to assert he is waiting for Chef Wang. Even if Chef Wang were to arrive, would he truly help this foolish boy make a cake? The likelihood of Chef Wang personally intervening was as improbable as my becoming the nation's wealthiest individual. If Chef Wang shows up today, I shall livestream myself standing on my head while defecating. As the crowd continued their idle chatter, time slipped away, and still, Chef Wang had not made an appearance. The group waiting alongside Cheng Chen for Chef Wang's arrival grew increasingly impatient. Their mounting agitation culminated in a torrent of harsh words directed at Cheng Chen. Yet, Cheng Chen remained unfazed by their vitriolic remarks. for he understood that when these individuals eventually recognized their own folly, it would be their own faces that bore the sting of embarrassment, a consequence of their own making. As the vitriol escalated, Xia Jingya could no longer tolerate the situation. She felt that Cheng Chen's ridicule stemmed from her suggestion that he feigned being her boyfriend. During the wait for Chef Wang, she repeatedly urged Cheng Chen to leave with her, but each time she met his unwavering gaze, she acquiesced. Cheng Chen glanced at the wall clock. 25 minutes had elapsed since he last spoke with Chef Wang. Today, Chef Wang was working at Sir Elliot's, a mere 10-minute drive from the opulent venue. Cheng Chen was well aware that Chef Wang would never delay in fulfilling his commitments. Thus, the current predicament indicated that Chef Wang must be facing some unforeseen circumstance. Suddenly, Cheng Chen's phone rang. As he pressed the answer button, Chef Wang's anxious voice came through. "Hello, Master Cheng. It's peak dining hours, and traffic on Renmin Road is quite severe. I may need about 20 more minutes to arrive. I apologize for the inconvenience." Chef Wang's numerous apologies indicated his genuine concern over Cheng Chen's potential anger. "It's fine. Please share with me the method for creating the most exquisite birthday cake you know," Cheng Chen replied. Chef Wang paused momentarily before responding. "Of course. The most beautiful birthday cake I can make is called Mountain and Stream, consisting of 5 tiers, each layer." Cheng Chen placed the phone on the table and activated the speaker. The room was filled with Chef Wang's detailed instructions for the cake. As Cheng Chen listened, the knowledge flowed into his mind like golden light. With each piece of information, his left hand began to move deftly. He cracked eggs, separated the whites, poured fresh cream into a clean bowl, added sugar, and whipped it at high speed with an electric mixer. Each action was performed with remarkable fluidity, a level of skill that transcended mere proficiency. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Cheng Chen's seamless movements unfolded before them. It appeared that he truly possessed an exceptional talent for baking birthday cakes. Lu Dali could not restrain himself and whispered to Yang Bin, "Yang, is that really Chef Wang's voice on the phone? The cake recipe he described sounds absolutely delectable." Yang Bin shook his head firmly and declared, "No, Chef Wang is someone I'm very familiar with. This is undoubtedly not his voice." In truth, Yang Bin was not acquainted with Chef Wang. The origin of the cake worth over 30,000 was merely a boastful fabrication of his own. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, as a foreboding sensation crept into his heart. This feeling made him wish to disrupt Cheng Chen's masterful operation. However, the ensuing scene brought him a sense of relief, even eliciting a hint of amusement. The birthday cake that Chef Wang had mentioned over the phone was clearly described as a 5-tiered circular creation. Yet, the cake base that Cheng Chen had just assembled was an assortment of irregular shapes, resembling a collection of chaotic stones, with only 2 pieces being perfectly round. Those stones were unmistakably the failed products of Master Cheng's efforts. Observing this spectacle, Yang Bin couldn't help but chuckle, and seizing the opportunity to mock, he exclaimed, "Master Cheng, you can't even manage to bake a circular base for the cake?" Yang Shuai was right on the mark. This Master Cheng clearly cannot even create a round birthday cake base. It's utterly ridiculous. Cheng Chen, undeterred by their jibes, continued with his work. Why had he not followed Wang Shihu's instructions for the cake? It was because, after absorbing the most exquisite methods of cake making, he had swiftly grasped Chef Wang's approach and conceived a more perfect technique for crafting the cake named Mountain and Water in his mind. And now, he was in the midst of executing that vision. Unfortunately, the foolish bystanders failed to comprehend his intent. Among those present, only Xia Jingya displayed a flicker of curiosity. As a food enthusiast, she had some knowledge of culinary arts. She had been mentally concocting the methods conveyed over the phone while observing Cheng Chen's actions, and a seed of speculation began to sprout in her mind. Could it be that Cheng Chen intended to optimize the technique shared by the person on the phone? How could he dare to undertake such a bold endeavor in the current situation? Perhaps adhering strictly to the instructions would spare him from too much embarrassment. Yet, seeing Cheng Chen's earnestness, she refrained from speaking out, fearing that she might disrupt his concentration. As the procedure approached its final stages, Cheng Chen drew the curtain, effectively blocking the spectator's gaze. He aimed to surprise Xia Jingya. With the voice of Wang Shihu on the phone fading, Cheng Chen halted his actions. Before him lay a cake that resembled an artificial mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Chen picked up a piping bag and inscribed a line of small letters upon it. He then pulled back the curtain. Chapter 47. A perfect work of art as the curtain was gradually drawn open. The first sight that greeted the onlookers was the confident visage of Cheng Chen. This instilled an unsettling premonition in the hearts of those gathered. Xia Jingya clenched her fists nervously, while her companions, Luo and Qi Lin, tightly clasped her arms, all three women radiating palpable concern. Only Yang Bin felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he gazed at the curtain, and at the confident face of Cheng Chen slowly emerging from behind it. In an instant, a minuscule hill appeared before the eyes of the crowd. If one did not scrutinize closely, it was easy to mistake it for an exquisite miniature rockery. This artificial mountain, seemingly crafted by the hands of nature herself, was astonishingly beautiful, majestic like towering peaks and flowing like serene waters. Beauty, awe-inspiring. This was the immediate reaction of everyone upon witnessing the rockery, an instinctive emotion that struck deep within. It was as if they had stepped out from a masterpiece of ancient landscape painting, the old charm lingering, touching their souls. Among the crowd, someone could not contain their astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is that a cake?" Another, equally entranced by the rockery, stammered in response, "Why yes, it seems so." In an instant, countless gazes were fixated on this magnificent creation, as if savoring the most exquisite scenery in the world, reluctant to blink for fear that this splendid sight might vanish before them. This was undoubtedly the most perfect visual feast. Some could not resist moving closer, while others craned their necks. Those of shorter stature stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Beneath the towering peaks, a quaint bridge spanned over flowing waters. Beside the bridge, in a secluded, winding path, stood a retro-style villa with a blossoming peach tree, adorned with countless flower buds. Under the peach tree stood an elegant woman, graceful as a startled swan. The figure was merely 7 or 8 centimeters tall, clad in a police uniform, a true miniature version. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her appearance and stature were identical to the summer-clad Xia Jingya, just beyond the curtain. The villa and the police uniform, two elements that belonged distinctly to modernity, seamlessly blended into this classical masterpiece of mountain and water. No one knew how this was achieved. They only understood that if this birthday cake were meant for their own celebration, experiencing this singular birthday in their lifetime would be more than enough. As for its taste, it seemed no one cared to ponder. Yang Bin stared incredulously at this birthday cake, rendered speechless. Deep down, he had to admit that he too was captivated by the cake, yet his stubborn pride forbade him from conceding. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, the sharp pain forced his gaze away from the perfect mountain and water cake. Through gritted teeth, he feigned composure and remarked, "It's all just a flashy display. Cakes are meant to be eaten. How can you eat something like this?" Aside from him, those who had previously echoed mindlessly now fell silent. Food is celebrated for its color, aroma, and flavor. Color refers to the first impression a dish imparts, the most immediate sensation. In this regard, Cheng Chen's mountain and water cake achieved perfection. What more could one criticize? As for the taste, who would genuinely care? Such a beautiful birthday cake was a visual delight in itself. Who would dare to consume it? Moreover, who has not indulged in cake at some point? No matter how delectable it may be, how extraordinary can it truly become? Everyone comprehends this, and thus, in this moment, no one comes forth to support Yang Bin. No one follows his earlier rhythm to hurl mindless mockery at Cheng Chen. At this instant, all have awakened to a profound truth. Cheng Chen is indeed an adept cake maker, transforming the cake into a flawless work of art. Cheng Chen paid no heed to Yang Bin's skepticism. Instead, he cradled the tray with both hands and approached Xia Jingya. Kneeling on one knee, he lifted the tray high. After a brief moment of anticipation, Cheng Chen, with his magnetic voice, declared, "My dearest, this is your birthday gift." Xia Jingya stood frozen in place, gazing at Cheng Chen. Kneeling before her, she was acutely aware that he was merely playing along in their little charade, yet tears still threatened to spill from her eyes. In that moment, she felt as though she were the happiest woman in the world. She accepted the tray, placing it aside, and immediately bent down to assist Cheng Chen to his feet. "Thank you," she murmured. The floodgates of her emotions opened, and tears cascaded down her exquisite face, splattering onto the ground and creating myriad droplets. The tears were salty, yet within her heart, Xia Jingya felt an overwhelming sweetness. Looking at the little man before her, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In the next moment, unexpectedly for Cheng Chen, a passionate pair of lips met his, igniting a fervent warmth that surged through his mind. At that instant, the onlookers were astounded. Everyone stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the unfolding scene, for Xia Jingya had initiated a kiss with Cheng Chen. Yang Bin, observing like an outsider, ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could leap forward and deliver a kick to Cheng Chen's abdomen. Yet he dare not act. He was acutely aware of his past futile attempts to compete with Cheng Chen and recognized he was no match for him. The memory of his repeated attempts to undermine Cheng Chen, only to have them effortlessly thwarted, left him seething with indignation. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Bin unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood, which trickled down from the corner of his mouth. A gasp erupted from the crowd. "What the hell? What's happening?" This, indeed, was blood spitting out of anger, a phenomenon typically reserved for melodramatic television, but here it was unfolding before their very eyes. It must be said, Yang Bin's capacity for composure was vividly revealed at this moment. What normal person would succumb to such resentment to the point of bloodletting? Cheng Chen paid no attention to Yang Bin's predicament, nor did Xia Jingya. The two remained in their previous stance and actions, undisturbed. After a while, Cheng Chen, having grasped the reality of the situation, swiftly stepped back. He picked up the knife and handed it to Xia Jingya. "Let's cut the cake and savor my creation," he said, his expression as though nothing had transpired. Xia Jingya gradually became aware of her own indiscretion, uncertain as to why she had acted in such a manner. Instinctively, she brushed her bangs away from her face. As the knife descended, a small hill of cake was severed. Initially an exquisite yet unremarkable confection, it suddenly emanated an extraordinary fragrance. This aroma swiftly filled the entire pastry room, overshadowing the previous sense of milk and eggs that had lingered in the air. The birthday cake crafted by Cheng Chen released a scent akin to a rose blooming amidst wild grass, proudly lifting its head above all others. It eclipsed every other fragrance present. In an instant, everyone in the room inhaled this delightful aroma and felt invigorated. It was an enchanting scent, far surpassing their usual perceptions of fragrance. Many found themselves swallowing involuntarily, mouths watering in anticipation of the cake. Yet, what use was their longing? The cake, named Mountain and Flowing Water, was a mere 8 inches in diameter. In other words, it was only sufficient for 3 or 4 individuals. There was simply no portion for the others. All they could do was admire this visual feast with their eyes, striving to conjure words of praise for the flawless dessert. Exquisite indeed. Concentration is the essence, and this was Cheng Chen's rationale for crafting the cake in such a small size. Another minor consideration was the speed of preparation. However, more importantly, Cheng Chen believed that among those celebrating Xia Jingya's birthday, only Luo and Qi Lin were somewhat deserving of sharing this cake. As if sharing a tacit understanding, after taking a few photographs of the cake, Xia Jingya divided it into 4 portions. Cheng Chen, Luo, Qi Lin, and Xia Jingya herself each received an equal share. The moment the first bite of cake touched her lips, Xia Jingya's expression of delight froze in astonishment. What was this? It was merely a cake. Yet how could it be so delectable? This was no ordinary cake. It was a culinary masterpiece, captivating her senses to the point of addiction. During the indulgence, it felt as though worldly troubles vanished, leaving her in a blissful state. It was akin to basking in a gentle spring rain, every pore revitalized, and her nerves receiving the finest of massages in that fleeting moment. In a mere 30 seconds, the 4 of them had ruthlessly devoured the 8-inch birthday cake. After finishing, Cheng Chen could only cover his forehead in disbelief. He had witnessed Xia Jingya licking the plate clean once again. The platter that had held the Mountain and Flowing Water cake was left spotless, as if washed by water, under her relentless licking. This girl, did she not consider her image at all? Cheng Chen felt his scalp tingle at her audacious display. Meanwhile, those who had not partaken in the cake watched with envy, observing the way the eaters' lips moved and throats worked, feeling as if they had savored it themselves. When did watching others enjoy gourmet food become such a pleasure? Yangbin's expression grew increasingly grim. He could certainly deduce that the cake crafted by Cheng Chen was indeed delectable. After all, how else could it have been completely devoured within 30 seconds, leaving no trace behind? Moreover, there was that small figure resembling Xia Jingya, which she simply could not bear to consume or share with anyone, including Cheng Chen. To her, this figure held the significance of a cherished token from a beloved, an irreplaceable presence that no one could touch. Although Luo and Qi Lin longed to taste it, they felt too shy to express their desires to Xia Jingya. Observing this, Yangbin made a final attempt. Fortunately, he had discreetly captured a moment of the two sharing a kiss while others were distracted. At this moment, he felt a semblance of confidence. If today's events spiraled into chaos due to Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya, he could always present the photograph to Xia Jingya's parents. He was certain that they would never allow their daughter to associate with a good-for-nothing like Cheng Chen. With this thought, Yangbin regained a bit of composure and pointed at Cheng Chen, exclaiming, "You finished so quickly. Are you trying to eradicate the evidence?" Having just relished the delightful cake, Cheng Chen felt buoyed by the pleasantness of the moment, allowing any lingering discontent to dissipate. He looked at Yangbin with little animosity, offering a calm smile. "Young Master Yang, what are you talking about? What evidence am I concealing?" The more Cheng Chen feigned indifference, the more Yangbin felt as though he were striking a pillow, frustratingly ineffectual. It was akin to engaging in a lively conversation only to have the other party suddenly inquire, "What were you just saying?" Struggling to suppress the turmoil within, Yangbin trembled as he pointed to the empty tray. "Did you not claim you would bake the most exquisite cake for Jingya?" Cheng Chen replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I did, but you all consumed it. What evidence remains to prove that it was delicious? I can't help but feel that your hurried consumption was merely to conceal its lack of taste." At that moment, Yangbin himself likely did not comprehend why he had posed such an absurdly suffocating challenge. Perhaps it was due to the emotional turmoil caused by Cheng Chen that had left him somewhat disoriented. "Oh, why should I prove anything to you?" Cheng Chen's retort caused Yangbin's lips to bleed more profusely, and he could not suppress a small spurt of blood in response. You are being unreasonable and eloquent in your deceit." "Very well, truly well," Yangbin stammered, trembling as he continued. "Everyone can see Cheng Chen's true colors. He made grand claims only to attempt to gloss over them now. Does he think we are all fools?" The crowd erupted once more, their anger palpable. Yangbin's words resonated deeply. They were not furious because of the realization that they had been duped by Cheng Chen. Rather, they were incensed because they had missed out on that delicious cake, which had smelled so irresistibly delightful. At that moment, someone, unable to contain their anger, echoed Yangbin's words, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are clearly treating us like fools. If you cannot provide proof, then do not expect to leave this pastry shop today." This was not merely to support Yangbin, but rather to provoke Cheng Chen into crafting another cake like the one before, thus allowing them the chance to savor it, even if just a minuscule bite the size of a fingernail. Otherwise, the insatiable cravings in their bellies would become unbearable. Just then, the door of the pastry shop swung open, and a voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Master Cheng, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." This voice was familiar to Cheng Chen. It belonged to the chef Wang Shihu, who had previously knelt before him, pleading to learn how to make candied hawthorn. Wang Shihu's voice was resonant, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the pastry shop. Upon glancing back, they beheld an unremarkable middle-aged man. None of those present, including Yangbin, who claimed to know Chef Wang, recognized this seemingly ordinary individual. However, soon someone let out a gasp. "What the? You are Wang Shihu, the head chef of Sir Ali, the foremost pastry master in Jiangqing." This exclamation came as the person noticed the specially crafted work badge pinned to Wang Shihu's chest pocket, a mark of distinction, particularly refined for someone of his stature, symbolizing his status. Upon hearing this revelation, several individuals hurried forward, showering Wang Shihu with flattery in hopes of engaging him in conversation. Yet, Wang Shihu paid them no mind. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, he made a beeline for Cheng Chen. Upon reaching Cheng Chen, he bowed deeply a full 90 degrees and said, "Master Cheng, my apprentice encountered traffic, and I am uncertain if I have delayed your important matters. I humbly request your stern punishment." Chapter 49. Awaiting his bill to elaborate. Cheng Chen had not accepted Chef Wang's previous request to become his mentor. However, now that Wang Shihu referred to himself as an apprentice, Cheng Chen found himself perplexed. Unbeknownst to Cheng Chen, Chef Wang had misinterpreted his intentions. After receiving a call from Cheng Chen that day, Wang Shihu mistakenly believed that Cheng Chen was inclined to accept him as a disciple. To him, no artisan could bear the thought of their unique skills disappearing without a successor. He considered himself the most gifted individual in Jiangxing, thus most fitting to learn from Master Cheng's expertise. Hence, upon his arrival, he proclaimed himself an apprentice. In response to Chef Wang's profound respect, Cheng Chen merely nodded with indifference. Nevertheless, he could not accept Wang Shihu's self-designation as an apprentice, as he had not agreed to accept him as such. However, Cheng Chen did extend a hand, gesturing for Wang Shihu to rise and indicating that he bore no concern regarding his tardiness. After all, it was thanks to Wang Shihu's detailed guidance over the phone that Cheng Chen had been able to create the exquisite cake known as high mountains and flowing water. The matter of what has been consumed is of little consequence. I must extend my gratitude to Chef Wang for his guidance. Chef Wang, taken aback, stood aside, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the diminutive figure cradled in Xia Jingya's hands. Years of culinary expertise informed him that this was undoubtedly a decorative piece intended for a birthday cake. Moreover, it appeared to be the result of chocolate treated through some special means. Otherwise, in such weather, it would have long since melted away. With an almost obsessive passion for gastronomy, Chef Wang could hardly contain his excitement, reminiscent of the candied hawthorn he had prepared during Sir Eli's tasting session. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed with a hint of disarray, "My dear lady, might I see that little figure?" Instinctively, Xia Jingya recoiled, concealing the miniature version of herself behind her back. What a jest! This was a token of affection gifted to her by Cheng Chen. How could she part with it so readily? Observing this exchange, Cheng Chen nodded towards Xia Jingya, indicating that she could indeed show it to Chef Wang. After all, this middle-aged man had aided him. Without Chef Wang's insights, that little figure would not have come into existence. Furthermore, he understood Chef Wang's fervor for culinary creation. Perhaps it was time to grant him this small favor. Wang Shihu, ever perceptive, noticed Cheng Chen's subtle gesture and quickly grasped Xia Jingya's motivation for handing over the petite figure. As he received the small item from her, he bowed deeply once more to Cheng Chen, exclaiming, "Disciple, I thank you for your master's generosity." It seemed that Chef Wang had become rather attached to him. Realizing this, Cheng Chen awkwardly waved his hand, feeling a slight headache, and said, "It's nothing, nothing at all. You may take your time to study it over there." This moment unfolded unexpectedly, leaving the dozen or so onlookers in utter shock, frozen in place. What was happening? Did I just see Chef Wang bowing to that useless fellow? And at a full 90 degrees, no less? Was I blind? Moreover, did I mishear? Just now, did Chef Wang refer to himself as a disciple in front of that so-called waste of space? This encapsulated the true sentiments of everyone present. No one could believe that the renowned pastry chef of Jiangxing would show such deference to someone as unremarkable as Cheng Chen. More importantly, Cheng Chen seemed to command Chef Wang's attention without any hint of displeasure from the chef, as if he were heeding a royal decree. What was going on? Wasn't Cheng Chen an utterly ineffectual person? Wasn't he a man incapable of ensuring his own daughter's safety? How could there be such a dramatic turnaround? In that instant, everyone present felt as if their minds had exploded, utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Niu Dali, standing behind Yang Bin, momentarily distracted, had not fully grasped the conversation. All he knew was that the newcomer was Chef Wang, prompting him to push through the crowd and step forward. After all, He had heard that great masters often held their creations in the highest regard. If Chef Wang were to discover that the exquisite cake he meticulously crafted had been destroyed by Cheng Chen rather than consumed, would their relationship remain as amicable as it is now? Neo Dali believes that this moment presents an opportune chance to instigate a rift between the two, thereby ingratiating himself with Yang Bin. He approached Chef Wang and, after a respectful greeting, said, "Chef Wang, your arrival is most fortuitous. I must boldly bring a matter to your attention." Chef Wang, who had been engrossed in studying the miniature version of Xia Jingya, momentarily paused and directed his gaze towards Neo Dali. Neo Dali pointed emphatically at Cheng Chen and continued, "Chef Wang, you may not be aware, but just moments ago, the birthday cake you painstakingly created was ruined by this incompetent individual." Upon hearing Neo Dali's derogatory remark about Cheng Chen, Chef Wang's expression immediately soured. Neo Dali, noticing the shift in Chef Wang's demeanor, believed his scheme of sowing discord was effective and pressed on, "It was the 3-tier cake we ordered for you from Yang Shuai, which cost 30,000. As he spoke, Neo Dali moved towards Yang Bin. Having overheard only part of Neo Dali's statement, Yang Bin realized his deceit was on the verge of exposure and attempted to escape, but the crowd was too dense and he was wedged in the center. Before he could take 2 steps, Neo Dali, eager to assist him, pulled him back. "Yang Shuai, you must explain this to Chef Wang." However, before Neo Dali could finish his sentence, a voice filled with authority and anger resonated from the pastry room. Chef Wang was utterly bewildered by the antics of this buffoon before him. Moreover, the audacity of this fool to label Master Cheng as incompetent incited Chef Wang's fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't made a birthday cake in over 6 months." Neo Dali, reveling in the anticipated ire of Chef Wang over the disparagement of his creation, initially basked in his perceived success, but soon grasped the implications of Chef Wang's words. His countenance paled as the realization dawned upon him. Neo Dali understood that his attempt to flatter Yang Bin had backfired spectacularly. "What? Chef Wang hasn't made a birthday cake in over 6 months? Does that mean the cake Yang Shuai prepared for Jingya was not crafted by Chef Wang at all? Thus, we have been thoroughly deceived by Yang Bin." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief and outrage. All present felt a sense of betrayal and turned their ire towards Yang Bin. As the situation unraveled, Yang Bin's face grew even more ashen. Unable to contain his frustration, he spat a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he gestured around at the assembled crowd, bitterly retorting, "You question me? Very well. Let me be clear, irrespective of where I ordered that cake. This meal indeed costs 100,000. With that, Yang Bin could not suppress another bout of blood. He continued, enduring his discomfort, "I only paid a deposit of 2,000. Given that Cheng Chen, that incompetent fool, is Jingya's boyfriend, you can expect him to foot the bill." In an instant, the crowd erupted once more. Chapter 50, What About You? King Yu? This time, at Xia Jingya's birthday banquet, there were a total of 16 attendees. Aside from Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya, the remaining individuals grew anxious upon hearing Yang Bin's exasperated remarks. Their assumption was that Cheng Chen certainly lacked the means to cover the exorbitant bill, considering he was merely a small business owner of a juice shop, one that had floundered after just a day in operation. Given this, it was fortunate that Cheng Chen wasn't buried in debt. How could they expect him to foot the bill for this meal? Yet, if Cheng Chen refrained from settling the account, and Yang Bin continued to feign ignorance, the burden would ultimately fall on everyone to share. With 16 individuals, the average expenditure would exceed 6,000 yuan each. Who would be willing to part with such a sum without feeling the sting? The uproar was an inevitable consequence. What to do? What to do? We have suddenly become diners enjoying a free meal. Guys, I have something at home. I must leave. Attempting to flee? If you skip out on the bill, our individual share will only increase. You are not allowed to leave. The clamor grew louder as the group began to fret over the cost of the meal. Yang Bin observed this scene and finally felt a sense of relief. Not only that, he felt a surge of petty triumph, convinced that among the multitude present, only he could afford the bill. So what if Cheng Chen knew Chef Wang? What if he was his apprentice? I refuse to believe that their relationship is such that Chef Wang would willingly cover a bill of 100,000 yuan for him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the smug Yang Bin shot a glance at Cheng Chen. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Bin smugly declared, Cheng Chen, now you should apologize, say a few words of regret, and consciously distance yourself from Jingya. Then I shall cover the bill. Upon hearing this, the crowd believed there was still a glimmer of hope. Yang Bin was not entirely without the chance to pay, provided Cheng Chen bowed his head in remorse and relinquished his pursuit of Xia Jingya. Thus, voices rose in unison against Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen, you should graciously step back. Jingya's parents would never approve of your relationship. Have some self-awareness. Just leave. Otherwise, are you prepared to pay 100,000 yuan for the bill? Do you even have that kind of money? Yes, if Yang Bin refuses to pay, you'll be dragging us all down with you. I certainly don't have the funds. Amidst the clamorous chorus, Cheng Chen remained utterly indifferent. The foolishness of these people, swaying like reeds in the wind, filled him with profound disgust. Was he to cover the bill for such a crowd? As if he had a surplus of wealth to burn? Chef Wang, standing nearby, contemplated offering to pay the bill for Cheng Chen, but upon observing Cheng Chen's demeanor, he felt it inappropriate to voice such an offer. Wouldn't that be akin to slapping his own master in the face, suggesting that his master lacked funds? With this thought, Chef Wang grew anxious. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he pushed through the crowd and hurried outside. It was far too noisy here to make a phone call. As soon as he stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He believed that only that person could provide enough face for his master and resolve the matter at hand. Upon witnessing Chef Wang's hasty departure, Yang Bin felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Ha ha ha! In his moment of exuberance, he laughed so hard that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Casually spitting the bloodied saliva onto the ground, he exclaimed to the onlookers, Did you see that? This is what they call a master-apprentice relationship? Truly a plastic bond. He then shifted his gaze towards Cheng Chen, continuing, Even Chef Wang couldn't bear to part with 100,000 to aid you. Now that he has fled, I wonder how you will manage. You have no choice but to seek my assistance. What is there to hesitate over? Yang Bin held his head high, regarding Cheng Chen with a disdainful gaze, akin to that of a ruler surveying mere insects. Seek your help? Cheng Chen replied, a signature playful smile gracing his lips. Yang Bin, however, dismissed Cheng Chen's expression as mere bravado, believing it to be a desperate attempt to save face. After all, since the detestable Cheng Chen had appeared, he felt he had lost all dignity. Having resolved to embrace the chaos, he would not let Cheng Chen off so easily. You will naturally seek my assistance. Yang Bin retorted arrogantly. Like an amused spectator watching a jester, Cheng Chen casually took a seat, tapping the table and chuckling. Why would I seek your help? I can certainly afford this meager sum. Yang Bin countered. Meager? You speak so boldly, yet 100,000 in dining expenses has become trivial in your mouth. Cheng Chen pointed towards the three women beside him, responding calmly. With 16 people present, the average consumption is 250 each. As for myself, Yaya, and the two ladies, Luo and Qilin, the four of us total merely 25,000. Do you truly think I cannot afford this? At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Cheng Chen was evidently prepared to engage with them directly, showing no intention of covering the entire bill. In an instant, all eyes were on Cheng Chen, as this level of frugality was unprecedented, especially considering the presence of someone like Xia Jingya, who belonged to the upper echelons of society. How miserly! You're as stingy as they come. Perhaps it's best to part ways sooner rather than later. Cheng Chen suddenly rose, pointing at those who had mocked him, declaring, With your kind, do you think I would foot the bill? My money is for my own use, and I would never squander it on this worthless bunch. His words were a collective mockery, igniting outrage among those present as they nearly resorted to violence. However, as they prepared to act, they were met with Cheng Chen's formidable expression, causing them to retreat a few steps in dismay. No one dared to lay a finger on him. The aura Cheng Chen exuded was simply too intimidating. As the situation escalated, the crowd could only internally berate Cheng Chen for his stinginess. Cheng Chen lightly tapped the table, cultivating his emotions. He was no fool. Yang Bin's assertion that he would not pay for the meal and leave him to settle the bill was nothing short of an attempt to mold him into an easy target. Thus, Cheng Chen had no intention of conceding. Unexpectedly, Cheng Chen followed up with an even more astonishing statement. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Although the meal only cost over 20,000, I have no intention of paying. Yang Bin, this meal was ordered by you. Do you think that just because of a few words from you, I would willingly assume the role of the fool and cover the bill?" Yang Bin was taken aback by this response. He had not anticipated that Cheng Chen would see through his ploy. His provocation fell flat. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his intention to evade payment, determined to make Cheng Chen feel the sting of the expense. This was the consequence of opposing oneself. With that thought, Yang Bin broke into a reckless laugh. "However, I won't pay, and I'll still walk out of this hotel. What about you? Can you?" At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the crowd. "I am quite curious to know how you plan to exit through the opulent doors without settling your bill." This voice possessed remarkable clarity, exuding a calm, yet formidable authority. Cheng Chen immediately recognized the speaker as Liang Jingyang, the major stakeholder of Sir Eli. Liang Jingyang was a titan within the culinary scene of Jiang City. The luxurious venue where everyone had gathered was one of his establishments. "Make way!" Liang Jingyang commanded outside the pastry shop. Instantly, the tightly packed crowd, overwhelmed by his presence, instinctively parted to create a wide path. Liang Jingyang strode towards Cheng Chen, nodding in acknowledgement. Chef Wang followed closely behind him, having evidently left to fetch Liang Jingyang for Cheng Chen's benefit. "Mr. Cheng, good to see you," Liang Jingyang greeted. Cheng Chen replied politely, "Hello, Director Liang." After exchanging pleasantries, Liang Jingyang's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Yang Bin. With a piercing look, he coldly inquired, "Is it you? You booked the private room and the extravagant package worth 100,000, and now you intend to leave without paying?" Yang Bin, unaware of the identity of the newcomer, instinctively took a few steps back under Liang Jingyang's imposing presence. "Who are you? Why are you interfering?" Liang Jingyang responded icily. "Who am I? This grand hotel is my property. In this establishment, no one has ever dared to dine and dash. Today, you have certainly broadened my horizons." "Huh? The owner of the opulent establishment has come out?" This individual was a prominent figure on the Jiang City rich list. What brought him to the kitchen to handle such trivial matters? Upon realizing that the newcomer was Liang Jingyang, Yang Bin's hands and feet began to tremble, a chilling dread coursing through him. At a loss for words, he stammered for a while before slowly responding, "Mr. Liang, my father saved the life of Xia Zhengde." Xia Zhengde, the father of Xia Jingya, was a significant figure in Jiang City and, by extension, an influential person in Lansang province. His mere footfall could send tremors through the entire province, let alone a small city like Jiang. Yang Bin believed that, due to the connection of his father having once saved Xia Zhengde's life, Liang Jingyang would undoubtedly refrain from putting him in a difficult position. This belief had been the foundation of his audacity to act without restraint in any venue within Jiangqing, even though his family background was rather ordinary. The existence of this factor bestowed upon him sufficient confidence to behave imperiously in the city. For in all of Jiangqing, no one dared to disregard Xia Zhengde's reputation. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingyang remarked, "So your family holds such a connection with my esteemed brother Zhengde. Quite intriguing." The invocation of his father's past deed of saving Xia Zhengde proved to be as effective as ever. Yang Bin, filled with pride, readily nodded, "Indeed, Uncle Liang." He was entirely unreserved, addressing Liang Jingyang as Uncle Liang. However, Yang Bin was unaware that he had miscalculated today. Liang Jingyang, with a more somber demeanor, retorted angrily, "Then it is my duty today to rectify the presence of someone like you, who exploits his connection to my brother Zhengde for personal gain. Otherwise, my brother would surely hold me accountable for not educating you properly." Upon hearing these words, Yang Bin's face turned ashen. He wished to utter something further, but no one afforded him the opportunity. Several opulently dressed security personnel, at Liang Jingyang's command, promptly escorted Yang Bin out. "To dare dine and dash for a sum of 100,000, you shall learn your lesson. Take him away. Give him a few dozen lashes to experience the consequences." This directive felt to Yang Bin like a death sentence. As he was dragged from the pastry shop, his gaze remained fixated on Cheng Chen. He could not fathom why Liang Jingyang would rather deal with him in such a manner than take action against Cheng Chen. After enduring 30 lashes, Yang Bin lay on the ambulance, barely clinging to life, struggling to send a photograph he had captured of Xia Jingya kissing Cheng Chen to Xia Jingda. This might have been his final act of retribution. Once Yang Bin was dealt with, Liang Jingyang turned to Cheng Chen with a nod and a smile. "Say, Mr. Cheng, I sincerely apologize for today's events." Cheng Chen replied coolly, "It is of no consequence. I appreciate your assistance, Chairman Liang." Liang Jingyang responded with a smile, "In that case, let this meal be on me." "No need." Cheng Chen immediately declined. His gaze grew cold as he looked at the others in the pastry shop, stating, "I will cover the bill for 4 people. As for the remaining amount, I must trouble Chairman Liang to retrieve it from this group." Liang Jingyang promptly instructed the remaining security personnel, once Mr. Cheng and the others depart, lock the pastry shop's doors. They shall not leave until they have gathered the funds for their meal. Excluding Yang Bin, there were still 11 individuals present. These 11 had yet to recover from the shock of the recent events and were further demoralized upon hearing Cheng Chen's words. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with profound regret. They had failed to recognize Cheng Chen's immense influence, to the extent that even Liang Jingyang would go to great lengths to punish the offspring of the Yang family, who had once aided Xia Jingda. Such a person, they had foolishly believed, was merely a simple juice shop owner. Following the foolish Yang Bin, who derided Cheng Chen as an inconsequential individual, they belittled him for achieving nothing. If Cheng Chen were indeed a failure, what would they consider themselves? Inferior to a failure? A wave of negative emotions, frustration, regret, anxiety, washed over the group. They had only themselves to blame for offending Cheng Chen, the one person they should not have crossed. A nobleman avenges after a decade. A petty person seeks revenge incessantly. Cheng Chen, though neither a nobleman nor a petty person, was certainly one who would repay grievances. This group ought to face the consequences of their actions. Disregarding the disheartened crowd, Liang Jingyang gestured for Cheng Chen to follow and led the way. Once outside, Liang Jingyang, beaming with joy, remarked, "Mr. Cheng, I just heard Chef Wang mention that you seem to have created something new." Initially perplexed by Liang Jingyang's intentions, Cheng Chen finally understood. He was after the recipe for that birthday cake. Business people are inherently self-serving. One should never expect unreciprocated favors from them. Nevertheless, since he had benefited today, Cheng Chen chose not to dwell on it. With a serene smile, he replied, "Yes, indeed, I have devised some new creations. Rest assured, Mr. Liang, I understand your intent. I will teach Chef Wang the method for that birthday cake, but whether he can execute it will depend on his own talent." Liang Jingyang nodded with satisfaction, confident in Chef Wang's abilities and his own judgment. Since Chef Wang had emphasized that just the chocolate figurine was enough to demonstrate the excellence of Cheng Chen's birthday cake, he felt assured that if Cheng Chen agreed to share the recipe, it would elevate his restaurant to new heights. This was evident from the geometric growth in business after introducing Cheng Chen's candied hawthorn. With the addition of his birthday cake recipe, Liang Jingyang would undoubtedly ascend to the position of the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng and even in Lanchang province. Chef Wang, upon hearing that Cheng Chen intended to teach him the birthday cake recipe, was overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately bowed in respect. "Thank you, Master Cheng. I shall not disappoint your expectations." After witnessing these events, Xia Jingya and Luo Qilin were utterly astonished, their gazes toward Cheng Chen transformed, now imbued with admiration. Particularly for the food enthusiast Xia Jingya, her heart raced with excitement. Chapter 52. It is my affection for him, this somewhat disheartening birthday gathering concluded after Cheng Chen imparted the recipe for a birthday cake named High Mountains and Flowing Water to Chef Wang. To demonstrate the process, Cheng Chen prepared an identical cake once more. Throughout the demonstration, Chef Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly muttering. After witnessing Master Cheng's techniques twice, I, Wang Shihu, feel unworthy of the title of Jiangcheng's premier pastry chef. Ultimately, the cake used for the demonstration was shared among the onlookers. Even Liang Jingyang, a man of immense wealth with countless restaurants and establishments to his name, who prides himself on having tasted an array of exquisite delicacies, devoured a mere morsel with ravenous enthusiasm. Had it not been for Xia Jingya, the glutton who single-handedly polished off a third of the food. It is likely that the elder Liang would have consumed several more pieces. Upon exiting the opulent establishment, after bidding farewell to Luo Luo and Qi Lin, Xia Jingya drove her police car homeward alongside Cheng Chen. With a graceful drift, the police vehicle came to a steady halt in the garage of Xia Jingya's residence. Before the two could disembark, a robust figure with a shaved head approached them. This individual, known as Long San, served as a personal bodyguard to Xia Jingya's father. Long San opened the driver's side door and addressed her, Mississippi. Upon seeing him, a twinge of foreboding stirred within Xia Jingya. As she stepped out of the car, she quietly advised Cheng Chen, "You should leave first. My father has arrived. I will take good care of Xian, so don't worry." "All right." Cheng Chen, sensing something amiss from Xia Jingya's expression, refrained from probing further and simply acquiesced. He pushed open the car door, preparing to exit. At that moment, Cheng Chen felt a powerful gust of air rushing toward his chest, an ominous force that was truly terrifying. Enhanced by training, Cheng Chen possessed a speed that was double that of an ordinary person, which enabled him to instinctively evade the incoming strike. Bang! The hand of the assailant, seemingly caught off guard by Cheng Chen's ability to dodge, came crashing down onto the roof of the police car, creating a gaping hole. What a formidable strike! Cheng Chen gasped instinctively at the sight of the dent, unable to fathom the consequences had he not evaded it. Would his ribs remain intact? This was clearly an attempt on his life. Resolute, Cheng Chen focused intently on Long San, the assailant. One could not deny Long San's astonishing speed. Within a mere 30 seconds, he had opened the car door for Xia Jingya, received her warning to Cheng Chen, and delivered a devastating blow that left a crater in the police car's roof. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Cheng Chen recognized his own limitations. Even with his enhanced physical capabilities, strength, speed, and accelerated recovery, he stood no chance, for he lacked combat skills and experience. Long San's expression revealed a hint of surprise at his missed strike, yet he did not relent. Quickly, he transformed his palm into a fist, launching it toward Cheng Chen with the weight of a mountain. Swish! Cheng Chen slid his feet, barely managing to evade the blow once more. However, it became painfully clear to him that Long San's physical prowess was at least 3 to 5 times that of an average person. Had Long San not underestimated him, those two attempts would have surely connected. With this realization, Cheng Chen understood that despite successfully dodging Long San's 2 strikes, it was only a matter of time before he would be struck by a lethal blow. Cheng Chen discerned that in order to extricate himself from this perilous situation, and perhaps even defeat Long San, he would need to consume at least 2 steaks, if not more. This meant that at the earliest, he would have to wait 2 months. However, reality afforded him no such luxury. His predicament was exceedingly dire. "Father, hurry and tell Uncle Long to cease. If this continues, Cheng Chen will perish." Xia Jingya, having perceived the danger Cheng Chen faced, recklessly dashed forward to shield him. With a resounding whoosh, a powerful kick was abruptly halted just inches from her face, the force of the wind ruffling her elegant short hair backwards. "Long San!" An urgent cry rang out. At the sound, Long San immediately retracted his foot, standing at attention in a precise military posture. At that moment, a venerable elder rose hastily from a recliner, the screen of his phone displaying a photograph of Cheng Chen and Xia Jingya sharing a kiss. This elderly gentleman, over 60 and silver-haired, was none other than Xia Jingya's father, Xia Jingde. Despite his age, Xia Jingde moved with strength and purpose akin to a soldier. He swiftly approached his daughter, and the furrowed lines on his forehead gradually relaxed as he opened his arms to her with a tender expression. "Dad, what brings you here?" Xia Jingya, seeing her father's demeanor, realized that Cheng Chen was no longer in danger and leapt into Xia Jingde's embrace. Observing this scene, Cheng Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xia Jingya's father was of such advanced age. No wonder Liang Jingyang referred to him as Brother Jingde. Xia Jingde playfully ruffled Xia Jingya's hair, chiding her. "What if I hadn't come? I would have been unaware if someone tried to deceive my daughter." After speaking, he turned his attention to Cheng Chen, his tone now warm and amiable. "Young man, you're quite impressive. You managed to hold your own against Long San for a couple of moves. You possess some skill. However, his voice suddenly elevated, taking on a stern edge. Yet, to think that you could deceive my precious daughter with merely this level of prowess? Cheng Chen could sense that Xia Jingde bore him no ill will. The elder's demeanor was purely indicative of a father's affection for his daughter. After nurturing his girl for over 20 years, it was only natural for him to be protective, especially as a father who had longed for a daughter in his later years. As a father himself, Cheng Chen empathized with Xia Jingde's sentiments and respectfully replied, "Uncle Xia, you've misunderstood. I merely assisted you in performing a scene." Upon hearing Cheng Chen's words, Xia Jingde finally grasped the situation. He waved dismissively, saying, "Ah, I see. This must be about that rascal Yongbin." My concern for Xia Yi momentarily clouded my judgment, almost leading me into his treacherous scheme. "Young man, please don't hold it against your Uncle Xia." Cheng Chen smiled awkwardly, fully aware that while Xia Jingde appeared benevolent and sensible, had he failed to evade Long San's strikes, he might very well have found himself in a hospital emergency room. This situation is predicated upon Long San's initial failure to accurately assess his own capabilities, leading to an underestimation of his opponents, such as the terrifying nature of strength. Contemplating this, his desire to enhance his physical abilities intensified. Only in this way could he confront anyone without trepidation. Xia Jingde, observing Cheng Chen's demeanor, solemnly emphasized, "Even so, you must recognize the disparity between you and Jingya. I cannot condone your relationship." Please, sir, do clarify the situation," Cheng Chen interjected. "That kiss was initiated by your daughter, not by me. Although I must admit I did enjoy it." Before Cheng Chen could elaborate, Xia Jingya, visibly displeased, interjected, "Dad, that's not how it happened. I was the one who took the initiative. I like him." Chapter 53. My refusal to be candid. Cheng Chen was utterly taken aback by Xia Jingya's unexpected confession. It was not just him. Even Xia Jingde was at a loss. The elderly gentleman felt a pang in his heart as he instinctively pulled Xia Jingya closer, as though she might be whisked away by an outsider if he momentarily let go. "Jingya," he asked gravely, "are you serious about what you just said?" Xia Jingya, with no hint of hesitation, nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I mean every word. I am always steadfast in my declarations." Upon receiving her confirmation, the elderly man's spirit seemed to diminish significantly. The atmosphere grew quiet. Eventually, the stillness was interrupted by a passing husky. After relieving itself at the entrance of Xia Jingya's home, let out a triumphant howl, shattering the silence. "Alas, daughters grow up too quickly." Xia Jingde sighed helplessly. "Jingya, to my knowledge, you have known him for less than a week. What is it that you find appealing about him?" Burying her head against her father's shoulder, Xia Jingya replied with unwavering conviction, "He makes delicious food." What a ridiculous reason, one might think. Yet at that moment, Xia Jingya's expression betrayed no hint of doubt regarding the validity of her rationale. Not one to be foolish, she recognized that such a reason might not persuade her indulgent father. Thus, she added, "Cheng Chen provides me with an absolute sense of security. He's a man of great responsibility." This reasoning sounded significantly more plausible, and indeed constituted the primary basis for Xia Jingya's affection for Cheng Chen. Having nurtured his daughter for over 20 years, Xia Jingde knew her well. Her decisions were seldom overturned. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of frustration. He had thoroughly researched Cheng Chen to the extent of knowing precisely how much he spent on meals each day and what he consumed. To be frank, Xia Jingde had complete confidence in Cheng Chen's character. Were it not for Cheng Chen's current marital status, Xia Jingde would have considered him a viable option for his daughter. In the eyes of this elderly gentleman, wealth and material possessions are of little significance. Whenever he wishes, he could easily elevate Cheng Chen to the ranks of the affluent in Jiang City or even in Lansong province, while Xia Jingde engages in a fierce internal struggle. Long San, who has accompanied this venerable man for decades, approaches his side. Leaning closer, Long San whispers into Xia Jingde's ear, "Chief, I have a rather feasible idea. Would you care to hear it?" Xia Jingde harbors ample trust in Long San. Although they occupy different hierarchical positions, They share a bond akin to iron brothers, fully capable of entrusting their backs to one another amidst the chaos of gunfire. Given Longsan's assertion that the idea is reasonable, it must indeed be a commendable choice. The typically composed Xia Zhengde seizes upon this suggestion as if it were a lifeline, hastily urging, "Please, do share." Longsan's gaze sharpens, and he softly continues, "With Long Wu gone, hasn't T the madam been in need of a personal bodyguard?" At this, Xia Zhengde's expression shifts, and he looks at Longsan with a mix of surprise and understanding. He is well aware of the implication behind Longsan's words. Due to his prominent position, he and his wife have always had a personal bodyguard to ensure their safety. However, not long ago, their bodyguard Long Wu succumbed to a long-standing ailment and passed away unexpectedly. Recently, he has been struggling to find a suitable replacement for his wife's bodyguard, with no appropriate candidates emerging thus far. In this moment, considering the prospect of recruiting Cheng Chen as his wife's personal protector seems to be a splendid idea. If Cheng Chen agrees, he would be required to stay by her side continuously, given that he and his wife spend minimal time with their daughter throughout the year. Over time, their precious daughter's affection for Cheng Chen might gradually wane. But would Cheng Chen be capable of fulfilling such a crucial role? Contemplating this, Xia Zhengde queries Longsan, "Are you certain he can manage?" "Absolutely," Longsan asserts confidently, though he lacks any combat experience or formal training in martial arts. His physical attributes are extraordinary. His strength and agility exceed the average person by at least twofold. Individuals with such innate qualities, given just 6 months of training under my guidance, will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Longsan's tone is resolute, reflecting his unwavering conviction. 6 months of training. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhengde's mind begins to formulate a plan. Perhaps, within this span, their daughter's feelings for Cheng Chen would indeed diminish. After all, he perceives their acquaintance as relatively recent, lacking a substantial emotional foundation. With this thought, Xia Zhengde nods in agreement. Longsan's high regard for the young man's innate abilities is not to be taken lightly, prompting Xia Zhengde to scrutinize Cheng Chen anew, though he struggles to see anything remarkable in this seemingly ordinary young man. After a moment of contemplation, he finally addresses Cheng Chen, "Young man, would you be interested in accompanying me?" Cheng Chen, bewildered, gazes at Xia Zhengde, utterly confused. What I mean is, Longsan has indicated that your innate abilities are quite promising. I would like him to train you for 6 months, after which you would serve as my wife's personal bodyguard." Xia Zhengde chuckles heartily, patiently elucidating the matter to the perplexed Cheng Chen. Indeed, the pivotal factor behind Xia Zhengde's patient overture to Cheng Chen was not merely the lofty praise from Longsan. More significantly, it was Cheng Chen's character that instilled confidence in him. Xia Zhengde produced a pocket watch he had carried for 3 decades and offered it to Cheng Chen, saying here, "This is a cherished possession of mine for 30 years. I present it to you as a token of our meeting. 10 days hence, Longsan would escort you to the training base." By entrusting such a treasured item to Cheng Chen, the elder demonstrated his earnest intent to prevent his daughter from falling in love with him. However, contrary to Xia Zhengde's expectations, Cheng Chen did not reach out to accept the watch. Instead, he regarded Xia Zhengde silently, lost in contemplation. The elder, misinterpreting Cheng Chen's demeanor as concern, chuckled and reassured him, "Rest assured, your daughter Xian is welcome to accompany you, and she will receive the finest education and care until she comes of age. After your training each day, you will have 15 minutes to spend with her." Xia Zhengde had sweetened the deal. It was evident that he had gleaned from his inquiries into Cheng Chen's character that he held his daughter Xian in high regard. Thus, without needing to sway Cheng Chen, he began to entice him with promises of the best upbringing for Xian. As a father, this elder clearly understood Cheng Chen's sentiments. What father does not labor tirelessly for the well-being of his children? Xia Zhengde believed that the conditions he offered were undoubtedly generous, enough to entice any doting father to acquiesce. The proposition was indeed compelling, and Cheng Chen felt a flicker of temptation. Nevertheless, he ultimately rendered his response decisive and unwavering. It left no room for contradiction. I refuse. Chapter 54. Cheng Chen, I await your presence. Since you have chosen to follow me, carry this pocket watch with you. In times of urgency, take it out. I believe it will assist you greatly. Xia Zhengde continued, lost in his own thoughts, but midway through his speech, he was rendered speechless, as if someone had grasped his throat. Staring in bewilderment at Cheng Chen's earnest expression, he was certain he had not misheard. His voice, suddenly elevated in pitch, echoed, "You refuse to follow me?" "Yes, I refuse," Cheng Chen reiterated, his stance resolute and unequivocal. He had no interest in becoming a personal bodyguard. Even though it was evident to any discerning observer that this elder possessed a formidable identity and status, Cheng Chen remained indifferent. Running a juice shop, earning a modest income, and playing with Xian brought him the greatest joy in life. He harbored no other ambitions, merely wishing to live as a carefree, dreamless existence. Xia Zhengde, however, was oblivious to Cheng Chen's thoughts. He only knew that Long San had mentioned Cheng Chen's extraordinary potential. If trained by Long San for 6 months, safeguarding his wife would surely not pose a challenge. Furthermore, such a scenario would effectively sever any budding relationship between Cheng Chen and his precious daughter. Thus, undeterred, Xia Zhengde launched into a relentless barrage of persuasive rhetoric. "Perhaps you have some understanding of my identity. Being the personal bodyguard of my wife is not a disgrace. You need not worry about any constraints on your freedom. Once the 6-month training concludes, aside from the necessity of your close protection of my wife during her outings, you may continue to lead the life you desire. Although I have consistently encouraged the youth to look beyond immediate gains, the essentials of sustenance and shelter remain the cornerstone of existence. Hence, I shall offer you a sufficiently generous remuneration. More importantly, in your external endeavors, you may act under my auspices, which will afford you considerable convenience. However, this is contingent upon your conduct. You must not, like Yang Bin, misuse my name for nefarious purposes. Regarding your current predicament with your daughter's custody, do you realize that merely invoking my name would eliminate the need for a civil trial, granting you immediate custodial rights? This is the privilege of being associated with me. I urge you to reconsider your stance." As he spoke, Xia Zhengde noticed a flicker of emotion on Cheng Chen's face and paused. He gazed at Cheng Chen with a hint of anxiety, fearing a continued refusal. Faced with Xia Zhengde's proposition, Cheng Chen finally relented, stating that he needed time to contemplate, yet the likelihood of his agreement was less than 10%. The sole reason for his partial concession was Xia Zhengde's mention of Xian. The added assurance of having Xia Zhengde as a backing made him feel more secure. Moreover, he had explicitly communicated that his probability of acceptance was below 10%, effectively rendering his response akin to a rejection. Xia Zhengde discerned Cheng Chen's subtle refusal. With a resigned sigh, he placed a vintage pocket watch into Cheng Chen's palm and jested, "Young man, I must confess, you are the first I have encountered who would decline an opportunity to follow me." He continued, "Keep this for now. Should you change your mind, you may find me at the Lanchong Military District. Each person has their own aspirations, and I harbor no interest in status or position. As for the watch, I shall temporarily accept it." Upon securing the watch, Cheng Chen candidly expressed his thoughts, causing Xia Zhengde's face to darken in frustration, nearly provoking an exasperated retort. "Here I am, the regional chief of Zhuzhou Lanchong, repeatedly beseeching you to accompany me, yet you respond so resolutely. Do you realize that others would beg and plead for such an opportunity? Not only do you refuse to join me, but you also accept the gift." The youth of today seem to navigate life with a cunning surpassing that of monkeys, Xia Zhengde lamented. "Very well, we shall leave it at that. Whenever you come to your senses, feel free to reach out to me." "Thank you, Uncle Xia," Cheng Chen replied. Just then, a soft and endearing voice interrupted. "Daddy!" Grandpa with a white beard. "Mommy Jingya!" Little Xian dashed out from the courtyard, calling out as her tiny legs propelled her forward. Xia Zhengde turned to glance at her, squatting down with open arms. "Come here, Xian, be a good girl." Cheng Chen felt a wave of embarrassment at the affectionate title. He could hardly fathom how quickly this little girl had grown so familiar with Xia Zhengde. The unfolding scene left him utterly speechless. In a tender moment, Xian, nestled in Xia Zhengda's embrace, playfully tugged at his beard with her rosy little hands. She grasped a particularly long white whisker, pulling it with all her might, causing Xia Zhengda to grimace in pain. "Grandpa, shall I help you pluck all your white hairs? Then you'll look younger," she exclaimed. "Ah, all right. Thank you, Xian." Xia Zhengda replied, gritting his teeth, yet he allowed her to continue her playful antics without a hint of reproach. On the contrary, Cheng Chen observed a look of happiness illuminating his aged face. This old man is quite the character, she thought. With one arm around Xia Zhengda draped the other over Xia Jingya's shoulder, still grimacing. "Let us go celebrate your birthday," he said. "I can't believe you remember my birthday." Xia Jingya's expression turned slightly irked. It was nearly the end of the day, and only now did her father think to celebrate her. Xia Zhengda appeared resigned. "I have prepared a birthday gift that you've longed for. Can you guess what it is?" Xia Jingya froze in surprise at his words, then swiftly broke free from her father's embrace, jumping in front of Xia Zhengda with a serious look. "Really? You can't be serious," she exclaimed. "Dad, you truly agreed to let me follow you to the Lansong military district? I'll be able to see you and Mom every day. How do you like this gift?" he asked. "I love it. I absolutely love it," Xia Jingya exclaimed, leaping with excitement. However, moments later, a shadow of unhappiness crossed her face. "Sweetheart, what troubles you? Don't frighten your father," he urged. "I promise to celebrate your birthday on time in the future, all right? If you don't like this gift, just tell me what you desire, and I'll make it happen." Xia Jingya stood silently, unresponsive to her father's anxious inquiries. Meanwhile, Xian, still tugging at Xia Zhengda's beard, wriggled free and wrapped her arms around Xia Jingya's slender legs. Looking up with her big, sparkling eyes, she asked Mommy Jingya, "Do you not want to part with Daddy?" With a playful tap on Xuan's head, Xia Jingya responded, albeit gently, "Of course. A little girl like you should be more modest." Afterward, she sauntered over to Cheng Chen and casually remarked, "Cheng Chen, once I leave, who knows when we'll meet again? Tell me, do you like me?" Cheng Chen recognized the earnestness in this spirited, straightforward girl, whose heart was genuinely stirred. Although it seemed hard to believe, the reality was evident. From the recent exchange between Xia Zhengda and his daughter, Cheng Chen deduced that after failing to win her over, Xia Zhengda had decided to take his daughter back, effectively driving a wedge between them. He tousled Xia Jingya's hair affectionately and said, "Just stay close to your father. He has his struggles too. As for us, I want to remarry before Xian comes of age. Cheng Chen, I will wait for you." Chapter 55, whose toilet exploded. Xia Zhengda prepared a modest birthday celebration for his daughter, which turned out to be a simple family meal. The dishes were uncomplicated yet delectable. Everyone consumed their food swiftly, except for Xia Jingya. In a departure from her usual gluttonous nature, savored each bite leisurely, as if deliberately prolonging the occasion. She understood that once this meal concluded, she would accompany her father to the Lansong military district. All gatherings, after all, must eventually come to an end. Despite Xia Jingya's efforts to delay, the meal concluded after more than 2 hours. Farewells are always bittersweet. Regardless of Cheng Chen's inner feelings, the resolute Xia Jingya, who had refrained from tears, felt a pang of sadness within. As they prepared to depart, Xia Zhengda extended a small favor to Cheng Chen. The elder made a phone call to the People's Court of Yingjian District in Jiangcheng, stating simply, "You need to improve your efficiency." Remarkably, within 15 minutes, Cheng Chen received a call from the court, informing him that his civil lawsuit would be heard the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. This left Cheng Chen in awe of Xia Zhengda's influence. Without even naming his case, the court had promptly notified him. Consequently, Cheng Chen speculated that the court, lacking clarity on which case Xia Zhengda referred to, had expedited the scheduling of all cases to the earliest possible dates. With Xia Jingya's departure, Xian could no longer remain in her home. Cheng Chen disregarded the gentleman's agreement made in Xia Jingya's presence with Lu Ye and took Xian back to his abode. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue in the first place. Upon returning to their modest 60-square-meter apartment, Cheng Chen baked a birthday cake for Xian. Of course, it was not her birthday. Rather, This doting father hoped to lift her spirits with the joy that a birthday cake could bring. The little lady had been calling for Aunt Jingya all the way home, shedding tears in response to her absence, which alarmed passers-by who nearly mistook Cheng Chen for a kidnapper. After indulging in the birthday cake, Cheng Chen, now in high spirits, lay on the sofa, patting her round little belly. This time, she surprisingly did not seize the remote control from Cheng Chen to watch the cartoon pig with the hairdryer head. Once he secured the remote, Cheng Chen switched to a martial arts drama. The episode featured Jin Yong's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, showcasing a scene where Lan Feng Huang introduced Ling Hu Chong to the miraculous 5 immortals nourishing medicinal wine. When the dialogue proclaimed that those who consumed this medicinal wine would be free from ailments, immune to poison, and experience an astonishing increase in martial prowess. Young Cheng Chen sat up abruptly. Tilting her head, she glanced at Cheng Chen, snatched the remote from his hands, and pressed the rewind button. After watching the scene 3 times in repetition, she hit the pause button, climbed onto Cheng Chen's belly with bare feet, and pointed at the television, inquiring, "Daddy, is everything they said true?" Cheng Chen, with a look of perplexity, gazed at the screen. The dialogue froze at the phrase, "Those who consume this medicinal wine shall be free from ailments, immune to toxins, and gain over a decade of strength. It is indeed the most miraculous tonic of our time. Indeed, it must be true. Explaining such matters to Cheng Chen is quite troublesome. Should I tell her it is not genuine, she would undoubtedly delve deeper into the subject. Consequently, I would find myself unable to sleep throughout the night. I had once attempted such a course of action, and as a man in his 20s, I found myself lacking the vibrant energy of Cheng Chen, a mere 3-year-old girl, and was left utterly exhausted. Thus, I had no choice but to respond in this manner. Upon hearing my affirmation, Cheng Chen excitedly shook my arm, exclaiming, "Papa, you must drink this 5 Immortals tonic. Children cannot drink alcohol." I promptly refused, thinking how my precious daughter was increasingly outrageous. It was one thing to desire food, but now she wished for me to indulge in wine as well. Cheng Chen vigorously shook her head, clarifying, No, Papa misunderstood. I want you to drink it, because I saw you almost get beaten by Uncle Long today at Mama Jingya's house." "Drink it for myself?" I looked at her in confusion, pondering the authenticity of such fantastical tales. However, at that moment, a golden light surged into my mind. The 5 Immortals tonic grants the consumer nourishment, ensuring that all meridians are unblocked. Within an hour, one may grasp the essence of a martial art. A special reminder, this effect does not recur. It is effective only once for any individual. "Wow," I instinctively exclaimed. "Is that even possible?" Surprised, I turned to my bewildered daughter beside me, realizing the gravity of the situation. I slapped myself a few times, scratching my head as I murmured Papa was wrong. I shouldn't have used such language. "Well, Papa is a good boy, so I shall reward you with a sweet kiss." Cheng Chen leaned in towards my face, and with a gentle peck, I felt her warmth, gradually calming my inner turmoil. Yet, a pressing question soon arose. How does one prepare this 5 Immortals tonic? I couldn't possibly scour the kitchen for a recipe. Surely, such a thing wouldn't be found there. Only a fool would think to search. 30 seconds later, I closed the kitchen app, internally berating myself. I truly am a fool for even considering it. My impatience surged. The sensation was akin to a stunningly beautiful woman standing before me. Yet I was trapped in a barren desert with no means to spend my wealth. Ultimately, I made my way to the old street, rummaging through dilapidated shops until I finally found a complete collection of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Do not question why I did not simply download the text online. At that moment, I was too excited to consider it. Of course, I prefer to rationalize my foolishness as a means of supporting the original work. In the entirety of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, after a brief search, I quickly found the chapter featuring the 5 Immortals revitalizing medicinal wine. The text describes that this elixir is concocted from 5 types of venomous insects and a multitude of rare flowers and herbs. Yet it fails to specify which species are involved. Embracing a spirit of experimentation, Cheng Chen made a trip to a traditional Chinese medicine shop, purchasing scorpions, centipedes, and other such creatures, along with a variety of inexpensive flora, such as honeysuckle and chrysanthemums. Frugal, thus, Cheng Chen tossed everything into a fine jar of liquor he had procured along the way. Infusing the ingredients required time, and with remarkable patience, he waited for 3 minutes. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, he uncorked the jar. The moment the seal was broken, an odd, foul stench assaulted Cheng Chen's senses. "Dad, did you fart?" A drowsy Xiao Xian murmured, rubbing her nose with a furrowed brow, concerned that his daughter might be overwhelmed by the noxious odor. Cheng Chen hurriedly carried the jar to the bathroom. Unable to endure the overwhelming stench, he opened the bathroom window. Cheng Chen recognized that this sudden foulness was a sign of success. After all, the ingredients had merely mingled for a brief 3 minutes, and there was no reason for such an odor. Gulping down the contents, he suppressed his nausea and drank deeply. What on earth? Did someone's toilet explode? Voices of indignation echoed from above and below, as many were unable to withstand the terrible smell. Chapter 56. Grounded martial arts with a mouthful of fiery liquor. Accompanied by remnants that had yet to fully dissolve, Cheng Chen felt an inexplicable itch in his throat. Uncomfortable. This succinctly encapsulated his most genuine feelings at that moment. It wasn't he that the five immortals' revitalizing medicinal wine was unpleasant. Rather, it was exceedingly potent, and Cheng Chen found it utterly overwhelming. A preliminary estimation suggested an alcohol content exceeding 60. Moreover, few indulge in high-proof spirits as recklessly as Cheng Chen did, raising the 5-pound jar and pouring it down his throat. As he swallowed, half the jar disappeared rapidly. By this point, his head began to spin, and he struggled to support the jar. Had it not been for the steak he had consumed, which doubled his physical resilience, he might have already toppled into the nearby toilet after downing over 2 pounds of strong liquor. Fortunately, the initial swig of potent alcohol had begun to be swiftly digested by his accelerated gastrointestinal system. The liquor transformed into a rich gas, surging within his abdomen in waves. After a series of impacts, Cheng Chen felt as though his intestines and blood vessels had turned into a sewer with countless remnants rolling about. As these remnants were continuously flushed away, his pores opened wide. A thick, black liquid, reminiscent of oil, surged forth from his pores, accompanied by waves of foul odor. The dense gas surged like the tide, crashing against the remnants within Cheng Chen's body. This sensation of tumult persisted for no longer than 3 minutes before it ceased. At that moment, Cheng Chen could distinctly perceive that remnants lingered within his intestines and blood vessels. Aware of this, he recognized that he had yet to consume enough alcohol. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough. Drinking too hastily, he choked and coughed several times. The wine jar in his hand had nearly run dry, and he could not hold on to it any longer. It slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor, producing a cacophony of sound. Outside the window, the irate shouts of neighbors echoed. Damn it! Whose toilet exploded? I can hear it. Can someone fix it? It stinks. Under the influence of alcohol, Cheng Chen was oblivious to these complaints. He could only feel his entire body's meridians becoming increasingly permeable under a fresh wave of gas. The viscous black liquid, akin to oil, doubled in quantity around him. In a daze, Cheng Chen reached for the bathroom heater, and a cascade of icy water splashed down upon him from above. When he finally awoke, it was the following morning. There was no headache or weakness from a hangover, nor any nausea or discomfort. Instead, he felt an intense hunger gnawing at his empty stomach. Furthermore, Cheng Chen noticed that his breathing was significantly smoother than before, with slight enhancements in his hearing, vision, and sense of smell. It seemed that the 5 immortals' restorative liquor had indeed nourished his body, and the benefits of having his meridians fully opened were now apparent. Beside him, on the rocking bed, Xian was still fast asleep, sprawled in a carefree manner. A glance at the clock revealed it was 5:30. Though Cheng Chen had mastered several culinary techniques, he realized none were suitable for breakfast. After changing into fresh attire and completing his morning routine, he stealthily stepped outside. Today was a fine day, he mused, as he hummed a cheerful tune while making his way to the bun shop. Sanjin soup dumplings, renowned for their spicy beef buns, were his favorite. Boss, I'll take 50 buns and 10 cups of soy milk. Cheng Chen left the bun shop, carrying a hefty bag of buns, under the astonished gaze of the proprietor. Following the transformation brought about by the 5 immortals restorative liquor, Cheng Chen's appetite had surged dramatically. He had sensed this change even before departing. Along the way, he munched continuously, and before long, 30 buns and 6 cups of soy milk had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, only a few empty plastic bags remained in his hands, which he casually tossed into a nearby trash bin. Checking the time, it was still not yet 6 o'clock. With ample time before Cheng Chen awoke, Cheng Chen decided to stroll through the park, breathing in the crisp morning air, pondering the new challenges he faced. He had consumed the 5 immortals restorative liquor, and his body had undergone a transformation. However, where could he find martial arts techniques? This truly was a perplexing dilemma. While Cheng Chen aimlessly wandered through the park, lost in thought, a group of elderly men and women, carrying canvas bags, ambled past him. Upon observing their gear, a sudden thought flashed through Cheng Chen's mind. Could this be something he could learn? Without further ado, Cheng Chen directly followed suit. A tall, slender old man placed a canvas bag upon a stone bench and secured his long sword and paper fan atop the bag. The other elderly men and women mirrored this action, lacking any deviation. Subsequently, the elderly commenced their exercise, not with lively dances, but rather with the graceful movements of Tai Chi. Cheng Chen took a seat on a stone bench, quietly observing, as the seniors moved with deliberate slowness. Images akin to the black figures depicted in martial arts manuals on rice paper etched themselves into Cheng Chen's mind. Tai Chi, an art form that synthesizes the philosophical tenets of Confucianism and Taoism, the yin-yang dialectics, the transformations of yin and yang in the I Ching, the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, ancient guiding techniques, and the practice of breath control, is a traditional Chinese martial art characterized by its internal and external cultivation, gentleness, slowness, lightness, and the harmonious interplay of hardness and softness. Over the years, it has diversified into numerous schools and styles. Cheng Chen was not well versed in this discipline, having only occasionally passed by parks to witness the elderly practicing, much like today. Thus, he was unaware of which style this group was practicing. However, as he continued to observe, a revelation dawned upon him. He had grasped the essence of authentic Tai Chi. This realization left Cheng Chen momentarily breathless, struggling to regain his composure. Over centuries of evolution, Tai Chi had transformed into a practice of self-cultivation and wellness. Yet, what Cheng Chen had acquired was not the same. He had obtained the genuine essence of Tai Chi, likely derived from the teachings of Master Zhang Sanfeng. This implied that the Tai Chi he now possessed was not merely an ornamental exercise, but martial art imbued with significant offensive and defensive capabilities. With the authentic essence of Tai Chi in his grasp, Cheng Chen lost interest in lingering to watch the elderly practice any longer and decided to take his leave. After wandering for a while, he bought Xian Xian her beloved custard buns and fresh milk. Proudly, he hummed a cheerful tune, oblivious to the fact that a group of individuals was closely tailing him. A count would reveal that there were 12 in total. This clandestine group followed Cheng Chen, glancing around as if to observe something. The leader, sporting hair reminiscent of a rainbow, noted that as Cheng Chen rounded a couple of corners, he would reach a busier thoroughfare. With a subtle wave of his hand, Rainbow Hair softly instructed the others, "Let us ambush him at that corner." In an instant, 5 members of the group broke away from the crowd, darting down a narrow path. Chapter 57. Tai Chi can also be lethal once the others had advanced and closely followed Cheng Chen. Rainbow Hair remained at the rear. At that moment, he pulled out his phone. "Hello, I'm tailing him now. What is the plan?" he inquired. "Break his legs, but leave him with a breath. We can't let it interfere with his culinary endeavors." "Understood. You could transfer the funds now." "All right." Just as he hung up, before he could tuck the phone away, a message notification chimed. "Esteemed Commercial Bank, following the recent notification regarding the deposit of 50,000 yuan into your account, ending with 3,308. A radiant smile illuminated the face of Rainbow Mao, who smugly murmured to himself, "Let us see how it goes, old fool." After humming a cheerful tune, Cheng Chen's mind was no longer distracted. As he continued walking, an abrupt surge of danger began to sharply stimulate his senses, prompting him to instinctively halt in his tracks. Concealed behind a trash bin at the corner, a group of ruffians also paused, stealthily hiding themselves. Is someone following me? Having mastered the essence of true Tai Chi, Cheng Chen's enhancements were not confined merely to his proficiency in martial arts. Concurrently, his perception of danger in the real world had also sharpened. However, this newfound awareness was rather rudimentary, allowing him only to discern that the group trailing him consisted of inept individuals, contingent on his undistracted state. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Utilizing this meager sense of danger, Cheng Chen estimated that no fewer than 10 individuals were closely tailing him. With physical prowess double that of an average person, he felt confident and chose not to flee immediately. Instead, he continued to walk nonchalantly, eager to test the efficacy of the true essence of Tai Chi. Upon reaching a T-intersection, Cheng Chen halted once more, where he should have turned left. I seem to have forgotten to buy soy sauce, he remarked, his voice modulated just enough for his pursuers to catch snippets of his words. After speaking, he turned right. Minutes later, scratching his head, he stood before a wall. Chuckling at his own folly, I knew I drank too much yesterday. It's made me foolish. A path I traverse daily. And yet I've taken a wrong turn into a dead end. With that, he began to turn around. At that moment, Rainbow Mao overheard Cheng Chen's words and realized he was indeed in a dead end. He couldn't help but smirk to himself. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, yet you stumble into hell without invitation. With a grand gesture, Rainbow Mao and his entourage surged forth, blocking Cheng Chen's path. Cheng Chen looked at the gathered individuals in confusion and inquired, Gentlemen, do you seek me? Beside Rainbow Mao, a crooked-mouthed youth with a hunchback hurriedly approached Cheng Chen, stammering as he pointed. Don't say that. And no, and not you? Brother, your Mandarin is rather unrefined. I can't comprehend you. Cheng Chen casually extended his left hand, resting it lightly on the youth's shoulder before letting it slide downwards as if he had lost his grip. The ruffians witnessed this seemingly effortless gesture, followed by a dull thud. Bang! The crooked-mouthed youth unexpectedly collapsed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tai Chi, where 4 ounces could deflect 1,000 pounds. This was the technique Cheng Chen had just employed, the pure essence of Tai Chi, combined with his current physical capabilities, proved to be somewhat formidable. Dealing with a few ruffians who merely wielded knives and sticks for intimidation but were fundamentally harmless was quite easy. However, when it comes to dealing with someone like Long San, Cheng Chen is still leagues away. After the clumsy fall, Cheng Chen, with an innocent expression, quickly jumped back, appearing somewhat caught off guard. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to the onlookers, he stealthily kicked a banana peel under the feet of the unfortunate victim, protecting the custard bun in his arms. He was anxious not to let the dust spoil Xuan's breakfast. Good heavens! Brother, are you trying to scam me? I merely tapped your shoulder lightly, and you fell so hard. Look at me, I'm in a cast, looking utterly destitute. It's quite inappropriate for you to be scamming me. Cheng Chen remarked casually as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. Rainbow Hair furrowed his brow and scolded. What are you playing at, Crooked Mouth? On the ground, Crooked Mouth gasped for air, struggling to speak, but his voice was barely a whisper. That fall felt akin to being struck by a massive truck. At that moment, he felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Noticing that Crooked Mouth was unresponsive, Rainbow Hair grew irritated and stepped forward, cursing. Get up, stop pretending to be dead and embarrassing yourself. As he spoke, he raised his foot to kick Crooked Mouth on the shoulder. However, the sight of Crooked Mouth's agonized expression momentarily stunned him. Cheng Chen pointed at the banana peel beneath Crooked Mouth's feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, brother, you must be more careful. How could you step on a banana peel?" Rainbow Hair instinctively glanced down, confirming the presence of the banana peel. What a shame. The scene was overwhelmingly embarrassing for Rainbow Hair, who waved his hand dismissively, instructing Old 2, Old 4, help Crooked Mouth to the side. The 2 yellow-haired thugs complied and stepped forward. Do you need my assistance? Cheng Chen, embodying the role of a concerned bystander, moved to help. Just as the 2, referred to as Old 2 and Old 4, had merely managed to lift Crooked Mouth, they noticed Cheng Chen's sudden offer of assistance. He gently lent a hand to Crooked Mouth, yet it seemed the hand-s owner realized his help was unnecessary and withdrew. However, once that hand was removed, the three men instantly tumbled to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The way Old 2 and Old 4 fell mirrored Crooked Mouth's earlier plight, except this time, Crooked Mouth was met with a second fall, and without the same courtesy, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If Crooked Mouth's initial fall was attributed to Cheng Chen's clever placement of the banana peel, this subsequent tumble of the three men, compounded by Crooked Mouth's evident internal injuries, left no room for doubt. Rainbow Hair and his lackeys could not possibly believe this was mere coincidence. Was it you who orchestrated this? Rainbow Hair, belatedly realizing, took 3 steps back in alarm, frantically pointing at Cheng Chen, cursing, "What kind of trickery is this?" Without further ado, Rainbow Hair shouted, "Brothers, run. Go fetch reinforcements." In an instant, aside from the 3 on the ground, Rainbow Hair and his entourage of 9 swiftly retreated. The primary reason for Rainbow Mao's decision at this critical juncture is undoubtedly the overwhelming intimidation he felt from Cheng Chen, whose seemingly ordinary maneuvers swiftly incapacitated the second and fourth brothers, as well as the Crooked Mouth thug. Cheng Chen desired precisely this outcome. Without such an impression, this group would not easily divulge the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. As the 9 gangsters made a hasty escape, Cheng Chen casually stuffed a custard bun into his mouth and took off in pursuit. The speed of these street delinquents paled in comparison to Cheng Chen's. In a matter of moments, he appeared before them, blocking their path. What was once a dead end transformed instantaneously from Cheng Chen's hell into a slaughterhouse carefully chosen for Rainbow Mao and his associates. Chapter 58. You cannot escape my grasp. Rainbow Mao, upon confronting Cheng Chen, felt a surge of panic. What kind of inhuman speed was this? That he could appear before him in the blink of an eye? The thought of Cheng Chen's effortless movements, which had just felled 3 of his brothers, sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. Yet, despite the number of thugs surrounding him, they were as fragile as children in the presence of Cheng Chen, who had mastered the essence of authentic Tai Chi. To borrow the words of a certain celebrity, Cheng Chen could easily take on 10 such thugs. Suddenly, Rainbow Mao drew a spring knife from his waistband, gripping its small handle tightly with both hands. Behind him, the other 8 thugs mimicked his actions, brandishing baseball bats, spring knives, and other weapons typically used in brawls. They huddled closely together, regarding Cheng Chen as if facing a formidable adversary. Though he held a spring knife, Rainbow Mao felt no confidence. His complexion had paled as he spoke. "Brother, today, this matter falls on me, Kai Hong. I accept my misfortune and promise that I will not seek revenge. I only hope you might show mercy and allow us to meet again in the future." Huh, how can I trust your words to be genuine? Whether you will seek vengeance for those 3 lying on the ground remains uncertain. I distinctly heard you mention calling for reinforcements, Cheng Chen replied, standing firm and unmoving. Kai Hong, growing anxious, wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead and hastily swept his rainbow-colored bangs back. Trembling slightly, he said, "Brother, I understand your intentions. The person who hired me is a heavily made-up older woman, surnamed Hu. We merely accepted payment to deal with troubles for others. I hope, in light of Lord Yin Air's reputation, you might spare us." Overwhelmed by fear, Kai Hong invoked the name of his boss, Lord Yin Air, hoping that the weight of this name would intimidate Cheng Chen. However, Cheng Chen paid no heed to this. He was contemplating Kai Hong's earlier statement. Just as he had suspected, the one who sent for Kai Hong was indeed Hu Hongying. The thought of that vicious old woman made Cheng Chen's fist clench tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. It was imperative to ensure that Hu Hongying would not dare to oppose him. Otherwise, her insidious ways of scheming from the shadows would be utterly revolting. The overt threats are easily avoided, yet the subtle ones are insidious and challenging to guard against, leading to inevitable oversights that fell into her trap. As for the identity of Yin Air Yi mentioned by Kai Hong, Cheng Chen had a vague recollection of the name, though it eluded him. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Cheng Chen casually twisted his neck, producing a faint crack, and remarked, Well, since she has sought you out, she must have compensated you, correct? Money is essential. After all, Cheng Chen is quite frugal. I cannot allow these ruffians before me to escape unscathed. For this is the consequence of their audacity to lay hands on me. Upon hearing the demand for money, Kai Hong instinctively clutched his pants pocket. What? Brother? That's rather excessive. I have 3 brothers injured by your hand, now lying on the ground, unable to rise. Surely, that money should be reserved for their medical expenses? Cheng Chen discerned the shape of an object in Kai Hong's pocket and barked, "No more nonsense. Take out your phone." Reluctantly, Kai Hong produced his phone from his pocket. "Unlock it." At that moment, Kai Hong's expression darkened. After much effort, he had managed to acquire 50,000 yuan, but now with air and sea injured, hospitalization was inevitable. There would scarcely be any money left. If he surrendered it to Cheng Chen, he would have to pay for their medical bills out of his own pocket. With this thought, a surge of malice surged within Kai Hong. After unlocking the phone, he handed it over while simultaneously launching a vicious attack with a spring knife clenched tightly in his right hand. However, his feeble ploy could hardly elude Cheng Chen's keen perception. He had been on guard against Kai Hong all along, knowing that such scoundrels would forsake their comrades, but never their wealth. In an instant, the spring knife was poised at Cheng Chen's abdomen. Kai Hong, believing success was imminent, bore a triumphant grin, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained howl. Cheng Chen remained rooted in place, unscathed, while Huang Mao's right hand dangled weakly, barely attached to his shoulder, undoubtedly broken. The spring knife had been sent flying, embedding itself into a nearby lime wall, vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. Throughout the encounter, Kai Hong had not even grazed Cheng Chen's clothing. "You reap what you sow," Cheng Chen uttered coldly, then began scrolling through Kai Hong's phone for account information. Ultimately, amidst a plethora of lending applications, he discovered the transfer record of 50,000 yuan. Subsequently, he examined the call log and identified a familiar number, Hu Hongying's. Without a second thought, Cheng Chen sent a text to Hu Hongying from Kai Hong's phone, stating that the matter was settled and that the young man was now essentially incapacitated. After completing these tasks, Cheng Chen unceremoniously transferred the 50,000 yuan to himself, presenting the phone back to Kai Hong at the password screen. Enter the password. With a chime signaling a new message, Cheng Chen cast a cold gaze at the onlookers. "Scolding, aren't you all leaving?" The crowd, feeling an immense sense of relief, swiftly fled the scene. These individuals are unwilling to spare even a couple of minutes to assist the 3 brothers who lie on the ground, oblivious to their fate. Perhaps this reflects the values of this group of ruffians. By effortlessly acquiring 50,000 yuan, Cheng Chen successfully demonstrated the efficacy of his enhanced physique fused with the essence of authentic Tai Chi without further concern for them. He turned and headed towards the bun shop, as he had just consumed Xian's breakfast. Meanwhile, in room 901 of Legion Garden, Hu Hongying received a text message from Kai Hong. Upon reading it, she gleefully rushed to the balcony and exclaimed to Luya, who was sipping her coffee, "Darling, everything is in order. Tomorrow, during the court hearing, he won't be able to attend. Lawyer Zheng Mingsheng assured me that if he is absent, there is a surefire way for the judge to rule that he forfeits custody of Xian." Luya gently savored a sip of coffee, finding that even without sugar, it was exceptionally sweet and fragrant. After swallowing, she inquired, "Excellent. How is he? Will he still be able to make that juice and candied hawthorn?" Hu Hongying replied with a triumphant smile, "My dear, do you doubt my capabilities? They say his legs are broken. We'll simply get him a wheelchair. It won't hinder him from working for us in the future. That's good. After tomorrow, once we have control over Xian and he is working for us, life will become much easier." When Hu Hongying mentioned her intention to deal with Cheng Chen, Luya's right eyelid twitched incessantly, a sense of foreboding lingering in her heart. Somewhat superstitious, Luya grew overly anxious, even booking a flight ticket to escape Jiangxing. Glancing at the first-class ticket displayed on her phone, she chose not to cancel it. After all, it could serve as a getaway after winning the lawsuit tomorrow. Regardless, she would no longer fear a lack of funds thereafter. Her gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window, her mind swirling with thoughts. Cheng Chen, You will ultimately not escape my grasp. Chapter 59. A desperate gamble by mother and daughter. Hu Hongying informed Zheng Mingsheng that Cheng Chen would be unable to attend the hearing. However, to her surprise, Zheng Mingsheng made a new demand. She must present 500,000 yuan. He claimed that only if she could provide this sum could the success of tomorrow's court session be assured. This left Hu Hongying in a state of distress, pacing back and forth in the living room, her steps heavy with worry. Meanwhile, Luya was perusing luxury cosmetics and bespoke clothing from high-end brands, preparing to claim the nearly 200,000 yuan that Cheng Chen had earned from selling freshly squeezed juice, intending to indulge herself after winning the lawsuit. This thought brought her considerable joy. The incessant sound of footsteps caused Luya to frown, glancing at Hu Hongying and asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" Hu Hongying quickly sat beside Luya, sighing in exasperation. "It's that scoundrel Zheng Mingsheng, who has just told me we need to come up with 500,000. "What?" Luya exclaimed, her phone slipping from her grasp and shattering upon impact with the floor. "How can he be so shameless? I have already spent 3 whole nights with him. All the requested postures and actions were complied with, and now he audaciously demands 500,000. Extortion. This is indeed extortion. Clearly, this mother and daughter have fallen into the trap set by the esteemed lawyer Zheng Mingsheng. At this critical juncture, his insistence on them producing 500,000 indicates his profound understanding that they would never simply relent. It is evident that Zheng Mingsheng does not regard his liaison with Luya as compensation for pursuing this legal battle. Ultimately, what he desires is merely money, a staggering sum of 500,000. Hu Hongying was particularly incensed by Zheng Mingsheng's sudden, exorbitant demand. Yet what could she do? Her daughter had already compromised herself, and 5,000 had been spent on hiring thugs. With the court date looming, could they afford to refuse? The thought gnawed at her, making it increasingly difficult to remain composed. What to do? What to be done? The trial was set for tomorrow. If they failed to placate Zheng Mingsheng now, defeat was all but assured in the impending court session. Luya was also in a state of agitation, uncertain of how to proceed. Together, they joined the ranks of troubled souls pacing in the living room. After a prolonged silence, it was Hu Hongying who regained her composure first. She grasped Luya's hand firmly and declared with unwavering conviction, "Darling, we shall take out a loan. Your late father's ancestral home is still in my name. I have always found it cumbersome and neglected it, but this time I can use it to secure a loan and confront Zheng Mingsheng. It won't take long at all. Mom, are you certain? Our current residence is rented, and you just spent 5,000 of our savings. If we sell that old farmhouse, we will be left with neither funds nor a home." Luya lacked the resolute spirit of her mother. She was apprehensive about taking such risks. "My dear, don't be foolish. Didn't we discuss that once we gain custody of Xianxian, we could leverage that to control Cheng Chen? With his current earning potential, it won't take more than a week to secure this residence. And within a month or 2, acquiring a villa will not be a dream." Hu Hongying grew increasingly fervent, her voice rising several octaves. It felt as though Cheng Chen had already become her personal printing press. Luya remained hesitant, prompting Hu Hongying to launch into yet another round of persuasive rhetoric, reminiscent of the most ubiquitous micro-business sellers on social media. Half an hour later, with a resolute bite of her lip and a tight grip on her cracked phone screen, Luya finally relented, saying, "All right, Mom, I will follow your lead. The house we sell, I will ensure that Cheng Chen buys it back for you." "Excellent. I shall fetch the property deed at once." The following day, Cheng Chen felt an unusual sense of elation. With just 2 hours until the hearing, Xianxian was finally poised to be legally awarded to him. How could he not be joyous? Gu Ningji, having finally found some free time, visited Xuan's small shop. Upon noticing the dusty, closed door, she realized that Cheng Chen's affairs remained unresolved. Subsequently, she knocked on the door of the room rented by Cheng Chen. Initially, Xianxian would have felt sorrow upon waking, lamenting her mother Jingya's departure, but upon seeing Gu Ningji, her spirits lifted slightly. After entrusting Xianxian to Gu Ningji, Cheng Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the People's Court of Yingjiang District. Upon disembarking, Cheng Chen spotted the familiar Volkswagen occupying the parking space, indicating that Luya had arrived early. However, A cursory glance around yielded no sight of either Luya or Hu Hongyi. As the court session had yet to commence, the Yinjing People's Court was still engaged in various proceedings, leaving a group of anxious relatives and police outside, preventing Cheng Chen from entering for the time being. He wandered to a nearby convenience store, ordered a bowl of instant noodles, and relished the delightful flavor. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dining establishment, Luya, Hu Hongyi, Zheng Minsheng, and 3 jurors were seated in a private room. Zheng Minsheng, a man with a sharp visage and narrow-framed glasses, closed the case file pertaining to the civil lawsuit. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a solemn tone. Ms. Liu, Ms. Hu, esteemed jurors, I have just reiterated the pertinent details regarding the child custody case, and I trust that everyone is now well informed. Hu Hongyi interjected promptly. Lawyer Zheng, my daughter, and I do not comprehend what you've stated. Just tell us, do we have an assured victory? With unwavering confidence, Zheng Minsheng replied, given your assertion that Cheng Chen is unable to attend today, our probability of success is unequivocally 100%. Beneath the table, his foot slowly crept up Luya's thigh. Seated beside him, Luya remained oblivious to his advances, enduring the unsettling and repugnant sensation. She dared not provoke Zheng Minsheng's displeasure, especially after investing 500,000 and enduring his company for so long. To falter at this critical juncture would render all previous efforts futile. Casting a glance at Zheng Minsheng, Luya inquired, what if Cheng Chen manages to attend the hearing today? Hu Hongyi quickly responded, that's impossible, sweetheart. Do you not trust your mother's capabilities? Luya reiterated, what if he does? Feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation, she pressed, even if Cheng Chen were to come, our chances of winning this lawsuit remain as high as 80%. Zheng Minsheng maintained his self-assured demeanor. With this knowledge, Luya finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the group engaged in a discussion regarding the general proceedings of today's civil lawsuit, preparing for any eventuality. After finishing his instant noodles, Cheng Chen exited the convenience store, indulging himself for once with a can of soda in hand. Just as he took a sip, he caught sight of Hu Hongyi and Luya, along with the unfamiliar Zheng Minsheng. The 3 jurors, however, departed through the back door, donned in sunglasses and masks, thus escaping Cheng Chen's notice. Hu Hongyi, now brimming with confidence in winning the case, was bewildered by Cheng Chen's unexpected appearance. Her gaze swept over his legs, finding nothing amiss. In that instant, both she and Luya felt a sudden, sinking sensation in their hearts. Even Zheng Minsheng, witnessing this development, felt a pang of alarm. It seemed that something had gone awry. Chapter 60. Quickly stop him, Cheng Chen smirked. I'm curious as to how you assumed I would be unharmed. After being mocked by Cheng Chen, Hu Hongyi felt a pang of discomfort, suspecting that Kai Hong had absconded with her 50,000 yuan. However, recalling Zheng Minsheng's earlier assurances, she reassured herself that their chances of victory were still substantial, thus dismissing the loss of that sum. In the eyes of the mother-daughter duo, as long as they retained Cheng Chen, the proverbial gold mine, all was well. Facing Hu Hongyi and her daughter, Cheng Chen nonchalantly sipped his soda, relishing the refreshing chill. This indifference infuriated Hu Hongyi to the brink of explosion. How could this inept former son-in-law remain so oblivious, even when faced with impending doom? Contemplating this, a sardonic smile crept across Hu Hongyi's lips as she remarked, I never imagined you, a worthless fool, would escape a calamity. Truly, a centipede, even when dying, does not lose its vigor. But today, fortune will not favor you. We shall see. Cheng Chen responded with a dismissive smirk. Just then his phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Gu Ningji. On the other end, Gu Ningji's anxious voice reached him. Cheng Chen, Sir Eli has been sealed off 3 minutes ago due to false advertising regarding candied hawthorn. I thought it imperative to inform you. The timing of Sir Eli's closure seemed too coincidental. Cheng Chen shared Gu Ningji's sentiments. Such coincidences were rare. With Sir Eli's operation halted, his collaboration with them was effectively suspended. Although his right hand had healed rapidly post-stake, he still wore a cast to prevent any lasting complications. Consequently, his juice shop remained temporarily closed. In other words, he currently had no source of income. Under these circumstances, competing for Xuanyuan's custody would be tantamount to certain defeat. Judges and juries do not concern themselves with potential earnings. They primarily consider whether one can presently provide for a child. At this moment, Cheng Chen clearly lacked that capability. It was no wonder Hu Hongying felt so triumphant and self-satisfied. Cheng Chen's expression darkened momentarily. All of this was orchestrated behind the scenes by Zheng Mingsheng, who had pocketed Hu Hongying's 500,000. Observing Cheng Chen's countenance, Zheng Mingsheng could surmise the conversation's content. He leaned closer to Hu Hongying, whispering conspiratorially, which only deepened her smugness. With a grin spreading across her lined face, she exclaimed, "Ah, now you realize? But it is too late, Cheng Chen. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me." Luya, having learned of the developments, exhaled a sigh of relief. With less than an hour until the hearing, she was confident that no unforeseen changes would arise. Yet, the trio of conspirators had not anticipated that Cheng Chen's displeasure would be fleeting, quickly replaced by a renewed seriousness. With 40 minutes remaining, he was certain that he had ample time to deal with them. His tone remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. In his hand, he clutched a trump card, Xiaojing's pocket watch. Originally, he had taken possession of this watch for unforeseen circumstances. He simply did not anticipate that there would truly be an opportunity to utilize it, although he was reluctant to resort to such measures. The urgency of the situation compelled him to act according to his nature. Facing Cheng Chen's demeanor, Zheng Mingsheng felt that his esteemed authority, earned through countless victories in the legal arena, was being challenged. Moreover, everything today had been meticulously orchestrated by him, leaving no room for Cheng Chen to turn the tide. He could not fathom that Cheng Chen possessed the capability to achieve the extraordinary in these final 40 minutes. Zheng Mingsheng mockingly remarked, "Haha, young man, have you never heard the saying? One should not indulge too much in food, nor speak too boldly. Otherwise, when the boast is shattered, it is oneself who feels the embarrassment." Hu Hongying, brimming with delight, chimed in, "Don't put on a brave face now. I am quite eager to see what tricks you can conjure in these last 40 minutes. Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of skill will allow you to overturn the situation? Truth be told, you are merely a chef of slightly higher caliber. Remember, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Simply obey and use your talents to earn a living serving us, and we shall not treat you unfairly." With unrestrained satisfaction, Hu Hongying continued her tirade. Cheng Chen found the incessant noise grating, casually slipping his hand into his pocket as he strode towards the courthouse entrance. Observing Cheng Chen's demeanor, Hu Hongying erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it, even at this juncture, you still put on such an air of superiority, truly believing yourself to be some kind of deity." Luya, equally displeased, remarked on Cheng Chen's arrogance, recalling that he had once boasted about his modest salary of 6,000 yuan, thinking it substantial. He had repeatedly proclaimed that he would make me and Xian the happiest mother and daughter in the world. Bah, mother, let us follow him and see what this conceited fool is up to. With that, Luya grabbed Hu Hongying's arm and followed suit. Zheng Mingsheng, standing still, observed the unfolding scene with a smile, muttering to Cheng Chen's retreating figure, a mere buffoon. He then joined the pursuit. Before the courthouse entrance, the throng of onlookers remained steadfast. Unperturbed, Cheng Chen navigated through the crowd, making his way directly to the police cordon. At this juncture, he showed no signs of stopping, parting the barrier and stepping across it. A few police officers, having noticed this unfolding drama, were caught off guard, and before they could intervene, Cheng Chen was nearly at the entrance. Just as they contemplated intercepting him, they were momentarily stunned by the sight ahead. Without glancing back, Cheng Chen slammed his right shoulder against the wall, causing the plaster to shatter. Swiftly, he removed the bandage and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Then, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a vintage pocket watch, raising it high as the chain dangled. The watch's face swung down abruptly, glimmering in the morning sunlight, radiating layers of golden light. Beneath this golden sheen, a dragon was distinctly visible. The dragon engraved on the pocket watch served as a hallmark of the high-ranking officials of the Lansong military region. As the police officers snapped back to reality from their astonishment at Cheng Chen's actions, they immediately turned to intervene. At that moment, the leading officer, a remarkably robust figure, gazed at the pocket watch, and raised his right hand, permitting entry. Yet within, he harbored an infinite yearning for that timepiece. The Lansing military district was the pinnacle of his aspirations throughout his life. He had once been presented with an opportunity to join, but alas, fate proved unkind, and his dreams ultimately slipped away. Having meticulously prepared to enter the Lansing military district, he understood the significance of that watch. It belonged to a prominent figure in the district, General Xia Zhengde. The officer regarded Cheng Chen's silhouette with deep admiration. What kind of formidable individual was this young man, capable of possessing the personal token of General Xia? Reflecting on the call he received from Xia Zhengde the previous day, he deduced that this individual had come to the court on behalf of the general. Meanwhile, Zheng Minsheng and his two companions, closely trailing behind, were momentarily bewildered as Cheng Chen boldly entered the courthouse. Hu Hongying, pointing at Cheng Chen's graceful figure, exclaimed to the officers, "Quick, stop him. What are you doing? Are you just going to let him waltz into the courthouse?" Although Hu Hongying was indeed a headstrong and unreasonable woman at that moment, she dared only to voice her frustration. Offending the police could potentially jeopardize the proceedings of the day. She understood the importance of patience in larger schemes. Yet, as she watched Cheng Chen enter the courthouse, her heart raced with anxiety. Who could have anticipated that he could so effortlessly breach the police's tight security? At this critical juncture, not a single mistake could be afforded. She turned her gaze towards Zheng Minsheng, seeking the assistance of the esteemed lawyer. "Zheng, you must think of a way. If anything goes awry, I could lose everything." Zheng Minsheng, equally anxious, was not primarily concerned for Hu Hongying and her daughter, but rather for himself. Maintaining his impeccable track record was paramount. If this case were to falter, it would significantly impact his future business, and he could never command such high fees again. Sweat dripped continuously from his brow as the three of them fidgeted like ants on a hot pan, consumed by worry. Just then, a commotion erupted at the courthouse entrance, followed by a throng of individuals pouring out. Some wore expressions of joy, while others bore looks of distress. Observing this scene, Zheng Minsheng deduced that the previous case had concluded. How could the efficiency of the Yingjiang District Court be so remarkable today? This thought briefly crossed his mind before he brushed it aside, realizing it was not his immediate concern. He approached the officer respectfully and stated, "Officer, I am the attorney for the upcoming civil litigation case, Zheng Minsheng. Since this case has concluded, may my client and I proceed inside?" The officer glanced at the documents Zheng Minsheng presented, pausing briefly on the photograph before matching his gaze with Zheng Minsheng, Hu Hongying, and Lu Ye. Nodding slightly, the officer remarked, "You may enter. However, the judge and the jurors require a half-hour respite following their recent case. Please exercise patience once you are inside." After a brief glance at Hu Hongying, he added, "Remember, no loud noises." All right. Hu Hongying repeatedly nodded in agreement, anxiously grasping her daughter Lu Ye's hand as they hurried up the steps. Upon entering, the trio spotted Cheng Chen. He had only just arrived moments earlier when the throng of people hindered his progress. Seizing the opportunity, he made a quick phone call. Once the call ended, the crowd dispersed, allowing Cheng Chen to discern the nameplates affixed to each office door. A cursory glance revealed the location of the judge he sought, prompting him to stride purposefully toward it. What is he up to? Is he going directly to find Judge Zhang? Zheng Minsheng pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Hu Hongying, however, was audacious, tugging at Lu Ye's arm as she declared, "Come, let us follow and see." "What reckless behavior," Zheng Minsheng muttered under his breath. Yet he felt compelled to follow. Upon pushing open the office door, Cheng Chen was met with the sight of three jurors lounging on the sofa, engrossed in their phones as they awaited the commencement of the next trial. Unbeknownst to him, these were the same jurors who had previously accompanied Hu Hongying and her companions. As they were deeply engrossed in their game, the sudden sound of the door opening startled them. Assuming it was Judge Zhang, they instinctively exited their games, hastily concealing their phones beneath their thighs. Upon realizing the newcomer was a stranger, their irritation flared. The most outward juror bellowed, "Who are you? Do you not see this is Judge Yang's office? Is this a place where the common folk can wander freely? Get out." The other two, anxious about their game, retrieved their phones once more to continue playing. "I am here to see Judge Zhang," Cheng Chen stated politely, albeit with a hint of recklessness due to his concern for Xian. Just then, Hu Hongying and her companions arrived at the doorway, and upon hearing the commotion, they could not help but find it amusing. Gazing through the open door, Hu Hongying spotted the jurors within and felt a wave of relief wash over her, bolstering her confidence. Noticing the presence of outsiders, she could not resist a jibe. "Cheng Chen, oh Cheng Chen, do you truly believe you are invincible, able to waltz into any place you desire?" Luya, feeling reassured upon seeing the jurors, chimed in with her own mockery. "Mother, it's not like you've just met him. When has he ever been anything but a self-important braggart?" The jurors, peeking out to see familiar faces, refrained from expressing their anger. The juror who had previously confronted Cheng Chen immediately surmised the situation, chuckling as he remarked, "Do you think you can see Judge Zhang just because you wish to? If everyone were like you, what would distinguish the court from a marketplace?" "Now leave," Hu Hongying interjected. "What a rustic fool, rampaging through the court as if there were no laws in the land." Luya echoed her sentiment. "It's hardly surprising. Otherwise, why would I have divorced him? It's simply because he lacks any real ability, though he excels at putting on airs." "Are you one of the jurors in the upcoming custody case?" Cheng Chen, however, paid no heed to the mother and daughter, patiently inquired once more. The juror, clearly growing impatient, replied, "Yes." "What of it? Are you the child's father?" Cheng Chen nodded. "Indeed, I am the child's father. I believe there is no necessity for this case to go to trial." To Cheng Chen, the case seemed unworthy of a courtroom setting. Otherwise, under the scrutiny of the public, relying solely on Xia Zhengda's token to sway the judge into granting custody would be indefensible, both morally and logically. Ultimately, it might lead to public outcry, complicating the court's position. Yet, his assertion elicited uproarious laughter. The three jurors, along with Hu Hongying, laughed uncontrollably, clutching their stomachs in pain. Zheng Mingsheng interjected, chuckling, "Excuse me, sir, who do you think you are? The chairman or the president? Just because you say there's no need for a trial, it means there won't be one?" Cheng Chen glanced back at Zheng Mingsheng, ignoring him. "You three are not in a position to make decisions. So kindly inform me where Judge Zhang is." This time, Cheng Chen's tone had grown somewhat impatient. He sensed that the three jurors had just reprimanded him for his audacity. Yet they were not as rude toward Hu Hongying and her companions. The 6 individuals before him seemed to be in cahoots. Otherwise, their coordinated mockery would not be so seamless. Analyzing the situation, Cheng Chen realized he was not being reckless. His irritation only fueled the jurors' anger further. One of them slammed his hand down on the sofa, exclaiming, "If you have something to say, wait until the trial. Now get out of here." The other 2 jurors, engrossed in a game, also expressed their impatience. "Get lost. You're disturbing my game." Cheng Chen scoffed. "It appears you have no desire to be good public servants. I see no reason to remain in this position any longer." Chapter 62. Who are you telling to leave? Before the last words faded, another round of laughter erupted. The juror found Cheng Chen utterly ridiculous and remarked, "Surely, you don't think yourself important? You think just because you say I shouldn't sit here, I won tea?" Another chimed in, "I was puzzled why such a decent-looking fellow could have such a beautiful wife who divorced him. Now I understand. She must have been unable to tolerate your foolishness." The remaining juror, however, refrained from joining in the mockery, instead focusing intently on his game. He nudged his companion and called out, "Why bother with him? Come help me. I'm getting overrun here." "All right, I'm coming." Responding to his companion's call, the juror abandoned Cheng Chen and plunged into the fray of the game. The first juror to speak to Cheng Chen soon found the exchange tedious, rising to shut the door and exclude Cheng Chen. Subsequently, he opened his phone and began scrolling through short videos. In their eyes, it was unnecessary to pay attention to a madman, and Cheng Chen was regarded as such a lunatic. Who but a madman would utter such audacious remarks, elevating himself to a position of absolute authority? Cheng Chen, having faced ridicule, felt no anger. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Encountering such jurors could, in fact, be advantageous for his case. However, at that moment, such considerations were trivial. Hu Hongying laughed heartily. while Luya was so amused that Crowe's feet appeared around her eyes. As for Zheng Minsheng, he simply viewed the spectacle as a form of entertainment. Hu Hongying, rubbing her forehead, sighed, "What a disgrace. I fear appearing in court with you. Lest people discover you were once my son-in-law, I would have nowhere to hide my face. Mother, it's nothing. Today is just today. After this, his embarrassment is not our concern. As long as he can make money, that is sufficient." Luya comforted her mother, their banter flowing seamlessly in harmony. Cheng Chen, however, dismissed their antics with disdain. There is no need to engage with these two jesters. The truth would reveal his capabilities to this mother-daughter duo eventually. His concern lay with the absence of Judge Zhang in the office. Perhaps he had gone to the restroom? With this thought, Cheng Chen glanced at the sign and proceeded in the direction of the lavatory. Hu Hongying muttered, "What a fool, running off to the restroom. Is he off to find something to eat?" Yet this time, the three did not follow, but instead knocked on the door that had just closed. The heat was unbearable, prompting them to seek some relief indoors. Cheng Chen, standing idly at the restroom entrance, fiddled with his pocket watch, noting that there were still about 20 minutes until the court convened. After a brief wait, the sound of a flush echoed from within. Moments later, a dignified middle-aged man emerged. As he stepped out, he noticed a stranger waiting at the door and instinctively sized him up. His pupils dilated in surprise. Fixating on the pocket watch, whose watch could this possibly be? Automatically, he wiped his still damp right hand on his trousers and extended it towards the unfamiliar man. "Good day, sir. I am Zhang Jichao, a judge at the People's Court of Yingjiang District." It is noteworthy that Zhang Jichao opted for the respectful term sir rather than the commonplace you. This alone indicated his reverence for the owner of that exquisite pocket watch. Cheng Chen, who had been momentarily distracted, now recognized the presence of another person. Upon hearing that this was the judge he sought, he too extended his hand. "I am Cheng Chen, just waiting for you." "Oh, you are the father involved in the upcoming custody case?" "Indeed." Upon receiving Cheng Chen's affirmative response, Zhang Jichao felt a shiver run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He recalled the phone call he had received 2 days prior, which had left him astonished. The brief comment from the caller had heightened his vigilance regarding the case over the past 2 days, as he feared delaying matters for that distinguished individual. Yet, he remained unaware of which significant case the individual was referring to. Though he had initially felt fatigued today, he had been prepared to approach the next case with a slight degree of carelessness. A friend requested him to arrange for 3 new jurors to come for an internship, and he readily acquiesced, regarding the matter with indifference. Child custody is hardly a significant issue. It is quite straightforward to adjudicate. Such cases are indeed well suited for novices to gain experience. After all, in his view, it was unlikely that a person of such stature would make a special call to him for what he considered the most trivial case he had handled in recent days. Zhang Jichao began to feel somewhat fortunate to have encountered Cheng Chen before the trial commenced. Otherwise, he might have botched the task entrusted to him. "Mr. Cheng, please come to my office." Zhang Jichao gestured respectfully and led the way. The president of the Yingjiang District Court held a position equivalent to that of a deputy district chief, or, in other terms, is on par with a deputy county chief. Such a rank warranted a respectful demeanor towards Cheng Chen, especially upon seeing a token of esteem. This realization prompted Cheng Chen, who had only known of Xia Zhengde's high standing within the Lanzhang military district, to gain a new understanding of the potential elevation of Xia Zhengde's status, a figure of great reverence. Nevertheless, even with this newfound perspective, Cheng Chen remained steadfast in his own free-spirited disposition. Zhang Jichao opened the office door, revealing an older woman, older than himself, lounging in his chair with her legs crossed. A younger woman, closer to him, reclined on the sofa, perusing luxury brand handbags and clothing on her phone. Another familiar figure, lawyer Zheng Minsheng, sat with his back turned, engaged in some activity unknown to Zhang Jichao. How had these 3 intruded upon his office so comfortably? Meanwhile, the 3 jurors, ostensibly on his side, were engrossed in their phones. Upon hearing the door open, the 3 jurors displayed displeasure. Yet this time they did not instinctively conceal their phones beneath their thighs. One of them, while scrolling through short videos, laughed and exclaiming, "Here we go again." I told you to get lost. How can you not understand simple instructions? Zhang Jichao's expression shifted at these words, and he immediately surmised what might have transpired in his absence. To quell the irritation of those behind him, he bellowed, "Who are you telling to get lost?" With a thud, the juror engrossed in his videos fell from the sofa, landing on the ground with a dull thump that drew the attention of everyone in the room. Instantly, all stood up. The two other jurors hastily tucked their phones into their pockets, addressing Zhang Jichao with respect. Judge Zhang. The juror who had previously hurled insults instinctively looked up, only to meet the terrifying gaze of Zhang Jichao, whose expression seemed to promise dire consequences. Judge Zhang. I was referring to you. There was a fool who barged in saying he wanted to see you, and I told him to leave. I thought he was, before he could finish his sentence. He noticed Cheng Chen standing behind Zhang Jichao. Moreover, Judge Zhang's stance seemed to deliberately avoid obstructing Cheng Chen's line of sight. What does this signify? In an instant, a possible realization struck him, leaving his complexion as pale as snow, devoid of any color, resembling a corpse. Chapter 63. What are you anyway? Just the thought of it made this juror feel a yearning for death. He was furious, infuriated by that old woman, Hu Hongying, insisting that it was hot outside and wanted to come in for a respite. Softened by the sweetness of hospitality, he allowed the three individuals to enter Zhang Jichao's office. Now, he regretted his foolishness in permitting these unrelated persons to intrude. Otherwise, he could have concocted an excuse about waiting to consult the esteemed Judge Zhang regarding the upcoming case. Now, all such pretexts had evaporated. Zhang Jichao felt a burning sensation on his face, not due to anything else, but because of the postures of his subordinates and the mother-daughter duo treating his office like a lounge. This scene filled him with profound embarrassment. Although it was a break time, allowing an outsider like Cheng Chen to witness his office in such disarray was simply unacceptable. Moreover, Cheng Chen had come under the auspices of a powerful figure. In that moment, Zhang Jichao's anger intensified. Suddenly, he swatted the cell phone of the juror who had just spoken to him, sending it flying. You are here for an internship, not to play games. Upon hearing Zhang Jichao's words, the three interns immediately straightened up, their bodies rigid. Zhang Jichao then pointed at the individuals in the office, sternly commanding unrelated personnel, "Get out immediately. Otherwise, trespassing in a government official's office could lead you to a cell in a detention center, where you won't lack for food." With decades of experience in the bureaucratic realm and nearly 10 years as a judge, Zhang Jichao's aura was undeniably formidable. His reprimand, though not particularly loud, carried sufficient force to intimidate everyone present, except for Cheng Chen. As he had not yet lost his temper, Cheng Chen remained unperturbed. Some of the jurors wished to offer explanations, but under Zhang Jichao's scolding, they dared not utter another word. Zheng Mingsheng, however, was different. Having navigated such environments for years, he possessed a certain boldness. As a victorious lawyer, he had limited dealings with Zhang Jichao, and being categorized as unrelated personnel left him feeling quite embarrassed. He quickly rose and greeted Zhang Jichao with a grin. "Judge Zhang, long time no see." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And compared to those misbehaving in the office, Zheng Mingsheng appeared the most decorous, seemingly committing no egregious acts. Thus, Zhang Jichao's expression remained somewhat neutral as he replied, and nothing more. Zheng Mingsheng wished to elaborate, but Zhang Jichao interjected again, "You two, get out. After so many years as a lawyer, do you not understand that trespassing in my office incurs legal consequences?" In that moment, Zheng Mingsheng felt that it would have been better had he remained silent. Now, he felt even more humiliated. Hu Hongying and her daughter Luya, after receiving a scolding from Zhang Jichao, were well aware of each other's identities and dared not make a scene. They slinked away, heads down. As they reached the doorway, Hu Hongying shot a disdainful glance at Cheng Chen, feeling humiliated at being dismissed in such a manner. She immediately taunted Cheng Chen, saying, "What is the matter? Didn't you hear what Judge Zhang said? Hurry up and leave." Her words were not without calculation. They implied that if Cheng Chen chose to ignore Judge Zhang's instructions, she would take it upon herself to teach Cheng Chen a lesson, effectively currying favor with Zhang. Impudent. Zhang Jichao's face darkened at her words, and he hurriedly reprimanded Hu Hongying. Stealing a glance at Cheng Chen, he noted her apparent anger, which quickened his pulse. This was troubling. The judge was already in a foul mood, and after struggling to rein in his subordinates, here was this meddlesome woman adding fuel to the fire. How could he not feel anxious? Zhang Jichao's face turned ashen as he pointed at Hu Hongying and berated her. What do you think you are? Who gives you the right to speak out here? The harsh rebuke left Hu Hongying pale. Internally, she pondered, what have I done to provoke Judge Zhang? She wished to say something to pacify him, but then she felt a tug at her sleeve. It was Luya, nervously pulling at her garment, signaling her to remain silent. In Luya's perspective, it was only natural for someone of Zhang Jichao's stature to have a temper. Since they could not fathom his thoughts, it was wiser to follow his directives. If he commanded them to leave, then leave they would. The three of them exited the building in a subdued manner, while Zhang Jichao paid no heed to the three jurors leaning against the wall. Akin to students punished by a teacher, he bent towards Cheng Chen, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. Mr. Cheng, please take a seat. As he spoke, Zhang Jichao pulled out his swivel chair, patting it several times, as if to erase any traces of the previous occupant's presence before allowing Cheng Chen to sit. No need. Judge Zhang, that is your chair. I can sit here just fine. Cheng Chen did not take the opportunity to assert herself with the authority she had, instead choosing a chair beside her and sitting down. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of the 6 individuals both inside and outside the room. Though they witnessed the exchange, none could grasp its significance, their minds rendered blank, akin to a computer experiencing a blue screen of death. Zhang Jichao and Cheng Chen paid no mind to the onlookers. Once seated, he respectfully addressed Cheng Chen, saying, Mr. Cheng, I have reviewed your case, but I am unsure whether you seek custody of the child or wish to relinquish it. Knowing your intentions will make my task easier. I want it. Cheng Chen decisively replied. You only need to provide a work certificate. I will handle the rest. Rest assured, this will not violate any regulations. Give me 5 minutes, and this matter will be resolved. Initially, he intended to ask Cheng Chen for a work verification to complete the necessary procedures. However, Zhang Jichao promptly retracted his statement. Matters such as this could easily be handled by oneself. Why trouble Cheng Chen? If this were to provoke the other party, would it not lead to unnecessary discomfort? Outside the door, Hu Hongying, Luya, and Zheng Mingxing finally regained their composure. The three exchanged glances, bewildered. How had Cheng Chen managed to earn such profound respect from Chief Justice Zhang? It is worth noting that Zhang Jichao's rank is essentially equivalent to that of a deputy county magistrate. To receive such deference from someone of that stature raises questions about what hidden depths Cheng Chen possesses that remain undisclosed. This sentiment resonated among all 6 individuals present, both inside and outside the room. Hu Hongying appeared ashen, while Luya was rendered speechless. How could it be that before the trial had even commenced, Zhang Jichao was already intent on resolving the case privately? Realizing that the situation was untenable, the seasoned Hu Hongying once again tapped into her fearless, belligerent nature, disregarding all decorum, and stormed into the office. She pointed her gnarled, aged finger directly at Zhang Jichao's face. It was utterly unexpected that a distinguished Chief Justice of the Yingjiang District People's Court would brazenly engage in such blatant favoritism in broad daylight, before all eyes. Chapter 64. This watch, I no longer desire favoritism. Are you referring to me? Zhang Jichao was evidently enraged, his lips twitching as he spoke. Who else could it be? The trial has not even begun. If you intend to terminate the case like this, what else could it be but favoritism? Hu Hongying audaciously climbed atop Zhang Jichao's desk, removing her high heels and sitting cross-legged upon it. Once again adopting her confrontational demeanor, she prepared to disregard all consequences. Zhang Jichao had just informed Cheng Chen that he could resolve the case in 5 minutes. Upon hearing that, her composure clearly shattered. Anyone who has exhausted their life savings and leveraged their last remaining property in a desperate bid to win this lawsuit would find it unbearable to hear such words from Zhang Jichao. A loss would mean losing everything. Initially, Zhang Jichao had felt a twinge of anger, but in the face of Hu Hongying's sudden outburst, he found himself suppressing a laugh. Unable to endure the foul odor emanating from her sweaty feet, he stepped back a few paces, opened the window for ventilation, and switched off the air conditioning. His gaze unwavering, he calmly addressed Hu Hongying. If you believe I am engaging in favoritism, you are welcome to report me at any time. There is a petition box right at the entrance. Feel free to submit your grievances. Hu Hongying, accustomed to her confrontational ways, found herself at a loss for words when faced with Zhang Jichao's composed and commanding presence. Outside, Luyo observed her mother rendered speechless and stepped forward. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she said, Judge Zhang, Cheng Chen possesses no capability for child rearing. If you are to grant him custody of the child prior to the court hearing, you must provide us with a justification. Justification? Cheng Chen, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected. He withdrew an antique pocket watch from his bosom and smiled. Do you recognize what this is? Luya cast a disdainful glance at it and replied, It's merely a broken watch. Are you about to tell me that it's an antique worth enough to support your daughter until adulthood? Not exactly. Cheng Chen did not refute her. Just as Luya was about to utter the words implying his inability to raise his daughter, Cheng Chen interjected, However, it could secure me a job that countless people would envy. Would that suffice? Luya glanced at the watch again and couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. You think mere words will suffice? The law demands evidence. Indeed it can. Boomed a voice like thunder, reverberating through the air. It was Zhang Jichao who spoke. Do you know the origin of this pocket watch? It's from Xiajingde. This watch was a personal possession of Xiajingde from the Lanchong military district. At that proclamation, the three jurors and the esteemed lawyer, Zheng Mingsheng, trembled, chills running down their spines. Only Luya and the boisterous Hu Hongying remained oblivious. Yet, even without knowledge of who Xiajingde was, the two women could surmise the significance of the Lanchong military district. By observing the expressions of those present, they could deduce that this Xiajingde was a person of considerable importance within the military district. Zheng Mingsheng was stunned for a prolonged moment. Once he regained his senses, he instinctively sought to flee. Stop! Cheng Chen suddenly shouted, causing Zheng Mingsheng to freeze in place. Now you wish to run? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Zheng Mingsheng collapsed onto the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he pounded the earth with his hands. Regret consumed him. How could he be so unfortunate? A trivial custody case had unexpectedly entangled him with the name of a military heavyweight. This was worse than having a sanitary pad fall from the sky and slap him in the face just as he exited his apartment complex. He dared not flee, knowing escape was futile. At that moment, he could only hope that the underhanded tactics he had employed would remain undiscovered by Cheng Chen. Otherwise, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Meanwhile, Zhang Jichao, after delivering his previous statement, added, Ms. Liu, you assert that Mr. Cheng lacks the means to raise his daughter. Are you aware that the esteemed General Xia once declared that the bearer of this pocket watch could have any request fulfilled within the bounds of law and morality? Having spoken extensively, Zhang Jichao felt the pungent odor intensify and quickly waved his hand near his nose. Once the stench subsided, he continued, Therefore, whenever Mr. Cheng desires, he can assume a position within the Lanchong military district. This is the privilege bestowed upon him by General Xia. So, do you still believe he lacks the capability to raise his daughter? The notion of a military leader, readily available for duty, carries immense weight. Each term he articulated struck awe into the hearts of everyone present. Little did Hu Hongying and her daughter anticipate that Cheng Chen had secured such an opportunity. The Lanchong military district is the second largest military district in all of Huaxia. Meeting the leaders of the Lancang military district, one cannot help but ponder the future of Cheng Chen. Will he remain confined to selling juice, earning a meager sum of a few $100,000 a day? In the vast expanse of the Huaxia, countless billionaires abound. In contrast to wealth, such overwhelming power is undeniably more formidable. Upon hearing this, Luya and her mother finally resigned themselves to the realization that their plans had failed. It is needless to mention that Zhang Jichao had already asserted that his assistance to Cheng Chen was entirely lawful, adhering to all regulations, leaving them no loopholes to exploit. Even if Cheng Chen desired privileges, he could directly request Zhang Jichao to arrange them, and few would dare utter a word of dissent. For who would challenge a figure like Xiaojingde? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the office as the overly anxious Hu Hongying lost her balance and fell from Zhang Jichao's desk. In a moment of carelessness, her head struck the corner of a computer tower, resulting in an immediate swelling. Ouch! Hu Hongying grimaced in pain, crying out as she kicked her legs wildly, toppling several potted plants that were positioned nearby. The sound of shattering pots reverberated through the air. Observing her mother's plight, Luya rushed over, cradling her mother's head and exclaiming, Mom, are you all right? Cheng Chen, however, paid no heed to the commotion. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the implications of Zhang Jichao's earlier remarks. Initially, he believed the pocket watch was merely a token from Xiaojingde, facilitating his role as a personal bodyguard to the commander's wife at the Lansong military district. Yet now he comprehended that the significance of the watch extended far beyond that. With this realization, he made a resolute decision, fixing his determined gaze upon Zhang Jichao, and inquired, Judge Zhang, do you know Commander Xia? Is he accessible? Well, it seems Commander Xia is still in Jiangchang today. I can attempt to reach out. Zhang Jichao responded. Very well. In that case, I shall relinquish this watch, Cheng Chen declared, placing the timepiece in Zhang Jichao's palm. The weight of Xiaojingde's gift was too heavy for him to bear. He understood the intent behind it, a monumental favor meant to distance him from Xiaojingde. Although Cheng Chen harbored no romantic feelings for her at present, he recognized that should such feelings develop in the future, Xiaojingde might leverage this gesture to his disadvantage. Cheng Chen was not one to welcome interference in his affairs. Chapter 65. Equity in Skills? Zhang Jichao was momentarily taken aback, trembling as he grasped the watch as if it were a precious gem, fearful of damaging it. Mr. Cheng, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? He asked incredulously. Yes, I am certain. If it is convenient, please assist me in returning this watch to Commander Xia at your earliest opportunity, Cheng Chen affirmed. Once he made a decision, he never regretted it. Such resolve is the hallmark of a true man. Zhang Jichao hesitated for a brief moment, observing Cheng Chen's steadfast expression, realizing that the latter's conviction was not a fleeting impulse. After contemplating, he picked up the office phone and swiftly dialed a few numbers. Xiao Zhao, come to my office. Before long, a young man hurried into the room. After Zhang Jichao carefully placed the pocket watch into a box, he handed it to Xiao Zhao with a solemn expression. Remember, it is imperative that this reaches Commander Xia or Colonel Long without fail. Understood, Judge Zhang, Xiao Zhao replied, recognizing the gravity of the task, clutching the box tightly to his chest. Satisfied, Zhang Jichao nodded and slipped a card into Xiao Zhao's breast pocket, reiterating, good. This is the number for Colonel Long. Contact him once you leave. It is crucial that nothing goes awry. Thus, Xiao Zhao departed with the box. However, shortly after his departure, laughter erupted within the office. Despite the pain that made her wince and the large bump forming on her head, Hu Hongying could not contain her laughter, almost in a frenzied state. Luya tried her best to soothe her mother's emotions, observing the swelling on Hu Hongying's head as it grew more pronounced. Anxiously, she tugged at her mother's arm, attempting to lift her from the ground while pleading, Mom, let me take you to the hospital. We must go. No, I will not go. I want to see Cheng Chen, that fool, put on a show. Do not pull me, I will not leave. Hu Hongying exclaimed. Cheng Chen, are you demonstrating integrity, or have you lost your senses? Such a grand opportunity lies before you, and yet you choose to forsake it. By the way, sweetheart, he has relinquished the pocket watch, thereby forfeiting his ability to raise Xian to adulthood. Quick, Lawyer Zhang. We have mere minutes before the court session. We must proceed with the lawsuit. Foolish, truly foolish. Hu Hongying laughed exuberantly, perhaps too exhilarated, as the foundation on her face began to take on a purplish hue. It seemed the swelling on her head was exacerbated by her heightened emotions, causing a rush of blood. If she continued in this state, she might risk becoming a vegetable. Yet, the old woman paid no heed, continuing to shout loudly. In her heart, she believed Cheng Chen's pretentiousness had led him to reject the coveted pocket watch from the legendary military district commander, thus squandering a promising future. Simultaneously, Cheng Chen's arrogance had inadvertently created opportunities for herself and her daughter. Confronted with this unforeseen situation, What initially appeared to be a straightforward matter had suddenly become rather complicated for Zhang Jichao. He could not fathom Cheng Chen's reasoning for such actions. However, could he refrain from offering assistance? No, he could not. He was still unaware of the intricacies surrounding Cheng Chen and Xia Jingda's relationship. But if he were to help, how could he do so? At this moment, Cheng Chen had indeed voluntarily relinquished a chance for a desirable position, severing a potential source of income. Thus, any forced intervention would constitute a violation of the law, which he would never entertain. Mr. Cheng, the current situation is rather precarious, he remarked. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room, drawing the attention of everyone who had been focused on Cheng Chen. At the door stood a striking woman, as if she had stepped out from a historical drama, delicately wrapping her fair, slender hand against the ajar door. Cheng Chen's lips finally curled into a faint smile. The person he had been awaiting had arrived at last. Earlier that morning, Gu Ningxi had visited him to discuss her recent endeavors, particularly the opening of a new Western restaurant under her management. Having just completed all the necessary formalities, she sought out Cheng Chen. The only aspect of the new restaurant that left Gu Ningxi dissatisfied was its lack of distinctiveness at this stage, which might slightly postpone the grand opening. When Cheng Chen received a call from Gu Ningxi regarding Sir Eli's Ice Sugar Hawthorn being involved in false advertising, he recalled their earlier conversation at his home. Thus, upon entering the courthouse, the call he made was to discuss the unique features of her Western restaurant. After Cheng Chen proposed to craft a special steak and pasta for her new establishment weekly in exchange for shares, Gu Ningxi readily acquiesced, boldly offering him 30% ownership. Gu Ningxi had personally savored Cheng Chen's Ice Sugar Hawthorn and freshly squeezed juice, an irresistible charm that lingered in her memory. Furthermore, prior to today, Sir Eli's business had surged after introducing Cheng Chen's Ice Sugar Hawthorn, solidifying her judgment. There was, of course, another reason, though Gu Ningxi kept it close to her heart. She was convinced that with Cheng Chen on board, the new Western restaurant would indeed have its unique character. As for Cheng Chen, he had never intended to leverage the pocket watch given by Xia Jingda to interfere with the case's proceedings. His intention in bringing it forth was merely to buy time until Gu Ningxi had everything settled. As Cheng Chen observed the arriving figure, he remarked, "You've come. I hope I'm not late." Gu Ningxi panted, handing over a document to Cheng Chen. "Thank you, but you need not rush," he replied. "It's nothing. Just a few flights of stairs. I may have hurried a bit, a consequence of my lack of exercise. Please attend to your business first. We can discuss later." Cheng Chen perused the contract in his hands, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name of the restaurant. It bore a beautifully meaningful title, incorporating the character for morning from his name and the character for Ji from Gu Ningxi's. Was it merely a coincidence? What was it that she had mentioned earlier about the restaurant's name? It seemed it was not this. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he requested a pen from Zhang Jichao and signed his name on each page. He divided the contract into 2 copies, returning one to Gu Ningxi and presenting the other to Judge Zhang Jichao. "Judge Zhang, take a look at this. Perhaps it will ease your concerns." Upon receiving the contract, Zhang Jichao glanced at it. The bold title was striking, Equity Agreement for the Morning Light Western Restaurant. At this, Zhang Jichao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The sound of rapidly turning pages resonated, stirring the emotions of Hu Hongying and her daughter. During this period, the heartbeats of the 2 individuals synchronized with the rhythmic sound of Zhang Jichao turning the pages. Before long, Zhang Jichao had comprehensively reviewed all the contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. He fixed his gaze upon Gu Ningxi, disbelief evident on his face, and inquired, "You must be Gu Ningxi, the esteemed director Gu?" "Yes, that is correct," Gu Ningxi affirmed with a nod. "Are you certain there are no errors in this contract?" "None at all. I have verified it thoroughly." Faced with Gu Ningxi's assurance, Zhang Jichao's confusion deepened. However, the contract states that Mr. Cheng is only required to prepare steak and pasta at morning light once a week, without any financial investment. Under such conditions, are you truly willing to allocate 30% of the shares to him? "Indeed, that is the conclusion we reached together," Gu Ningxi confirmed with a nod, continuing, "Although Morning Light is a newly established Western restaurant, it has attracted over 15 million in investments, and the staffing details are outlined in the contract." I trust that, in your judgment, Mr. Cheng must now possess sufficient financial capacity. Zhang Jichao nodded repeatedly. That is certainly the case. I have long heard of Director Gu's reputation. I believe Morning Light will soon rival Sir Eli's as one of the premier Western dining establishments in Jiangxing. As he spoke, Zhang Jichao clapped his hands. Excellent. The matter is resolved. By the way, congratulations to Mr. Cheng. Cheng Chen smiled and nodded. Thank you for your blessings, Judge Zhang. I now kindly ask for your assistance in the next steps. No one could comprehend what had unfolded. Lu Ye and the anguished Hu Hongying, who were both in a state of bewilderment, could scarcely grasp the implications of what Judge Zhang and Cheng Chen, along with the so-called Director Gu, had just discussed. An investment of 15 million, with Cheng Chen only required to prepare steak and pasta once a week, in exchange for 30% of the shares? Was this a case of exchanging steak and pasta for equity? Had they been imagining things? The mother and daughter exchanged incredulous glances, then looked at the three jurors still standing in silence, realizing that they too appeared to be in shock. Have we all been imagining things? Similarly, Zheng Mingsheng exhibited a dazed expression. Had everyone been hallucinating? After completing the essential documentation, Zhang Jichao pressed the enter key. All set. Mr. Cheng, this case concludes here. After thorough assessment, it is evident that you can provide a superior educational and developmental environment for Cheng Xiaoxian. So, I have taken the liberty of awarding you custody. This has already been processed. I hope you can find time to cooperate in completing the remaining formalities. With a whirring sound, the printer began to churn out pages filled with text. After meticulously organizing the documents, Zhang Jichao handed one copy to Cheng Chen and placed another set on the table. He tapped the surface and said, Lawyer Zheng, would you care to review this for notarization to ensure there are no discrepancies? Zheng Mingsheng, still in a daze, had yet to fully process the astonishing information he had just heard. He numbly replied, Oh, rising from the ground with a pat on his backside. He approached and picked up the document. After glancing at it, he sighed and said, Ms. Hu, Ms. Liu, Judge Zhang's ruling is both fair and just. Mr. Cheng, as one of the shareholders of Morning Light, evidently possesses greater capability to provide Cheng Xiaoxian with superior living and educational opportunities than either of you. This lawsuit is futile. We have lost, so we must accept our fate. At that moment, Lu Ye finally grasped the reality. Her ears were not deceiving her. The earlier congratulations to Director Cheng were indeed genuine. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Chen had become a shareholder in a new Western restaurant, Morning Light. It had been less than a month since their divorce, and the transformation on the other side was nothing short of revolutionary, achieving accomplishments she had never dared to dream of in her lifetime. At that instant, she yearned to kneel before Cheng Chen, pleading for forgiveness. However, she had already endured such humiliation once before in front of Sir Eli. To repeat, it would yield the same disheartening result. Cheng Chen would never forgive her. She could only blame herself for being unable to recognize a gem, mistaking a precious stone for mere gravel. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Lu Ye. On the ground, Hu Hongying, fighting against a throbbing headache, suddenly clutched Zheng Mingsheng's pant leg, her voice breaking as she cried out, No, Lawyer Zheng, you cannot do this. You promised we would win this case. I mortgaged our old house and paid you 500,000. You cannot abandon us. Tell me, is there still a chance to fight? As she spoke, her words became increasingly incoherent. Hu Hongying, with a painful bump on her head, struggled in agony, her bloodshot eyes already clouded with despair. Yet, a faintly lucid thought pierced through the haze. It's over. Everything is lost. In an instant, she felt a surge of blood rise in her chest, threatening to erupt. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a mouthful of congealed blood and fell unconscious. Mom! Upon seeing her mother collapse, Lu Ye cried out in anguish, frantically pulling out her phone to dial 120. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she pressed the buttons repeatedly, misdialing several times before finally completing the call. At this point, she shot Cheng Chen a venomous glare, as if she wished to tear him apart. Cheng Chen did not revel in triumph, nor did he smile. It was not out of sympathy for the wretched mother and daughter before him. Rather, he was suppressing his emotions. Holding the document in his hand, He gestured to Zhang Jichao and remarked, "Thank you, Judge Zhang." Subsequently, with Gu Ning clasping his arm, they both exited the cramped office together. As they stood at the doorway, Cheng Chen suddenly turned back. "Ah, Judge Zhang, to express my gratitude, I have a parting gift for you." With that, he approached the three jurors still standing in punishment and whispered in their ears, "Do you remember when I said that if you do not wish to serve the people properly, there is no need for you to occupy this position?" After speaking, Cheng Chen patted each of them on the shoulder. Turning to Zhang Jichao, he said, "You may wish to investigate these three intern jurors. Perhaps you might uncover something of value." Zhang Mingsheng, who had initially felt relieved that he was not implicated in the matter, suddenly realized that Cheng Chen had approached him directly. "And you, Lawyer Zhang, have collected a fee of 500,000. Quite a sum indeed. I doubt your appearance fee could be that exorbitant, could it?" The implications of his words were not lost on Zhang Jichao. Once he finished speaking, Cheng Chen seemed truly intent on departing. The three jurors looked ashen, while Zhang Mingsheng, the esteemed lawyer, was utterly devastated. Cheng Chen was the type of person who held a grudge. He would not allow anyone to bully him or those he cherished. Anyone who dared to cross his line would inevitably face severe repercussions. Clearly, the four behind him had transgressed Cheng Chen's threshold. Being confronted with accusations of colluding with lawyers for personal gain left Zhang Jichao unfazed, as these jurors were not of his own making but rather friends' recommendations. Nevertheless, he would not hesitate to act in defense of his friend's reputation. "You three, pack your things and leave immediately. Go home and reflect on how to conduct yourselves as public servants." Zhang Jichao seethed, adding, "And there's no need for further contemplation. What awaits you is certain imprisonment. The nation has no need for parasites like you, and you shall never return to public office." The three, pale and defeated, cast glances at Cheng Chen, their teeth clenched in anger. One among them, the juror who had earlier ordered Cheng Chen out of the office, shouted at Cheng Chen's back, "Cheng Chen, just you wait. Remember, my name is Luo Feishu. Director Li is my uncle, and within a month, I will have you kneeling before me." Chapter 67. So you are the wealthy Lady Luya, and Zhang Mingsheng had been contemplating ways to retaliate against Cheng Chen, but upon hearing Luo Feishu's words, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They shared a common adversary in Cheng Chen, thus forming an alliance. Moreover, it was clear who Director Li was, as the entire Lancang province had only one official of that surname. With Director Li as their backing, they believed that by collaborating, the humiliation they had suffered today could soon be avenged. Hadn't Luo Feishu just claimed that within a month, he would make Cheng Chen kneel before him? Luya's spirits soared as she moved closer to Luo Feishu, and Zhang Mingsheng followed suit. Cheng Chen, unfazed, continued on his way without a backward glance. On People S Road, Cheng Chen sat in the passenger seat of Gu Ningji's Ferrari 458, relishing the comfort of the classic sports car, which was nearly as valuable as its model number. The open roof allowed the summer breeze to caress his face. Clutching a legal document tightly, he felt a sense of reassurance settle in his heart. Gu Ningji, wearing sunglasses, drove swiftly, occasionally stealing glances at Cheng Chen's resolute expression. Witnessing this man's sense of responsibility towards his daughter stirred something within her heart. It has been said that a man's greatest charm lies in his sense of duty. It was only later that the increasingly distorted values of materialism led many to associate a man's sense of responsibility with his wealth, thereby dismissing countless men who possess integrity yet have not yet attained riches. They seem to have forgotten that responsibility is the most essential quality of a man. After a considerable time, Gu Ningji finally spoke. "Cheng Chen, Luo Feishu's uncle, is none other than Director Li. You can surely imagine his influence throughout the entire Lancang province. Although he is known for his integrity, having spent 2 decades in politics with remarkable achievements and no blemishes, Luo Feishu is nonetheless his nephew. Even if he has transgressed the law, it is likely that he will soon be extricated. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that Director Li is coming to Jiangshang next month to carry out a task. Are you not concerned that Luo Feishu might use his uncle to retaliate against you?" Cheng Chen turned his head to glance at Gu Ningji, noticing her gaze meeting his, and he smiled, saying, "Focus on driving. I just signed a sales contract for you. At a 30% commission, that amounts to 5 million in value for you now. Just ensure I don't meet my end in a car accident." Cheng Chen deliberately steered the conversation away, choosing not to respond directly. Since getting to know Gu Ningji, she had already done enough for him, and he did not wish for her to worry about him further. If trouble came, then let it come. No matter how formidable the background, Cheng Chen remained undaunted. A true man should be like this. Seeing Cheng Chen casually evade the topic, Gu Ningji teased, "Just 5 million, merely the price of the car beneath you. I wouldn't be overly concerned. If you speak like that, we can hardly continue our conversation." Cheng Chen laughed heartily in response. "All right, the Morning Light restaurant opens the day after tomorrow. You must be there on the first day. I am genuinely curious to see what kind of sensation my 5 million investment in a Western chef will cause. To make it worthwhile, if I am disappointed, I might just sell you, my handsome gentleman weighing over 100 kilograms, to a wealthy woman, letting you experience the allure of a steel wool ball." Unlike the somewhat juvenile nature of Xia Jingya, Cheng Chen preferred Gu Ningji, who appeared forthright yet had the heart of a delicate woman, with a delightful sense of humor. He smiled and retorted, "Aren't you a wealthy woman yourself?" A deep blush crept up under the large sunglasses that concealed half of Gu Ningji's face. Noticing her silence, Cheng Chen initially thought he had startled her by suddenly accelerating. But upon reflection, he realized that it was she who had first mentioned the wealthy woman's playful ball. Little did Cheng Chen know, at that moment, Gu Ningji was preoccupied with her own thoughts. As for what was on the mind of this beautiful woman, only she could truly know. The conversation dwindled, and the luxurious sports car continued its journey under Gu Ningji's steady driving. Caution was warranted. Along the way, Gu Ningji's mind wandered multiple times, prompting Cheng Chen to remind her several times. This brought to mind their first business meeting, during which Gu Ningji had been involved in a traffic accident. Fortunately, the court was not far from Cheng Chen's residence, and this thrilling journey finally came to an end, albeit under his anxious reminders. This journey awakened, for the very first time, a strong desire in Cheng Chen to purchase a car, a notion he had never entertained due to his frugality. After all, the life of a dog is paramount. Upon pushing open the door to his home, Cheng Chen was taken aback. Instinctively, he stepped back, glancing up at the door plate. Room 2102. Indeed, it was his residence. The once orderly abode now lay in disarray, resembling a dog-esque den. Cheng Chen held his forehead in disbelief. His gaze drifted upwards to the attic, where Xian was rolling around on the bed, her face smeared in soy sauce. The floor was strewn with salt, the television remote soaked in a bottle of oil. And the kitchen faucet continued to run, bubbles frothing in the sink beside an open bottle of dish soap. The chaos was overwhelming, and Cheng Chen felt no inclination to examine each detail. Thankfully, all sharp objects had been secured in a locked cabinet, and as long as his precious daughter was unharmed, that was what mattered most. Gu Ningji smiled awkwardly. "I'm so sorry, Cheng Chen. After you called, it was a bit frantic, and I couldn't find anyone to look after Xian. It's all right, it's not your fault. Besides, Xian seems fine, doesn't she? I believe you should hire someone to take care of her." I will consider it." Their conversation caught the attention of the little girl, who had been rolling on the bed with a plastic soy sauce bottle. She dropped the bottle and climbed up, peering down from the small attic, hesitant to descend. "Daddy, Sister Ningji." The child still called her Sister Ningji, despite the age gap. Cheng Chen ascended the stairs and cradled the soy sauce-covered Xian in his arms. Raising a daughter felt akin to adding an energetic husky to the household. At that moment, Xian, feeling hungry with a small, empty belly, let out a series of plaintive gurgles. Cheng Chen had anticipated this and had bought steak and pasta before returning home. Handing Xian over to Gu Ningji, he ventured into the kitchen with the groceries. After a quick survey of the disarray, he sighed in resignation. Embracing Xian, Gu Ningji chuckled at Cheng Chen's predicament. "Let's go out to eat instead." Cheng Chen shrugged, exhaling a reluctant sigh. "I suppose that's the only option now. I had hoped to let you taste my delicious steak and pasta. Of course, I believe in your culinary skills. The dawn of the new day after tomorrow marks the opening of Morning Light, where you can showcase your talents. All right, let us go." Before leaving, Cheng Chen made a phone call to arrange for a cleaning service. The initially quoted price of 200 soared to 800 upon the cleaner's assessment of the chaotic state of his home. What would he do? Even the most frugal of hearts could not protest when faced with such a whirlwind of mischief from his little darling. With this thought, Cheng Chen couldn't help but plant a kiss on Xian Xian's cheek. Smack! There was no trace of reproach in his gesture. Observing this tender moment, Gu Ningji felt an overwhelming sense of yearning. How wonderful it would be to be a part of such a family. Alas, she could only bury her admiration deep within her heart. Chapter 68. No matter how impressive, he is still my employee. Yesterday's dinner was lavish, and the striking couple, along with their child, garnered considerable attention from fellow diners. Upon rising, Cheng Chen stole a glance at his little shop, which had been closed for quite some time. Outside, passers-by occasionally sighed at the sight of the sign. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar face, his very first customer, the food blogger Yi Xing. The recent chaotic events had left Cheng Chen feeling somewhat weary. He was not yet prepared to reopen and decided to extend his break for a few more days. After all, Cheng Chen was now a proprietor with a 30% stake in a Western restaurant, and he was not particularly concerned about the money. That day, Cheng Chen took Xian Xian to an amusement park. The father-daughter duo spent a delightful day without worries, thoroughly enjoying themselves. On their way back, after inquiring about Gu Ning, they took a detour past the entrance of the new restaurant, Morning Light. This establishment had opened near the company where Cheng Chen used to work, situated in the district of Jiangqing. Pausing for a moment at Morning Light, Cheng Chen noticed a massive promotional pull-up banner, towering 2 meters high, alongside numerous other banners. They heralded the grand opening of Morning Light, featuring the renowned American chef, Lister. Beside the pull-up banner stood a life-sized advertisement depicting a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man wearing a white chef's hat. Cheng Chen glanced at the accompanying introduction. Lister, whose grandfather was of Chinese descent, possesses a quarter of the bloodline from the 9 provinces of China and is a Michelin 3-star chef. He had served as one of 24 chefs at a state banquet for ambassadors in the United States and had received numerous accolades from American culinary magazines, including a coveted 4.5-star rating. His culinary prowess had garnered a fervent following, and the infamous shooting incident at the renowned 317 restaurant had erupted over diners competing for a meticulously crafted dish of banana American cowboy ribs by Chef Lister. This series of statements detailed Lister's culinary achievements. Cheng Chen pondered whether this was mere commercial embellishment orchestrated by Gu Ning for the opening of Morning Light, or if there was indeed substantial truth behind it. Regardless, even if it were an exaggeration, it was unlikely to stray too far from reality, as the broader environment in the 9 provinces of China would not tolerate false advertising, as exemplified by Sir Ailey's closure following a complaint regarding his candied hawthorn. As for when he might reopen his own establishment, that remained uncertain. After perusing the list of accolades, Cheng Chen noticed further small print below. Adjacent to this text were about 10 photographs of Lister, who stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, clad only in shorts and sporting white bandages on his hands. The images depicted numerous burly men sprawled around Lister. One photograph showed him in his study at home, surrounded by a plethora of trophies and certificates, clearly showcasing the honors he had earned in mixed martial arts competitions. Beside the text, it read, Lister, an enthusiast of mixed martial arts, has garnered numerous championships in various amateur competitions across the United States. Remarkably, he triumphed as an underdog in a professional mixed martial arts event held in Ohio. The subsequent passages elaborated on Lister's accolades in the realm of mixed martial arts, an extensive list of commendations. Cheng Chen pondered whether Lister's prowess in mixed martial arts could rival the pure essence of his own Tai Chi, dismissing the commercial hype. Cheng Chen chose not to continue reading. These accolades were merely a means to create a buzz for the grand opening of Morning Light, elevating Lister's stature to amplify the excitement. To outsiders, the presence of such an impressive figure as the chef at Morning Light suggested it would undoubtedly surpass any Western restaurant in Jiangqing. Having gleaned a general understanding of Lister's life, Cheng Chen succinctly concluded, Lister is remarkable. Yet, he added with a smirk, no matter how extraordinary, he is still my employee. A chuckle escaped him a moment of petty triumph that quickly drew the ire of the two security personnel stationed outside Morning Light. How could the chef of their establishment be the subject of ridicule? Thus, Cheng Chen, the owner of Morning Light, was unceremoniously ushered away by his own security staff. Alas, one must never become overly self-satisfied. Cheng Chen bore no grudge against the two security guards. After all, they did not recognize him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pride in their diligent commitment to their roles. Good employees are always deserving of praise. However, he mused, perhaps their bonuses for the month could be reconsidered? Just jesting, Cheng Chen was not so petty. The fervor surrounding the opening of Morning Light exceeded Cheng Chen's expectations. After merely standing at the entrance for a short while, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. In an instant, the doorway was a bustling mass of humanity. Bodies jostling, shoulders brushing, as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the promotional material. Exclamations of astonishment, such as "Oh my," and "No way," could be heard amidst the crowd. Just as Cheng Chen contemplated departing, he spotted a few familiar faces within the throng, his former colleagues from his previous job. Among them was a man with slick-back hair, single eyelids, and triangular eyes, named Zhu Mingyu, who had been Cheng Chen's superior. This man was known for his acerbic demeanor and had often penalized Cheng Chen by withholding wages under the pretext of his refusal to work overtime. The circumstances surrounding Cheng Chen's dismissal from that company were significantly influenced by Zhu Mingyu's machinations. Although the reasoning for his termination was flimsy, Cheng Chen could have appealed to higher management to reclaim his withheld wages, but doing so would have likely cost him his position. At that time, the company's policy prohibited addressing such matters during work hours, and Cheng Chen was primarily focused on caring for Cheng Chen upon returning home. Consequently, the issue was left unresolved. Upon seeing Zhu Mingyu, Cheng Chen couldn't help but reflect on the theatricality of life itself. Having departed from the company for merely a month, his life underwent a profound transformation. This, perhaps, is something that his former colleagues could hardly fathom. Cheng Chen stood behind Zhu Mingyu and a few colleagues, their conversation distinctly reaching his ears. Today I, Zhu Mingyu, am in high spirits. Tomorrow, with the grand opening of Morning Light, I shall treat everyone to a meal here. However, I hope you all won't be shy. Eat heartily without worrying about the cost, for I, Zhu Mingyu, can afford it. Mr. Zhu, how generous. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. And congratulations on your promotion. Tomorrow night, we shall ensure Mr. Zhu celebrates to the fullest for his ascension to general manager. Ah, Mr. Zhu, look at the words on the screen. At this, Zhu Mingyu glanced upward. Morning Light, grand opening surprises, mysterious specialty dishes, competitive pricing tomorrow, with limited weekly offerings thereafter. Is it all so mysterious? Zhu Mingyu frowned slightly, but then smiled. Tomorrow, I shall order that mysterious specialty dish, and everyone shall have a taste. Mr. Zhu is amazing. Mr. Zhu, 587. The cacophony of flattery caused Cheng Chen to feel somewhat nauseated. However, how had Zhu Mingyu managed to get promoted? When he left, Zhu was still a deputy, and now, within a month, he had secured a permanent position. Never mind, he thought, having already departed from the company. Unbeknownst to him, among the group of colleagues, a woman of modest stature and gentle appearance, who had once shared a close bond with him, now wore a visage of deep sorrow. Chapter 69a, ISNT that Cheng Chen. The following day, Cheng Chen took his little Cheng Chen to the underwater world for a day of fun. With no other option, having wealth had its perks. Today, Cheng Chen brought along several cups of freshly squeezed juice, making a special trip to the building he had previously rented, to leave Cheng Chen in the care of Sister Lu for a while. Before departing, he repeatedly advised Cheng Chen not to bully the chubby boy who was 2 years her senior. By chance, he encountered his former landlord, Aunt Liao. As she watched him present 2 cups of fragrant juice to Sister Lu, her mouth watered profusely. Huh, served you right for being so harsh with me back then. Enjoy that, you glutton. Having completed these errands, Cheng Chen arrived 2 hours early at the entrance of Morning Light, which had yet to open. The opening time, arranged by Gu Ningji, was set for 5:20 p.m. Traditionally, afternoon openings were deemed inauspicious, yet Gu insisted on this specific time for reasons unknown. Even though it was only 3 o'clock, a large crowd had already gathered outside Morning Light, seemingly forming a queue. Cheng Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Goodness, is business really this thriving?" 1, 2, 3, 366, 67. Enough counting, he thought. Initially, he had intended to count how many were in line, considering Guningji had mentioned an average expenditure of 1,500 yuan per person, calculating how much he might earn from his 30% stake on this opening day. However, after counting for quite some time, it became apparent that more than two-thirds of the people remained unaccounted for. Cheng Chen decided to abandon the effort. Whatever the case, the prospect of earning a substantial income was still very much alive. The crowd outside the Morning Light restaurant was primarily composed of individuals seated in a queue, with only a handful, like Cheng Chen, gazing around the opulent Western dining establishment, filled with envy. Most of these individuals could only afford to indulge in such high-end venues on rare occasions. Ignoring the long queue, Cheng Chen confidently approached the entrance. "Sir, if you wish to dine, please wait in line," an employee promptly informed him. Great. He was halted at the door by his own staff. A quick glance revealed that it was indeed the same two security guard from the previous day. "I am not here to dine. I am part of this establishment." Cheng Chen began to explain, but before he could finish, a mocking voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this Cheng Chen? What is this? Have you struck it rich and can now afford to dine at the Morning Light?" Turning around, he recognized the familiar voice of Zhu Mingyu. This insufferable fool. Cheng Chen had no desire to engage with him and continued addressing the security guard. "I am part of this." Yet again, his explanation was cut short. "Oh, our esteemed Cheng has really become quite the figure, hasn't he?" Ignoring even inquiries from former superiors. After being interrupted twice, Cheng Chen felt his irritation mounting. His expression darkened as he retorted, "Mind your own business and don't hinder my affairs." Zhu Mingyu, oblivious to Cheng Chen's disdain, persisted with his sarcastic remarks. Our illustrious Cheng is certainly on a different level now. The tone of your speech, TSK, it seems you're truly thriving." Zhu Mingyu had always been accustomed to exerting authority over his subordinates. Even though Cheng Chen no longer worked under him, Zhu Mingyu's sense of superiority remained unchanged. Just as Cheng Chen was about to chastise Zhu Mingyu, a petite girl, barely 5 feet tall and possessing a gentle demeanor, rushed over. She grabbed Cheng Chen's hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, it's been so long." It's been ages," Cheng Chen replied warmly. This diminutive girl was named Lu Li. During Cheng Chen's tenure at the company, they had shared a close bond. Lu Li was 5 years younger than Cheng Chen, having lost her parents at a tender age. Upon reaching adulthood, she had to drop out of college due to the exorbitant tuition fees and join the workforce. While at the company, she had always received Cheng Chen's affectionate care. Over time, many remarked that Lu Li, who already appeared youthful, resembled Cheng Chen's daughter. Consequently, he affectionately began to call her Li. At that moment, seeing Lu Li's gaunt face and the dark circles under her eyes, Cheng Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He affectionately ruffled her hair, treating her with a tenderness akin to that of a concerned elder. Playing the role of a caring father, he inquired, "What has been going on lately? You've lost so much weight, and those dark circles are quite pronounced." Zhu Mingyu stepped forward and chimed in, "What else could it be? Like you, she has been slacking off at work, botching several deals, and now she has worried sick." At that time, Cheng Chen had just joined the company and showcased remarkable abilities, threatening the complacent position of Zhu Mingyu on several occasions. Not only that, Cheng Chen was also youthful and handsome, winning the admiration of his female colleagues. In contrast, Zhu Mingyu, having been single for 30 years, remained unnoticed. Thus, observing the affectionate demeanor between the two, General Manager Zhu felt a twinge of jealousy and interjected, "Not your business." Cheng Chen could no longer hold back his anger. Zhu Mingyu was taken aback. Having worked under him for nearly 4 years, although they often quarreled, Cheng Chen had never before raised his voice at Zhu Mingyu in such a manner. Enraged, Zhu Mingyu pointed a finger at Cheng Chen but dared not retaliate physically, resorting instead to verbal bravado. I can't be bothered to argue with someone as incompetent as you. I'm a general manager now, and I won't lower myself to your level." Cheng Chen found Zhu Mingyu's incessant chatter quite bothersome and chose to disregard him. At that moment, his primary concern was the well-being of the young girl, whom he treated like a daughter. Lu Li, upon being questioned by Cheng Chen, tightly clutched the hem of her garment, nervously rubbing it. Stealing a glance at Zhu Mingyu beside her, she swallowed the words that almost escaped her lips. With her head bowed, she dared not meet Cheng Chen's gaze, and in a faint whisper, she replied, "It's nothing, Brother Chen, I'm fine. I've just been staying up late watching dramas." What the true reason was, Cheng Chen could not ascertain. However, it was undoubtedly more significant than Lu Li's explanation and likely related to Zhu Mingyu. The thought of the unfortunate girl having to work under such a useless supervisor in the long run filled Cheng Chen with unease. He continued to ruffle Lu Li's hair with his large hand, bending down to meet her gaze, and asked, would you like to change jobs? How about working with me in the future?" Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement and shyness. She yearned to accept the offer, but the thought of Cheng Chen having a fiery-tempered wife and not holding a significant position at home made her hesitate. She didn't want to trouble Brother Chen. Though reluctant, Lu Li resolutely shook her head. "It's all right, Brother Chen. I'm doing quite well here. Are you sure?" Seeing Lu Li's determined expression, Cheng Chen momentarily felt he might have misjudged the situation. Since Lu Li was unwilling, he decided to let it go. Lu Li still kept her head down, clenching her fists. After weighing her thoughts repeatedly, she finally looked up and asked, "Brother Chen, the company is having a dinner tonight. I should finish eating around 9. May I find you afterward to walk home together?" After she finished speaking, Lu Li hurriedly added, "If you think your wife might misunderstand, it's fine." Cheng Chen chuckled and shook his head. It seemed Lu Li was unaware that he had long been divorced from Luya. Understandably so, since after resigning, they had little contact. Cheng Chen, busy trying to earn a living after his recent departure, had no time to pay rent, while Lu Li often contemplated calling or messaging Cheng Chen during countless nights spent working late alone. Ultimately, the persistent worry of disrupting Cheng Chen's family led to an eventual resignation. "What are you wandering about for, Xiaolu? You have to work late tonight." Without waiting for Cheng Chen's response, Zhu Mingyu, with a serious demeanor, admonished Lu Li. Lu Li yearned for Cheng Chen's company for a leisurely stroll, wishing to share her grievances. This rare encounter, if missed today, would likely never present itself again. This mindset prompted the typically submissive young girl to exhibit an unusual firmness. "However, manager, I have a day off today." Zhu Mingyu, taken aback by Lu Li's defiance for the first time, displayed his displeasure, emphasizing his words. "A day off? Are you not aware of your recent performance? How can you even think of resting? Only when your results match mine can we discuss the notion of rest." Yet, there was no room for argument. Cheng Chen was already a married man, and for a young girl like Lu Li to pursue him was utterly shameless. Zhu Mingyu's words struck at Lu Li's vulnerabilities, silencing any further retorts. Beside them, Cheng Chen felt a surge of anger but refrained from intervening, knowing that confronting Zhu Mingyu would only jeopardize Lu Li, who was unwilling to leave the company and would inevitably face repercussions. Considering Lu Li's well-being, Cheng Chen decided it best to remain silent. He gently tousled Lu Li's hair and said softly, "Lier, if you feel scared while working late tonight, just give me a call." "All right, Brother Chen," Lu Li replied with a smile, her heart uplifted. Although they had been apart for nearly 30 days, Brother Chen still occupied that paternal role in her life. If only Brother Chen were not married, how wonderful that would be. Worried that the two might rekindle their connection, Zhu Mingyu ordered Lu Li to return with him to Q. Back at their station, Lu Li's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Chen, unyielding. Noticing this, Zhu Mingyu felt a wave of jealousy wash over him, his frustration uncontainable. He rose and addressed their colleagues, who were absorbed in their phones. "We still have quite a way ahead. We've already taken our numbers, so let us head to the mall for a bit." Cheers erupted from the group as several female colleagues pulled Lu Li, who was reluctant to leave Cheng Chen's sight, toward the supermarket. Zhu Mingyu glanced back at Cheng Chen and spat on the ground, dismissing the disdainful looks from those in line, and followed the crowd toward the mall. At that moment, Cheng Chen's phone rang. "Hello, Ningji, I've arrived at morning light." At this point, Gu Ningji stood in front of the store, glancing up at the establishment. Several salespeople, noticing her standing beside a Ferrari 458, approached her with obsequious expressions. Guning Ji continued on the phone. Cheng Chen. My brother Gu Beisheng will arrive shortly to oversee matters. He should be there soon. I have a few things to attend to and may be a bit delayed. All right, you take your time, Cheng Chen replied. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ningji gazed through the transparent glass window of the shop and spotted exactly what she desired. Phew. After searching for an entire day and covering over 100 kilometers, she felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, there was one available here. A limited edition is indeed hard to come by. Cheng Chen, having just ended his call, noticed a Lamborghini parked in front of the Morning Light establishment. The car door swung open, revealing a young man over 6 feet tall, with the physique of a model in sun-kissed skin, stepping out of the vehicle. Removing his sunglasses, he dialed a number, scanning the surroundings with keen interest. Hello. As Cheng Chen uttered the word, he felt a hand clap on his shoulder. Hey, brother-in-law, I caught up with you. Startled, Cheng Chen turned to see the towering young man and asked, somewhat perplexed, have you mistaken me for someone else? I haven't mistaken anyone. I'm Gu Beisheng, and Gu Ningji is my sister. Gu Beisheng waved his phone screen in Cheng Chen's direction, where the word brother-in-law was prominently displayed on the connected call. Ah, the corners of Cheng Chen's mouth twitched. When did I become your brother-in-law? However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the genes of the Gu family were truly remarkable. Both siblings possessed extraordinary beauty. Come on, brother-in-law, let us head inside. Brother-in-law, I must tell you, my sister often mentions you at home. Even for this Western restaurant, she chose a character from each of your names. You must treat her well, but my parents are unaware of this, otherwise. Rest assured, I will always stand by my sister and you, brother-in-law. Gu Beisheng, with his striking appearance, physique, and background, would be perfect if only he weren't so loquacious. Even Cheng Chen, once the school heartthrob, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Indeed, being born into a good family is undoubtedly one of life's most significant choices. As Gu Beisheng draped an arm around Cheng Chen's shoulders, calling him brother-in-law, they entered the Morning Light establishment. The 2 security guards immediately realized who had arrived, the boss's brother and his husband. Remembering how they had escorted each other out the previous day, they were now drenched in sweat at the thought of impeding Cheng Chen's entry. Cheng Chen patted each of their shoulders and laughed. It's fine, just do your job well. Upon entering Morning Light, Cheng Chen truly grasped the opulence of the place. It was not merely luxurious but could rival, if not surpass, Sir Eli's establishment. Cheng Chen found it hard to believe that Gu Ningji had only invested 15 million in such a lavish restaurant. Gu Beisheng snapped his fingers. An impeccably dressed female manager approached. Young Master Gu, she greeted, clearly recognizing him. Let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law Cheng Chen, your other boss. Well, brother-in-law, I have some friends to game with, so I must take my leave. With that, Gu Beisheng walked away without a backward glance. Cheng Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering if this was truly the assistance Gu Ningji had sought to manage the establishment. The female manager bowed to Cheng Chen and inquired, Mr. Cheng, is there anything you would like to inspect, or would you prefer to rest for a moment? Cheng Chen glanced at the name tag of the lobby manager and inquired, Xiaolon, has Lister arrived? Cheng Chen was eager to test whether his authentic Taiji essence could surpass Lister's free combat skills. This would serve as a confrontation between the quintessence of huaxia and the practical free fighting techniques endorsed by the United States. Upon hearing Lister's name, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enamored. Director Cheng, Chef Li, is in the staff lounge at the back. Cheng Chen noticed that there were still many areas in the venue that required arrangement and waved his hand, saying, All right, you may carry on. I'll head over myself. Chapter 71. The location of the kitchen was easy to find, and soon Cheng Chen arrived at the spacious kitchen door. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard Lister seemingly engaged in a phone call. Out of respect for others' privacy, Cheng Chen intended to return later. At that moment, however, Lister's voice reached his ears. This man, possessing a quarter of huaxia blood, was surprisingly speaking in Mandarin, making it comprehensible for Cheng Chen. In an instant, Cheng Chen felt a flicker of fondness for Lister. At least this man had not forgotten his roots. Yet, The subsequent words shattered Cheng Chen's burgeoning admiration. I'm telling the truth, Peter. Countless huaxia girls want to climb into my bed every day. Yes, yes, you can easily entice numerous huaxia girls too. It doesn't matter if you lack skills. You speak Mandarin, right? Just come over as a foreign teacher. It's quite lucrative. As long as you have blue eyes and fair skin, those university students will be at your beck and call. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chen felt a surge of anger, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. How could Lister demean the dignified girls of Huaxia as mere easy conquests? Just as Cheng Chen was about to burst through the door to teach Lister a lesson, a group of 6 or 7 young women in uniforms, each adorned with a metallic tag reading Morning Light, approached the kitchen door. They appeared to be the staff, their faces lit with infatuation as they chatted animatedly. I must tell you, Lister is incredibly handsome. Absolutely. I just caught a glimpse through the crack in the door. He is stunning beyond belief. I saw him too. He is a Michelin 3-star chef and a free fighting champion, truly the perfect lover, with his blonde hair and blue eyes. I can't help but wish to be swept off my feet by him and have a mixed-race baby. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chen relaxed his clenched fist. What use was his benevolence when these girls did not value themselves? With that thought, he decided to leave, brushing past the group of Morning Light servers. The one named Xiaoling, who had expressed a desire to have a mixed-race baby with Lister, noticed Cheng Chen and frowned. Who are you? Morning Light isn't open yet. How did you get in? Oh, I'm looking for someone. Cheng Chen was reluctant to reveal his identity as the proprietor of Morning Light. He wished to observe his employees from an outsider's perspective. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling furrowed her brow and retorted, looking for someone? Scram! Do you know where this is that you dare to wander in? Cheng Chen merely chuckled and departed, choosing not to engage with her. Such discourteous treatment towards guests and the poor attitude of a server were not worth his time. He would later instruct the HR manager to address the matter. Xiaoling's behavior was beneath the need for his direct intervention. The restaurant had yet to open, functioning in a state of rest. Thus, even though Cheng Chen was the owner of Morning Light, he did not intend to send the women seeking List back to work, provided they did not cause a ruckus within the premises. After all, this was a dining establishment, not a venue for them to indulge in dreams of bearing mixed-blood offspring with List. After a brief exploration of the restaurant's layout, Cheng Chen found a place to rest. During this time, the hall manager, Xiaolong, brought him a cup of coffee. 2 hours passed, and the restaurant opened its doors. Yet at that moment, Gu Ningxi had not yet returned, prompting Cheng Chen to grumble. What an unreliable pair of siblings. Once operational, the entire Morning Light was soon bustling with patrons, a cacophony of lively chatter filling the air. The servers, managers, and chefs all busied themselves with their respective tasks. Among the female servers who had brushed past Cheng Chen earlier, Xiaoling, who had expressed her desire to bear List's child, now bore a noticeable stain on her lower back. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her attire was no longer as neat as it had been when Cheng Chen first observed her. This detail did not escape his notice, and his brow furrowed in discontent. Clearly, List and Xiaoling had crossed Cheng Dong's boundaries by misbehaving in the workplace. However, at that moment, Cheng Chen had other matters to attend to and lacked the time to address the situation. Gu Ningxi had informed him earlier that an hour after the restaurant's opening, they would commence bidding for the steaks and pasta he prepared. Thus, he made his way to the kitchen. Approaching the hall manager, he calmly stated, Xiaolong, please fetch me a chef's uniform. I am about to work. Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. What was this? The chairman requested a chef's uniform and mentioned he was going to work? However, as an employee, Xiaolong dared not oppose her boss's wishes and promptly procured a chef's outfit for him. Once clad in the chef's attire, Cheng Chen ventured into the kitchen once more. Unlike before, the kitchen was now bustling with activity. Over 20 chefs were either chopping vegetables or peeling potatoes, each engrossed in their tasks. As Cheng Chen entered, he caught the eye of List, who was lounging with his legs propped up, engrossed in his phone. Since the staff at Morning Light were newly recruited and mostly unfamiliar with each other, List mistook the uniformed Cheng Chen for a tardy employee. Irritated by the lateness of his staff, List snapped, "Why are you only just arriving? We've been open for 5 minutes. Hurry to your workstation." Cheng Chen offered no explanation and discreetly approached an unoccupied workbench. Following the earlier events, he felt no goodwill towards the mixed-race man. With the boss absent, the head chef idly played on his phone. Cheng Chen was curious whether this Michelin three-star chef, hired at a high salary by Gu Ningji, was merely passing time. A notification chimed. Table 3, 1 sirloin steak, medium rare, Italian baked oil. Another notification followed. Table 7. All the chefs began to move, except for Lister, who remained engrossed in his phone. As Cheng Chen pretended to fetch some butter, he stealthily glanced at Lister's screen. The WeChat profile picture belonged to none other than Xiaoling. At that moment, the two were engaged in a rather explicit conversation, with several risque photos being sent to Lister's WeChat. Cheng Chen, maintaining his composure, took the butter and returned to his workstation. Chef Li, you can start preparing for the dining hall. The ingredients and tools have been set up for you, conveyed the floor manager, Xiaolon. Cheng Chen sighed, lamenting that Gu Ningji had disappeared on the opening day, leaving matters unresolved. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe whether Lister possessed any genuine skills. Despite this thought, Cheng Chen remained prepared to step in if needed, though his only preparation was washing his hands with soap. After all, crafting a steak and pasta that everyone would clamor for was hardly a daunting task. Chapter 72. Cheng Chen should be an apprentice. Lister reluctantly closed the 18-plus photos sent by Xiao Ling on his phone and irritably remarked to Xiao Lan, the floor manager. I know. Why the rush? Preparing a steak and pasta is a 20-minute affair. Is there truly such urgency? Xiao Lan, taken aback by Lister's retort, dare not respond. After all, Lister's reputation preceded him, and he had been specifically hired at great expense from America by Director Gu. Offending Lister could result in his immediate departure, while Lister's position was secure. An excellent floor manager was easily found, but a Michelin three-star chef like Lister, who brought his own following, was not so easily acquired. Donning an apron, Lister selected a stainless steel knife and adjusted his hair in the reflection of the blade. Satisfied with his appearance, he finally stood up. At that moment, Cheng Chen also rose and advanced forward. Xiaolan saw Cheng Chen and was about to call out Director Cheng, but noticed he placed a finger to his lips. Appoting Xiaolan, Cheng Chen, whisper. Act as if you know nothing. I wish to assess the situation. Oh, understood, Xiaolan replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. It seemed Director Cheng was visiting incognito today. Fortunately, she had been forewarned of his identity. Otherwise, if there were any inadequacies in the work. The dining hall was furnished with numerous tables and chairs. Certainly, all the ordinary seats are located on the second floor. In addition to these seats, the Morning Light establishment also features private rooms for gatherings. Zhu Mingyu and his companions are situated in one such private room on the second floor. At this moment, their dishes have mostly arrived, and Zhu Mingyu raises his glass high, addressing everyone. I am deeply honored to have the support of my esteemed colleagues today. I, Zhu Mingyu, propose this toast first in gratitude. As he speaks, the crimson liquid in his goblet flows down his yellowed teeth and into his throat. Immediately, someone stands up and raises their glass. Thank you, General Manager Zhu, for your hospitality. Let us all congratulate General Manager Zhu on his promotion. The 10 or so attendees rise in unison, downing their glasses of red wine. As the General Manager, Zhu Mingyu can toast while seated, but his subordinates dare not imitate him, fearful of incurring the wrath of this petty-minded manager at a later date. The young lady, Lu Li, possesses a poor tolerance for alcohol and has only consumed half a glass. Zhu Mingyu notices this, and a hint of displeasure crosses his face. While cutting his steak, he casually remarks, Lu, your recent work performance has been subpar, and now you seem distracted. Are you truly contemplating a job change? Lu Li, lost in thought, lets his words pass through one ear and out the other. A nearby female colleague, feeling anxious, inadvertently nudges Lu Li while cutting her steak. It is only then that Lu Li realizes Zhu Mingyu is speaking to her, and she hastily replies, No, General Manager, you've misunderstood. Oh, misunderstood? Zhu Mingyu replies, setting down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin. After taking a sip of wine, he continues to observe Lu Li. At the table, two female colleagues, upon hearing the name Cheng Chen, excitedly whisper to each other, Wow, is Brother Chen here today? How did I not see him? I didn't see Brother Chen either. I wonder how he's been after a month apart. He is so impressive. He must be doing well. Once we finish eating, I'll go look for him and see which table he's at." The two women, caught up in their excitement, speak a bit too loudly, and their words are heard by all present. Zhu Mingyu's face turns pale with anger. Clearing his throat, someone notices his displeasure and discreetly kicks the two women discussing their plans to find Cheng Chen after the meal. "Why did you kick me?" One woman, caught off guard, retorts. Upon seeing Zhu Mingyu's expression, she immediately deflates like a wilted flower, lowering her head to awkwardly cut her steak. Zhu Mingyu scans the room and inquires, cough. It seems everyone is quite fond of Cheng Chen, yet none of the attendees dares to respond. "You all must cultivate yourselves more. As the saying goes, one learns from good people, while associating with the idle leads to ruin." Cheng Chen, during his time at the company, exhibited a negative work attitude, poor performance, and never put in extra hours. Are you seeking to emulate his lackadaisical approach by getting too close? Engage earnestly in your studies, for obtaining a promotion and a raise is not an insurmountable task. Observe me. I have ascended to the position of general manager, have I not? Thus, it ultimately boils down to one's attitude. Particularly Lily and Nan, you two have been rather lackadaisical of late. Join Lu Li in working overtime tonight. It is a chance to recalibrate your mindset, and I assure you, this advice is for your own benefit. Lily and Nan are the very two who were just whispering about seeking out Cheng Chen for leisure. Zhu Mingyu, with his petty disposition, hastily concocted an excuse for the two, compelling them to work late. Who could dare oppose such a superior? Who would even think to voice dissent? The others succumbed to Zhu Mingyu's intimidation, nodding in acquiescence. Among them, the bespectacled gentleman closest to Zhu Mingyu is his most favored associate, or one might say, his sycophant. After Zhu Mingyu donned the mask of the villain, the sycophant Zhang promptly sought to smooth things over, asserting Lily and Nan do not feel aggrieved. Indeed, President Zhu has been somewhat stringent, but it is undeniably for our own good. Zhu Mingyu nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Zhang's perceptiveness. Zhang continued, "Did President Zhu not mention yesterday that the mysterious specialty dish from Morning Light, intended for the bidding, would surely delight everyone, according to Morning Light's consumption standards? The bidding outcome for this mysterious dish cannot possibly be less than 10,000. President Zhu is bestowing us a benefit. Do you still feel he is unkind?" Having made his point, the sycophant ceased his commentary. His words were artfully crafted, and his flattery was on point. Zhu Mingyu felt a surge of delight, even wishing to encourage Zhang to continue. He raised his left wrist to check the time, remarking, "The bidding should commence shortly. Zhang, please check on the situation and report back to me." With Zhu Mingyu's directive, Zhang promptly stood and dashed out of the private room. Zhu Mingyu then smiled at the others, saying, "To acquire this mysterious specialty dish for the bidding, one must wait until the final moment to make a move. We are not in a hurry. Let us await Zhang's return." 5 minutes later, Zhang returned, a mixture of pride and disappointment etched on his face. Zhu Mingyu frowned and inquired, "What news? What is the mysterious dish? Has it already been claimed?" "No, it has not been purchased," Zhang replied. "However, the mysterious dish is not mysterious at all. It appears to be steak. The Michelin 3-star chef, Lister, is currently in the hall preparing it." The revelation left everyone deeply disheartened. What kind of so-called mysterious specialty dish is this? Indeed, one cannot trust the empty promises of merchants. Zhang paused, then deliberately raised his voice, stating, "However, I saw Cheng Chen in full chef's attire, intently observing Lister prepare the steak. It seems she is merely an apprentice, not an actual chef." Chapter 73. The Young Lady Strikes. Zhang's voice was resoundingly loud, reverberating like thunder on a clear summer day, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Among the present assembly of Cheng Chen's former colleagues, no one remained dissatisfied with the revelation that the exquisite specialty dish at Morning Light was, in fact, a steak and pasta crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef. The pivotal information regarding chef-apprentice Cheng Chen resonated deeply. During his tenure at the company, Cheng Chen was adept at interpersonal relations. Apart from his notable discord with Zhu Mingyu, he maintained amicable relationships with most of his colleagues. Thus, Upon hearing this news, a sense of regret inevitably surfaced among them. Had it not been for his devotion to family and concern for his children, could this industrious individual have been subjected to Zhu Mingyu's relentless harassment over trivial reasons, ultimately leading to his departure from the company? It is essential to recall that Zhu Mingyu was merely a deputy at that time. Cheng Chen's professional capabilities were widely acknowledged. Had he completed 5 years with the company, he would certainly have risen to become a deputy general manager, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Mingyu. His competence and work ethic might have even prompted the higher-ups to consider him as a replacement for Zhu Mingyu. Perhaps this was why Zhu Mingyu's vexations were particularly excessive. Sighing at the thought of a prestigious university graduate, a paragon of charm, now reduced to the status of a culinary apprentice. Those former colleagues who had shared a rapport with Cheng Chen could not help but express their dismay, disregarding any potential offense to Zhu Mingyu. In a corner, Lu Li, lost in her thoughts, perked up at the mention of Cheng Chen's name. Upon absorbing this news, her heart ached, and tears began to cascade from her eyes, which were already shadowed by dark circles. Meanwhile, Zhu Mingyu reveled in his triumph, musing to himself, "This is the fate that befalls you, Cheng Chen, for opposing me. You are fit only to be a culinary apprentice." Faced with the overwhelming sympathy for Cheng Chen among his subordinates, Zhu Mingyu found himself momentarily unable to assert his authority. It was akin to the principle of collective accountability. He absent-mindedly tapped his right index finger on the table, contemplating how to subtly undermine Cheng Chen without appearing to be kicking someone while they were down. After a brief moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhu Mingyu's mind. Indeed, being a culinary apprentice was not so bad, especially at a prestigious establishment like Morning Light. No one responded to him. The crowd remained engrossed in their quiet lament for Cheng Chen's plight. Feeling his own face dimmed by the lack of acknowledgement, Zhu Mingyu attempted to console his empathetic subordinates, stating, "As Cheng Chen's former leader, I too feel a sense of sorrow. However, let us remember that every situation can be viewed in a positive light. Allow me to analyze the circumstances. From what I understand, while majority of culinary apprentices in Jiangcheng do not receive a salary, their accommodation and meals are provided. In 3 years, if Cheng Chen can endure the hardships and persevere, he will naturally transition to becoming a junior chef, with a monthly salary nearing 4,000 yuan, a respectable sum indeed. Moreover, he has the opportunity to learn from a Michelin 3-star chef like Li Site, and his future prospects are boundless." If these words had been spoken by anyone else, they would have held a semblance of truth. However, the very words that emerged from Zhu Mingyu's lips carried an air of sarcasm. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Li could no longer contain herself. She rose to her feet and exclaimed, "Zhu Mingyu, it is your petty jealousy that has brought Chun Gu to this miserable state. It is you who forced him into despair, compelling him to seek refuge as a culinary apprentice at Morning Light. Woe is him. Today marks the grand opening of Morning Light, yet Cheng Gu has undoubtedly languished in unemployment for a month, and his circumstances must be dire. He has a 3-year-old daughter to support and a sister-in-law who incessantly demands money for cosmetics, merely providing meals and lodging. How could he possibly endure for 3 years?" As she spoke, Lu Li's sobs grew louder. The nearby female colleagues, unable to withstand her anguish, felt tears welling in their own eyes. Indeed, Cheng Chen's plight must be as tragic as Lu Li described. This atmosphere of sympathy quickly permeated the room, casting a pall over the gathering. Zhu Mingyu detested this somber ambience. His subordinates were now preoccupied with Cheng Chen's plight, leaving him, the general manager, feeling sidelined. Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhu Mingyu slammed his palm onto the table. "Enough of this mournful display. How could you all be so lacking in ambition, whose life path ascends effortlessly? If Cheng Chen cannot withstand such minor setbacks, is he even a man?" Undoubtedly, as general manager, Zhu Mingyu's words held merit. Yet, uttered from his mouth, they dripped with condescension, rendering them hard to accept. Lu Li, incensed by his remarks, retorted, "Setbacks? Was it not you, Zhu Mingyu, who caused this predicament?" With newfound resolve, she strode defiantly to Zhu Mingyu's side. Slap! Lu Li struck him sharply across the face, leaving 5 crimson imprints on his skin. Her small hand throbbed painfully from the force of the blow. Chunji's current state is all you're doing, typically gentle and refined. This was Lu Li's first act of violence and her inaugural utterance of foul language. Zhu Mingyu, stunned by the slap, took a moment to regain his senses and identify his assailant. Swish! He swung his hand in retaliation, only to grasp at air. For Lu Li had anticipated his move and swiftly stepped back. Frustrated by his failed attempt, Zhu Mingyu bellowed, "Lu Li, have your wings grown strong? How dare you strike me? Get out. You need not return to work tomorrow." "So be it." Lu Li raturta defiantly, retrieving her work ID from her pocket and tossing it onto the table before turning to leave. Zhu Mingyu, seething with fury, shouted after her, "As for your work experience, do not expect me to write any references for you. I will withhold your records, and we'll see how you fare out there, as you find yourself unsatisfied and hungry. It would be wise to join your brother Chen in washing dishes and peeling potatoes. How dare you strike me?" Lu Li dashed out of the private room and made his way to the lobby on the first floor. He found a secluded corner, observing from a distance Cheng Chen, who stood attentively behind Li Si-tae, diligently learning the art of Western cuisine. "Brother Chen, your earnest demeanor remains as captivating as ever." As he watched, tears involuntarily streamed down the young girl's face. "Brother Chen, Li Er has lost her job. That scoundrel Zhu Mingyu intends to withhold all my documentation, making it exceedingly difficult for Li Er to secure a decent position. What should she do? You mentioned yesterday that Li Er could follow you. Is she permitted to do so now? She is willing to serve, wash chopsticks, and peel potatoes. Li Er fears not the toil." Chapter 74. The dawn of resistance. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, Cheng Chen was not merely learning. She was conducting an undercover inspection. In the very center of the Dawn of Light's lobby, a glass room had been specifically designated. Inside this glass enclosure was a kitchen meticulously prepared by Gu Ningji for Cheng Chen, equipped with all necessary facilities. At that moment, Li Si-tae was at the sink washing his hands, preparing for the tasks ahead, while Cheng Chen stood behind him, assumed to be there to assist. Fresh sirloin steak, pasta, onions, black pepper, and other ingredients were neatly arranged to one side, and due to their conspicuous placement, they had already captured the attention of the restaurant's patrons. Many of the customers who had come today were eagerly anticipating the restaurant's recently advertised mysterious specialty dishes. In a Western restaurant, 70% of diners typically ordered steak. So upon seeing the raw ingredients, their enthusiasm waned. For instance, Xiao Zhang, who had just been summoned by Zhu Mingyu to inquire about the situation, merely glanced and then returned to the private room. Amidst the crowd, whispers circulated. It appeared to be merely steak and pasta. What a grand fuss over such simplicity. "My dear, I initially intended to capture the essence of the mysterious specialty dish for you, but it seems unnecessary now. Alas, what a disappointment. One cannot trust the face of a merchant." The glass room's soundproofing was inadequate, and these remarks had already reached Li Si-tae's ears. In truth, this Michelin 3-star chef, too, found himself perplexed by the antics of his beautiful employer. Such a grand promotion, only to settle for the most straightforward of dishes. Nevertheless, thoughts of Gu Ningji's beauty and form stirred something within Li Si-tae. "One day, I must have her beneath me," he mused, as he completed washing his hands. With a graceful flourish, he spun the frying pan in his hand, landing it steadily on the stove. Olive oil was poured, onions washed, and Li Si-tae swiftly sliced the fresh sirloin into an exquisite heart shape while instructing Cheng Chen on her tasks. Cheng Chen, without uttering much, diligently attended to the duties assigned by Li Si-tae, who simultaneously operated both burners. As the steak met the pan, it sizzled and crackled on the other side. The pasta was similarly tossed into boiling water. The adjustments of the flame and temperature were executed with remarkable fluidity, enhanced by Li's flamboyant movements. 10 minutes later, a perfectly medium-rare steak was presented. 3 minutes thereafter, a fragrant serving of pasta was plated with care. List then approached the sink, removing his disposable gloves to wash his hands, while instructing Cheng Chen to arrange the plating. The dishes were placed on the dining cart, which Cheng Chen then pushed out of the glass enclosure. A wave of enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting several nearby patrons to lean forward and inhale deeply. Delicious. Indeed, and the steak's hue is quite magnificent. It must be delectable, one customer praised. Cheng Chen navigated the dining cart around all the tables, allowing everyone a view of the two culinary creations. As the dishes were completed, the floor manager, Xiaolan, ascended to a nearby elevated platform. The two dishes, specially crafted by Michelin three-star chef List, were now ready, and the bidding commenced. Upon Xiaolan's announcement, a profound silence enveloped the room. No one was foolish enough to bid. Most patrons already had one of the dishes on their tables, and who would auction off something they could partake in? The atmosphere grew awkward as Xiaolan felt the weight of the silence. Meanwhile, List, the creator of the dishes, was equally incensed. His fair complexion flushed crimson as he stormed towards Xiaolan's platform, snatching the microphone from her grasp. Are you all blind to quality? This is my personally crafted steak and pasta, and yet no one is bidding? Aside from the occasional squeal from infatuated female patrons mesmerized by List's appearance, the silence persisted. No one paid him any heed. List's frustration intensified as he declared, "What you have on your tables are mere creations of intermediate chefs, infinitely inferior to my culinary artistry." A voice emerged from the crowd, "But I find my steak quite delightful. It doesn't seem so different from yours." This sparked a ripple of agreement as others chimed in. "Indeed, my steak is quite tasty, and yours isn't that much better. Why should we bid on it? Do you think us foolish? This dish hardly qualifies as a mysterious specialty worthy of auctioning." A wave of skepticism and ridicule surged against List, growing ever more pronounced with each moment. Overwhelmed by the backlash, List gasped in indignation, shouting into the microphone, "You ignorant lot, foolish inhabitants of the Hua, Xi'an 9 provinces." The impact of his words detonated like a bomb among the guests. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted. "What did you say, you white-skinned pig? Get out of Hua, Xi'an 9 provinces. Our country does not welcome you. Do you think you're something special? Dare to mock us on our own turf? Come down here and let us settle this." Within the restaurant, a staggering 90% of the patrons were from the illustrious land of Huaxia. In a fit of exasperation, Li Site unleashed a tirade of mockery, revealing his unfiltered disdain for the people of Huaxia, which struck a nerve among the crowd. Outrage erupted, and many began to hurl insults. Some even rolled up their sleeves, prepared to confront him. Had it not been for the swift intervention of the security personnel from Morning Light, a brawl would have been inevitable. Among the throngs, voices rose in fervent calls to boycott Morning Light, demanding the closure of this newly opened Western restaurant. What an atrocious establishment. Is the owner completely oblivious to hire such a white-skinned pig as a chef? Let us commence the boycott of Morning Light, starting with me. Who will join me in reporting them? I shall lead the charge. At that moment, Cheng Chen, who had been silently observing, bore a fearsome expression. His initial intention had merely been to assess Li Site's capabilities, anticipating that after preparing a couple of slightly superior Western dishes, the customers would be disappointed. He also sought to gauge Li Site's character, particularly in how he would handle such a situation. However, he was taken aback to discover that Li Site was a blatant racist. First, he disparaged the girls of Huaxia, and now he deemed the people of Huaxia to be foolish. The ire of the crowd was not limited to the patrons. Cheng Chen, who harbored an unwavering love for his homeland, found himself the most enraged among them. In a swift motion, he surged towards Li Site and, in an instant, delivered a powerful strike. Bang! With a single blow, Li Site crumpled to the ground. Chapter 75. Do you dare challenge me? Standing at 6'3", boasting 8 perfectly sculpted abs, Li Site was a robust figure. Yet, in a moment that caught everyone off guard, he was felled by Cheng Chen's strike. Excellent. Teach this white-skinned pig a lesson, so he dares not flaunt himself in our territory. The crowd erupted in a chorus of approval, cheers echoing through the air. What a thrill! The atmosphere was electric with exhilaration. Those who had previously clamored for a boycott of Morning Light were now ignited with fervor upon realizing that the one who had taken action against Li Site was a chef of Huaxia. No longer did they call for a boycott. Instead, they exclaimed, "Did you see? Even the employees of Morning Light are taking down that white-skinned pig. What does this signify? It indicates that the owner of Morning Light must also be unaware of this vile racist's true nature. Ultimately, as long as this white-skinned pig faces retribution, all is well. Li Ct's sudden collapse incited a tremendous uproar, swiftly drawing the attention of more individuals. Countless diners, roused by the commotion, emerged from their private rooms. Curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing the scene, they eagerly inquired of those in the know about the unfolding events and the reason why the highly paid chef of Morning Light lay prostrate on the floor. After being informed of the recent happenings, yet another wave of applause erupted from the newly gathered crowd. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Mingyu and his companions rushed out in a frenzy. As this group laid eyes on Cheng Chen and the fallen Lister at his feet, they turned their attention toward them. Coughing, Lister spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped the crimson streak from his lips, and sprang up from the ground. Chinese scum. He spat at Cheng Chen with venomous disdain. Many in the crowd were oblivious to the weight of the term Chinese scum, which bore a connotation akin to the deeply derogatory racial slur used against black individuals in America. Cheng Chen let out a cold snort and retorted, "Ha! You have a quarter of Huaxia blood coursing through your veins. After indulging in foreign filth for a few years, have you forgotten your ancestral roots? To mock my people is tantamount to courting death." Lister, his robust physique having recovered from the earlier pain, cracked his neck and flexed his fingers, the knuckles popping audibly. He pointed a finger at Cheng Chen, hurling insults. "All Huaxia people are shameless, always resorting to sneak attacks. Do you dare to face me in a fair duel?" Cheng Chen scoffed. "A duel? Before I came to the Dawn of Light, I had wished to test the essence of my pure Tai Chi against Lister's free fighting technique. But I never anticipated the encounter would commence in such a manner. What's the matter? Are you afraid? You dare to ambush from behind, but shy away from a direct challenge. You are nothing but a coward." With a swift motion, Lister tore a pristine napkin in half and wrapped it around his hands. The sheer strength required to rend a napkin so effortlessly was remarkable, revealing that his collection of free fighting championship trophies was indeed earned through prowess. Cheng Chen, unwavering, declared, "Very well. It is time to teach Lister a lesson, to demonstrate that the dignity of the Huaxia people cannot be questioned by a white pig like him." He casually instructed, "Xiao Lan, clear space." Xiao Lan hesitita momentia, concerned for the chairman's safety given Lister's formidable physique and his numerous championships in free fighting. Yet, Cheng Chen's resolute gaze left her with no choice but to comply. As Cheng Chen prepared to engage Lister, many patrons abandoned their meals, assisting Xiao Lan in moving their tables, swiftly creating a vast open area. In a corner, Lu Li observed and contemplated stepping forward to dissuade Cheng Chen from confronting Lister. However, understanding Cheng Chen's temperament, she realized it would be futile to change his mind and clenched her fists in worry. Meanwhile, Zhu Mingyu and his cohorts noticed the unfolding scene. Zhu Mingyu sneered as the area cleared, remarking, "Ah, this Cheng Chen truly revels in showing off," agreeing to duel with Lister. "Isn't he just courting disaster?" The sycophant Zhang quickly echoed, "Indeed, he seeks to prove himself. Isn't it clearly stated on the promotional banner outside? Lister is a champion of countless free fighting competitions. Let us observe. Those who seek to show off must pay the price for their actions." Zhu remarked, "Indeed, we need not even mention Lister's free fighting skills. His towering height of nearly 2 meters was not something Cheng Chen could easily contend with." "Let the show begin," he said confidently. As Li Site stepped to the center of the clearing, he casually ripped off his chef's jacket and fitted shirt. His bare torso revealed a chiseled physique, boasting 8 abdominal muscles, 2 solid pectorals, and biceps as thick as an average man's thigh. Gasps filled the air as the onlookers recalled how Cheng Chen had effortlessly knocked Li Site to the ground with a single palm strike. Was this man truly formidable? Could the shorter chef truly be his match? Cheng Chen, however, displayed no flamboyant theatrics. He stood firm, gradually spreading his legs apart and slightly squatting to assume a stable stance. His right hand reached forward, palm open, while his left mirrored the position but rested closer to his chest. It was the classic Tai Chi starting posture. Yet, as he completed this motion, the crowd erupted in a chorus of bewildered murmurs. Am I seeing this correctly? That little chef is using Tai Chi? Indeed, it was Tai Chi. Was it that the exercise practiced by the elderly in parks meant for health and wellness? Could it possibly compete against Li Sitai's free-fighting techniques? Initially, I had hoped this young man would teach Li Sitai a lesson, but now I could only pray he remained unharmed. Otherwise, we would face ridicule from Li Sitai. Regardless, if the young brother were to lose, I would be the first to confront Li Sitai. I could not tolerate such insolence. To everyone, Tai Chi appeared merely as a means of physical fitness and self-cultivation. Yet, they were unaware that throughout centuries of transmission, countless practical techniques had been lost to the sands of time. Li Sitai, standing opposite Cheng Chen, bounced around like a boxer, unable to suppress a laugh at the sight before him. Is that Tai Chi? Are you seriously going to use that routine against me? Routine? Cheng Chen's lips twitched slightly. The essence of Tai Chi from our great nation had been reduced to mere gymnastics in Li Sitai's eyes. He chose not to retort, for the clash between national heritage and American free fighting would not be settled through words. True strength would reveal itself through action. Cheng Chen said little, merely uttering a few words. Tai Chi, Cheng Chen. Very well. Today I shall show you, this Huaxia fellow, how our American free fighting can effortlessly deal with you. With that, Li Sitai disregarded him and swiftly advanced, fists flying toward Cheng Chen. The fierce wind from his punches surged forward, aimed directly at Cheng Chen's face. In the face of such a formidable assault, Cheng Chen remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on every movement of Li Sitai. In his mind, the pure essence of Tai Chi conjured a multitude of images, rapidly flipping through his thoughts like frames in an animated film. Each frame of the scene conveyed to Cheng Chen the art of utilizing his mastery of Tai Chi to deftly neutralize the oncoming assault. As Cheng Chen remained motionless, the spectators around him could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Lu Li's nails had dug into his palms, crimson blood oozing forth unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Zhu Mingyu was filled with exhilaration, silently applauding in his heart. Cheng Chen, oh Cheng Chen, how foolish of you to show off. Li Sitai has barely thrown a punch, yet you stand there paralyzed. What a pitiful display. This small-minded man at that moment was entirely devoid of a sense of national pride, allowing his jealousy to dictate his thoughts. Zhu Mingyu longed to witness Cheng Chen collapse under Li Sitai's blow. The mighty fist swiftly approached Cheng Chen, coming within mere 30 centimeters of his face, only to be met by the palm of a large hand that intercepted it. The immense force surged into Cheng Chen's palm, a potency that could easily fell an average man with a single strike. In response to this overwhelming energy, the essence of pure Tai Chi rapidly ignited within Cheng Chen's mind. With a deft push, twist, and pull, he dissipated the entirety of the incoming force. Yet, Cheng Chen's actions transcended mere defense. He stepped forward with his right foot, simultaneously retreating his left leg, angling his body slightly. In an instant, he clasped Li Sitai's wrist, leveraging the latter's considerable strength to pull him backward. This was the very essence of Tai Chi, using strength against strength. With a resounding thud, the towering Li Sitai, whose physique was as robust as an ox, crashed to the ground, the inertia of his own might betraying him. Throughout this encounter, Cheng Chen had not made any excessive movements. In this clash, Li Sitai suffered a significant defeat, prompting the onlookers to cheer heartily for Cheng Chen. Well done. Take that, you white-skinned brute. Li Sitai was not akin to the petty thugs Cheng Chen had previously dealt with. His stature and combat prowess were several tiers above them, as he was a semi-professional mixed martial artist. After sprawling on the ground, Li Sitai swiftly pushed himself up and spat out a mouthful of blood, neck twisting as he charged at Cheng Chen once more. Within a meter of Cheng Chen, Li Sitai abruptly withdrew his fist, raising his right leg to unleash a sudden kick, an embodiment of his years of practical experience in mixed martial arts. It was an attack with no warning, striking unexpectedly and catching his opponent off guard. However, unbeknownst to Li Sitai, from the very moment he initiated his movement, every conceivable technique he might employ had already been rehearsed in Cheng Chen's mind. The pure essence of Tai Chi once again came into play. With a deft bend of the waist, a sidestep, and a sweeping leg motion, Cheng Chen executed three simple actions with perfect timing, skillfully evading Li Ct's powerful kick aimed at his temple while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The impact resonated through the air. List fell to the ground once more, greeted by a chorus of cheers from the sidelines. In the corner, Luli finally released her tightly clenched fists. Even though she had little understanding of Tai Chi or mixed martial arts, it was evident that Cheng Chen was handling List with remarkable ease. This time, after striking, Cheng Chen remained firmly planted in place, exhibiting a serene composure akin to that of a stone Buddha. Following two successful takedowns of List, Cheng Chen had gained a substantial understanding of the essence of pure Tai Chi. Therefore, he had no intention of prolonging the encounter. As List regained his footing, Cheng Chen suddenly surged forward, this time taking the initiative. Tai Chi emphasizes the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity and employing stillness to counter movement. However, Cheng Chen possessed a speed and strength that were twice that of an ordinary person. This time, he relied on his formidable physical prowess rather than Tai Chi. Within mere seconds of List standing, Cheng Chen's massive fist descended towards his chest. Years of practical combat experience prompted List to instinctively cross his arms to shield himself from a blow. This maneuver was one he had executed countless times in real battles. He was confident that his robust physique could withstand Cheng Chen's strike. Moreover, his extensive experience informed him that opponents who delivered such fierce attacks invariably revealed vulnerabilities once their blows were parried. Yet, Cheng Chen's actions revealed a harsh truth. Reality is often far more unforgiving than idealism. A painful scream erupted as List felt the unmistakable snap of his crossed arms. With his right arm positioned outward at the moment of impact, to his astonishment, Cheng Chen's final strike lacked any formal technique. It was purely a demonstration of raw physical capability, combined with astonishing speed and power. List, who had always prided himself on his formidable physique, found himself utterly defeated in this confrontation with Cheng Chen. Marvelous! Did I just witness this young man, Cheng, vanquish the mixed martial arts champion List using Tai Chi? Exclaimed one onlooker. Isn't he deserving of being called a master, a Tai Chi grandmaster? Another added, did anyone else notice how this Tai Chi grandmaster, Cheng, seemed to overpower List purely through physical prowess? I certainly did. Remarkable. I lack the vocabulary to adequately praise Master Cheng. All I can say is that he is truly extraordinary. The crowd erupted in applause. Recalling the legendary kicks of Li Xiaolong, and now witnessing Master Cheng's decisive victory over his opponent, Cheng Chen stood resolutely, having made no further movements. List, with his right arm incapacitated and his left arm significantly impacted, was left devoid of any fighting capacity. Cheng Chen looked down at the weeping List and coldly remarked, "How does it feel to be bested by my country's gymnastics against your proud American martial arts? Quite effortless, wouldn't you say?" Upon finishing his words, he gazed at the disheveled Lister and added, "The multitude of talented individuals in our grand huaxia is not something a worthless fool like you can casually challenge." Indeed, what the esteemed Cheng had said was profound. Our magnificent huaxia, a vast nation spanning thousands of miles, possesses strength that cannot be questioned by anyone. Cheers erupted from the crowd, a wave of fervor washing over them, their spirits ignited and surging with abandon. Some, filled with passion, were eager to confront Lister and teach him a lesson. I will kill you," Lister suddenly screamed. Chapter 77. Before the contest even begins. Bidding commences accustomed to being exalted and basking in countless honors. Lister was now engulfed in an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He howled and cursed in fury. His deep blue eyes were fixed on Cheng, his jaw clenched, as if he wished to bore a hole through him with his gaze. After this encounter, Lister had gained a clear understanding of Cheng's capabilities. Deep down, he felt genuine fear. He had not anticipated such prowess from a huaxia individual. A mere unassuming chef had effortlessly incapacitated him in just 3 moves, delivering a psychological blow akin to a huaxia iron fist. This undoubtedly left him psychologically scarred. Following this incident, whenever Lister encountered a huaxia individual, He could only bow his head and avoid them. He no longer had the audacity to provoke them, for he feared that he might inadvertently offend a Huasha man's girlfriend and suffer a similar fate. Of course, that was a tale for another time. For now, Lister dared not confront Cheng again. Clutching his nearly incapacitated right hand, he shouted, "Just you wait. I will go to the embassy. I will sue you. Do you think the embassy would defend someone like you, who publicly utters racially discriminatory remarks?" Lister momentarily faltered, realizing that the embassy would indeed not intervene on his behalf. Yet, he remained resentful, exclaiming, "Just you wait. I will eventually make you pay." Cheng smirked, replying, "To be honest, you're not the first to threaten my life. You might want to join the queue. However, I must say, I truly enjoy witnessing your impotent rage." With that, Cheng ceased any further banter with Lister. He waved his hand and instructed the manager, Xiaolon, find a few people and throw him out. "We cannot allow such trash to tarnish our radiance." Xiaolon stood there, momentarily stunned, before a look of unwavering admiration filled her eyes as she gazed at Cheng. Truly, Mr. Cheng is incredibly impressive, commanding, exuding masculinity far beyond that of the foreigner Lister. A few security guards promptly arrived at Xiaolon's beckoning. Without a word, they hoisted Lister and began to carry him out. As he was being lifted, Lister continued to shout impotently, "Without my culinary skills, Radiance will inevitably collapse. When your esteemed director returns, you will surely be fired, and you will not fare well either." Bang! A muffled sound echoed from outside. Hearing this, Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. The employees were indeed earnest. Let them cast List aside. It truly was a matter of being thrown out. List could never have anticipated that his grand invitation to the dawn of light as a chef, revered by countless admirers, would culminate in such an ignoble exit. As the farce concluded, Cheng Chen addressed the multitude of customers who had cheered for him. "Apologies, but now I shall prepare for you the true mysterious specialty dish." The audience, still enraptured by Cheng Chen's previous display of charisma and eloquence, momentarily failed to comprehend his words. After a prolonged silence, they finally realized what Master Cheng had proclaimed. He intended to serve them the authentic mysterious specialty dish. Did this imply that the steak and pasta crafted by the Michelin 3-star chef were not, in fact, the mysterious specialty? Indeed, how could steak and pasta be considered a mysterious specialty? Yet, was not Master Cheng List's apprentice? Could he truly prepare Western cuisine? Although doubt lingered in their hearts, none dared voice their skepticism. The recent spectacle of Cheng Chen's confrontation with List had elevated him to a mythic status in their minds. They regarded him as a national hero akin to the likes of Hua Yuanjia and Chun Zhen, who acted in service of their country and people. Who would dare question a national hero? Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. As Cheng Chen stepped into the glassroom, washing his soiled hands in preparation for the steak and pasta, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. 10,000. I offer 10,000, regardless of what Master Cheng prepares. I shall buy it. 15,000. Master Cheng ignites my passion. I claim his dish. Let no one contest me. 30,000. 50,000. Even if Master Cheng presents a charred piece of coal, I shall acquire it. You wish to compete with me? I bid 100,000. I will pay for Master Cheng's patriotic sentiment. Even if he serves me an empty plate, I shall savor every morsel. Who among this bidding crowd did not share this fervor? The moment the bid of 100,000 was uttered, followed by such bravado, the venue fell into stunned silence. The patrons of Dawn of Light were often affluent individuals. It was not that they could not afford to bid higher. They were genuinely awed by the audacity of the one who had just proclaimed 100,000. Did you not see that fellow brandishing his steak knife and fork, casting a fierce glare across the room? Who would dare to challenge him? Inside the glass room, Cheng Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Yet in his heart, he mused, "Fear not, my friend. I will ensure you do not leave empty-handed. The steak and pasta I prepare will linger in your memory for a lifetime. Moreover, spending 100,000 for the enhancement of one's physical flexibility by 20 is hardly a loss. Xiaolon, prepare the steak and pasta." Cheng Chen instructed the dining room manager as he began to deftly wield his knife and fork, swiftly chopping onions. Though currently hailed as the esteemed Master Cheng, A culinary virtuoso unrivaled in the realms of steak and pasta, Cheng Chen's knife skills leave much to be desired. Zhu Mingyu, his gaze fixated on Cheng Chen, felt an unsettling mix of jealousy and discomfort as he observed how effortlessly Cheng garnered the admiration of many, even managing to persuade a fool to part with a staggering 100,000 for his culinary offerings. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he could not suppress a chuckle. Did you see that? With such knife skills, he dares to claim he will prepare authentic, mysterious delicacies for everyone. And this fool intends to tackle steak and pasta? It's utterly hilarious. Does he truly believe his creations could surpass those of Michelin 3-star chef Lister? After merely watching Lister for a few minutes, he fancies himself a culinary genius? Just because one can fight does not guarantee one can cook. The former is mere bravado, while the latter requires genuine skill. What does Cheng Chen think he is? Zhu Mingyu prattled on, his face alight with schadenfreude, as his subordinates, despite many having good relations with Cheng Chen, shared his skepticism. Why? As Zhu Mingyu articulated, he had merely trailed behind Lister for a few fleeting moments. Western cuisine, even the simplest steak, demands a solid foundation. In that instant, those who were once supportive of Cheng Chen could not help but feel disheartened by his audacity, while the few who harbored ill will, much like Zhu Mingyu, eagerly awaited the spectacle of his failure. Chapter 78. A gift for you, but would Cheng Chen allow them to revel in triumph? Certainly not. 10 minutes, a heart-racing interval. After artfully plating 2 dishes, Cheng Chen removed his chef's hat, discarded his disposable gloves, and pushed open the glass door. The aromas, which had long been prepared within the glass kitchen, burst forth like bullets released from their chamber. Within a mere 10 seconds, the entire Dawnlight establishment was enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance, causing both patrons and staff to squint in delight. They were enraptured by the alluring scent. The aroma of the steak invigorated the body, while the accompanying pasta offered a delightful texture that melted in the mouth. Just inhaling the fragrance felt akin to savoring the exquisite delicacies from the banquet of the Queen Mother of the West. The individual who had spent 100,000 on this culinary experience was now lost in the endless enjoyment of the aroma, seemingly forgetting to taste his prized acquisition. Observing the crowd, entranced by the fragrance, Cheng Chen cleared his throat, feeling impervious to the culinary judgment that surrounded him. Ahem! Xiao Lan, standing closest to him, quickly realized her lapse in decorum. She had intended to address him formally as Cheng Dong, but recalled his earlier instructions, instead calling out, Xiao Cheng, please deliver the steak and pasta to the esteemed patron who bid 100,000. Instructing Director Cheng to carry out tasks, a casual remark to Little Cheng. While Little Lan was drenched in sweat, one could not help but ponder whether this Director Cheng would seek retribution later, creating trouble for oneself. The patrons in the hall squinted, their noses following the direction of the moving cart, their heads turning in unison. Sir, your steak and pasta are ready. Cheng Chen roused the still enraptured Brother Sherwan. Oh, thank you, Master Cheng. Brother Sherwan respectfully bowed to Cheng Chen, tearing off a napkin already soaked with saliva, and commenced eating in a most unrefined manner. Wow! Just as he bit into a piece of steak, yet to chew, Brother Sherwan exclaimed loudly, startling Cheng Chen. Dude, that a bit too exaggerated. Anyone would think you're a plant I hired. At a nearby table, several diners stood on tiptoes, watching Brother Sherwan incessantly cut steak and shove it into his mouth, swallowing repeatedly. It was unavoidable. The aroma wafting from his plate was irresistible. One individual, unable to contain himself, approached Brother Sherwan and, rubbing his hands together, said, Brother, would you sell me that plate of pasta for 60,000? With his mouth full of steak, Brother Sherwan turned to glance at the man, who was eyeing the pasta on his other plate with keen interest. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of saliva, Brother Sherwan replied, Sure you want it? The man, with a look of disdain, hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. What? After all this, you're still hesitating? Noticing the man's indecision, Brother Sherwan swiftly lifted the plate and began shoving the pasta into his mouth with reckless abandon. Cough, cough, cough. He choked, his face turning purple from haste. Nevertheless, he persisted, stuffing his mouth as if fearing it would be snatched away. The entire audience of patrons watched with bated breath as Brother Sherwan indulged in his feast, swallowing hard in shared anticipation. Indeed, they found themselves enjoying the spectacle. Zhu Mingyu swallowed hard, suppressing his inner turmoil, glancing back at his subordinates, who were all wide-eyed, fixated on Brother Sherwan. Focus! Stop staring! At Zhu Mingyu's sudden reprimand, the subordinates snapped back to reality. Have you all lost your minds? Those individuals are clearly hired by the morning light for the sake of spectacle. Do you truly believe that food is genuinely delectable? After Zhu Mingyu's admonishment, someone chimed in, but it really does smell amazing. Just inhaling the aroma feels pleasurable. Nonsense. They must have secretly added something to it. In an instant, the speaker found themselves silenced by Zhu Mingyu's sharp retort. Two female colleagues, Lily and Nan Nan, were already captivated by the enticing aroma, shaking off their earlier frustration over Zhu Mingyu's orders for overtime. Lily pointed at Cheng Chen, saying, Nan Nan, with skills like his, shouldn't Brother Cheng be promoted to head chef? Naturally, Brother Cheng is always the best, Nan Nan immediately affirmed, transforming into a devoted admirer of Cheng Chen. Listening to their exchanges, the other colleagues began to join the discussion. As I previously passed by this location during my work commute, I had noticed the advertisement for Morning Dawn, boasting that the head chef earns an impressive annual salary of $200,000. Astonishingly high, it appears that Brother Chun has indeed risen to great heights. This salary is nearly 3 times what he earned at the company. This remark caught the attention of Zhu Mingyu, whose expression soured considerably. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Mingyu pulled a set of keys from his pocket, brandishing them before his subordinates as he proclaimed, Do you see this? A BMW 730. The high-end version costing over $900,000. Do you know where it came from? It is the reward for my diligent work at the company, leading to my promotion to general manager. The subordinates gazed at the keys with indifference. They were already well aware of this fact. Was there truly a need for such ostentation? Noticing their lack of reaction, Zhu Mingyu's lips began to twitch as he suppressed his annoyance, continuing, Did you not hear the lobby manager refer to Cheng Chen as Xiao Cheng? This indicates that he is not the head chef of Morning Dawn. How can you lack such basic discernment? Even if he were to become the head chef with his salary, it would take him over 4 years of frugality to afford this BMW 730. Thus, his abilities pale in comparison to mine. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine resonated from outside Morning Dawn, a sound typical of luxury supercars, instantly conveying the extraordinary nature of the vehicle. Inside the restaurant, the gentleman known as 10,000 had finished his steak, but the patron's attention shifted from him to the resounding growl outside as they peered through the glass windows. Cheng Chen also turned to look. A Ferrari 458 had come to a halt in front of Morning Dawn. Its door swung open, and Gu Ningji emerged from the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a massive truck parked adjacent to the Ferrari 458, though it faced away from the entrance of Morning Dawn. With a clap of her hands, Gu Ningji summoned several individuals from the truck. They moved with agility and precision, swiftly opening the rear door of the truck and deploying sturdy wooden planks to create a ramp. Subsequently, a large yellow Lamborghini, also known as the Lamborghini Bat, was driven out from the truck. The driver quickly exited and respectfully handed the keys to Gu Ningji. Accepting the keys, she strode directly into Morning Dawn. Her gaze swept across the room until it landed on Cheng Chen, standing prominently in the center of the hall. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the car keys into the air. The patrons gasped as the keys soared overhead. After all, these were the keys to a limited edition luxury supercar worth over $7 million. How could they be tossed so carelessly? Moments later, they heard a breath-stealing proclamation. Cheng Chen, this is your gift. Chapter 79. He is a shareholder of Morning Dawn. The atmosphere in the room erupted. A car worth $7 million. Given away so nonchalantly. Who is this stunning beauty? What connection does she have with Master Cheng? At that instant, all the service staff bowed in unison to Gu Ningji, exclaiming, Greetings, Director Gu. Very well, everyone, please go about your business. Gu Ningji casually waved her hand, indicating to her employees not to be overly formal. The employees of Chensi Zhiguang shouted in unison, instantly revealing her identity to all the customers present. However, The question lingered in the minds of many. Why would she gift her subordinate a luxury supercar valued at over 7 million? This conundrum weighed heavily on the hearts of those in attendance. Zhu Mingyu felt as if he had been dealt a stinging slap to the face just moments before. He had brandished the key to his BMW 730 before his subordinates, claiming that Cheng Chen would need to toil without rest for over 4 years to afford one. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, the esteemed owner of Chinci Zhiguang had personally presented Cheng Chen with a Lamborghini Batmobile. This limited edition luxury sports car was the dream of countless men. If converted to cash, it could purchase 7 BMW 730s of equal configuration, leaving ample surplus, enough to drive a different car every day of the week without repetition. But how could Zhu Mingyu allow himself to be so casually struck by Cheng Chen's invisible slap? His mind raced, and suddenly an idea sparked. He turned to his subordinates with a grin, exclaiming, "I thought Cheng Chen was a man of integrity. But it appears he is merely a kept man of the Chinci Zhiguang owner." The sycophantic Xiao Zhang immediately chimed in, truly disgraceful, though they spoke such words. Both men felt an envious pang in their hearts. In their view, being supported by such a lavish woman was a fortune in itself. Moreover, Gu Ningxi's status was undeniable. She was a formidable woman with a net worth in the hundreds of millions, not merely a wealthy matron in her 50s or 60s clutching steel ball. Simply put, Gu Ningxi's figure, appearance, and demeanor were all of the highest caliber, deserving of the title Super Beauty. She could easily eclipse even the most popular starlets in the entertainment industry. Should Gu Ningxi choose to debut, those actresses would pale in comparison. The more Zhu Mingyu contemplated, the more incensed he became, once again expressing his disdain. "If it were me, I would rather starve or die in a garbage heap than engage in such a shameless act of being kept." Xiao Zhang eagerly played the role of Zhu Mingyu's sycophant. "Absolutely. Moreover, Cheng Chen is a married man with children, yet he engages in such shameless antics." For every remark Zhu Mingyu made, Xiao Zhang was quick to echo. Their duet flowed seamlessly, yet their comments resonated deeply with Cheng Chen's former colleagues. Though everyone understood that Zhu Mingyu and Xiao Zhang were merely indulging in envy, they still sighed collectively. The reality was glaringly evident. Were it not for being kept, how could Cheng Chen, a mere apprentice chef at Chinci Zhiguang, possibly receive such a valuable car? Such an extravagant gift could not be considered an employee benefit. They began to lament Cheng Chen's apparent willingness to be kept, a stark contrast to their earlier understanding that he had reluctantly chosen to work as an apprentice chef at Chinci Zhiguang due to life's constraints. This time, they lamented the fact that Cheng Chen, a man of impeccable character and integrity, would succumb to reality and engage in such a humble act. This was a complete departure from the nearly flawless image of manhood that Cheng Chen had cultivated in their minds. "Ningxi, I cannot accept such a precious gift," he declared. Yet, as he received the keys, he swiftly stepped forward, opened Ningxi's palm, and placed the keys within it. Cheng Chen declined the offering. In that instant, Ningxi felt a chill in her heart. This vehicle had cost her an entire day of effort and hundreds of kilometers traveled to acquire. She had even delayed the opening of her new store for this. She did all of this because, after Cheng Chen had ridden in her car the day before, her keen observation had revealed a fleeting yet intense desire within him for a vehicle. What Ningxi was unaware of was that Cheng Chen's desire to buy a car stemmed from a fear of death. After all, Ningxi, the female driver, was quite terrifying. Within the morning light, silence enveloped the room. How many were gritting their teeth in frustration? Such a splendid car. And yet he refused it. What was Master Cheng thinking? Zhu Mingyu and Xiao Zhang felt as though they had just been struck across the face by Cheng Chen's actions. The colleagues surrounding them heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that Brother Cheng had not lost his way. He remained steadfast. They then looked at Zhu Mingyu and Xiao Zhang as if they were two enormous, sour lemons. Why did they appear so bitter? As if a jar of vinegar had been overturned? Cheng Chen, observing the profound disappointment on Ningxi's face, felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to pat her shoulder. "Ningxi, I truly appreciate your kindness. However, you know my nature. If I wish to buy a car, I would work hard to earn the money for it." Yet, the look of disappointment on Ningxi's face persisted. Cheng Chen sighed in resignation, understanding her sentiments. He leaned closer and whispered softly in her ear, "Today, Beisheng called me brother-in-law, and I did not object." At these words, Ning Ji's eyes sparkled, and the clouds of gloom that had enveloped her vanished in an instant. What did Cheng Chen's statement imply? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her as well? Overwhelmed by emotion, Ning Ji could no longer contain her impulse and leapt into Cheng Chen's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Then closing her eyes, raising her head, and standing on tiptoe, in that moment, she gifted him her first kiss. Cheng Chen was taken aback. He had merely intended to comfort Ning Ji with his words. How had she boldly and proactively kissed him in such a public setting? Oh my, they were together. How unexpected. Just when he thought he was full, he was force-fed another wave of sweetness. Countless customers began to cheer, some even whistling in delight. In a corner, Luli watched this scene, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Cheng was truly happy. How wonderful. With this thought, the young girl felt no disappointment. Instead, she smiled brightly. Brother Cheng, you are amazing. No wonder Lee likes you. You are simply irresistible. Her thoughts remained a secret to all, or else someone would undoubtedly voice their bewilderment, exclaiming, "What has become of women these days?" Wasn't Cheng Chen merely slightly more handsome, more charismatic, more skilled in martial arts, possessing a more athletic physique, and exhibiting greater strength than other men? As she listened to the raucous cheers filling the venue, Gu Ningji felt her cheeks flush crimson, reluctantly parting her cherry-red lips. She turned away, cleared her throat a few times, and grasped Cheng Chen's hand. Addressing those who were now fixated on her, "I would like to announce that this is Cheng Chen, a fellow shareholder of Dawn's Light, and he is my man." A resounding cheer erupted once more, accompanied by heartfelt blessings. To most, only a super beauty like Gu Ningji could be deemed worthy of the esteemed Cheng Chen, who had effortlessly bested Li Si Te in 3 moves. At that moment, Brother Wan suddenly rose and called out to the couples at the center of the hall. "Cheng Chen, Director Gu, since today is such a splendid occasion, shall we have another bidding for the steak and pasta prepared by Cheng Chen?" With Brother Wan's enthusiastic declaration, the crowd responded eagerly. They were hungry. They had watched Brother Wan savoring his meal while they could only swallow their saliva in envy. Gu Ningji, in high spirits, entertained the thought of breaking the rule that allowed these gourmet delights to be served only once a week. Indeed, good days deserve celebration. Director Phil, let us have another round of bidding. Whoever dares to contest me, I shall bid 10,000. 10,000? Apologies, but I shall bid 150,000. Although Gu Ningji had been confident in Cheng Chen's culinary skills prior to his investment, she was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming response from the patrons. The excitement was even more explosive than when Sir Eli introduced his candied hawthorn. However, feeling particularly joyous that day and witnessing the fervor of the crowd, she contemplated breaking the established rule. Yet, she realized she could not make that decision alone. Her man was beside her, and she must heed the head of the household's opinion. With that thought, she gazed affectionately at Cheng Chen. "My apologies, everyone, but we cannot break the rule. These delicacies are only served once a week. Today is a special occasion, as Dawn's Light has just opened, allowing everyone to bid." At this point, Cheng Chen paused, and the crowd tensed, for they knew he was about to say, "but." However, to maintain order during future bidding, not everyone can participate. Henceforth, bidding will be limited to members of Dawn's Light. Additionally, one must spend over 50,000 here each week to be eligible. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Although most diners at such an upscale establishment were financially secure, it must be noted that today marked the grand opening, and many had come merely to experience it, often without substantial means. To evaluate the situation, one cannot deny that Cheng Chen's current request is rather ambitious. However, it is essential to recognize that Cheng Chen does not make such demands lightly. Deep within, he possesses an unwavering commitment and an absolute confidence. His determination stems from the notion that merely producing a steak and pasta each week could earn him a steak equivalent to 5 million, which instills within him a lingering sensation of being sponsored by Gu Ningji. Thus, he seeks to generate greater profits as a beacon of hope. As for his confidence, does one need further elaboration on the caliber of the steak and pasta he creates? Ultimately, the crux of the matter remains that our chairman, Cheng, desires to augment his wealth. Cheng Chen's declaration rendered the room silent for barely 2 minutes. It was then that Brother Sure, the first to react, dashed toward the restaurant's front desk, calling out to the cashier, "Miss, hurry. I want to be the first. Are there different tiers? I want the highest tier available." Following suit, a multitude of affluent individuals surged towards the front desk. "I want one too. Is there a supreme tier that offers bidding privileges? Step aside. I need 3 cards. My family must each possess a membership to the Dawn of Hope. Don't crowd. If you push in, I want to hold back." The cashier, confronted with an array of outstretched bank cards and cash, wore a look of sheer terror. With so many wealthy patrons clamoring to secure their membership cards, this was likely the pinnacle of her professional career. The previously bustling hall suddenly appeared nearly half empty. Some individuals, not particularly affluent, still pooled their resources with friends to acquire a membership card, deciding to crowdfund for the bidding later. At worst, they could each sample a small piece after securing the item. Meanwhile, Zhu Mingyu, who had boasted about securing the mysterious signature dish before his subordinates, stood frozen in place, hesitating to approach the service desk. It was absurd. He had initially anticipated that he could acquire it for merely 10,000. Yet now the bidding had escalated to an astronomical 100,000. Observing the current climate, the next round would likely see prices at least double. Did he possess the financial means for that? Clearly he did not. Zhu Mingyu cast a jealous gaze at Cheng Chen and Gu Ningji, who stood at the center of the hall, his expression darkening with envy. Previously, he had mocked Cheng Chen, dismissing him as a mere apprentice cook. Now, it was evident that Cheng Chen was indeed remarkable. He had claimed that Cheng Chen would toil for 3 years merely to secure a meager living, labeling him a kept man unworthy of respect. Yet, Cheng Chen emerged as the owner of the Dawn of Hope, boasting millions in assets. Furthermore, he possessed limited edition luxury supercars, dismissing refusals with ease. A billionaire beauty, in front of an audience, boldly kissed him, publicly proclaiming her affection. Each of these occurrences, whether considered individually or collectively, could incite envy in countless souls. Zhu Mingyu, who often relished wielding his leadership status, could scarcely aspire to match Cheng Chen's achievements. At this moment, he felt that his face had been brutally swollen by Cheng Chen today. From beginning to end, it was he, Zhu Mingyu, who had been incessantly provoking, only to be inadvertently slapped back by Cheng Chen. This was truly the most outrageous twist of fate. In summary, Zhu Mingyu's standing was still far too low. The scornful remarks he had made earlier were not only unheard by Cheng Chen, but even if she had been present throughout, she wouldn't have stooped to his level. It was akin to the common saying, "Would you retaliate against a dog that bites you?" Wouldn't that be a degradation of one's own dignity? As the hall emptied considerably, Cheng Chen spotted Zhu Mingyu and his entourage. Naturally, he also noticed Lu Li, who had withdrawn from the group, hiding alone with tear-filled eyes. His heart tightened, realizing that this young girl must have suffered some injustice. Cheng Chen, being fiercely protective of those he cared for, had called Lu Li heir for years and would not tolerate anyone bullying her. With quickened steps, he approached Lu Li. After handing her a tissue, he gently ruffled her hair and said, "Lier, dry your tears first. Then tell Brother Chen what happened. Do not worry about causing me trouble. I fear no one." This statement was filled with imposing confidence. Lu Li felt a surge of emotions and, overwhelmed by countless grievances, began to weep. "Woo, Brother Chen. Ever since you left the company, Zhu Mingyu has frequently bullied me, forcing me to work overtime for no reason. You know about that 30 million deal I was pursuing, right? If I secured it, I would earn at least 500,000 in commission. With that, I could finally clear all the debts I've accumulated over the years." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs, and her sense of injustice deepened. A few days ago, the other party agreed. But when it came time to sign the contract, Zhu Mingyu deceitfully tricked me away and signed it himself. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chen's fury ignited, his eyes seeming to blaze with unquenchable flames. The 30 million deal Lu Li mentioned was vividly etched in Cheng Chen's memory. When he was still with the company, He had closely followed it for a period, and after his departure, it had been handed over to Lu Li. It seemed that this month, Lu Li had made significant progress, leading the other party to agree to sign. Yet, Zhu Mingyu had swooped in at the last moment to reap the benefits. Cheng Chen had invested considerable effort into that deal, and now, seeing Lu Li's gaunt face and the dark circles under her eyes from sleepless nights, it was evident that she had sacrificed her well-being over this month. However, that useless Zhu Mingyu had shamelessly seized the opportunity. Cheng Chen could hardly contain his rage. From a distance, Zhu Mingyu watched as an enraged Cheng Chen approached him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had witnessed Cheng Chen's formidable prowess firsthand. Cheng Chen, what are you planning to do? I advise you not to resort to violence. This is a society governed by law, and you cannot escape legal consequences. Zhu Mingyu stammered, his teeth chattering. Cheng Chen coldly replied, violence? Hitting you would sully my hands. Zhu Mingyu exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, as long as I don't resort to violence, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the weight of his 100+ pounds could very well be reduced to a mere pancake by Cheng Chen's single punch. Yet, beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down Zhu Mingyu's forehead. If Cheng Chen had no intention of striking him, what was his true aim? As Zhu Mingyu, the perceived weakling, had anticipated, the once furious Cheng Chen suddenly emanated an icy aura. He slowly spoke. I will grant you just one day to relinquish what rightfully does not belong to you. Cheng Chen uttered no more, dismissing any further explanation of the consequences that might ensue. It was for Zhu Mingyu to comprehend on his own. One could not deny that Cheng Chen's presence at that moment was truly formidable and intimidating. The female colleagues nearby, including Lu Li and Gu Ningji, as well as some female customers present, were instantly captivated by Cheng Chen's imposing demeanor. Zhu Mingyu, undeniably shaken, found his legs trembling more violently. He knew all too well what Cheng Chen was referring to regarding the items that were not his. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound fear, a sense of cowardice, overwhelmed by the undeniable pressure Cheng Chen exuded. As his jaw quivered, he attempted to articulate something, but all that emerged were stammered fragments. I. What's wrong with you? Cheng Chen shot him a cold glance, his anger palpable. Did you fail to comprehend my words? Observing Zhu Mingyu's cowardice, his former colleagues could no longer contain their disdain for his petty nature. Cheng Chen's words ignited the flames of indignation within them. Among the female colleagues, Li, bold and unyielding, took the lead. Zhu Mingyu, you conniving wretch. We all know how you deceived Lu Li into losing a month's worth of deals with Zhang Matzi. Don't think we fear your threats of being dismissed for reporting you. Nan quickly joined in, declaring exactly, I, Lin Yanan, am not afraid of you. If I lose my job, so be it. Tomorrow, I will definitely report this to the management. Just wait to be fired. Count me in. I can no longer tolerate your petty demeanor. I will join as well. The law does not punish the majority, and I refuse to believe that the management would dare to dismiss us all. In under 2 minutes, the once submissive employees under Zhu Mingyu's thumb were ignited with fervor. People are inherently like this. When subjected to oppression for too long, they lose the will to resist. However, the moment a leader emerges to challenge that oppression, rebellion brews in an instant. History is replete with instances of peasants rising in revolt after a single hero unfurled the banner of defiance against tyranny. This time, it was not Li but Cheng Chen who led the charge. The dramatic transformation in Cheng Chen over the past month inspired them, revealing that survival did not solely depend on enduring their current corporate environment. Thus began the rebellion against Zhu Mingyu's tyrannical rule. Cheng Chen, witnessing everyone finally muster the courage to reclaim their autonomy, immediately addressed the group. If any of you find yourselves unemployed due to this incident, do not hesitate to come to me. I can assist you in covering all your essential living expenses during unemployment. Consider this a token of gratitude from me on behalf of Lier. No need, Brother Chen. I cannot believe the leadership would act in such a manner. Indeed, Brother Chen, you have always been considerate towards us. How could we possibly accept your money now? If I lose my job, so be it. In a company that fails to discern right from wrong, I, Li Yanan, have no desire to remain. I have sufficient savings to manage for at least half a year without issue. Cheng Chen smiled nonchalantly. My words are always binding. Zhu Mingyu, observing the expressions of his subordinates as if they wished to devour him, realized his position was precarious. Stripped of his confidence, he slinked toward the exit, only to be intercepted by several security guards. One guard, with an imposing gesture, obstructed Zhu Mingyu's path and stated, I'm afraid, sir, that you have yet to settle your bill. All right, I'll pay. Zhu Mingyu, who had arrived in grand fashion, intending to curry favor with his already accomplished subordinates, found himself painfully settling a bill amounting to tens of thousands of yuan under utterly contrary circumstances. As for Zhu Mingyu's sycophant, Xiao Zhang, he stealthily concealed himself behind a group of colleagues. This flatterer, recognizing Zhu Mingyu's downfall, knew losing his job and facing company penalties was inevitable. Thus, he blended into the crowd, planning to return in a few days to Cheng Chen, claiming he lost his job due to reporting Zhu Mingyu, hoping to extract some financial gain. However, two delicate hands seized his collar, yanking him forward. Li and Nan simultaneously exclaimed, Zhang Matzi, do you still have the audacity to stay? Get lost. Out. 7 or 8 people echoed the command to leave. Xiao Zhang, his face a canvas of fear, fled in a hurry, leaving no trace behind. Having vented some frustration for Lu Li, Cheng Chen turned to the aggrieved young woman beside him. Without a doubt, he surmised that she too had faced unemployment. After a moment's contemplation, he gently ruffled Lu Li's hair and proposed, Lier, why not join me? I own a juice shop and could use an assistant. Furthermore, whenever I go out, Xian requires care. If you're agreeable, come help me. I can offer you a monthly salary of 20,000. But Brother Chen, it's too much for her to earn that much just for these tasks. Lu Li replied, her voice a mixture of excitement and concern. I divorced her shortly after leaving the company. As for the salary, do not worry. Balancing 2 jobs can be quite demanding, and it is worth this amount. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt no further apprehension. Brother Chen had to manage both business and childcare. It was indeed a considerable burden for a single man. With this in mind, she joyfully responded, Brother Chen, I am willing. The colleagues around them gazed at Lu Li with envy. Merely serving as a waitress and a nanny, yet earning a monthly salary of 20,000, while the average salary in Jiangcheng was only 5,000. Let us settle on this. Whenever you are ready, you may find me at Xuan's little shop across from Xingyu Kindergarten. It is expected to reopen tomorrow. Chapter 82. A Woman in the House. Brother Chen, I am always available. Cheng Chen gently ruffled Lu Li's hair and said, All right. The young girl hesitated, lowering her head in shyness, her cheeks flushed, captivating and charming. Just as she was about to inquire, Cheng Chen realized and responded, Sure, let's take a stroll. Thank you, Brother Chen, the girl said, her face blooming with embarrassment, before she slowly made her way to Gu Ningji's side. Director Gu, please do not misunderstand. I just want Brother Chen to accompany me for a little fresh air. Gu Ningji smiled nonchalantly. Since you are younger than I am, you may call me Sister Ningji from now on. After speaking, Gu Ningji began to caress Lu Li's head, offering comfort. It's all right, off you go. Even if something were to happen between you, I wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this, those around them were momentarily stunned, casting envious glances at Cheng Chen. It was one thing for a stunning beauty to initiate a kiss, but this same beauty was also so understanding, openly allowing her man to have a harem. The disparity between people is indeed vast. Not only did Cheng Chen's former colleagues find it hard to believe, but even Cheng Chen himself stared at Gu Ningji in disbelief. Gu Ningji, linking her arm with Lu Li's shoulder, turned her head to glance at Cheng Chen. Why are you staring at me? I'm serious. Was Gu Ningji's mindset truly so open and generous? Lu Li, hearing Gu Ningji's words, breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully expressed, Thank you, Sister Ningji. With a wave to Gu Ningji, Cheng Chen led the young girl, Lu Li, out of the morning light. You really don't want the car? No. A walk is quite nice. On the streets of Jiangcheng, the night breeze caressed every traveler scorched by the midday sun. A young girl and a young man, one small and one tall, ambled along quietly. The girl's steps were petite and slow, often pausing to steal glances at the tall, handsome figure in front of her. As the distance between them widened, Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly followed, taking small, quick steps. Meanwhile, online, a video experienced an explosive surge in views and comments, rapidly attracting attention from numerous media outlets, public accounts, and trending topics on Weibo. Posts featuring the term Taiji quickly climbed the trending searches. Of course, Cheng Chen, who had just brought Xian home, was unaware of this. Behind him was Lu Li. Cheng Chen and Lu Li had been colleagues for nearly 4 years, and Xian had interacted with Lu Li numerous times. Thus, after Lu Li picked up Xian from Lu Jia, who sold fruit, the little girl had insisted that Lu Li stay. Lu Li, feeling both shy and filled with anticipation, realized that having promised to be Xuan's nanny, living under the same roof, was inevitably on the horizon. As soon as the door swung open, little Xian sprang from the arms of her caretaker, Cheng Chen. Swiftly, Xian opened the shoe cabinet in the foyer and retrieved a pair of pristine slippers, presenting them to Lu Li with a cheerful, childlike voice. "Sister Lier, these are Daddy's slippers, brand new. They don't smell at all. Xian wants you to wear them." Lu Li knelt down and gently kissed Xuan's chubby cheek, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Xian. You're welcome, Sister Lier. Later, Daddy will make you some candied hawthorn. He makes it wonderfully." "All right, Xian, whatever you say," Lu Li responded with delight. After entering the house with Cheng Chen, little Xian eagerly volunteered to close the door herself. As the door clicked shut, an inexplicable warmth surged within Lu Li, reminiscent of a long-lost feeling of home. For dinner, Cheng Chen had originally planned to order takeout, believing that Lu Li was too exhausted to cook. However, Lu Li insisted on preparing the meal herself, eager to embrace her new role as a caregiver more fully. Cheng Chen, unable to object, acquiesced. To everyone's surprise, Lu Li's culinary skills were quite impressive, rivaling those of an ordinary restaurant chef. Experiencing the joy of someone cooking for her, Cheng Chen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet, when it came to Xian, Cheng Chen expressed frustration. It had been so long, and the little rascal had never once asked him to prepare a lavish feast. At around 3 in the morning, while sleeping on the sofa, Cheng Chen, who had a tendency to roll around in his sleep, fell off with a thud. Groggy, he looked around and, not seeing Xian, instinctively called out. Thankfully, he quickly remembered he was on the sofa, while Xian and Lu Li were asleep in the loft's big bed. Since he was awake, he decided to use the restroom. Upon opening the door, the sight that greeted Cheng Chen left him momentarily stunned. Lu Li had not showered before bed, having lived alone for so long. She found it difficult to adjust to the presence of a man in the house while bathing. Thus, she had sneaked into the bathroom only after confirming that Cheng Chen was asleep. However, just as she turned on the shower, the door swung open. It seemed she had forgotten to lock it. It was no wonder Lu Li had overlooked locking the bathroom door. Having always been alone, she felt no need to do so. As long as the door was closed, there was no urgency to lock it. Instinctively, Lu Li opened her mouth to scream. But before she could utter a sound, Cheng Chen's large hand covered her mouth. His reaction was purely instinctive. He merely feared that her scream would awaken Xian. However, the proximity of their bodies created an electric tension. Lu Li's large eyes locked onto Cheng Chen's, her body feeling weak and pliable. Then, the little girl closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Cheng Chen swallowed hard and quickly retreated. "Lier, I'm sorry. I didn't know someone was inside," he stammered. From the bathroom, Lu Li's hurried yet stammering voice emerged. It's okay, Cheng-ge." Cheng Chen is an ordinary man, and indeed, he had felt a strong impulse earlier. However, he had always cared for Lu Li as if she were his daughter, and for a moment, he found it difficult to step away from that paternal role. He was certainly not a predatory father. The next morning, as Cheng Chen drowsily awoke, he felt an unusual tickling sensation on his nose. Squinting his eyes, he discovered that his precious Xian had dismantled a shuttlecock and was playfully brushing its feathers against his nose. "Achoo!" He sneezed heartily and then embraced Xian. At the dining table, breakfast was already prepared: 3 flavor beef buns and soybean milk. Lu Li, knowing Cheng Chen's fondness for this breakfast, had risen early to procure it. Glancing around and not seeing Lu Li, Cheng Chen inquired, Xian, where is your sister Lier?" Sister Lier has been staring at herself in the mirror since morning, fussing over her dark circles and feeling unattractive. She went out to buy cosmetics. Cheng Chen chuckled at the thought of that little girl who used to avoid makeup to save money. What had prompted this sudden change? He paused, realizing the reason. A woman adorns herself for the pleasure of her beloved. Xian poked her head out from Cheng Chen's embrace and asked, "Daddy, didn't the bad woman say that eating turtle jelly could enhance beauty? Why don't you make some for sisterly air?" The bad woman she referred to as Luya. In an instant, Cheng Chen was invigorated. This was a new request from Xian. Chapter 83. Mother, save me. There's a ghost. Following the same procedure, he opened his device and searched for the recipe for turtle jelly. A beam of insight illuminated his mind, forming a clear image. Alongside this came a piece of information that penetrated Cheng Chen's consciousness. Turtle jelly is known to significantly improve one's appearance, skin texture, and complexion for the consumer, with noticeable effects typically achieved within 3 days, influenced by the individual's constitution. However, the transformation process may occasionally be startling, so consumers should be prepared and refrain from frightening others into seclusion. Each person may consume only 1 serving within a week, and a total of no more than 3 servings, as excessive consumption could lead to severe side effects. Caution is advised. Severe side effects? This was the first time Cheng Chen received such information, and he needed to commit it to memory. Otherwise, if any irreparable side effects occurred, it would be concerning given the potent effects of improving one's appearance, which could only be consumed by Lu Li. A wise individual once remarked that in this world, women and children's money is the easiest to earn. At this moment, the effects of turtle jelly held the potential to drive countless women into a frenzy. Thus, to Cheng Chen, turtle jelly represented a monetary opportunity. However, with Xian in his arms and Lu Li having stepped out, Cheng Chen found himself unable to rush out to buy the ingredients, leaving him anxiously waiting at home. The process of waiting is invariably prolonged. After a full 2 hours, Lu Li finally knocked on the door. When Cheng Chen opened it, to be honest, he nearly closed it again. Why? He initially thought someone had mistakenly knocked on the wrong door. At the entrance, a woman with a newly styled bun and light makeup promptly called out, "Morning, brother." Perhaps due to her challenging upbringing, Lu Li had always been preoccupied with work and neglected her appearance. Now, she seemed like an entirely different person. As Cheng Chen took a moment to reassess the woman before him, he felt a refreshing spark. The fresh, understated makeup and simple, charming hairstyle were delightful. Yet it was Lu Li's expressive eyes that captivated him, even with the lingering shadows of dark circles. Her eyes radiated a vibrancy reminiscent of a demure made from an animated tale. Indeed, she would make an excellent caregiver. What was he thinking? Lu Li's features were exquisitely delicate, not of the ethereal beauty caliber, but of the kind that immediately evokes a sense of endearment. Having worked alongside Lu Li for 3 years, Cheng Chen had never realized that a charming beauty resided so close to him. The thought of sharing a space with such a captivating presence for an extended period stirred an inexplicable sense of sentiment in him. Who could withstand such allure? Morning, brother? Seeing Cheng Chen lost in thought, Lu Li called out again, puzzled. Cheng Chen felt his face flush under her gaze, as if the heat radiated through him. Ahem, welcome back. Your new hairstyle looks lovely, he remarked quickly, diverting his attention from her. Thank you, morning brother. Lu Li beamed, her joy akin to that of a child receiving praise. Noticing Lu Li's empty hands, Cheng Chen curiously inquired, "Did you not purchase any cosmetics?" No, I didn't. In truth, while at the mall, Lu Li had contemplated purchasing a set of cosmetics multiple times, but the exorbitant prices had quelled her impulses. Ultimately, she settled for a complimentary experience, resulting in her current makeup. That's for the best. You save some money. You won't need cosmetics from now on. Please keep an eye on Xian while I step out. Lu Li, bewildered, did not comprehend Cheng Chen's words, but nodded vacantly. Okay. Cheng Chen dashed out of the community at an astonishing speed, as if the loss of every second in preparing turtle jelly cost him a fortune. Oh, the face of a money-minded individual. 20 minutes later, Cheng Chen returned home. Xian was happily playing with Lu Li, excitedly calling her sister pair. Cheng Chen watched them, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He silently thought, "Thank goodness I restrained myself yesterday. Otherwise, if dear Cheng Chen continued to call Lu Li's sister pair, it would feel as though he were a ghostly father. "What did you buy, morning brother?" Lu Li asked curiously, eyeing the bag Cheng Chen held. Cheng Chen climbed up to Lu Li's ear, covering it with her little hand, and whispered, "Daddy bought ingredients to make turtle jelly for sister pair. He wants her to eat it for beauty." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's cheeks flushed once more. "Morning brother, is he truly being so thoughtful for my sake?" Cheng Chen entered the kitchen directly, meticulously measuring out each portion of the turtle jelly powder with a scoop to avert any unforeseen mishaps. He poured it into a pot, adding hot water and stirring it thoroughly. When a mixture reached a satisfying hue, he added more water and placed it back on the heat to boil. Throughout the process, Cheng Chen continuously stirred to prevent it from sticking to the bottom of the pot. Indeed, it was that simple. A few minutes later, a pot of thick, black liquid emerged. Carefully, he poured this viscous substance into disposable cups, lowering the air conditioning temperature to expedite the cooling process. Another 10 minutes passed. The cups of turtle jelly had cooled, each containing a jelly-like mass resembling dark gelatin. "All right, Lear, come and give it a try." This time, Cheng Chen did not bother to sample it himself first. He had developed absolute confidence in his abilities and deemed it unnecessary to go through such trouble. Moreover, as a rugged man, he had no need for beauty treatments. What use was there in consuming such things? "Oh," Lu Li approached and took a cup. "This isn't enough. You need to eat 3 cups at once." "Oh, right, I forgot to buy honey." "Never mind, just eat it as is." Cheng Chen handed her 2 more cups, muttering incessantly like a concerned father. Daddy, can Xin Yuan have a little?" Little Xin Yuan, seeing Lu Li enjoying it so heartily, excitedly ran over, rubbing her small hands and gazing up at Cheng Chen with wide, round eyes. "Of course, here you go, this is yours." Observing the 3 remaining cups on the table, Cheng Chen hesitated for a long time before finally picking one up. This individual had previously resolved not to partake. Haha, no one can escape the allure of deliciousness. After taking a bite, he was met with an unexpectedly bland taste, almost as insipid as water. Consuming 3 cups in succession counted as 1 serving. He recalled the warning that had flashed in his mind. There was a minuscule probability of a shocking transformation occurring, urging consumers to be prepared and not to frighten others into silence. After the 3 of them finished, uncertain of whether any alarming effects would manifest, Cheng Chen did not allow Lu Li and his precious daughter to leave the house. During dinner, with no vegetables available, Cheng Chen once again ordered takeout. When the delivery boy in a yellow shirt knocked on the door, he was taken aback by Lu Li's innocent demeanor and swallowed hard. Then, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lu Li's skin, which had appeared slightly dry and yellow from late nights, transformed in an instant. It darkened, flaked, and then rapidly shed, crumbling to ash upon contact with the ground. "Mom, save me. There's a ghost." Upon witnessing this, the delivery boy fled in terror, rushing down the stairs without even waiting for the elevator, disregarding the fact that he was on the 21st floor. Chapter 84. Is the moon rounder abroad? In the room, Cheng Chen and Lu Li exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. Lu Li, with a look of confusion, asked Cheng Chen, "Brother Chen, why do I feel like you become more handsome? Was I not handsome before?" "No, Brother Chen, that's not what I meant. I mean, you're even more handsome than before." Cheng Chen spoke with a playful smile, casually handing a small mirror to Lu Li and saying, "Take a look at yourself." Upon receiving the mirror, Lu Li glanced at it, and in a moment of sheer panic, she inadvertently loosened her grip, causing the mirror to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Cheng Chen had already laid down a soft mat for Cheng Chen to roll around on. "My dark circles have completely vanished, and the few freckles on my nose have begun to fade. Moreover, my skin, how has it suddenly become so fair?" Picking up the mirror, Lu Li scrutinized her reflection in disbelief, glancing left and right as if she barely recognized herself. Earlier that morning at the mall, a cosmetic salesperson had remarked that her skin was both dry and yellow. Now, it appeared so supple and radiant that it seemed to glisten with moisture. Overwhelmed with curiosity, Lu Li chattered incessantly. Cheng Chen chuckled, gently pinching Lu Li's currently dewy, eggshell-like face, and said, "You are always beautiful." Noticing Lu Li's pout, which seemed to convey her dissatisfaction with the dismissive response. Cheng Chen added, "It must be that you've been burning the midnight oil lately. Perhaps you rested well last night, allowing your complexion to recover. But I've never been this fair before." Luli could hardly accept this explanation, realizing that such a response wouldn't suffice. Cheng Chen conceded, all right, it's fine to tell you. Gui Ling Gao itself possesses beauty-enhancing properties. Not to mention that it's made from a royal family recipe passed down through the Cheng lineage, with a little something extra added for exceptional results. Is that so? The young girl looked at Cheng Chen with admiration, her face alight with longing. It seemed that once Cheng Chen had dubbed the preparation with the title of a royal secret, it became far more palatable. Xian had also undergone significant changes. Yet at that moment, her soy sauce-stained face went unnoticed. Before bed, Cheng Chen indulged in admiring her reflection for quite some time. With her already handsome features now nearing perfection, she felt elated, resolving to consume Gui Ling Gao again the following week. Around 9 o'clock, Cheng Chen collapsed onto the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, the elderly women in the square outside had inexplicably refrained from their usual dance routine that day, allowing Cheng Chen to easily slip into slumber. Xian's little shop had reopened, with all juices still priced uniformly at 300 per cup. Though Cheng Chen had a penchant for money and had previously sold them for 1,000 each, she believed one should not be devoid of conscience. Selling them for 300 a cup still felt fair. As per her daily routine, food blogger Yixing would pause for a moment in front of Xian's shop during her morning jog. Instinctively glancing inside, she prepared to move on. Just a few steps away, she instinctively turned back for another look. Had the door just opened? Suddenly halting in her tracks, Yixing stood before Xian's little shop. As Yixing stepped into the quaint little shop, she promptly found a seat and lamented, "Boss Cheng, you finally opened. You cannot fathom how I've been consumed by thoughts of your freshly squeezed juice these past few days, neglecting both tea and meals." Cheng Chen offered an awkward smile. Rendered speechless by her enthusiasm, Luli approached and handed the menu to Yixing. A few moments prior, she had been taken aback by the menu's prices. However, once Cheng Chen prepared a glass of fresh juice for her, her doubts dissipated entirely. "What would you like to drink?" Luli inquired. "Je think, je sois le replied. I'll have the freshly squeezed kiwi juice. After all, everything made by Boss Cheng is delightful." "Very well." A few minutes later, after savoring several sips of the kiwi juice, Yixing squinted her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Relishing the exquisite flavor, she instinctively scrolled through Weibo, casually glancing at the trending topics. Upon encountering a series of trending searches featuring the term Tai Chi, she instinctively clicked on it. What followed was a collection of short videos. In the footage, a tall and robust foreign man executed rapid and forceful movements. Yet, he succumbed to the ground after merely exchanging a few blows with a man who stood a head shorter than him. Yixing furrowed her brow, finding the shorter man oddly familiar. She instinctively replayed the video. As she recognized the man's face, she slowly raised her head. Her expression won a shock as she glanced at Cheng Chen. "Wow, Boss Cheng, you're trending. Did you know?" "Huh?" Cheng Chen instinctively pulled out her phone and opened the Weibo trending list. The top headline boldly proclaimed, "Mysterious Man in Tai Chi." Upon clicking, she read, "The mysterious man may be a Tai Chi master, defeating the former American free-fighting champion in just 3 moves. Is he a hidden master descended from the legendary Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng? The Tai Chi craze is about to emerge, breaking free from its traditional confines of self-cultivation and physical fitness." Reading this, Cheng Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The lengths to which people would go for a bit of publicity were truly absurd. The audacity of the headlines was astonishing. Transforming Li Si into a former American free-fighting champion was one thing, but labeling him a hidden master and Zhang Sanfeng's disciple was utterly nonsensical. Scrolling further, she encountered more opportunistic posts. A verified Weibo account belonging to the Chen family Tai Chi master, Chen Wanqian, stated, "The Tai Chi practiced by this young man is indeed a legacy of the Chen lineage. I am gratified to witness such talent emerging from our school." Another post from Yang Li, head of the Lansong Taekwondo Academy, read, "This young brother's Tai Chi has merit. However, should he face our more combat-oriented Taekwondo?" He would not last 3 moves. Additionally, we welcome everyone to enroll in our academy to learn Taekwondo. Under Yang Li's post, numerous comments criticized him, branding him arrogant and labeling him a sycophant who believed that foreign methods were superior. These disparaging remarks deeply irked Yang Li, yet they persisted unabated. Eventually, unable to endure the vitriol any longer, Yang Li decided to respond with another post. Yang Li, many have questioned my judgment regarding the relationship between Taekwondo and the traditional Chinese martial art of Tai Chi. However, there is no need for further debate. I stand here, inviting all Tai Chi masters to challenge me. Upon reading this, Cheng Chen furrowed his brow. While he does not object to riding the wave of popularity, he finds it distasteful when someone like Yang Li, the head of the first dojo, seeks to promote his establishment by disparaging traditional martial arts. This is undoubtedly difficult for those who harbor a passionate spirit for the rich heritage of our nation to accept. Clearly, Chen Wanjian, the heir of Chen-style Tai Chi, could not tolerate this either, as he directly commented on Yang Li's Weibo, issuing a challenge. Numerous contemporaries of traditional Chinese martial arts, such as Nejia, Wing Chun, Drunken Fist, and Southern Fist, applauded Chen Wanjian's bold defense of our martial heritage. With a follower count exceeding 800,000, Cheng Chen was confident that this brash and foreign-admiring Yang Li would not fare well against Chen Wanjian. He hoped the master would broaden Yang Li's understanding and reveal whether Taekwondo, rooted in foreign tradition, could truly rival our esteemed national essence. Thus, Cheng Chen decided against joining this spectacle. After all, earning a greater income remained paramount. Chapter 85. It's so hard for me with this thought. Cheng Chen felt a sense of relief. In the end, what does the duel among these prominent figures have to do with him? Could it be that Yang Li might defeat all the masters of various martial arts single-handedly? The likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. Turning off his phone, Yi Xing, noticing Cheng Chen had finished reading, teased him. Boss Cheng, I never realized you were not only adept at making juice, but also skilled in martial arts. Is Tai Chi truly that formidable? Reflecting on Yang Li's remarks on Weibo, Cheng Chen deemed it necessary to clarify. Indeed, Tai Chi is a national treasure. Its current state, often reduced to a form of exercise for the elderly in parks, is simply a result of society forgetting its essence over a century of transmission. Fearing Yi Xing might not grasp the depth of his explanation, he added, this situation is akin to the current dominance of Western medicine, which, as traditional Chinese medicine fades, is disparaged as mere quackery. Yet, people often overlook the adage, Western medicine addresses symptoms, while traditional Chinese medicine treats the root cause. Well said, Boss Cheng. You are truly impressive. No wonder Jingya still thinks of you after going to the Lanzhong military district. You know Xia Jingya? Of course. Jingya is my good friend. I was the one who introduced her to your store on her first visit. With a hint of pride, Yi Xing continued, so, Boss Cheng, are you going to thank me with a few cups of freshly squeezed juice? Your prices are quite steep. Otherwise, I would indulge in 10 or 8 cups daily. Cheng Chen smiled as he approached the workbench and prepared 3 cups of different flavors, handing them to Yi Xing while casually inquiring, how is she? Is she well? Yi Xing jokingly replied, she's fine, but she often calls me in tears, saying she misses you. Then why doesn't she just call me directly, as you suggest? Cheng Chen expressed his skepticism. Yi Xing looked at him with a hint of disdain and replied, are you foolish? If she were able to call you, would Uncle Xia still take her to the military district? Uncle Xia simply wishes to separate you two, which is why she is only allowed to call me. After savoring another glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, Yi Xing picked up the 2 other cups of packed juice, waved her hand, and said, I'm leaving. Once I get back, I'm going to confront those critics on my Weibo who claim I accepted your money to promote your little shop. They even say it closed after just 1 day, which speaks volumes about how terrible it must be. Cheng Chen smiled softly, but remained silent. This day of reopening soon passed. Naturally, since it was a reopening, many were still unaware. Consequently, Cheng Chen only sold 51 cups of fresh juice today, earning over 15,000 yuan. Clearly, this sum could not satisfy Mr. Cheng's immense ambition. He was contemplating whether to open another storefront specifically for selling the beauty-enhancing Gui Ling Gao. Feeling a headache, Cheng Chen set down his chopsticks during dinner, deep in thought. Noticing Cheng Chen's preoccupation, Lu cautiously inquired, Brother Chun, what's wrong? Nothing, just pondering where to establish another shop. Yet, I fear I may become overwhelmed. Lu, puzzled, replied, Are you really considering another storefront? Well, Gui Ling Gao needs a market. I can't let this ancestral royal recipe go to waste. Can I? To be honest, Cheng Chen indeed wished to open another shop dedicated to Gui Ling Gao. However, the pressing matter was that selling it would require limited supply, potentially necessitating real-name purchases. Otherwise, if a customer consumed too much, they could suffer from unknown severe side effects, ultimately causing harm to themselves and others. Lu tentatively suggested, Brother Chun, could we make Gui Ling Gao the size of pearls and mix them into the juice for sale? Mix it into the juice. Like in bubble tea? Suddenly, Cheng Chen's thoughts became clear, and he leaped up from his seat, embracing Lu joyfully, exclaiming, Lier, you truly are my intellectual star. In that moment, Lu found herself wrapped in Cheng Chen's embrace, her head resting against his chest. Feeling the warmth radiating from Cheng Chen, Lu's heart raced like a high-speed sports car, accelerating rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, Cheng Chen awkwardly chuckled and declared, All right, let us sell it that way. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Only Xian, seemingly unperturbed, glanced between her father and Lu, with her little head held high. Pondering the scene in which Cheng Chen had hugged Lu, she curiously asked, Daddy, do you want Sister Lier to be my mommy? I need to wash the dishes. Lu hurriedly gathered the utensils, creating a clatter as she swiftly exited the small dining room, heading toward the kitchen. Having learned from the previous awkward encounter in the bathroom, Cheng Chen finished his shower early and lay down on the sofa, drifting off to sleep. In this sweltering heat, the young girl had to wait until the deep of night to stealthily sneak into the bathroom for a shower, leaving Cheng Chen with a heavy heart. Perhaps when he initially chose this modest dwelling, he failed to consider the need to find a caretaker for Xian. In retrospect, this approximately 60 square meter unit indeed feels rather cramped. Above in the loft, Lu peered down at the sofa below. After confirming that Cheng Chen was sound asleep, she quietly tiptoed downstairs, clutching her adorable cartoon underwear. Moving with utmost caution, she entered the bathroom and locked the door behind her to avoid any awkward encounters. The diminutive space meant that the faint sound of the shower quickly reached the ears of the slumbering Cheng Chen. A fleeting glance towards the bathroom revealed a vague silhouette, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze and swallow hard. Alas, how difficult this is for me. Sensing the gradual changes within his body, Cheng Chen grabbed a nearby thin blanket and draped it over his head, striving to minimize the disturbance from the water sounds. In such an environment, a young man in his 20s, strong and robust, having been divorced for quite some time, pondered who could endure this. Resolute in his pursuit of earning more, he resolved to upgrade to a larger home as soon as possible. The following day, Cheng Chen awoke from his dreams, letting out another sigh. He cast aside the jumbled thoughts, and after enjoying the breakfast that Lu had prepared, he descended the stairs. On his way back, he purchased a strainer resembling pearls, along with the ingredients to make turtle jelly. While preparing the jelly, Cheng Chen closed the kitchen door, preventing Lu from witnessing that he hadn't added any secret ingredients. Otherwise, the myth of the so-called royal recipe would crumble. Once all the turtle jelly had cooled and transformed into glistening black pearls, Cheng Chen and Lu, who was cradling Xian, stepped outside. Not far from the store's entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a long queue stretching several meters. A rough count revealed around 70 to 80 people. This represented a significant sum. Motivated by this realization, Cheng Chen strode purposefully towards them. Chapter 86. Traffic jam before he could even open the door. Cheng Chen felt the enthusiasm of the customers. Boss, Yixing said your juice is exceptionally delicious. Is that true? I'm not entirely convinced, but I trust Yixing's character and wish to verify it myself. Boss, I've heard you're quite the swindler, charging 300 for a cup of fresh juice. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Cheng Chen remained silent, focusing on rolling up the shutter door. Lu placed Xian in a small cart and began washing the fruits. while Cheng Chen meticulously cleaned the juicer and hung up the menu. "I'd like a cup of carrot apple juice. I want orange juice." One by one, the customers began to place their orders. Cheng Chen, adhering to the order of requests, commenced the production process. The juicer worked tirelessly for a considerable time, soon yielding cup after cup of freshly squeezed juice. The eager customers, who had long been curious about the exquisite taste of the freshly squeezed juice priced at 300 per cup, began to savor their beverages upon receiving them. In an instant, Cheng Chen felt as though she had been transported from a quaint little shop to a bustling marketplace. The patrons, after indulging in the juice, expressed their astonishment with exclamations of delight, some even exclaiming with exaggerated expressions and poor acting skills after every sip. Initially, many among this crowd had merely come to observe the commotion, but at that moment, disbelief in the deliciousness of the fresh juice was no longer an option. Did you not see the way they drank? They seemed as if they would slurp down the straws as well. Could there be any doubt? At first, there were merely 70 or 80 people at the shop's entrance, but within 10 minutes of opening, the crowd had swelled to overflowing, extending out onto the street. A mere half-hour later, traffic was at a standstill. Traffic police, alerted by passing drivers, swiftly arrived on the scene to manage the throng of patrons lining the road. Cheng Chen's little shop was nestled among several storefronts, with 4 or 5 juice establishments and 3 tea shops within a 100 meters radius. Typically bustling with foot traffic. Especially on hot days, these juice shops thrived. However, today, aside from the business before Cheng Chen's arrival, not a single customer remained in any of the other establishments. The owner of a juice shop named Yu found it peculiar to see his shop so desolate. Why was no one drinking juice today? Bored. He stepped outside and noticed the owner of a nearby tea shop doing the same. Their eyes met for a moment before they each averted their gaze, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a woman with striking red hair hurried past them, and upon recognizing her as a fellow business owner, they both focused their attention on her. What could have her in such a rush today? The owner of Yu felt a surge of curiosity, rolled down his shop's shutter, and followed her. The tea shop owner, wondering what the two were up to, locked the glass door and trailed behind. Before long, the 3 individuals, typically envious of each other's success, congregated. As they walked, a few more joined them. Within 2 to 3 minutes, their group had grown to 8, just enough for 2 tables of mahjong. The red-haired woman, exuding urgency, led the 7 puzzled followers to the entrance of Xingyu Kindergarten. Before them lay a scene. 4 traffic police vehicles parked at a T-junction, with 5 officers directing traffic, while 2 others reprimanded drivers who had carelessly abandoned their cars to join the queue. Nearly 100 people formed a long line. Their gaze fell upon an adorably cartoonish sign, Cheng Chen's little shop. What kind of establishment was that? When did it open? The red-haired woman hastened toward the entrance, peering inside with great curiosity. Hey, that woman. Can't she see we're queuing? What's her problem? A throng of individuals stood in line, and the red-haired woman dared to cut ahead. Numerous onlookers, witnessing her audacious maneuver, expressed their grievances. Fortunately, at that moment, the red-haired woman realized she had stumbled upon a juice shop. She quickly retreated, scanning her surroundings until she spotted the group of followers from earlier. Addressing her fellow competitors, she remarked, "You must have also found yourselves suddenly devoid of business, hence your hurried arrival, correct? I have uncovered the reason. This little shop has encroached upon our clientele. How peculiar. I was wondering why there wasn't a soul in our establishment today. What is it about this place that draws such a crowd? It seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? A trendy spot, perhaps? After its grand opening, the novelty will fade, and soon it will be deserted." Upon hearing her mention a trendy establishment, the others, contemplating the absurdly long queue, exhaled in relief. They had witnessed such trendy shops before, typically unable to endure beyond a week, most eventually succumbing to closure. However, as customers emerged from Xuanyuan's little shop, savoring freshly squeezed juice with expressions of pure bliss, it became evident that they were utterly enraptured. Observing this, the onlookers derided. These mere extras display lamentable acting skills. Indeed, the other business owners concurred. Those without patrons did not depart, instead seeking refuge in a shaded corner, quietly observing. For reasons unknown, they remained there for over 2 hours. Finally, As the crowd dissipated from Xuanyuan's shop, the red-haired woman sprang to her feet and declared to her companions, "Let's investigate what this shabby establishment is all about." With determination, a group of 8 strode toward Xuanyuan's shop. Inside, Cheng Chen was exhausted, wiping the sweat from his brow like a weary hound. As the new assistant, Luli began to feel the weight of the labor. A monthly salary of 20,000 was not particularly enticing when faced with such fatigue. The sight of the young woman's hands, rendered pale from washing fruit, only added to his dismay. Surprisingly, this task beneath the air conditioning proved more exhausting than hauling bricks on a construction site. Observing Luli drenched in perspiration, Cheng Chen offered reassurance. "Enough. If you're tired, take a break. There are only 3 oranges left, damaged by Xuanyuan. We can call it a day." "All right, Brother Chen." Just then, the red-haired woman and her entourage entered. She surveyed the shop's decor and mused to herself, "It's rather mediocre." Glancing at the menu, her lips twitched in disbelief upon seeing the prices, all set at 300. Such exorbitance? This cannot possibly be a trendy shop relying on higher crowds. After all, no proprietor of a trendy juice shop would be foolish enough to price their offerings so high. Realizing this was not merely a facade of actors, but rather a legitimate competitor, her gaze toward Cheng Chen shifted, now laced with hostility. The red-haired woman contemplated trying her competitor's beverage. With a casual gesture, she instructed, "Boss, I would like a glass of kiwi juice. I apologize, but we have run out of fruit. Perhaps tomorrow," Cheng Chen replied while engrossed in his accounts. The red-haired woman paused, casting a glance at the bottle of black pearls in the refrigerated display. As a milk tea vendor, she was acutely aware of what that bottle signified. An unsettling premonition washed over her. Chapter 87. A traitor among the group, accompanying the woman in red. 2 were also proprietors of milk tea shops. Upon seeing the bottle of black pearls, their hearts sank. A freshly squeezed juice shop seemed intent on selling milk tea as well, and their business was thriving to a frightening degree. Was this not a path to ruin for everyone involved? Just then, Cheng Chen completed his calculations, and the calculator audibly announced the result: 97,200. The 8 individuals stood frozen in disbelief. Zeroing out, Cheng Chen swiftly pressed the reset button and proceeded with the next calculation. 97,200. Once more, the calculator confirmed the figure. It dawned on the stunned 8 that they had indeed heard correctly, meaning that this proprietor's gross income for the day approached a staggering 100,000 yuan. What does this signify? This amount surpassed the combined monthly earnings of all 8 present. They were all novices in this business, yet why did such a vast disparity exist? The realization that their collective efforts in a month paled in comparison to this individual's single day of work deepened their animosity towards Cheng Chen. The group stepped aside, engaging in hushed deliberation. What do we do? It won't just be us juice sellers affected. You 3 in milk tea will find business dwindling as well. This cannot stand. When we have a slow day, I can consider a break. But given this situation, if their business continues to flourish, how can we compete? Let us devise a plan to find fault with him? One suggested. That sounds feasible. Who will take the lead? At this point, the group fell silent. Being small business owners, they lacked the audacity to cause a stir. The atmosphere grew tense. The 7 male proprietors recalled the formidable presence of the red-haired woman, who was known for her fiery temperament and had bullied them all to varying degrees. Suddenly, they felt a sense of solidarity. Exchanging knowing glances, they turned in unison towards the red-haired woman. "We unanimously agree that you, Boss Hua, are the most suitable to lead this charge." The red-haired woman, known as Hua Yuesian, faced the fervent gazes of her peers and retorted, "A bunch of useless fools. Just watch me." With that, Hua Yuesian marched back to the counter, furious, and struck the surface with force. Cheng Chen, having just finished his calculations, noticed the crowd had not dispersed. He looked up once more and reiterated, "I apologize, everyone, but we have run out of fruit. Please come back tomorrow." Suddenly, he noticed that the woman before him seemed to cast a glance, whether intentionally or not, at the bottle of turtle jelly fashioned to resemble a black pearl. With a serene smile, he remarked, "Oh, I initially intended to introduce a new beverage today, but due to my busyness, I completely forgot. It's a turtle jelly juice that primarily promotes beauty and rejuvenation, and its effects can be more potent than cosmetic surgery. Please be sure to check back tomorrow. Beauty and rejuvenation? More effective than cosmetic surgery? As Huiwexian's gaze shifted from the bottle of black pearls to Cheng Chen's face, she gasped, "My heavens! How could there be such an extraordinarily handsome man in the world?" Huiwexian swallowed hard and instinctively crossed her legs. The anger that had flared within her dissipated in an instant, and any thoughts of confronting Cheng Chen were cast aside. Her eyes nearly morphed into heart shapes. With starry-eyed admiration, Huiwexian cradled her face in her hands, disregarding the efficacy of the turtle jelly juice Cheng Chen had mentioned, and dreamily asked, "Boss, may I have a cup of that turtle jelly juice, please?" Witnessing the leader among them surrendering so readily upon the sight of such a remarkably handsome boss, left the 7 other bosses momentarily bewildered. Was Huiwexian truly on their side? Why did it feel as though a traitor had emerged from their midst? It was utterly frustrating. Yet what could be done? If these 7 bosses had the courage to cause a ruckus, they would not have co-signed to let a woman like Huiwexian take the lead. Reluctantly, they could only retreat to the sidelines, watching with discontent. In response to Huiwexian's request, Cheng Chen was quite eager to oblige. With a smile, he said, "If you don't mind me using those 3 bruised oranges to make the juice, I can prepare it for you. No worries at all. As long as it's made by the boss, I will love it," Huiwexian replied, still holding her face and gazing at Cheng Chen's looks, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Luli, who was peeling the oranges, caught sight of this scene and chuckled to himself. This was indeed the first time he had seen someone drool before even tasting the juice. Truly, our Cheng Chen is the most outstanding man. The freshly squeezed orange juice was prepared in no time, and the juicer, having already worked tirelessly throughout the day, finally broke down after completing this task. Cheng Chen scooped a small spoonful of the turtle jelly, resembling a black pearl, and added it to the orange juice. It was ready, but first he needed to scan the payment code. "This cup costs 1,500. Saying this, he presented the QR code to Huiwexian, signaling her to scan and pay. Upon hearing this, the 7 bosses huddled in the corner erupted in disbelief. "What the heck? This is outrageous. Boss, are you trying to rob us? 1,500 for freshly squeezed juice? One might start questioning their existence. Boss Hua, you must understand your position." Huiwexian paid no mind to their incessant chatter, still enamored by Cheng Chen's looks, her saliva pooling on the ground. She took out her phone and scanned the code. The payment notification chimed, 15,000 yuan. At that moment, lost in her infatuation, Huiwexian seemed oblivious to the fact that she had inadvertently added an extra 0. Cheng Chen smiled awkwardly. "You scanned too much. I will refund you." With a freshly squeezed orange juice in hand, Huiwexian inserted a straw and began to sip the juice, her gaze unwavering from Cheng Chen's face throughout the entire process. Coughing persistently, she realized that in her eagerness, she had been too hasty, causing a few black pearls to get lodged in her throat, rendering her face crimson. It was only at this moment that she acknowledged her indiscretion. Yet, just as she extricated herself from her infatuation with Cheng Chen's looks, she fell into a new round of enchantment. "Wow, boss, this juice is absolutely delightful," Huiwexian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced at the paper cup in her hand, confirming that it was merely a cup of juice. Behind her, the 7 bosses were covering their faces in despair, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, must she be so infatuated? She has become an ardent admirer of this boss. Did she forget that she was the one who had charged in with such fervor today?" The taste was indeed exquisite, but I was aware that you all were the proprietors of nearby milk tea and juice shops, so I was clear about your intentions for visiting today. The information about these individuals had been meticulously gathered by Gu Ningji and presented to Cheng Chen back when Xuanyuan's small shop first opened. Being in the same industry, Gu Ningji had intended for Cheng Chen to be well informed. Little did he know that today, this information would prove invaluable. Upon hearing this, Huiwexian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The other timid individuals, unsure of what Cheng Chen would say next, perked up their ears in quiet anticipation. "I am aware that my business is thriving, which has led to fewer customers in your shops. However, Money is a resource that one can never exhaust. Therefore, I hope we can explore a partnership. How do we collaborate? The men at the back finally mustered the courage to inquire. Cheng Chen pushed the bottle of black pearls forward and replied, "Just now, Boss Haws tasted the fresh juice I prepared. Unfortunately, I cannot teach you how to replicate it. However, if within 3 days, Boss Haws discovers that my black pearls indeed have remarkable effects on beauty and skincare, you may come to discuss with me. I can prepare these black pearls for you. Should we reach an agreement, my shop will cease selling juice mixed with black pearls, thereby enhancing your competitiveness." At this point, Cheng Chen paused. Everyone, including the still smitten Huayuexian, began to ponder Cheng Chen's words earnestly. Their inner thoughts revolved around whether the black pearls, even if effective for beauty, could truly manifest results within 3 days, or if a noticeable reaction would be too soon. Nevertheless, Cheng Chen's air of confidence momentarily silenced their doubts. "For now, I am feeling somewhat fatigued, so I will close the shop. Please consider thoroughly before returning to discuss a partnership. You may take your leave now." After refunding the excess payment to Huayuexian, Cheng Chen issued a polite dismissal. Huayuexian, with an air of reluctance, retreated from the door, glancing back 3 times. She casually scolded the few followers trailing behind her. "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to chase you away?" The several bosses exchanged bewildered looks, pondering whom they had offended. Once everyone had departed, Cheng Chen turned to Lu Li, who was tidying up, and inquired, "Lure, do you think 1,500 for a cup is too expensive?" "Of course not. That is a royal secret recipe passed down from your ancestors, Brother Chen." Hua, the owner, turned back, noticing her skin had improved and her appearance enhanced. Surely, she would return to discuss a collaboration. Just as one sycophant had left, another lingered. After closing the shop, Cheng Chen and his companions visited the fruit market, placing an order for fresh produce with Sister Lu, which would arrive early the next morning. They also purchased some vegetables before heading home. Suddenly, Cheng Chen recalled the spaghetti they had enjoyed at Xia Jingya's home, and the 1-week cool-down for the 20 increase in flexibility had arrived. Lu Li had never been particularly strong, and although she could not absorb the benefits of steak, Cheng Chen felt it essential for her to experience the enhanced flexibility that spaghetti could offer. After all, only with sufficient pliability could one unlock various postures. Ahem, I digress. Our chairman Cheng is not so base-minded. However, sharing a space certainly posed its challenges. With this thought in mind, Cheng Chen detoured to the supermarket to purchase some spaghetti. Naturally, he also acquired 3 top-of-the-line juicers, ensuring their efficient use in the shop and preventing any recurrence of machine malfunctions. The spaghetti was prepared swiftly, serving merely as the main course, while Lu Li crafted 4 dishes and a soup. The 3 of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. While eating, Cheng Chen noticed Lu Li's peculiar expression. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Her, what is wrong? Are you unaccustomed to Western cuisine?" "No, it's just that. Knowing this spaghetti made by Brother Chen has a bidding price exceeding 100,000, I feel unworthy to indulge," Lu Li replied, looking particularly demure. Cheng Chen couldn't help but tousle her bun affectionately. "Nonsense. That is merely a marketing tactic. Enjoy it, as long as you like it. I can make it for you every day." "Okay." The obedient young lady savored her bowl of spaghetti slowly for half an hour, whereas Cheng Chen finished his in just 5 minutes. At that moment, he felt the transformation process beginning anew, reminiscent of the last time. With this experience, his flexibility had improved by 40. Having finished first, Cheng Chen intended to feed his daughter, Xian, some spaghetti. However, she insisted she was grown up and should feed herself. Thus, he was gently rebuffed. Yet, her growth filled Cheng Chen with pride. Sitting on the sofa, waiting for the 2 women to finish their meal felt rather prolonged, and out of boredom, he occupied himself with his phone. He pondered the audacious remarks made by young Leon Weibo and was curious about how the situation had evolved over the course of a day. Upon opening Weibo, the fervor surrounding the topic of Tai Chi had significantly diminished. After scrolling for a while, Cheng Chen finally stumbled upon content that piqued his interest at the 13th spot on the trending list. The master of Chun-style Tai Chi, Chun Wanqian, had issued a challenge to Yang Li, a 7th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Cheng's curiosity compelled him to click on this trending topic. A cascade of related information flooded his view. The contemporary Tai Chi master Chen Wanqian has arrived in Lanchang Province, Lanchang City. The match with Master Yang Li has been arranged and will commence tomorrow at 8 in the morning. The contest between Chen Wanqian and Yang Li is not a matter of personal vendetta, but rather a matter of national martial arts and the pride of the nation. Master Chen Wanqian must secure victory in this battle. Each post of this nature garnered nearly 200,000 comments, the majority of which expressed support for Master Chen Wanqian. The public harbored high hopes for this modern Tai Chi master, eager for him to impart a lesson to Yang Li. Conversely, many comments were critical of Yang Li, who, in a rather thoughtless attempt to promote his Taekwondo studio, had made unfavorable comparisons between Tai Chi and Taekwondo, even suggesting that the foreign art was superior. One is a national treasure, while the other is an imported practice. It goes without saying which side the people of Huaxiao would support. As a result of this challenge, Chen Wanqian had garnered significant popularity, originally boasting over 8 million followers. His numbers had surged to more than 13 million after just over a day. In stark contrast, the so-called top dojo Yang Li faced a stark decline, his popularity plummeting from several 100,000 to a mere few tens of thousands. The remaining followers were likely either inactive accounts or those oblivious to the unfolding drama. In fact, Yang Li had even disabled the comment function on his Weibo, evidently unable to withstand the scrutiny. Inside the house, the two women had finished their meal. Luli was washing dishes in the kitchen. Exiting Weibo, Cheng Chen noted that the battle had yet to commence, with the hour approaching quickly. He reflected that if he were not too busy the following day, he could keep a close watch on this monumental clash. Having toiled throughout the day, Cheng Chen hurriedly took a shower and soon fell into a deep slumber on the sofa. After tidying up the house, Luli glanced at Cheng Chen, who was soundly asleep on the couch. It appeared that he was quite exhausted, snoring like distant thunder. Casting her eyes around the room, she saw Xian engrossed in watching a cartoon featuring a pig with a blow-dried hairstyle. Luli's thoughts wandered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Unable to resist, she slipped off her slippers and tiptoed over to Cheng Chen's side, lowering her head. With a soft peck on his cheek, she hurriedly retreated. Cheng Chen, in a drowsy stupor, seemed to sense a fleeting kiss but was too fatigued to awaken fully, continuing to snore. Chapter 89. Unfair terms the next day. Sister Lu had early delivered fruit to the front of Xian's little shop. The customers lined up like a long queue. And if it weren't for Sister Lu pushing her cart laden with fresh fruits, they would likely not have allowed her pass. After all, the entrance of the small shop was already congested. The scene was several times more exaggerated than that of a kindergarten dismissal. One must commend the perseverance of these individuals. It was barely past 7 in the morning, yet most had already waited for over 2 hours. Some had even arrived at 3 in the morning, making their wait a staggering 4 hours by now. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the fervor seen during the peak years of the fruit phone sales. At this moment, Cheng Chen had only just awakened. With tousled hair, he was brushing his teeth, while the young girl, Lu Li, donned in her pajamas and equally disheveled, was assisting Xian with her morning routine. Cheng Chen, gazing into the mirror, smiled at the sight. It seemed Lu Li was wholeheartedly embracing her role as a caretaker. After finishing his dental hygiene, Cheng Chen began to shave. However, just then, he caught sight of Lu Li bending over to wipe Xian's face, her neckline slightly ajar. Cheng Chen felt an unexpected sensation coursing through him. Momentarily distracted by the view, he inadvertently nicked himself with the razor, drawing a small amount of blood. Ouch! He grimaced in pain, hastily completing his shave while attempting to avert his gaze from the mirror. Once finished, he fled the bathroom as if escaping a perilous situation. Feeling the sting on his lip, he couldn't help but lament, life is so difficult. By 8:30, the family of 3 was finally ready to set out. Upon reaching the store entrance and witnessing the exaggerated line, Cheng Chen had grown accustomed to the sight. Instead, he began to feel a twinge of sympathy for his hands and the 3 brand-new juicers he was carrying. It seemed his 3 companions were destined for another exhausting day. The police officers who had hurriedly arrived were already on the brink of collapse, nearly contemplating reporting Cheng Chen's little shop to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After awakening that morning, Hua Yuesian gazed at her reflection, indulging in self-admiration for quite some time. Although Cheng Chen had only added a handful of black pearls to her freshly squeezed orange juice, the overnight transformation had rendered her skin remarkably supple and smooth. This discovery reinvigorated Hua Yuesian, who, without even pausing for breakfast, rushed to the entrance of Xian's shop. Despite the line potentially taking 4 to 5 hours to disperse, she dismissed it, asserting that the enhancement of her beauty was worth the inconvenience. When she resolved to go all out, she had even applied a face mask made from child's urine and seaweed. Before long, the other 7 dwarfs, the 7 gentlemen, realized their Snow White, Hua Yuesian, was absent from the shop and hurried over. Upon discovering the astonishing transformation of Hua Yuesian's complexion, they squinted their eyes into the shape of golden ingots, recognizing the significance of the change. These gentlemen, who had not even had their meals, had waited a full 6 hours. Cheng Chen was quite different. He had long anticipated that today's business would surpass yesterday's in prosperity, and he had prepared a feast. After a rare moment of leisure, the 3 of them began to enthusiastically devour their rice, accompanied by 4 dishes and a soup. They indulged in their meal with great joy. At that moment, Hua Yuesian, accompanied by her 7 diminutive companions, entered the scene. Observing Cheng Chen and his companions enjoying their food, they suddenly realized they had been starving for nearly a day. A chorus of pitiful growls emanated from their stomachs. Cheng Chen, oblivious to their plight, chewed on a chicken leg and casually gestured, "Please take a seat. We can converse after I finish my meal." Thus the others, with empty stomachs, watched Cheng Chen relish his food for a full 10 minutes. After wiping his mouth, Cheng Chen audaciously let out a satisfied belch. The others seethed internally. "Boss Cheng, have a heart." Cheng Chen casually picked up a glass of freshly squeezed juice and inquired, "So, have you made up your minds?" Hua Yuesian eagerly responded, "We have decided. We want to collaborate." The 7 little companions echoed in unison, "Yes, yes, we, too, wish to partner with Boss Cheng." Noticing their earnest expressions, Cheng Chen took a sip of his juice and replied seriously, "Since you are all decided, I shall share my thoughts. If you have any objections, please keep them to yourselves. Rebuttals are not permitted." The group was momentarily taken aback. Objections to be kept? No rebuttals allowed? Was this some sort of dictatorial clause? However, they instinctively glanced at Hua Yuesian's skin, which, compared to yesterday, had become remarkably smooth and radiant. The cosmetic results were far superior to any products available globally. Everyone understood one undeniable truth: women's money is easily earned. Moreover, with such effective beauty essentials, selling them at exorbitant prices would be entirely justified. Hua Yuesian, being a woman, recognized the immense business opportunity presented by the black pearls and readily agreed. As for the 7 little companions, did they have the right to object? After all, could they compete with Cheng Chen for business? They had witnessed the long lines of customers outside, numbering in the hundreds, all potential revenue. "We agree, Boss Cheng. Please proceed." Seeing their compliance, Cheng Chen declared, "Our collaboration will take the form of a franchise. Henceforth, your storefronts will be transformed into Xian's little shops. As for the decor, I won't interfere. The franchise fee is modest at 50,000 yuan per month." After articulating his requirements, Cheng Chen took another sip of juice. "What I can provide you is this black pearl. However, I must stress that you need to regulate the quantity purchased by customers. This concoction, crafted from a royal recipe, can have severe side effects if consumed excessively, which may vary from person to person. As for pricing, I propose an initial rate of 1,500 yuan per cup, and I hope we can maintain uniformity." Having conveyed his thoughts in one breath, Cheng Chen turned his attention to playing with Xian, leaving the others in contemplation. The 7 dwarfs exchanged glances before turning their attention to the enchanting visage of Hua Yuesian. With a disdainful glance at a few of them, she retorted, "What are you staring at? Do not be bewitched by my beauty. Regardless of your opinions, I have already given my consent." After a brief deliberation, they realized that the terms were non-negotiable and reluctantly agreed. "Very well, Boss Cheng, we all acquiesce." Cheng Chen casually presented the QR code, instructing them to scan it and remit a deposit of 20,000. The group fell silent. Was it customary to request payment before a contract was signed? Nevertheless, they complied. As the notifications of payments flooded in, Cheng Chen nodded in satisfaction, retrieving 8 bottles of the prepared black pearls from the refrigerator. Here you go. How you choose to promote is entirely up to you. I won't interfere. However, rest assured, I will close the shop for a week to give you ample opportunity for promotion. Cheng Chen massaged his sore arm. After earning 300,000 in just 2 days, he deemed it time for a brief respite. Hadn't T. Lu Li's delicate hands nearly dislocated from exhaustion? The group of 8 departed hastily, each clutching a bottle of black pearls, reveling in their newfound treasure. As for a contract, what further agreement was necessary when the terms were already dictated? Chapter 90. The dismal defeat of Cheng Wanxian. Cheng Chen's respite turned into 2 days of deep slumber. Lu Li, too, indulged in 2 days of rest. The relentless pace of work had been utterly exhausting. However, let be clear, Cheng Chen had been sleeping on the sofa. Fully rejuvenated, he glanced at his assets. 804. 617 yuan. 800,000. This figure brought him a tinge of disappointment. He had fancied himself a millionaire, yet he found his wealth still shy of the million mark. A closer look revealed that this was indeed all he possessed. The juice shop had only operated for 3 days, netting less than 500,000. Miscellaneous earnings from candied fruits and such contributed approximately 300,000. As for the assets of his company, Morning Light, while he held a 30% stake, dividends had yet to be distributed. With this realization, Cheng Chen felt a sense of relief. Sitting on the sofa, he began to trim his toenails while reminiscing about the forgotten century-long battle between Cheng Wanxian and Yang Li, and casually scrolled through Weibo. Upon opening the trending topics, he was taken aback. The third trending topic was undeniably about the duel between the 2 titans. Yang Li defeats Cheng Wanxian in seconds. Defeated? Cheng Chen instinctively clicked to investigate. Indeed, the screen was flooded with discussions about the Tai Chi master being swiftly vanquished by Yang Li. Countless images and videos filled the feed. Cheng Chen searched for a higher quality video and clicked on it. In the footage, Cheng Wanxian's initial stance mirrored Cheng Chen's own approach against Li Site. Conversely, Yang Li surged forward the moment Cheng Wanxian assumed his position. What followed was akin to a horror story. Yang Li delivered a swift kick, and, as Cheng Wanxian attempted to block, a sharp crack resonated, followed by blood gushing from Cheng Wanxian's mouth, splattering a full half-meter away. Continuing, the contemporary Tai Chi master, Cheng Wanxian, the head of the Chun family Tai Chi, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Foam and blood escaped his mouth as he lay there, convulsing uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Chen instinctively exited Weibo and opened a search engine to check on Cheng Wanxian's condition. Upon discovering that he had been in the intensive care unit for over 14 hours and had successfully escaped danger, Cheng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the incident stemmed from his confrontation with Li Site. Although Master Chen sought to garner attention, his fervent endeavor to uphold the dignity of national martial arts and his bold challenge to Yang Li were indeed commendable in Cheng Chen's eyes. Returning to Weibo, Cheng Chen cast a glance at Yang Li's post. Yang Li expressed his deep regret regarding Master Cheng Wanxian's situation, relieved that the master had evaded peril. However, he brazenly asserted that Tai Chi was utterly insignificant when compared to Taekwondo. Such remarks were rather disconcerting. While feigning sympathy for Master Chen, he seemed to have forgotten that it was his own brutal actions that had severely injured Cheng Wanxian. As if that were not enough, he further belittled Tai Chi in subsequent comments, which was understandably infuriating. Another post from Yang Li followed, in which he declared that numerous netizens had inundated him with insults. He wished to clarify that he was not unpatriotic, but was merely stating facts. Compared to excellent foreign martial arts such as Taekwondo, Muay Thai, and mixed martial arts, all traditional Chinese martial arts had regressed to the point of needing to be discarded. Yang Li's mocking tone incited further outrage, and after his swift defeat of Cheng Wanxian garnered him trending status, he took the opportunity to promote his Taekwondo Academy with a pin post. However, this matter did not conclude there. Yang Li's derisive remarks evidently provoked those traditional martial arts masters who had previously challenged him on behalf of Chun Wanqian. Masters of internal styles, Wing Chun, Drunken Fist, and Southern Fist all united to issue challenges to Yang Li, who accepted them one by one. The most recent bout was this afternoon between Yang Li and Yi Hao, the heir of Drunken Fist. 2 days had passed. Yet this topic remained in the third position on the trending list, indicating the profound impact of the incident. Having read through this, Cheng Chen finished trimming her toenails. Lu Li brought a bowl of water for her to wash her hands and placed some cut fruit on the tea table before her. While cleaning earlier, Lu Li had noticed the Weibo content Cheng Chen was browsing. The young girl was evidently angered by Yang Li's derision of traditional martial arts in comparison to foreign fighting techniques. The little girl exclaimed in frustration. That Yang Li is truly despicable. Cheng Chen casually replied, indeed. If Chang'e were to strike, he would surely understand whether our traditional Chinese martial arts are superior to his foreign nonsense. The girl, pouting in indignation, speared a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick and offered it to Cheng Chen. As Cheng Chen savored the fruit, she smiled and remarked, with so many masters challenging Yang Li, surely someone will defeat him. Lu Li, what if they all fail? Let's wait and see. Cheng Chen casually replied, then added, someone will inevitably put an end to his arrogance. I am not a savior and cannot oversee everything. Lu Li pouted and said, indeed, if everything were to fall upon our brother Chun, he would surely be exhausted. Lier, can you please refrain from displaying that sycophantic demeanor? Cheng Chen shook his head in exasperation. Leaning back on the sofa, they watched television for a while until a knock on the door interrupted them. The young lady Lu Li was the first to open it. Sister Ning Ji, Sister Lier. Outside, Gu Ning Ji wore a somewhat serious expression, hastily greeting Lu Li before stepping into the room. Cheng Chen noticed Gu Ning Ji's unusual demeanor and inquired, Ning Ji, what is the matter? My family wishes to meet you. Gu Ning Ji, shedding her usual strong persona, appeared somewhat shy at this moment. Uncle Gu wants to meet me? Realizing that today's family meeting was likely not as casual as Gu Ning Ji had suggested, Cheng Chen quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, stood up, and hastily changed in a more appropriate attire. After dressing, he rummaged through the refrigerator for some preserved black pearls. He effortlessly prepared a glass of freshly squeezed juice, adding the black pearls before handing it to Gu Ning Ji, saying, here, drink this. What is this? Gu Ning Ji casually inquired, though she had already begun to sip. Cheng Chen replied, it contains my homemade herbal jelly. It's good for beauty and skincare. Upon hearing this, Gu Ning Ji nodded repeatedly. She often consumed beauty-enhancing products, so she did not think much of it. However, knowing it was Cheng Chen's thoughtful gesture, she felt delighted. Cheng Chen, let's go. Gu Ning Ji linked her arm with Cheng Chen's, feeling a bit anxious. After a moment's thought, she advised, Cheng Chen, when we arrive at my house, remember, no matter what Aunt Nye says, do not take it to heart. Aunt Nye? Who is that? Cheng Chen asked curiously. Aunt Nye is Beixing's mother. He and I are half-siblings. My father has a total of 7 wives, and Beixing's mother is the second. Cheng Chen, I see. No wonder Lu Li advised Gu Ning Ji not to misunderstand. Gu Ning Ji even claimed she wouldn't mind if something were to happen between them. It seems this all stems from Uncle Gu's good upbringing. As for meeting the family, Cheng Chen expressed, why panic? Am I, Cheng Chen, afraid of anything? Chapter 91. You still claim you're not a wild man? On the road, a Ferrari 458 sped by like a streak of red lightning. In front of an imposing European-style villa, the handsome Gu Beixing spotted the familiar bright red Ferrari 458 and quickly dashed over. Before Cheng Chen and Gu Ning Ji could exit the car, the loquacious Gu Beixing had already begun to speak. Sister, you really brought brother-in-law. My mom is nagging again. You cannot go in now, or she will certainly not spare brother-in-law. The situation inside is quite tense. Sister, you must take brother-in-law away quickly. I can handle it here. From the anxious expressions and demeanor observed, Cheng Chen discerned that the bond between these half-siblings surpassed that of most biological siblings. After Gu Ning stepped out of the vehicle, she stood on tiptoe to adjust Gu Beixing's disheveled collar, remarking, there's no escape. You know Aunt Nye's temperament. She initiated this issue today, so Cheng Chen and I will have to confront it sooner or later. It's all my fault. If my mother hadn't seen the note of brother-in-law on my phone, You both could have continued your clandestine romance, Gu Beishing retorted, pouting like an immature child. Never mind. Aunt Ya only means well, Cheng Chen thought to herself, observing the pair of siblings. If not for their complicated family dynamics, they would likely be a very happy brother and sister. Their conversation inadvertently revealed some information. It seemed that Gu Beishing's mother bringing this matter to light was far from straightforward. Following Gu Ning into the villa, reminiscent of a European castle, an air of elegance and luxury enveloped them. The middle-aged butler, who had been awaiting their arrival in the grand hall, hurried forward, bowing deeply without raising his head, and announced, "Miss, young master, Mr. Cheng, the master and several ladies have been waiting for you in the study." Upon entering the study, Cheng Chen realized it was at least 200 square meters. The four massive bookshelves were filled with an extensive array of literature, including classics, history, science, astronomy, and folklore, resembling a miniature library. However, there was no time for Cheng Chen to leisurely peruse the other contents. Seated upon an authentic crocodile leather sofa imported from Crocodile Kingdom was Gu Tianqing, his eyes dull and spiritless. In stark contrast, the six women standing beside him appeared vibrant and rosy. Cheng Chen surmised that the two youngest among them were hardly older than Gu Ning. Aunt Nya, a woman in her 30s named Nian Yinjin, had given birth to Gu Beisheng at the tender age of 16. Gu Ning was the first to approach Gu Tianqing, bowing as she said, "Father." She then addressed the women nearby, Aunt Nya, Aunt Zhao, Aunt Huang. Gu Tianqing, seemingly unwell, managed to nod but uttered not a word. However, Nian Yinjin pointed at Cheng Chen with a terrifying expression and said, "Ning, is that the wild man you've been keeping outside?" Seeing his mother's fury, Gu Beishing rushed to mediate. "Mom, my sister and brother-in-law are genuinely in love. Get lost, you brainless child." Though reluctant to chastise her beloved son, Nian Yinjin could not hold her tongue. Internally, she grumbled, "My precious one, you must understand a mother's heartfelt intentions. Your father is nearing death, and his vast fortune should belong solely to you. I cannot allow Gu Ning to take even a fraction of it." If it did not seize the opportunity to act while Wen Rinyu, Gu Ning's mother, was preoccupied with her brother Wen Renjia in legitimizing national martial arts by challenging Yang Li, they would soon lose their chance. At this moment, mischief must be avoided. Wen Rinyu, nearing 50, was Gu Ning's mother. Wen Renjigu, the uncle of Gu Ningji, is the fourth-generation disciple of the Wing Chun master Yuan. Wen Renjigu has long been acquainted with the Tai Chi grandmaster Chen Wanquan, fostering a close relationship. Recently, Chen Wanquan was grievously injured by Yang Li. Unable to endure this affront, Wen Renjigu, in a fit of rage, challenged Yang Li to a duel. Wen Rinyu, aware of her brother's impetuous nature and the potential for disgrace, followed closely behind him. However, Yang Li has offended far too many individuals, with numerous martial arts masters issuing challenges against him, and Wen Renjigu was merely the last in line. It is believed that he has been residing in Lansong City for about 10 to 15 days. As the mother of Gu Beisheng, Nian Yinjin naturally sought to seize this rare opportunity to assist her son in acquiring the entirety of the Gu family's fortune. Nian Yinjin's scornful remarks, alleging that Cheng Chen was merely an illicit paramour of hers, incensed Gu Ningji greatly. Yet, her bond with Gu Beisheng is closer than that of siblings, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words that would not embarrass her brother. Observing Gu Ningji's flushed face and her prolonged silence, Nian Yinjin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Finally, after years of being overshadowed by that yellow-faced woman, Wen Rinyu, she relished the opportunity to express her grievances. "Nye ante, is it?" Cheng Chen suddenly stepped forward, speaking up. Nian Yinjin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that amidst such a formidable presence of the Gu family, Cheng Chen would remain so poised and composed. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "You think you can call me Ani? You spineless wretch who willingly plays the kept woman. Do you truly consider yourself a son-in-law of the Gu family? Since I cannot call you Ani, then I shall refer to you as Big Lady instead," Cheng Chen remarked. Generally, she despised engaging in verbal disputes, preferring to resolve matters with decisive action when provoked. However, in this instance, Nian Yinjin was eager for confrontation. Should Cheng Chen resort to violence, it would undoubtedly be a matter Nian would cling to relentlessly. If this were to cause the seemingly ailing Uncle Gu to suffer further distress, Cheng Chen would naturally feel remorse towards Gu Ningji. Thus, she countered by addressing Nian as Big Lady. Gu Beisheng, hearing this, remained silent, recognizing that his mother, Nian, was indeed overly aggressive. Big Lady? You dare call me that? The under-40 Nian was instantly enraged, erupting. Gu Butler, quickly, have someone throw this ill-mannered person out. The Gu Butler, momentarily taken aback, glanced between Gu Ningji and Nian, unsure of how to proceed. Big Lady, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of having someone confront me. The servants of the Gu family are hardly a match for me, Cheng Chen asserted, noting the displeasure on Nian's face, aware that the latter had conducted an investigation into her background. Knowing the details, Nian doubted her servants could contend with Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen continued, therefore, I am quite curious about your elaborate scheme to have Ningji summon me. What is your true intention? What intention? Nian retorted, grabbing a handful of documents from her desk and hurling them towards Cheng Chen. With Sister Wenren absent, I am naturally tasked with safeguarding her daughter. Examine your own resume, from collaborating with Sir Ali to running a rather unremarkable juice shop, and then to investing in the Dawn of Light. What, pray tell, have you genuinely profited from? All these endeavors are merely gifts from Gu Ningji. How can you claim you are not a leech? Chapter 92. Deprivation of property papers fluttered and fell before Cheng Chen. Nian was not mistaken. Every entrepreneurial venture Cheng Chen has embarked upon, aside from her initial foray selling candied hawthorns from a small cart, bears the unmistakable mark of Gu Ningji's influence. However, what Nian remains unaware of is that all of this is a result of Cheng Chen's prowess in collaboration with Gu Ningji. There is no need to mention Sir Ali. Although he was indeed introduced by Gu Ningji, the principal shareholder, Liang Jingyang, was nearly begging Cheng Chen for exclusive rights to her candied hawthorns. As for Xuan's modest storefront, it was Cheng Chen who negotiated a 20 discount to secure a lease that was originally not for rent. The profits from that 20 are substantial. Just days ago, her gross profit exceeded 300,000, with costs barely reaching 10,000. This implies that if Cheng Chen were to purchase that storefront at double the price rather than cede 20 equity to Gu Ningji, her earnings would be even greater. Even with the most contentious 30 stake in the Dawn of Light, Cheng Chen cleverly used steak and pasta as bait, enticing customers to eagerly rush to acquire membership. Presently, the Dawn of Light enjoys a daily revenue surpassing 200,000. Over the course of a month, that totals 6 million, which is twice the revenue of other similarly positioned Western restaurants in Jiangqing. All of this is the fruit of Cheng Chen's culinary skills. Nian had investigated her own circumstances. She should be aware of these facts, yet she persists in claiming that they are merely handouts from Gu Ningji. This can only suggest that Nian is deliberately seeking conflict. Is it necessary to explain oneself to someone who is intentionally provoking? If one were to offer an explanation, would it even be heeded? Cheng Chen regarded Nian with cold disdain and inquired, since you assert that all of this is a gift from Ningji. What, may I ask, is your intention in saying this? What is my intention? Nian's gaze suddenly shifted to Gu Ningji as she declared, Ningji, I am here to admonish you on behalf of Sister Wenren. You have been coddled since childhood, sheltered from the world, and are thus easily deceived by men who have spent their lives wandering aimlessly through society. Therefore, I urge you to awaken quickly and assure both your father and Aunt Nia that you will cease all contact with this man. Upon hearing the words, cease all contact with this man, Gu Ningji visibly flinched. In that moment, she blurted out, I cannot do that. You cannot do that. Nian had anticipated this very response from Gu Ningji. Upon hearing it, she felt an immense sense of relief, for she had feared Gu Ningji might acquiesce to her demand to sever ties with Cheng Chen. Ningji, it is not Aunt Nia's wish to alarm you. This man is clearly coveting our Gu family's wealth. Should you remain obstinate and refuse to sever ties with him? At this point, Nian paused, stealing a glance at Gu Ningji's expression. Upon seeing the unwavering determination etched on the other's face, I continued to speak. In light of the circumstances, The master is currently preoccupied with his own troubles, and Sister Wenren will not be returning anytime soon. To prevent this wild man from depleting the Gu family's assets through you, I shall temporarily strip you of all properties related to the Gu family. With that, Nian Yinjin cast a glance at the 5 other women beside her. These women, who were married to Gu Tianqing after her, had indeed received favor from the master. Yet in the hierarchy of the Gu family, they were even beneath the position of the steward who had served the family for over 30 years. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word. To them, the struggle between Wenren Yu and Nian Yinjin resembled a celestial battle, an affair that did not concern them. You may freeze my assets, but when my mother returns, I hope you will provide a clear explanation. Gu Ningji was well aware of the schemes lurking behind Nian Yinjin's words. Yet she did not believe that Nian Yinjin possessed the capability to seize the Gu family before her mother's return. No way. However, at that moment, Cheng Chen suddenly spoke up. With Gu Ningji already conceding, it seemed Nian Yinjin's plan was more than halfway to success. Just as she was about to revel in her victory, Cheng Chen's words plunged her into a state of agitation. Her face elongated in displeasure as she retorted, "Who are you to declare what is possible or impossible? Do matters of the Gu family concern you, an outsider?" Cheng Chen stepped forward, radiating an imposing aura. The sight frightened Nian Yinjin into retreat, and in a flurry, she exclaimed, "Are you really going to take action against me and the Gu family? Don't think that just because you can put on a show of being adept at Tai Chi, no one in the Gu family can handle you. I wouldn't even deign to lay a finger on you. Regardless of whether I have a say in this matter, Uncle Gu is present. What authority do you possess to strip Ningji of her assets?" Cheng Chen pointed at Gu Tianqing, who was slumped on the crocodile leather sofa like a marionette with severed strings. This man was the true head of the Gu family. Initially, Cheng Chen seemed poised to attack her, but upon realizing the situation, Nian Yinjin breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you blind? If the master were capable of speaking right now, you, a kept woman living off others, would never have set foot in the Gu family's door. You would have likely had your legs broken and been tossed into the waters of Jiangcheng to feed the fish." Cheng Chen let out a cold laugh. "If I am not mistaken, Uncle Gu has suffered a severe stroke. As for the reason, I believe you are quite aware." Cheng Chen's grandfather had experienced several strokes in the past, each time narrowly escaping disaster. Upon entering, Cheng Chen was puzzled as to why Nian Yinjin was evidently scheming against Gu Ningji, while Gu Tianqing remained silent. This prompted him to glance at Gu Tianqing until he finally discerned that the symptoms closely mirrored those displayed by his grandfather during his strokes. A stroke can indeed lead to aphasia and paralysis, much like Gu Tianqing's current condition. Sometimes it can be critical, leading to brain death and endangering life. Yet at other times, it poses little threat. The specifics depend on the underlying mechanisms of the attack. Cheng Chen possessed no medical expertise, but he drew a conclusion based on his grandfather's prior condition. After Cheng Chen's remarks, Nian Yinjin's expression revealed a fleeting moment of unease. Her heart raced as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Am I truly aware? What do I truly understand? Are you insinuating that I am responsible for the master's predicament?" Cheng Chen had already noticed the subtle shift in Nian Yinjin's demeanor. He stepped closer, pointing an accusatory finger at her, declaring, "Whether you are directly responsible, I cannot ascertain, but I am certain that you are inextricably linked to this matter. Do not slander me. The master has treated me well. Why would I wish him harm? Besides, if he has suffered a stroke, how can that possibly concern me?" Under Cheng Chen's imposing presence, Nian Yinjin found herself retreating repeatedly. It was only after uttering those words that she realized something was amiss. It appeared she had been compelled to divulge information she ought not to have revealed under the pressure of Cheng Chen's aura. Behind her, the other 5 concubines of Gu Tianqing began to murmur amongst themselves. Did not Dr. Sun say the master was fine? He only required a couple of days' rest. Indeed. Could it be? Chapter 93, Sudden Changes. The concubines seemed to piece together a troubling puzzle. Gu Ningji and Gu Beixing's expressions turned peculiar at that moment. Everyone, in unison, cast strange glances at Nian Yinjin. Clearly, in their minds, the concealment of Gu Tianqing's illness was inextricably tied to to Nien and Dr. Sunday suddenly. Gu Ningji's tone turned frigid, shedding her previous ambivalence. Uncle Gu, summoned Dr. Sun. This was a matter of her father's life. She, having navigated the business world for years, had transformed her father's millions into a fortune of billions. The aura she exuded was far beyond what Nien could muster. Upon hearing this, the steward Gu promptly exited with haste. In the study, Gu Ningji glared fiercely at Nien. The latter, feeling guilty under such scrutiny, grew increasingly uncomfortable. Yet, a sliver of confidence remained within her. After calming herself, she retorted to Gu Ningji, "What? Do you believe Aunt Nye has harmed your father? All will be clarified once Dr. Sun arrives." Gu Ningji's expression darkened, her tone icy, clearly having deduced the gravity of the situation. However, she still lacked solid evidence. "Ningji, I warned you that this wild man has ensnared your judgment. Why do you believe everything he says? My decision to freeze your assets on behalf of Tianqing and Sister Wenren was indeed prudent." Nien had entirely shifted from her earlier flustered state. Now wary of Cheng Chen, their brief exchange had almost led her to reveal matters best kept secret. Soon, the steward returned with Dr. Sun in tow. The man, in his 60s with a balding head, was being unceremoniously hoisted by a burly man, looking quite disheveled. "Make him kneel before the master and clarify the situation." The housekeeper Gu, evidently suspecting that Dr. Sun harbored ulterior motives, issued a stern command without a trace of cordiality. This venerable steward, having served the Gu family for 30 years, possessed considerable authority and influence. Typically, he opted for silence, but in matters concerning Gu Tianqing's life and safety, he could not remain indifferent. Dr. Sun, tossed to the ground, knelt before Gu Tianqing without waiting for the family's servants to act, and, without warning, began to knock his head against the floor. As he did so, tears and snot streamed down his face, and he pleaded, "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. I was momentarily blinded by greed, embezzling 300,000 from the family. Fearing discovery, I falsely assured several ladies that you were not ill." Cheng Chen furrowed her brow and inquired, "Uncle Gu, did you inform Dr. Sun of the reason for his capture before bringing him here?" "No." The housekeeper Gu, sensing the anomaly, realized that Dr. Sun had no prior knowledge of the reason for his apprehension, nor the reason for his sudden contrition before the master. Grasping Dr. Sun's already thinning hair, he demanded, "Speak the truth, or I shall break your legs." Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupted from Dr. Sun's mouth. Realizing something was amiss,